Chapter 1. Qinshu Feng. Ha ha ha. You have finally met your demise. You dared to thwart my ambitions. You are but a bastard child. Were it not for the spirit hall, you would not even exist. Ha ha ha. A man, his visage grotesque and eyes aflame, laughed maniacally, his body marred with wounds and blood. He appeared utterly disheveled. Tragically, this hideous figure bore 6 resplendent wings. Behind him, 9 rings of varying hues were arranged in quiet splendor. 2 more individuals stood behind him, equally disheveled, each adorned with 9 rings, though their colors differed. This is the Douluo continent, where these rings, known as soul rings, signify the advancement of soul masters and bestow upon them the skills of their craft. A bloodied man, lying prostrate on the ground, gazed faintly at the deranged figure and spoke in halting breaths. Cough, cough. Qinshu, you speak truthfully. Without the spirit hall, I might have perished long ago. Yet, this does not justify your reckless tyranny. Therefore, it is my duty to put an end to your reign. Cough, cough, cough. Qinshu, the reigning pope of the spirit hall, was notorious for his malice, his martial spirit being the 6-winged Angela pinnacle-level spirit, rare and almost unseen in a century. Qinshu gritted his teeth and retorted furiously, silence. To thwart me? Yes, you are formidable. Even the 3 of us, titled Douluo, could barely vanquish you. Before your arrival, everything was mine. Yet after you appeared, all in the spirit hall, regardless of rank, revolve around you. What gave you the right? Merely because your martial spirit surpasses mine? Or because you're more empathetic? Spare me the farce. Qinshu Feng, you are merely a dog raised by my father. Qinshu Feng remained silent, listening intently, though his gaze gradually dimmed, a sign of impending death. Qinshu continued to shout, you are my brother, though not by blood. Yet why does our father favor you? Without you, I would reign supreme. Bye Dong, my disciple and your beloved, is with child. Brother, I bear good tidings. I have merely turned your affection for her against you, luring you back to the spirit hall for an ambush that would result in your demise. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. Injured and kneeling, Qinshu gasped for breath, his voice hoarse from fervor. Brother, you must realize that among us, one is from the Haotian sect, and he now serves me. I shall frame your death upon the Haotian sect, igniting war. Only haha. Your holiness, you are too courteous. Brother, let us bury him. At this moment, Qiang Sunji was not yet the pope, but after Qiang Feng's demise, the pope would undoubtedly be him. Indeed, another burly man behind Qiang Sunji nodded in agreement. Qiang Sunji turned around, murmuring to himself, Pope? Ha ha. I shall soon become the pope. Dear brother, I will remember you. Ha ha ha. After carelessly burying Qiang Sunfeng, Qiang Sunji departed with 2 companions. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a woman in the distance witnessed everything unfold. With her hand covering her mouth, tears flowed freely from her eyes. After a long moment, she gritted her teeth and declared fiercely, Qiang Sunji, I swear by Bibi Dong, I will kill you sooner or later. Haotian sect, I will not spare you either. This woman was Bibi Dong. Due to the distance, she only saw the Haotian hammer and failed to hear that the individual had actually betrayed the Haotian sect, thus directing her hatred towards them as well. Reaching the spot where Qiang Sunfeng was buried, she unearthed his body with her bare hands and placed his head upon his abdomen. Brother Feng, listen, the child is still calling for his father. Brother Feng, oh, speak to me. Please speak. Oh, Brother Feng, trust me, I will avenge you and slay that scoundrel. Before that, you must rest in peace. Quietly, she interred Qiang Sunfeng in the tomb of the Wuhuan Temple, a resting place for past popes and super Douluo, filled with noble beings. Each individual had their own separate chamber point. 6 months later, Bibi Dong had now become the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple, while Qiang Sunji ascended to the position of pope. Kneeling in her chamber, Bibi Dong caressed her increasingly prominent belly, smiling softly. Baby, you are now my only treasure. News has reached the Wuhuan Temple that Qiang Sunji is to slay a 100,000-year-old beast that has recently regained its form. It is said that the beast's husband is also from the Haotian sect. He is even a candidate for the next sect master. Regardless of who perishes, they shall accompany your father in death. How delightful! However, if Qiang Sunji survives, then I shall seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Half a year later, within the Wuhuan Temple, as the cries of a newborn filled the air, Bibi Dong successfully gave birth to a baby girl. Child, your name shall be Qian Ringshu. With her eyes slightly narrowed, Bibi Dong continued, your father's death is partly due to you, Brother Feng. Since you wish for a child, I shall keep her. After all, she is a bond between us. Incidentally, that soul beast also gave birth today. On that very day, Qiang Sunji returned to the Wuhuan Temple, his body heavily injured. Cough, cough, cough. Your Holiness. Your Holiness, the Saintess has just given birth. Should you not go and see? Cough. See what? The Saintess has given birth? Quickly, summon the Saintess to bring the child to me. Your Holiness, the Saintess. Hurry. Yes, at once. After a considerable time, a servant approached the Saintess' door and addressed the guard with indifference. Please inform that the Pope requests the Saintess to bring the child. The guard hesitated, considering she had just given birth, but ultimately the Pope's authority prevailed. Saintess, the Pope requests your presence, along with a little. Saintess, lying in her chamber, Bibi Dong opened her eyes and gently embraced Qian Renshua, murmuring, my dear Shua, let us see what our Pope desires. Lady Saint, please take care and be mindful of your health. Bibi Dong cradled Qian Renshua and replied, it matters not. Let us proceed. Report. The Pope has summoned the Saintess. At that moment, Qian Shuanji had already sat up, gazing at Bibi Dong as she entered. He commanded, cough. All of you may leave. I wish to speak with the Saintess. Bibi Dong's expression was impassive as she calmly inquired, what is it that the Pope requires of me? Have you succeeded in obtaining the 100,000-year soul beast? Qian Shuanji chuckled softly, cough. I was on the verge of success, but alas, that soul beast chose to sacrifice itself. It was no match for the Haotian Douluo. Let's not dwell on that. May I see the child? Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Very well. Here. Qian Shuanji took the child, gradually infusing his soul power. The already gravely injured Qian Shuanji appeared even more feeble. In a weak voice, he said, Bibi Dong, I must apologize. As a six-winged angel martial spirit is a singular lineage, I have no offspring of my own, thus I must borrow this child. I presume you would not wish for her to inherit the same martial spirit as you. I have devoted my entire life's cultivation to transforming this child's martial spirit into that of the six-winged angel. Ogmi Bibi Dong wept, exclaiming, great deity. Master has heard of the 10th Ascendier soul beast appearing, and he foolishly took 2 titled Douluos to hunt it. Alas, due to the beast's sacrificial power, the Pope was overwhelmed and suffered a fatal injury to his heart meridian. He has now departed. My master cannot rest in peace. Bibi Dong's outburst dispelled Qian Douluo's lingering doubts about her. The great deity, filled with rage, lamented, alas, I have only 2 children, and now they are both gone, all because of the Haotian sect. With reddened eyes, Bibi Dong vowed, great deity, I shall avenge the Haotian sect. Yet, her quest for vengeance bore no relation to Qian Shuanji, but was solely for the sake of Qian Xuanfeng. Observing Bibi Dong's genuine animosity towards the Haotian sect, Qian Douluo's final shred of skepticism dissipated. Bibi Dong proclaimed, come forth, the Spirit Hall commands. From this day forth, I shall assume the title of Pope. Let it be known, for every disciple of the Haotian sect that is encountered, let them be slain. Seeing that no one responded, the great deity expressed his displeasure, releasing an overwhelming aura that rendered everyone breathless. Did you not hear me? Yes. You may leave. Yes. The great deity turned to the tearful Bibi Dong, asking, why do you no longer call me father? Also, may I see my granddaughter? Bibi Dong handed over the child, replying, I am now the Pope and must uphold decorum. How could someone as powerful as you fail to protect your own children? Qian Douluo responded, it matters not, you may still call me father. Fenger has also endured great misfortune. I failed to care for him properly. My apologies. Let us choose a favorable day for the Pope's succession ceremony. Upon hearing Qian Douluo mention Qian Xuanfeng, Bibi Dong's eyes moistened once more. Great deity, decorums must remain unchanged as for the succession ceremony. It matters little. A month later, the Pope's succession ceremony took place as scheduled. Bibi Dong ascended to the position of Pope with an astounding spirit power level of 83, becoming the youngest Pope in history. Many were discontent, yet they were quelled by the great deity's formidable presence. Despite lingering dissent, none dared oppose the authority of a 99 level limit Douluo. With Qian Sunji's demise, the 3 soul bones of Qian Xuanfeng returned to Bibi Dong's possession. She refrained from merging them, choosing instead to cherish them, placing them on her bedside. Bibi Dong declared, I wish to awaken to your presence, Brother Feng. Qian Xuanji has perished by my hand. I have avenged you. Brother Feng, I love you. It won't be long before the Haotian sect joins you in eternal rest. Chapter 2. The 10,000-year soul beast, the soft-boned rabbit. 3 years later, within the Spirit Hall, in the Pope's chamber, Bibi Dong sat upon the Pope's throne, having transformed over the course of 3 years into a figure of ruthless resolve, growing cold towards all, including Qian Renshua and Qian Douluo. Bibi Dong held Qian Renshua accountable for Qian Zunfeng's death, believing her presence had afforded Qian Xuanji the opportunity to strike. Furthermore, Qian Douluo, as a limit Douluo, had failed to safeguard his offspring, leading to Qian Zunfeng's tragic demise. In truth, Qian Douluo also bore a sense of guilt towards Bibi Dong. Thus, Bibi Dong harbored no fondness for Qian Renxue or Qian Douluo. Employing a regime of violence and iron-fisted policies, Bibi Dong solidified her position as Pope. Certainly, during this brief span of 3 years, Bibi Dong successfully ascended to the rank of titled Daw. Otherwise, dissent would still linger. She does not covet the position of Pope. Her ambition lies in utilizing the Spirit Hall's desire to dominate the continent to eradicate the Haotian clan, seeking vengeance for Qin Shi Huangfeng's demise. In her heart, she believes Qin Shi Huangfeng's death was instigated by the Haotian clan, as evident from the unmistakable imprint of the Haotian hammer upon his lifeless form. Moreover, attaining the papacy and ruling the continent would grant her access to immense cultivation resources. Now that Bibi Dong has become a titled Douluo, she is cognizant of the existence of deities and harbors aspirations of divinity, hoping to resurrect Qin Shi Huangfeng. This ambition serves as her sole motivation for survival, aside from her ties to Qian Renxue in the Douluo continent. Reaching level 90 signifies the status of titled Douluo, while level 99 denotes a limit Douluo, and level 100 signifies ascension to godhood. The nature of divine power remains largely a mystery to most. Yet Bibi Dong is convinced that such power is sufficient to bring Qin Shi Huangfeng back to life. Rather than a strong belief, it is more a source of solace, as Bibi Dong herself is uncertain of the true extent of divine strength. Grand Priest Qian Douluo slowly entered the Pope's hall, observing the expressionless Bibi Dong, and sighed, "Ah, Bibi Dong, you have worked hard. Having just advanced to title Douluo, you should seek a spirit ring. Tomorrow, I will send 2 priests to accompany you in obtaining a spirit ring. Aim for one that is 100,000 years old." Bibi Dong nodded and replied, "Very well. I have recently heard that there is a solitary 100,000-year spirit beast in the Douluo forest. We shall set out early tomorrow." Qian Douluo responded, "Excellent. I shall find 2 super Douluos to prepare immediately." Super Douluos, with strengths ranging from level 95 to 98, are formidable titled Douluos. Ordinary titled Douluos appear as mere children in the presence of super Douluos. This highlights the care Qian Douluo extends towards Bibi Dong, as she is not yet overwhelmingly powerful, merely an ordinary title Douluo. The following day, Bibi Dong, accompanied by the 2 super Douluos arranged by Qian Douluo and a contingent of Spirit Hall soldiers, marched resolutely towards the Douluo forest. These 2 priests, both possessing level 96 spirit power, are brothers with the same martial spirit dragon staff, a weapon-type spirit. They ranked 6th and 7th in the priesthood, known as Qianjun and Jiangmo, respectively. As they ventured deeper into the Douluo forest, Qianjun Douluo slightly bowed and addressed Bibi Dong, "Reporting to your holiness, we have discovered a rabbit ahead. It is the solitary 100,000-year spirit beast softbone rabbit." Bibi Dong nodded slightly and gestured for the army to encircle, ensuring the spirit beast could not escape. A 100,000-year spirit beast is a treasure trove. It not only drops a red 100,000-year spirit ring, but is also guaranteed to yield a soul bone. Soul bones, even more precious than spirit rings, can provide skills and enhance physical constitution, allowing the body to absorb higher quality spirit rings. As the encirclement was completed, the softbone rabbit remained oblivious to the impending danger. Bibi Dong approached alongside Qianjun Douluo and Jiangmo Da. The softbone rabbit spoke, "Human, what do you intend to do?" Its voice was melodious, exuding a sense of tranquility. This was the innate charm ability of the softbone rabbit. Bibi Dong flicked her head and fixed her gaze upon the softbone rabbit, saying, "If it were solely up to me, I would indeed be no match for you. Alas, regardless of the type of soul beast, as long as it exceeds 10,000 years, any soul master can absorb a soul ring, provided their body permits it, and will consequently acquire a suitable soul skill. Moreover, you would be bestowing upon me a soul bone. Pray tell, what purpose do I serve here?" The soft-bone rabbit, filled with indignation, retorted, "Humph! You humans are insatiably greedy. Even in death, I shall not grant you any ease." Seemingly perceiving the inner thoughts of the soft-bone rabbit, the demon hunter, chuckled coldly. "Do not entertain notions of self-detonation. Our spirit hall possesses a toxic powder that prevents your kind from exploding, so it would be prudent for you to surrender willingly, lest we be compelled to act." Realizing that self-detonation was indeed not an option, the soft-bone rabbit's fury intensified. "Despicable, wretched beings." The thousand-gene smiled slightly, baring his teeth. "Behold, a set of pristine white teeth. How could one claim I am toothless?" Bibi Dong interrupted the conversation, urging, "Hurry, act swiftly. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes. Soul beasts are quite united. the domain of the god of killing. A power Bibi Dong acquired over the past 3 years became her singular focus during that time, to grow stronger and ascend to divinity. Her progress was remarkable, fortifying her allies' resolve while unsettling the minds of her adversaries, thereby diminishing their strength. Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo nodded and charged forward. The soft-bone rabbit was inherently inept at combat, and its strength was merely slightly superior to that of Bibi Dong without the 9th spirit ring, rendering it no match for the two formidable Douluo, especially since they were brothers with a profound connection. Soon, the soft-bone rabbit was defeated. A crimson spirit ring emanating from its lifeless form, alongside a spirit bone discovered from its remains. Indeed, a spirit ring and spirit bone that were nearly 200,000 years old. How delightful. Half a day later, Bibi Dong and her entourage set forth on their journey back to the spirit hall, leaving behind a cold corpse. La 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 ha ha ha. How amusing it is outside. Humanity is such an entertaining spectacle. I must be 3 years old now. A little girl wandered through the Douluo forest, devoid of any fear. She approached the corpse of the soft-bone rabbit, momentarily transfixed by the small pool of blood. Ha ha ha, Mommy, are you tired? Please wake up and see little Wu. Woefully, Mommy, wah. Her cries echoed loudly, attracting numerous soul beasts. A colossal ape rushed over, speaking in human tongue. What is the matter, little Wu? The little girl remained silent, continuing to weep yet resolutely determined to avenge her mother. Chapter 3. Xin Shaoi Wawa. Just as Bibi Dong and her party were about to exit the Douluo forest, the sound of an infant's wailing reached their ears, causing Bibi Dong to furrow her brow. Qianjun Douluo, go investigate. Is it a transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast? Indeed. Acknowledging Bibi Dong's command, Qianjun Douluo responded and proceeded toward the source of the sound. Shortly thereafter, Qianjun Douluo returned, cradling an infant, and reported, Your Holiness, it is an abandoned child, devoid of any aura of a soul beast, not a transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast. Of course, if it were a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human, it would undoubtedly be accompanied by other powerful guardians. It would be impossible for it to venture forth alone. Without even glancing, Bibi Dong coldly ordered, Kill it. Since it is not a 100,000-year soul beast, it holds no value. What use is there in keeping it? Qianjun Douluo was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of the Pope's cold-heartedness, yet he never anticipated she could be so ruthless as to disregard an infant simply because its cries disturbed her. Bibi Dong, sensing Qianjun Douluo's hesitation, contemplated taking matters into her own hands. However, upon seeing the child, she found herself frozen. The resemblance between the infant and her late husband, Qianshu and Feng, was striking. Perhaps as the child grew, the likeness would become even more pronounced. Feng, have you returned to me because you could not bear to part? Bibi Dong mused as she cradled the child. Curiously, the previously wailing infant suddenly calmed, gazing up at her and breaking into a smile, emitting sounds that distinctly echoed the call of Mama. A smile graced Bibi Dong's lips for the first time since Qianshu and Feng's death. Bring forth the finest provisions for the young master. From this moment onward, he shall be regarded as my son. This proclamation left Qianjun Douluo utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, she had been prepared to end the child's life, yet now he was to be her son? Such a remarkable twist. The infant seemed overwhelmed, and the expressions of the spirit hall members varied, each lost in their thoughts. Though they pondered, none dared to challenge Bibi Dong's decree. For those who had previously done so had mysteriously vanished. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Bibi Dong remained in high spirits, leaving Qian Douluo in a state of confusion. He began to question whether Bibi Dong had lost her senses. However, as he gazed at the child in her arms, who bore a striking resemblance to Qianshu and Feng, he too chuckled. Ah, how reminiscent this is of when I brought Feng back. Truly, he resembles Feng. 6 years later, within the Pope's chamber of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong's voice resonated. Soon you shall undergo your martial soul awakening. Prepare yourself. Mother, what is martial soul awakening? And why today? I still wish to play with my sister. Came the boy's innocent voice. Dressed in finery and beaming with joy, he was sprawled across Bibi Dong, seeking her affection. Bibi Dong gently stroked the small head of her 6-year-old son, smiling tenderly. Silly boy, is there ever a wrong time to play with your sister? Here on the Douluo continent, martial soul awakening is a significant event. It marks the emergence of one's martial soul, a pivotal moment in a child's life that could lead to soaring success or a dramatic fall. But fret not, my dear ear, regardless of what martial soul you awaken. I shall never reject you. I will always protect you. The little boy chimed. Hee hee, Ear will surely be a genius. Bibi Dong laughed softly. Indeed. Eo will undoubtedly be a genius. Children typically awaken their martial souls at the age of 6, though there are exceptions, some awaken upon birth. Your sister's martial soul is the six-winged angel, a supreme martial soul bestowed upon her by your father's nemesis. But rest assured, I have avenged him. Father's nemesis? Mother killed him? Bibi Dong nodded yes. Now, let us not dwell on that. Prepare yourself. All right. Qian Xiaoyi nodded in acknowledgement and departed, leaving Bibi Dong to sit alone, gazing at his receding figure while murmuring softly, Fengge, this child resembles you so closely. His kindness mirrors yours, and they share a striking resemblance. These past 6 years have truly brought me joy. Wait for me. Soon, we shall meet again. Over the course of those 6 years, Bibi Dong had smiled more and taken fewer lives, her ambitions having diminished substantially, all thanks to the arrival of Qian Xiaoyi. Initially, her interest in him stemmed from his resemblance to Qian Xuanfeng, yet as the years unfolded, she found herself genuinely fond of this obedient and sensible child. After a considerable time, Bibi Dong led Qian Xiaoyi to the Hall of Spirits, the sacred place of spirit awakening. With an expression devoid of emotion, she guided the 6-year-old boy into the awakening chamber. A middle-aged man, with a tone of deference, spoke softly, Your Holiness, you have graced us with your presence. Although Bibi Dong had exhibited a degree of understanding over the past 6 years, it was merely relative. No one had forgotten the ruthless method she employed to secure her position as Pope. Bibi Dong maintained her impassive demeanor as she stated, I have come to facilitate my son's spirit awakening. Prepare at once. Do not waste time. Chapter 4. Spirit Awakening. It was not that Bibi Dong was incapable of awakening Qian Xiaoyi's spirit. Her sole intention was to satisfy his curiosity. Beads of cold sweat appeared on the middle-aged man's forehead as he hurriedly responded, Yes. Those in line, step aside. The son of the Pope is to awaken his spirit. Those who are sensible, do so. Wait. Before the middle-aged man could finish his sentence, a youthful voice piped up. The man's cold sweat drenched his clothing instantly. Don't be reckless. If you wish to perish, do not involve me. The middle-aged man exclaimed, Silence. I am speaking. It is His Highness. The menacing gaze of Bibi Dong sent chills down his spine. Although this prince was not her biological son, the Pope held him in even greater affection than her own daughter. To accompany a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger. Qian Xiaoyi remarked, Here, everyone is equal, including myself. We can simply wait a while. After all, I am not in a hurry. Mother, is that all right? What began as a rather serious statement gradually transformed into a playful plea. Bibi Dong smiled and gently ruffled Qian Xiaoyi's hair, saying, Listen to my son. Indeed. After enduring a lengthy wait, it was finally Qian Xiaoyi's turn. An elderly gentleman approached and bowed to Bibi Dong, addressing her as Your Holiness. We may commence. Bibi Dong remained silent, merely nodding to indicate the initiation. This elder, an esteemed soul Douluo of the 86th rank, held the highest position within the awakening hall of the Spirit Hall. Yet, even before the Pope, he maintained a posture of humility. The elder extended his hand, palm directed toward Qian Xiaoyi, as a steady stream of soul power flowed forth. The awakening of a martial spirit involves channeling soul power to stimulate a child's martial spirit, facilitating its emergence. However, this process can temporarily affect the child's physique, and children under the age of 6 often face challenges in awakening due to their undeveloped meridians. Thus, the awakening is ideally conducted at the age of 6 to prevent any physical discomfort. Buzz. A gentle hum resonated from Qian Xiaoyi, and soon, the palm of her left hand began to emit a radiant glow. Qian Xiaoyi raised her palm, with the center facing upwards, and beheld the source of the radiant light. It was a mark, known as the Soul Seal. Though the original text does not mention the Soul Seal, it has appeared in the manga, and I have included it here for clarity. The Soul Seal serves as a symbol of the martial spirit. Each distinct martial spirit corresponds to a unique and unparalleled soul seal. In the center of Qian Xiaoyi's left palm lay a soul imprint resembling a ghastly visage. Gazing at this spectral countenance, a torrent of bewilderment surged within him, akin to 1,000 long-necked alpacas racing past. Good grief. I awaken a martial soul. And what do I get? A ghostly face? Surely, this is not a ploy to render me endearing. Fortunately, there are not many onlookers. Otherwise, I would be utterly mortified. Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation, while the elderly tester wore an expression akin to one who had just tasted something foul. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. With an awkward chuckle, He addressed the prince. Ah, your highness, please take this crystal orb and ascertain your soul power. Since you have just awakened your martial soul, your soul power will range from level 0 to level 10, commonly referred to as innate soul power. Qian Shaoi took the crystal ball in hand, activating his martial soul. However, the crystal ball showed no response, causing the corners of Qian Shaoi's mouth to twitch in disbelief. Could it be true? Was his mother's intuition so accurate? It appeared that his fortunes had indeed plummeted. The elder grew increasingly uncomfortable, his fear mounting that the esteemed pope before him might, in a fit of rage, strike him down with a single blow. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound captured everyone's attention. All eyes turned toward the source of the noise, the very crystal ball that filled Qian Shaoi with both anger and resentment, now marred with numerous fissures. Bang! In a fit of anger, Qian Shaoi shattered the crystal ball upon the ground. Woe is me, mother. That crystal ball tormented me. Please, do not abandon Ir. Qian Shaoi clung to Bibi Dong with an unwavering grip, terrified of being forsaken. The petite frame of Qian Shaoi stirred the dazed Bibi Dong, who smiled and said, "All right, Ir. Let us return home." With a soft whimper, Qian Shaoi continued to weep, yet managed to respond affirmatively. He bid farewell to the elderly man and walked out alongside Bibi Dong, leaving the unsettled old man behind. Alas, what a pity. Such a polite child is hard to come by these days. He holds a high position, yet remains so humble. He truly resembles the esteemed Xuanfeng Douluo. No wonder he is so endearing. The elder mused as he gazed thoughtfully at the shattered remnants of the crystal ball, suddenly enlightened. He smiled and proceeded to register the name Qian Shaoi within the spirit hall. Only those with an innate soul power exceeding level 5 are eligible to have their names recorded in the awakening hall. Upon returning home, Bibiong comforted Qian Shaoi, saying, "Ir, do not cry. Everything will be all right." Qian Shaoi continued to weep. "Mom, I dislike this martial spirit. I prefer another." Bibi Dong chuckled softly, tenderly stroking his little head. "Regardless of your feelings, the martial spirit cannot be altered. It's quite all right. If you don't like it, we simply won't use it. I shall care for you all your life." At this, Qian Shaoi appeared bewildered, gazing up at Bibi Dong with innocent eyes. "Mother, you misunderstood. I meant that I do not wish to use this grotesque martial spirit, but rather another." Bibi Dong gently tapped Qian Shaoi's head. "Silly child, did you not say another? Do you possess a different martial spirit?" Qian Shaoi nodded silently, extending his right hand, revealing a soul imprint resembling a sword upon his palm. Gradually, a sword materialized from his right hand, as if it were sprouting directly from his very being. The blade was adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to flow and shift in color, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Chapter 5. The Sword of Judgment. Bibi Dong gazed at the sword in Qian Shaoi's right hand, her composure shattering. "A sword? Your martial soul is also a sword? Dual martial souls? I knew it. Such unprecedented martial souls must possess remarkable rank." Qian Shaoi remarked, "Twin martial souls? They seem formidable. By the way, mother, what is Father's martial soul?" Bibi Dong smiled, gazing at the sky. "His martial soul, much like yours, is a sword, known as the soul-cutting sword. Ir. A twin martial soul signifies that an individual possesses two martial souls, with innate full soul power awakening at the 10th level. Any soul master with twin martial souls must inherently have full innate soul power, which means you are a genius among geniuses." Qian Shaoi, in a daze, asked, "Why did the crystal ball shatter? Does it not look down upon me?" Bibi Dong responded with a hearty laugh. "My dear Shaoi, do you not realize? When your sister Qian Rinxue awakened her martial soul, the crystal ball shattered. Yet, the final measurement of her soul power was, would you believe it, 20. When you were tested, the crystal ball merely cracked, indicating that your soul power is likely below 20, but certainly above 10. Qian Shaoi, feeling wronged, lamented. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me cry, you wretched mother." Bibi Dong, instead of being angry, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, if I had told you. How could I have witnessed my precious darling in tears?" Qian Shaoi felt even more grieved. Mama is bullying me. I won't be good with Mama anymore." Bibi Dong suppressed a laugh and said, all right, Mama was wrong. Can you forgive Mama, Shaoi?" Qian Shaoi's eyes glimmered with mischief as she remarked, "If you tell me what your martial spirit is, I shall forgive you." Bibi Dong's expression changed, revealing a hint of discomfort as she replied, "Shaoi, could we perhaps choose another topic? My martial spirit is rather unsightly and may frighten you." Qian Shaoi persisted, "No, Mama is so beautiful. How could she be ugly?" "Mama is lying." Bibi Dong replied, "Mama is not lying. After the manifestation of my martial spirit, I truly became quite unattractive. Qian Xiaoyi shook her head gently, resolutely stating, "It's all right, Mama. No matter how unattractive you may seem, you will always be my mother, and I love you most dearly." As she listened to Qian Xiaoyi's words, Bibi Dong's eyes brimmed with tears, drawing her into a reverie. Once, Qian Xuanfeng had uttered similar sentiments, declaring, "No matter how you may appear, you are still my wife, and I shall love you regardless." Unbeknownst to herself, Bibi Dong wept silently. Observing her mother's tears, Qian Xiaoyi assumed Bibi Dong was in distress and said, "Mama, please don't cry. If it troubles you, I shall look away." "I apologize, Mama." Upon hearing Qian Xiaoyi's voice, Bibi Dong regained her composure and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing, my dear. I do not blame you. It's merely that I was reminded of some memories. You wish to see your mother's martial spirit, didn't you? Allow me to reveal it, but please do not find it unappealing." With that, she invoked her martial spirit. Martial spirits are categorized into weapon spirits and beast spirits, with the latter possessing the unique ability of manifestation. Bibi Dong's body shifted, and as she bent forward, a dark purple shell rapidly enveloped her, transforming her into a colossal spider. With trepidation, Bibi Dong lifted her gaze towards Qian Xiaoyi, eager to discern his true feelings. Qian Xiaoyi furrowed her brows and remarked, "Indeed, it is quite unsightly." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong lowered her head, feeling a mixture of sadness and the urge to weep. Qian Xiaoyi wore a triumphant smile, yet Bibi Dong, with her head lowered, remained oblivious to it. Qian Xiaoyi approached Bibi Dong and said, "Mother, you are quite unattractive. However, I still love you the most." Bibi Dong smiled with a sense of satisfaction. "You little rascal. How dare you tease your mother?" Qian Xiaoyi, somewhat unconvinced, blinked her eyes and exclaimed, "Humph. Who made you cry? I am merely returning the favor." With that, she clung to one of Bibi Dong's spider legs. The previously smiling Bibi Dong's expression changed drastically, and she hastily retracted her martial soul manifestation. It is crucial to note that once Bibi Dong's martial soul was activated, she became a vessel of lethal poison. If Qian Xiaoyi were to encounter danger, Bibi Dong would never forgive herself for eternity. Xiaoyi, are you all right? Mother will help you detoxify immediately." "Someone, come quickly," Bibi Dong asked anxiously. Qian Xiaoyi scratched his head and said with a naive expression, "It's nothing. What could possibly be wrong? What poison to? What's the matter, mother?" Bibi Dong was taken aback. How could there be no poisoning? Upon careful inspection, she was astonished to find that indeed, everything was fine. Qian Xiaoyi tilted her head in astonishment and inquired, "What is happening? Your Holiness, what are your commands?" A soldier from the spirit hall entered, half kneeling on the ground, and spoke. Bibi Dong waved her hand dismissively. "It's nothing. You may leave." "Yes." Bibi Dong gazed at Qian Xiaoyi with a look of curiosity, only to be drawn once again by the radiance emanating from the palm of Qian Xiaoyi's left hand. Chapter 6. The Eight-Winged Demon. Is it that ghostly face? Can this spirit truly render me immune to my poison? Soon after, Bibi Dong made a startling discovery. The ghostly face transformed, gradually morphing into a fearsome visage, becoming a true demon. Typically, Bibi Dong exclaimed with excitement, "Ear, you must proceed with your spirit possession." Qian Xiaoyi awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I don't know how." Bibi Dong's lips twitched slightly as she replied, "Just use your soul power to stimulate it." Qian Xiaoyi acquiesced with a word, sensing the soul mark. With a resounding shout, he declared, "Martial soul manifestation." A brilliant light emanated from the palm of his left hand, startling Qian Xiaoyi into swiftly closing his eyes. Then, two horns sprouted from his head, and his originally short black hair rapidly transformed into flowing red locks. 8 black wings unfurled from his back. Qian Xiaoyi slowly opened her eyes and gazed at her hands. "Wow, this is so much fun. This soul mark is no longer a ghostly visage. How imposing. I quite like it." Hee. Bibi Dong remarked, "Ear, the name of your martial soul will be imprinted in your mind upon awakening. Let us see what it is called." Qian Xiaoyi remarked, "Indeed. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. That sword is called the Sword of Judgment, and that ghastly visage, no. It should now be referred to as the Eight-Winged Demon, bears a resemblance to Sister Schwerer's martial soul." Bibi Dong chuckled, "Very well. Ear, you are a prodigy. Remember to dedicate yourself to your training from now on. Do you understand?" Qian Xiaoyi responded with a simple, "Understood." "Mother, may I go visit Sister Schwer?" Bibi Dong's lips twitched as she supported her forehead, replying, "You just promised me to focus on your training. Well, go ahead. Oh, by the way, Please bring your grandfather along. Goodbye, mother. Watching Qian Shaoi dash out, Bibi Dong thought to herself, this child is far too playful. It is my indulgence that has led to this. She chuckled softly, but who can resist pampering him? Qian Shaoi arrived at the entrance of the worship hall, nodded slightly to the guard, and stepped inside. Upon seeing Qian Douluo seated with closed eyes in the hall, she spoke, Grandfather. Mother would like you to pay her a visit. Oh, where is sister? Qian Douluo opened his eyes, revealing a rare smile. Oh, my dear grandson has come to visit his grandfather? No, wait, you are here to see your sister. Humph. Grandfather is not pleased. Oh dear. Grandfather, Ia misses you too. Qian Shaoi replied with a chuckle, planting a kiss on Qian Daolia's cheek, leaving him with a face adorned with drool. Qian Douluo exhibited no disdain, merely wearing a foolish grin. Go ahead. Your sister is cultivating inside. I shall visit your mother first. Since Qian Shaoi was taken in, apart from being provided with food and clothing, he has never exhibited the airs of nobility, nor has he ever looked down upon anyone. Consequently, he is cherished by all, including the servants who hold him in great affection. Qian Shaoi entered Qian Rushue's room and beheld a young woman immersed in her cultivation. Aware that disturbing someone during their practice is a grave transgression, he quietly seated himself across from the little girl, remaining utterly silent. The girl, Qian Rushue, possessed waist-length golden hair, a delicate visage, and skin as soft as petals, adorned in a white dress that accentuated her graceful figure, rendering her extraordinarily charming. It was not that Qian Shaoi shunned the company of other children. Rather, upon seeing him, they would flee in fear of incurring his displeasure. Consequently, over time, Qian Rushue became the sole companion with whom Qian Shaoi could engage in play. As Qian Shaoi just took a seat before Qian Rushue, she spoke up. Ah, you've arrived. Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback. Sister, are you aware of my presence? Were you not engaged in meditation? Qian Rushue coldly remarked, Humph. It is merely the sensation of something bothersome. Meditation is a widely practiced method of cultivation along the path of spiritual development. One must close their eyes, calm their heart, and still their breath to achieve true meditation. Meanwhile, in the papal palace, Qian Douluo inquired, What brings you here, your holiness? Bibi Dong, with a stern expression, replied, Today, I witnessed Ear undergo his soul awakening. He possesses innate soul power akin to Shuer, yet unlike her, Eo is endowed with twin martial souls. Twin martial souls? Just like you? Qian Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Bibi Dong nodded affirmatively, indeed. Alas, I have named him Shao Yi, wishing for him to lead a life of ease. But now, Qian Douluo inquired, What is a martial soul? There are martial souls that have never appeared before, named the Sword of Judgment and the Eight-Winged Demon. However, Ear is likely unaware that the Eight-Winged Demon cannot be utilized. Cannot be utilized? What does that mean? Bai Dong shook her head, expressing her concern. I am not entirely certain either. That martial soul is quite unique. It does not respond to Ear's command, and I cannot discern whether this is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 7. The Hunt for Soul Beasts in the Room of Qian Rengshu. Qian Shaoi sighed, Sister, do you still despise me? Each time we are in the presence of others, you treat me kindly, but is it merely for the sake of our mother and grandfather? I remain silent, yet your very existence has robbed me of everything. Mother and grandfather greet you with warm smiles, while they disregard me entirely. How is that fair? I am the biological child. You, a mere illegitimate child, comprehend nothing. Qian Rinxue suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed, her aura surging forth, revealing 2 yellow soul rings behind her. In the Douluo continent, soul power is categorized into tiers every 10 levels, with each tier requiring the absorption of a soul ring. Soul rings are the remnants of deceased soul beasts, and their colors signify varying strengths. The spectrum ranges from white, yellow, blue, black, to the legendary red. A white ring corresponds to a soul beast that has lived for 10 years or less, while a yellow ring indicates a century. The blue ring represents a millennium. The black ring signifies 10,000 years, and only soul beasts that have lived for 100,000 years yield a red ring. Not every soul ring can be absorbed. One must act in accordance with their own capabilities and health. Naturally, soul beasts do not wait idly to be hunted, and many have met their demise in the pursuit of capturing them. Qian Rinxue possesses 2 yellow century-old soul rings, a presence that is beyond the capability of the newly awakened Qian Shaoi to contend with. Qian Shaoi was propelled outward, crashing against the wall. How could he, with his newly awakened martial soul, possibly contend with Qian Rinxue, a formidable soul master of the second ring? Cough, cough. Sister. Qian Rushiwei gazed at Qian Xiaoyi, who had collided with the wall and lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes reflecting a tinge of compassion as she spoke. Have you come seeking a confrontation? Qian Xiaoyi stood up slowly, raising his right hand, from which a sword, the sword of judgment, gradually materialized. Do you wish to comprehend this? Come forth. Qian Rinxue activated her martial soul, revealing 6 wings behind her. Qian Xiaoyi shook her head and handed the sword of judgment to Qian Rinxue. Sister, I have just awakened my martial soul today. This is my martial soul, the sword of judgment. I understand that you harbor resentment towards me, for I have taken everything from you. You may strike me to vent your frustrations, but please refrain from using your martial soul. If I were to be severely injured, Mother would certainly notice. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth and retracted her martial soul, declaring, very well. She gazed at the judgment sword, yet hesitated to strike. Qian Xiaoyi glanced at Qian Rushua and said with a smile, in truth, my dear sister has always cared for me. Sister, you still love me. The judgment blade, raised by Qian Rinxue, transformed into luminous particles that scattered through the air. Qian Rinxue embraced Qian Xiaoyi, weeping as she lamented, oh, I am so sorry, Xiaoyi. I merely felt a sense of imbalance within my heart, and I took it out on you. Qian Xiaoyi was somewhat taken aback. He had never anticipated that his sister would actually apologize. Soon after, a smile spread across his face as he gently patted Qian Wanxue on the back. Sister, it's all right, for I love you too. Xiaoyi had always cherished his sister. In truth, the differing attitudes of sister, mother, and grandfather towards us stem from their varied expectations of us. Qian Rinxue pushed Qian Xiaoyi aside and inquired, what do you mean? Qian Xiaoyi remarked, you possess a 6-winged angel martial soul, akin to my grandfather's. With an innate soul power of level 20, where will your journey ultimately lead? No one can say for certain. The so-called gentle abode and the hero's grave demand a certain severity from you. As for me, being playful. My mother harbors no expectations for me, thus she is not strict at all. Today, my martial soul has awakened. I too am a genius. In the future, I shall diligently cultivate, so that my sister may bear less burden. Tears streamed down Qian Rinxue's face as she wept, her head resting on Qian Xiaoyi's chest. Sister, from this moment on, allow me to be your protector. I shall be your sounding board and your shield. You can turn to me for anything, Qian Xiaoyi comforted her. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, a faint white light emanated from Qian Rinxue, while a dark aura surrounded Qian Xiaoyi, one pure, the other sinister. The following day, in the spirit hall, Bibi Dong addressed Qian Xiaoyi, saying, the advantage of possessing dual spirits is that you can attain double the soul rings of an ordinary soul master. The optimal path for cultivation is to first develop one of your spirits. Although your second spirit currently lacks any soul rings, the potential to bear rings of ancient years remains unchanged. Thus, upon reaching the rank of title Douluo, your second spirit could potentially be adorned with soul rings of 100,000 years. Therefore, you must now decide which will be your second spirit, the Judgment Sword or the 8-winged demon. To give it careful thought, Qian Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment and said, I wish to have the 8-winged demon as my second martial soul, though I harbor no fondness for it. Furthermore, for reasons unknown, I find myself unable to wield this martial soul. The Judgment Sword, on the other hand, is far more suited for my development. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed to the Sunset Forest, where you shall obtain your first martial soul, the Judgment Sword, along with its first spirit ring. She commanded, summon the attendants. I shall accompany my son to the Sunset Forest. Yes, the Sunset Forest, renowned throughout the Douluo continent, is teeming with spirit beasts, unlike the monotonous Star Do Forest, which is merely a sea of trees. This place boasts vast grasslands, serene lakes, and more. Bibi Dong brought only a few companions on this expedition, yet finding a century-old spirit beast would suffice. Naturally, she would not select just any century-old beast. As the Pope, Bibi Dong would ensure her son received nothing but the best. After half a day's deliberation, they finally settled on a 500-year-old blood-pupiled, sword-toothed tiger. Typically, a spirit master's first spirit ring should not exceed 400 years. But Qian Xiaoyi's second martial soul, the 8-winged demon, had enhanced his physical capabilities, allowing him to barely absorb a 500-year spirit ring. Originally, Bibi Dong was reluctant to let Qian Xiaoyi take such a risk, for many had attempted to absorb spirit rings beyond their means, only to meet their demise. It was only after Qian Xiaoyi assured her that he could handle it that she reluctantly acquiesced. The blood-pupiled, sword-toothed tiger, with its crimson eyes and towering stature surpassing that of an adult, appeared formidable. Its primary means of attack lay in its sharp fangs, and its robust limbs showcased impressive strength. Bibi Dong spoke calmly. "Is this creature suitable, my son?" Qian Xiaoyi nodded, expressing his approval. "It feels perfectly suited for me, as its name contains the character for sword." Bibi Dong, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "Are you certain that just because it bears the character for sword, it is appropriate for you? Surely, you jest." She called out, "Bring it here." "Wait, mother, I wish to try it myself," Qian Xiaoyi interjected calmly. Chapter 8. The first soul ring once again, Qian Xiaoyi asserted. "I wish to try it myself." Without a moment's hesitation, Bibi Dong rejected the notion. Listen to me. It is already quite commendable that I have consented to allow you to absorb a 500-year-old soul ring, but engaging it in a one-on-one confrontation is out of the question. Furthermore, the blood-eyed sword-toothed tiger is a formidable opponent among its peers. Observing the unwavering determination etched on Bibi Dong's face, Qian Xiaoyi shook his head. "Mother, even with an excellent soul ring configuration, without practical combat experience, I cannot safeguard myself, let alone protect you. So please, allow me this opportunity. Besides, you will be there to assist me, right? A century-old soul beast is not too daunting." Bibi Dong sighed. "Well, very well. Just be cautious." The members of the spirit hall encircled the blood-eyed, sword-toothed tiger, surrounding it without intent to kill. The beast, having been battered from side to side, was no longer at its peak combat strength. As they observed the 6-year-old Qian Xiaoyi approach with fierce determination, it was evident that such a soul beast, at this age, lacked independent consciousness and thus did not comprehend the concept of fleeing. Indeed, it was incapable of escape. Bibi Dong signaled for a space to be cleared, and Qian Xiaoyi stepped into the arena. In Qian Xiaoyi's hand appeared a sword, the sword of judgment, as if preordained. Both the man and the tiger surged towards each other simultaneously. Qian Xiaoyi understood that century-old soul beasts fought solely driven by instinct, devoid of any strategy. Nevertheless, one could not afford to be careless. Raising the sword of judgment, he struck downward with force, while the blood-eyed sword-toothed tiger raised its paw in response. The clash produced a sound akin to steel colliding, resonating through the air, as the tiger lunged to bite Qian Xiaoyi, who skillfully evaded its attack. Qian Xiaoyi furrowed her brow. Now that she was aware that your claws and teeth could contend with the sword of judgment, she resolved to evade your fangs and talons. Seeking another opportunity, Bibi Dong watched anxiously as Qian Xiaoyi dodged and weaved, her palms already slick with cold sweat, her gaze fixed intently on the unfolding battle, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. In truth, there was no need for such alarm. In a confrontation of this caliber, not only could she, as a titled Douluo, intervene, but even a sole master of the fourth ring could provide timely assistance. It could only be said that Bibi Dong was flustered by her concern. Qian Xiaoyi evaded the attacks of the blood-eyed, saber-toothed tiger, narrowly escaping each time, bearing several scratches that rendered him quite disheveled. Suddenly, the blood-eyed, saber-toothed tiger lunged at Qian Xiaoyi. With a powerful leap and a swift crouch, Qian Xiaoyi watched as the tiger soared over his head. Seizing the opportunity, he brandished the judgment sword and thrust it into the creature's flank. With a sickening sound, the sword embedded itself in the tiger's waist. But Qian Xiaoyi was simultaneously kicked away by its hind leg. Coughing and gasping for breath, he was relieved to be in a semi-formed state. Otherwise, he would have truly been no match for such a formidable opponent. Truly, it was a paragon among soul beasts of 500 years. Yet, for the sake of my soul ring, it was worth it. The blood-eyed, saber-toothed tiger lay on the ground, convulsing, clearly not yet lifeless, with the judgment sword still lodged in its side. The members of the spirit hall nearby gasped in astonishment. As expected of the young master, he is truly remarkable. If it were me, I would have perished long ago. Indeed, even though the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger is not in its complete form, it should not be underestimated. Back when I was at level 10, I was chased around by a century-old soul beast, saved only by my father's intervention. Who would have thought the young master could single-handedly slay this 500-year soul beast, one of such noble bloodline? Please, how can you even compare yourself to His Highness? The members of the spirit hall exchanged lively banter. This time, the usually stern Bibi Dong did not intervene. Had she not been the Pope, she would have joined in the praise, feeling quite pleased. Observing the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger's resentful gaze and its pitiful, bleeding form, Qian Xiaoyi felt a pang of compassion and guilt. Pulling out the judgment sword, he spoke softly, I apologize for disturbing your life. But in order to survive on this perilous Douluo continent, and to protect my mother and sister, I must acquire your strength. Qian Shaoi brought an end to the life of the blood-eyed saber-toothed tiger, and from its body, a vibrant yellow soul ring began to materialize, pulsating with concentrated energy. Qian Shaoi suppressed the urge to retch, seated himself, and took a deep breath, recalling the method of soul ring absorption taught to him by Bibi Dong, meditation. Using the judgment, sword martial spirit to guide the soul ring, regardless of the individual. The technique for assimilating a soul ring remains consistent. One must employ their martial spirit to draw in the soul ring, subsequently absorbing it into the body, and then digesting the soul power contained within the ring. The yellow soul ring enveloped the judgment sword in Qian Shaoi's grasp, and he sensed a surge of pressure. The energy from the soul ring flowed into the judgment sword, then from the sword into Qian Shaoi's body, where it was digested. However, the pace of digestion lagged far behind that of absorption. Gradually, Qian Shaoi began to experience pain, an agonizing sensation that felt as if his entire being were tearing apart. Qian Shaoi gritted his teeth as cold sweat trickled down, dripping onto the ground, a testament to his profound suffering. Bibi Dong, feeling a twinge of compassion and regret, realized that she should not have acquiesced to Qian Shaoi's request. Had she opted for a soul beast of a lesser age, his torment would have been significantly alleviated. The 500-year-old soul ring had already surpassed the threshold that a soul master could safely absorb for their first soul ring, rivaling the age of many soul masters' second and third rings. Bibi Dong found herself powerless. If a soul master were interrupted during the absorption of a soul ring, the consequences could be fatal or grievous. At this juncture, all she could do was pray. The energy of the soul ring had been completely absorbed, and it was merely a matter of digesting the energy within his body to complete the process. After what felt like an eternity, Qian Shaoi finally stood, having successfully absorbed the soul ring. A wave of gratitude washed over him as he glanced at the members of the spirit hall, ultimately focusing on Bibi Dong, whose eyes were already red, a clear indication of her anxiety and excitement. "Mother, I did it." Bibi Dong rushed forward, embracing Qian Shaoi with a voice tinged with tears, saying, "Dear, you scared your mother to death. From now on, do not undertake endeavors without certainty, understand?" Qian Shaoi nodded, though what he truly thought in his heart remained known only to himself. Chapter 9. The External Soul Bone. As he walked on the path home, Bibi Dong inquired, "By the way, what is your first soul skill?" Once you absorb the soul ring, you will instinctively understand the soul skill and attributes that the soul ring grants you. Qian Shaoi did not conceal anything. The sword of judgment appeared in his grasp, accompanied by a halo of yellow soul rings. "This soul skill is called Sword Qi," he explained. With a flourish, he swung the sword of judgment, and a flash of sword light darted forth, cleaving the trees it touched into two segments. He unleashed the sharp sword Qi, enabling long-range attacks. Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. Ordinarily, the first soul ring pertains to minor applications of the martial soul, yet this sword Qi was extraordinarily potent. The members of the spirit hall gaped in astonishment. "Hey, did you see that? Young Master S' first soul skill is astonishingly powerful, rivaling my third soul skill." "Huh, your third soul ring is merely a century old. It's not much of a comparison. It's remarkably sharp. As a second ring soul master, I couldn't achieve such prowess." The hushed whispers of the soldiers failed to capture Bibi Dong's attention. She remained incredulously fixated on Qian Shaoi. Meanwhile, Qian Shaoi inadvertently noticed a fleeting glimpse of a golden-haired beauty. Upon returning to the spirit hall, Bibi Dong had separated from Qian Shaoi when he awakened his martial soul. Thus he occupied a room alone. Bibi Dong retreated to her own chamber, while Qian Shaoi approached Qian Renshue, pushing the door open. Qian Renshue regarded the travel-worn Qian Shaoi and said, "You have arrived." Qian Shaoi remarked, "It seems that my sister was aware of my impending arrival." Qian Renshue shook her head and said, "I heard you have returned. I anticipated you would come by. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Qian Shaoi fell into a brief silence before articulating, "I have made the decision to depart from this place." Qian Renshue's gaze flickered momentarily as she spoke softly. "Why? Is it because of me? Is it not sufficient to be here?" Qian Shaoi shook her head and said, "Sister, your reasons are merely a fragment of the whole. The crux of the matter lies with our mother. Her excessive indulgence has hindered my growth." Although Qian Shaoi had not finished speaking, Qian Renshue had already grasped the essence of her words. With a sense of disappointment, she inquired, "Is it not possible to stay?" Qian Shaoi smiled and said, "Sister, your sense of loss proves that you still hold me in your heart. You remain that caring sister who loves her younger brother. However, I must depart, so that you may lead a better life. Yet, Qian Rinxue wished to express more, but was interrupted by Qian Xiaoi. All right, sister. It's not as if I'm not coming back. I'm merely going out to attend school. Qian Xiaoi stepped outside, leaving Qian Rinxue gazing at her brother's retreating figure. Brother, have I truly regarded you as my sibling? It is my capriciousness that has led to this, while you have consistently indulged me, this so-called sister. Soon, I shall embark on a mission, and perhaps we may never meet again. Upon returning to her chamber, Qian Xiaoi called out, "Come in." A soldier entered, kneeling on one knee. "Young master, how may I serve you? I need to investigate a matter, or rather, seek out a particular academy. This institution must be small and impoverished, otherwise they might recognize me. For the sake of safeguarding my identity, it would be prudent for it to be somewhat remote. Do you understand?" The soldier appeared somewhat troubled. "As you command. However, young master, it may take some time." Qian Xiaoi nonchalantly remarked, "It is nothing. No rush. Take your time to find the most suitable one. Anything less is unacceptable." Understood. The soldier retreated. Within the Pope's chamber in the spirit hall, a thought crossed her mind. An academy that is small, impoverished, and remote? What is Eeyore planning to do? It is so far away. What if danger arises? She resolved to inquire further about Eeyore's intentions. With that, Bibi Dong hurried to Qian Xiaoi's room. "Eeyore, what do you seek in an academy?" "Mother can teach you everything you need to know," she asked, her eyes brimming with reluctance. "Mother, what brings you here?" He replied, "Oh, I wish to venture outside, to experience the world beyond. Though the spirit hall is grand, it does not encompass the entirety of the continent. I cannot always burden you, can I?" Qian Xiaoi stated, his determination evident. Bibi Dong, on the verge of expressing her thoughts, was interrupted as Qian Douluo entered the room. "Your Holiness, strength is never cultivated within the comforts of a cradle. You may desire an easy life for him, but have you considered listening to his aspirations?" Bibi Dong gazed at Qian Xiaoi with sadness. "Ah, Eeyore, do as you see fit." Qian Xiaoi embraced Bibi Dong, who was only half his height. Thus he could only wrap his arms around her legs. "Mother, it will take a considerable amount of time to find such an academy," he exclaimed. "Moreover, Eeyore will frequently return to visit you." "Indeed, Mother, it's not like I am leaving immediately. I still have years to wait." Bibi Dong nodded as she stepped outside. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, 2 trails of tears marked her face. The following day, Qian Xiaoi gazed at his left hand, now entirely enveloped in a white, bony substance. With his fingers transformed into sharp blades, he swung his hand towards the ground, and 5 deep gashes appeared on the earth. This seems quite impressive. I should inquire with Mother about what this is. Just then, Bibi Dong, having completed her tasks, noticed Qian Xiaoi's arrival. Qian Xiaoi extended his left hand and inquired, "Mother, what is this?" "It appeared after I absorbed the soul ring. How can I remove it? Otherwise, I shall become a monster." Bibi Dong stared blankly at Qian Xiaoi's left hand, contemplating the external soul bone. Qian Xiaoi tilted her neck and inquired, "What exactly is an external soul bone?" The external soul bone is an exceptionally rare entity, typically produced only by soul beasts of noble lineage. It appears that the blood-eye saber-toothed tiger is quite extraordinary. Let us first discuss soul bones. Soul bones are a remarkably unique phenomenon. Much like soul rings, they originate from soul beasts and share the same age attributes. However, they differ significantly from soul rings. Firstly, the probability of encountering a soul bone is merely 1 in 1,000 or even lower. Generally, only soul beasts of immense power, which experience extraordinary circumstances upon their demise, have the potential to yield soul bones after death. Unlike soul rings, which can be found on every soul beast, soul bones are exceedingly rare and highly cherished. Another distinction between soul bones and soul rings is that soul bones do not require the killer of the soul beast to be the one who can utilize them. They can be extracted from the carcass of the soul beast. The absorption of a soul bone can greatly enhance a soul master's physical constitution, allowing them to assimilate soul rings of a higher age. Attributes such as attack, speed, and strength will all be augmented, effectively providing the soul master with the constant presence of an auxiliary soul master by their side. A soul master can only absorb soul bones from the 4 limbs, head, and torso, which means that an individual can typically assimilate up to 6 soul bones, akin to the way a soul master can absorb 9 soul rings. Qian Xiaoi was taken aback. "Is this a bone from my left arm?" Bibi Dong shook her head once more, responding with patience, "No. What you possess is an external soul bone. External soul bones are a remarkable phenomenon, a unique existence beyond the 6 primary categories of soul bones. The most extraordinary aspect is their capacity to evolve in tandem with the absorption of soul rings, also bestowing upon you a distinctive soul skill. If the probability of a regular soul bone manifesting from a soul beast is a mere 1 in 1,000, the likelihood of an external soul bone appearing is even less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the prerequisite for absorbing an external soul bone is that one must first absorb the soul ring dropped by the corresponding soul beast. Typically, when we refer to torso-type soul bones, we mean the rib bones. For limbs, we generally speak of arm and leg bones, while those associated with the head are typically the skull bones. However, the soul bone you have absorbed is indeed a hand bone. From my prior observations, I can confidently assert that it is an external soul bone. My dear child, do you know that within the realm of soul masters, the most coveted items are ranked in a list known as the Soul Master Dream List? Among them, external soul bones consistently hold the esteemed second position, surpassed only by the nearly mythical 100,000-year soul ring, which is considered virtually unattainable. Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, that's incredible. Ha ha ha, mother, from now on, I shall be the one to protect you." Bibiong chuckled as she affectionately ruffled his hair, saying, "There are many powerful beings on this continent. If you wish to protect me, you must strive harder. Now, let us examine the capabilities of your left palm bone." Qian Xiaoyi, filled with excitement, clenched her fist. "Crush? I can reduce everything I encounter to dust." Bibi Dong was delighted. The stronger Qian Xiaoyi became, the happier she felt. Indeed, it was time for to venture out into the world. Chapter 10. The Encounter of 1, 3, and 5 3 years later at the Spirit Hall. The 9-year-old Qian Xiaoyi was practicing her swordsmanship when she heard the sound of footsteps approaching. A soldier rushed in and knelt on one knee, reporting, "My lord, after 3 years of searching, we have finally found an academy that meets your requirements. If it weren't for the presence of a branch hall there, we would not have discovered it." Qian Xiaoyi retracted the soul judgment sword. "Oh, which academy? What is its name?" "Young master, this academy aligns perfectly with your requirements. Nestled in a remote mountain, it is quite impoverished and dilapidated, with only 3 students, making it the only institution where the number of teachers exceeds that of the students." "What is its name again?" "Ah, yes. It is called Shrek Academy." "And the quality of education?" Qian Xiaoyi inquired further. The soldier responded respectfully, "It is commendable. Every graduate is at least a soul master, and notably, they are young soul masters, destined to become high soul saints in the future. However, the admissions process is somewhat stringent." Qian Xiaoyi smiled and remarked, "A college with merely 3 students is quite remarkable. It is entirely reasonable for the admission process to be stringent." Quite impressive. May I inquire about the location of this esteemed institution?" The soldier then proceeded to disclose the address of Shrek Academy to Qian Xiaoyi. Qian Xiaoyi instructed, "Go seek out the Pope and inform him of my impending departure. I shall prepare my belongings first." "Understood." Bibi Dong entered Qian Xiaoyi's chamber, followed closely by Qian Renxue. "Sister, what brings you here?" Qian Xiaoyi inquired upon noticing Qian Renxue behind Bibi Dong. Qian Renxue remained silent, her gaze directed at Qian Xiaoyi infused with a hint of remorse and profound reluctance. "Xiaoyi, are you leaving now?" Bibi Dong inquired, her pink eyes brimming with tears. Qian Renxue, equally affected, shed tears of her own in shared sorrow. "Yes, I must depart now. Mother." "Sister, farewell." Having gathered her belongings, which consisted merely of a little money and a few garments, she prepared to leave. "Let us go. I shall accompany you personally." Her mother insisted. "Take this watch. It not only tells time, but also serves as a soul guide device." The soul guide device, a spatial apparatus, functions as a storage mechanism, requiring only the infusion of one's soul power to activate it. As she bid farewell to Qian Xiaoyi and watched her figure recede into the distance, Qian Renxue's heart was tumultuous. "It is all my fault. I am sorry, Xiaoyi. May you have a safe journey. I wonder how long it will be until we meet again." In a flurry, Bibi Dong hastened back to the Spirit Hall. "Come forth. The prince has departed. Summon a title Douluo for protection and report anything of significance to me. Under no circumstances should one intervene unless absolutely necessary. However, should anything happen to the prince, I expect to see the head of the responsible party." Meanwhile, in the Spirit Hall, within the Offering Hall, Qian Douluo opened his eyes upon hearing the reports from his subordinates. "You say Xiaoyi has left? Very well, you may go." summoned the 6th and 7th elders. Qian Rinxue wept quietly in her chamber. For today marked the first day in 6 years since her soul awakening at the tender age of 6 that she had refrained from her training. It was only now that she comprehended her deep dependence on her ever-indulgent brother. Regret washed over her as she lamented not cherishing their moments together, much like Bibi Dong. Hey, have you heard? Our esteemed Pope's son has left. Left? How did he die? Oh, the young master treated everyone equally, devoid of any arrogance. And yet he is gone. Such a waste of talent. Fool. He hasn't died. He has left to pursue his studies. Well, you could have been clearer, I thought. Meanwhile, on the journey, Qian Shaoi remained oblivious to the stir his departure had caused. A month later, a 9-year-old boy trod along a narrow path. Phew. I'm utterly exhausted. After a month of travel, I am finally nearing my destination, but this place is truly remote. I have ventured deep into the countryside. From a distance, Qian Shaoi beheld a quaint village, approximately a mile ahead. With the keen sight granted by his purple extreme demon eye, he could distinctly discern that the village comprised around 100 households, encircled by a wooden fence, seemingly erected as a safeguard against wild beasts. At the entrance of the village, a throng of people appeared to be congregating, their purpose shrouded in mystery. This is at Shrek Academy. But why are there so many people gathered here? He pondered. I must investigate. Resolutely, Qian Shaoi sprinted towards the gathering. Oh, is there someone ahead? As Qian Shaoi took a few steps, he noticed a figure ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was not a single individual but rather 2 youths. Approximately 11 or 12 years old, one male and one female. However, the girl was perched on the boy's back, creating the illusion of a solitary silhouette. I'm so tired. Brother, look over there. There's a small village. Is Shrek Academy truly located there? It appears quite dilapidated. I can hardly imagine that such an academy could produce a student like Daimubai. The girl chirped sweetly. The boy, with a hint of exasperation, replied, yes. That should indeed be Shrek Academy. If they can nurture a student like Daimubai, the academy must have its merits. The teacher summoned me here, but did not extend the invitation to you. Besides, do you truly have the right to complain about being tired? Hee, I was merely speaking on your behalf. The girl teased playfully. Listening to their conversation, Qian Shaoi stepped closer and exclaimed, oh, are you also coming to study at Shrek Academy? What a coincidence, so am I. Ha, perhaps we shall be classmates. By the way, what are your names? But it truly looks quite shabby. The boy was startled, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as he scrutinized Qian Shaoi. Who is this person? I failed to notice his arrival. Suddenly, Qian Shaoi's unexpected appearance startled the girl as well, causing her to bury her head in the boy's shoulder and scream. The boy, with his ears so close to her mouth, was momentarily stunned by the loud outburst, his vigilance towards Qian Shaoi dissipating entirely. After a brief moment, the boy shook his head. Xiao Wu, please lower your voice. My ears. The girl, named Xiao Wu, showed no awareness of the situation, retorting, Tang San, you scoundrel. Rather than admonish this frightening stranger, you choose to reprimand me. Qian Shaoi did not anticipate that her inadvertent action would startle the two individuals. She hurriedly bowed and apologized, saying, I am so sorry, elder brother and sister. I did not mean to frighten you. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu began to scrutinize the child before them. Oh no. It would be more accurate to refer to her as a mere child. This child possessed an unremarkable appearance, standing a head shorter than them, and appeared to be no older than 8 or 9 years. With her long, flowing black hair, crimson eyes, and dark red attire, she exuded an eerie charm. Oh, little one, are you here to study? You are quite small, Xiao Wu blurted out candidly. Qian Shaoi's lips twitched involuntarily. Small? In what way am I small? Tang San patted Xiao Wu and said, it's all right, little one. I am Tang San, and this is my sister, Xiao Wu. Oh, I am Xiaoi. You may call me Xiaoi. After emerging from the spirit hall, Qian Shaoi donned a human skin mask, concealing his true visage. His name had also transformed into Xiaoi, a precautionary measure to evade recognition. After all, Qian Shaoi, the son of the Pope, was a well-known figure across the continent. Being recognized would undermine the purpose of his training. The friends he made would only seek his favor due to his lineage, rather than forming genuine connections. Qian Shaoi has encountered many who sought to curry favor with him throughout his life, yet only one has truly connected with him, his sister, Qian Rinxue. Consequently, Qian Shaoi chose to conceal his identity, adopting a new face and name. Shaoi? Tang San? Xiao Wu? 1, 3, 5? Let us proceed together. It lies just ahead, declared Xiaoi, Tang San and Xiao Wu nodded in agreement and approached. As they neared the village entrance, Qian Xiaoyi sensed something amiss. A considerable crowd had gathered, primarily consisting of youths around their age, most accompanied by their parents. At the village entrance stood a table behind which sat an elderly man of over 60 years. To the astonishment of Xiao Yi, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, a somewhat tattered sign hung from a wooden archway, inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. Beneath these characters was a green emblem resembling the head of a humanoid creature, green and somewhat adorable. The elderly man at the table also wore a similar circular green badge on his chest, likely the emblem of Shrek Academy. Chapter 11. Shrek Academy, could it be? Xiao Wu exclaimed as she leapt down from Tang San's back, staring in disbelief at the sign before glancing back at Tang San, both of them taken aback. Although Xiao Yi was already aware of Shrek Academy's reputation, witnessing it firsthand still left him feeling a wave of emotion. Brother, is it possible that the master has made an error? This hardly resembles an academy. It cannot be a deception, can it? Tang San replied with a wry smile. Now that we are here, let us observe further. Xiao Yi offered reassurance, saying, since we have come, we might as well embrace it. Your teacher must have his reasons for bringing you here. I have heard that no one who graduates from Shrek Academy is weak, even in the courts of various nations. They hold positions of authority. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a flicker of surprise and began to feel somewhat reassured. After all, a soul master serving in the imperial court is at least a soul emperor. This attests to the quality of education at Shrek Academy. The faces of the parents accompanying the children reflected deep disappointment. Hee, perhaps you won't even pass the entrance examination, Xiao Yi quipped softly, having learned from the Spirit Hall that gaining admission to Shrek Academy is as challenging as graduating from it. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi's gaze did not linger long on the applicants. Instead, he focused on the front of the line, where the registration was taking place. Under the influence of his second martial soul, his vision and hearing sharpened, allowing him to discern the conversations occurring there. The elderly man seated behind the table, responsible for handling registrations, appeared lethargic. Dressed in what could be generously described as simple attire, resembling more a village elder than an academy instructor. At that moment, a young boy reached the front of the line to register. The elderly man, in a languid tone, stated, the registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Simply place them in that box. The young boy's father hastily produced 10 gold soul coins and placed them into a box constructed from several wooden planks. Extending a hand, the old man spoke. The boy obediently presented his hand before the elder, who pinched it twice, shook his head, and said, your age does not qualify. You may leave. The father, taken aback by the old man's keen discernment, quickly smiled and said, sir, my son has just celebrated his 13th birthday. Might you consider making an exception? The elder, visibly impatient, replied, an exception? Certainly. However, to qualify, one must be over 13 and reach at least level 25. Have you achieved that? Since you have not, do not impede those behind you. The boy's father protested, but our registration fee. The elder interjected, once registered, fees are non-refundable. Unable to contain his anger, the father retorted, this is clearly a scam. Refund our registration fee, or we shall not leave. Had we known that this so-called Shrek Academy was in such disrepair, we would not have come. The elder cast a glance at him, unresponsive, and coolly remarked, Mubai, someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee. Handle it. Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the ground, asserting, if you wish to reclaim your fee, then you must defeat me first, and I shall refund you double. Xiao Yi observed this scene with a sense of helplessness on his face. Dai Mubai did not waste words. He summoned his soul power, manifesting 200-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring. The overwhelming soul power generated an invisible pressure in the air, and his piercing gaze fell upon the father and son. Xiao Yi sighed, muttering, this is nothing short of extortion. Among soul masters, the number of soul rings is the ultimate authority. Witnessing Dai Mubai's 3 soul rings, including a 1,000-year ring, a rarity among soul masters, was daunting. The boy's father paled, knowing he could not contend with Dai Mubai's strength. With a resigned remark of consider us unfortunate, he swiftly took his son and departed. Dai Mubai resumed his seat, casting a chilling glance at the other youths and parents waiting to register, the threat implicit. The pressure exuded by the 3 soul rings was something ordinary individuals could hardly withstand. As the scene concluded, the line of waiting applicants dwindled by a third, likely dissuaded by the prospect of losing their money, especially given the less than flattering appearance of Shrek Academy. Another boy approached the elder, accompanied by his parents. The mother confidently placed 10 gold coins into the wooden box, and the boy dutifully extended his hand. The elder pinched his hand, his dim gaze scrutinizing the boy, and said, "Just 12 years old. Release your martial soul for me to see." The youth nodded, releasing a faint green soul power from within his being, while a century-old yellow soul ring rhythmically circled his body. The aura of this 100-year soul ring was undeniably formidable. His martial spirit manifested as a thick, elongated vine that spiraled around him. This martial spirit bore a resemblance to Tang San's blue-silver grass. However, his spirit was not grass, but rather a type of vine. Akin to Tang San's second soul ring, the ghost vine, albeit devoid of its poisonous properties. The elder shook his head and declared, "Unsatisfactory. You may leave." The boy's parents, initially brimming with confidence, were instantly struck dumb by the elder's words. His mother could not contain herself and inquired, "Why?" "My son is an outstanding student at the junior academy. Did you not notice that his soul ring is 100 years old? Few soul masters possess such a ring." The elder replied nonchalantly, "While the first soul ring is indeed 100 years, he is merely an ordinary individual." The boy's father furrowed his brow. "I do not understand your meaning." The elder, growing impatient, rose from behind the desk, addressing both the boy's parents and the queue of applicants behind them. "We only accept prodigies, not ordinary folk. Those who have not reached the second ring as a soul master by the age of 12 should not waste their gold." Chapter 12. Registration. Tang San glanced at the composed Xiao Yi, his gaze tinged with curiosity. He mused, "Another prodigy." Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from the elder. A rich crimson light bursting forth from him. A long staff adorned with intricate patterns appeared in his right hand. Most terrifyingly, 6 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, their dazzling brilliance capturing the attention of all present. The colors of the 6 soul rings were 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. This elder, who appeared to be an ordinary farmer, was, in fact, a soul emperor of over level 60. He waved dismissively at the astonished family before him. Next, as the radiance of the soul rings receded and the soul power vanished in an instant, the elder resumed his earlier languid demeanor, as if the formidable aura he had just exhibited had never belonged to him. The atmosphere shifted, enveloping everyone in an oppressive silence. They were all common folk. And who would dare provoke a soul emperor? The disdain and scorn that had once lingered in the eyes of the parents and applicants evaporated in an instant. The teacher responsible for registration also possessed strength exceeding level 60. Thus, the faculty of Shrek Academy was undoubtedly formidable. Soon, most parents displayed expressions of regret, quietly leading their children away. After all, the requirement of reaching level 20 soul power by the age of 12 was exceedingly daunting. Those who remained clearly held confidence in their ability to surpass the elder's scrutiny, as the subsequent applicants boasted soul powers exceeding level 20 and possessed 2 soul rings. After paying a registration fee of 10 gold coins, the elder informed them that they had successfully passed the first stage of the entrance examination and could proceed to the academy for the second stage. Parents were not permitted to accompany the candidates into the academy. Dai Mubai, responsible for overseeing the area, led the successful candidates into the academy. Those who had passed the test waited to gather 3 individuals, which was also his duty. At that moment, Dai Mubai finally spotted Tang San and his companion, as well as Xiao Yi, his initially cold expression revealing a flicker of surprise. He had not expected to see such young students here. However, he soon came to terms with it. The academy only stipulated that applicants under 12 years old could register without specifying an upper age limit, thus allowing Xiao Yi to enroll. The elder in charge of the registration displayed a look of uncertainty as he observed a girl with short pink hair standing before him, retracting her outstretched hand. This girl was alone, without parental accompaniment. Dressed in a simple white gown, she exuded an aura of cleanliness. Her short, neat hairstyle made her slightly shorter than Xiao Wu, yet only marginally taller than Xiao Yi, since her back was turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu. Her features remained obscured, but the skin revealed at her neck indicated she possessed remarkably fair and delicate skin. "May I inquire if I have qualified for the preliminary examination?" The girl's voice was melodious and enchanting, lacking a certain boldness, yet soft and tender, evoking a sense of warmth. From the way Dai Mubai gazed at her, Xiao Yi deduced that the girl must be strikingly beautiful, for a wolfish glimmer shone in Dai Mubai's eyes. The elder's surprise gradually faded as he frowned and asked, "Is your family aware of your presence here?" The girl did not answer his question directly, instead smiling and saying, "It is said that education knows no bounds." As long as I meet the Academy's requirements, you have no reason to refuse me. The elder shook his head and replied, please wait aside. We will send groups of 3 at a time. Otherwise, Mubai will be too exhausted. The girl obediently stood to the side, awaiting her 2 companions. Finally, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn, followed by Xiao Yi. Ahead of Xiao Yi were Tang San and Xiao Wu, and behind him stood one remaining candidate. A girl who seemed to have arrived recently. She appeared slightly younger than both Xiao Yi and Xiao Wu, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. Her face slightly bowed. Her height was comparable to that of the girl in the white gown, and her complexion was similarly fair. However, this girl emanated a distinctly different aura. Her exceptionally voluptuous figure was incongruous with her age, were it not for her youthful face. One might easily mistake her for a mature young woman, capable of captivating the attention of all men. In stark contrast to her alluring physique was the cold demeanor she wore. It was a profound, genuine chill, devoid of any warmth. And her black eyes bore no trace of emotion, creating a striking juxtaposition against her otherwise beautiful visage. A quintessential ice queen. Xiaoyi mused silently. This girl has developed even more impressively than my sister. When she matures, will she still be able to move freely? Are you registering or not? If not, please do not block the way. The elder's voice pulled Xiao Yi's thoughts back to reality. Xiao Yi noticed an amusing detail. Tang San had been fixated on the girl behind him, evidently drawn in by Dai Mubai's gaze. Subsequently, Xiao Yi observed that Xiao Wu was glaring fiercely at Tang San, whose hand was already bruised. A knowing smile crept across Xiao Yi's face. At that moment, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn, followed by Xiao Yi. Let us register together, Tang San said, suppressing the pain in his hand as he placed 20 gold soul coins into the wooden box, extending his hand alongside Xiao Wu's. Due to their lack of familiarity, Tang San did not account for Xiao Yi's registration fee. After all, his attire suggested a modest background, and certainly, Xiao Yi did not require it either. Chapter 13. The Millennium Soul Ring. After Tang San and Xiao Wu passed their tests, they were directed to enter alongside the short-haired girl. Wait, Xiao Yi shouted, drawing the attention of the crowd. He scratched his head and said, could you please hold on a moment? There are still 2 more to register. It would be better if we all went in together afterward, rather than troubling Dai Mubai again. That would be rather embarrassing. The elder chuckled. If those 3 have no objections, I have no problem. He gestured towards Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the girl. Naturally, Tang San and Xiao Wu had no objections. And the girl glanced at Xiao Yi, shaking her head to indicate she was not in a hurry. All right, young man, extend your hand, the elder instructed Xiao Yi. Following his command, Xiao Yi complied. As the elder felt his hand, he furrowed his brow. You are only 9? Xiao Yi nodded and replied with a smile, yes, indeed. Good sir, the rules state you must be under 12. They do not specify an upper age limit. The girl expressed her astonishment. 9 years old? Can someone that young attend the academy? Dai Mubai appeared equally incredulous, initially assuming Xiao Yi merely looked small for his age, not realizing his youth was genuine. The girl behind Xiao Yi maintained a stoic expression, though the flicker in her eyes betrayed her intrigue. Tang San wore a knowing smile. While Xiao was best left ignored, the elder was taken aback for a moment before laughing heartily. Ah, a clever young lad. That is permissible. But let your martial soul and soul ring be revealed. Since you are only 9, your soul power must be at level 15, accompanied by a yellow soul ring. Xiao Yi shook his head. No need for special treatment. 4. Xiao Yi activated the judgment sword of his martial spirit, with 1 yellow and 1 blue soul ring quietly encircling the blade. I have met the standards of your academy, declared Xiao Yi. The elder stared in disbelief at Xiao Yi's blue soul ring. A millennium? You possess a 1,000-year soul ring? Not only the elder, but also Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the 2 young girls wore expressions of astonishment. Indeed, I recently achieved this breakthrough, replied Xiao Yi nonchalantly. He mused to himself about how they would react if they knew that his sister awakened her martial spirit at the tender age of 6, already at level 20. He had overlooked the shock that the 1,000-year soul ring instilled in others. Over the 3 years since his martial spirit awakening, Xiao Yi had diligently cultivated. Being innately gifted with soul power, he absorbed his first soul ring and subsequently reinforced his own soul power by 2 levels. Recently, he had advanced to the rank of Great Soul Master, fortuitously encountering a howling moon celestial wolf on the verge of breaking through a millennium. Seizing the opportunity while the wolf was distracted, Xiao Yi struck it down and absorbed its soul ring. However, The process of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring was no simple feat. It nearly cost Qian Shaoi his life, were it not for his second martial spirit. The elder gradually regained his composure. Go ahead. Next, retrieving the soul ring, it was now the turn of the long-haired girl. Without waiting for the elder to speak, she extended her hand, revealing her martial spirit and soul rings. The long-haired girl sprouted 2 cat ears and a tail, with 2 yellow soul rings slowly rotating around her. Ah, age-appropriate and exceeding level 20, you may proceed. Daimubai, take these 5 into the next testing area. I, too, shall take my leave to seek a salary increase from the dean, the elder stated. Upon entering the village, one could see nothing but wooden structures. The architecture could aptly be described as simple and unadorned. Daimubai instructed, prepare yourselves. Soon I will guide you to the next testing zone. As Qian Shaoi was gearing up for the second test, a soft voice interrupted, sausages for sale. Only 5 copper coins each. Delicious and inexpensive. The 5 turned their heads to see a vendor pushing a cart and calling out. A delightful aroma wafted from the cart, enticing some students already in line to purchase. Xiao Wu tilted her head. It smells rather good. Let us give it a try. Brother, you're so kind. Watching Tang San and Xiao Wu, the sibling pair, Qian Shaoi felt a pang of longing for his sister far away. Sister, how are you? Chapter 14. Oscar Dai Mubai's expression turned grave as he cautioned Qian Shaoi. Little E, there are plenty of food options here, but you must be wary of the sausage vendor. Under no circumstances should you eat his sausages, remember? It smells so good. With that, Qian Shaoi dashed off in the direction of the enticing aroma. Dai Mubai's face fell, feeling as though his words had fallen on deaf ears. As Dai Mubai observed the direction in which Shaoi had dashed off, his expression abruptly darkened, and he strode towards that very path. Approaching closer, Shaoi noticed a sausage vendor of similar stature to his own, with a wooden board affixed to the cart inscribed with the words sausage specialties. The vendor, upon seeing a customer, immediately greeted him with enthusiasm. Would you like a sausage? Delicious and inexpensive. I assure you, you will be captivated. Shaoi, not particularly tall, barely reached the cart's edge. He wiped the drool from his mouth and said, Sir, could you please give me 2? I am quite hungry. The vendor's expression suddenly stiffened. Sir? What did you call me? Shaoi paused. I called you sir. Is there a problem? My mother taught me to address the elderly as sir. The vendor chuckled bitterly. Elderly? Nonsense. Of course, there's a problem. Young man, I am merely 14 years old. How could you possibly call me sir? Who are you trying to fool? You cannot be 14. Shaoi retorted, directly challenging him. The vendor, undeterred by the 9-year-old's bravado, asserted, Indeed, I am Oscar, 14 years old, a student of Shrek Academy. Surely, you cannot label me as sir just because of my somewhat abundant hair. I am a student of the academy. Just ask anyone, and they will confirm my age. Oscar then picked up 2 bamboo skewers from his cart and speared 2 sausages for Shaoi. Just then, Dai Mubai approached, his expression darkening as he regarded the vendor. Oscar, what are you doing? Upon seeing Dai Mubai, Oscar instantly adopted a woeful countenance. Boss Dai, would you care for a sausage? Get lost. Dai Mubai shot back, glaring at him. You are truly a disgrace to the academy. I believe I have warned you more than once not to sell sausages within the premises. Do you wish for everyone to be repulsed? Shaoi, heed my words. Do not consume that sausage. Why not? Dai Mubai's expression shifted to one of peculiar concern. Oscar, prepare a fresh sausage. Oscar's demeanor grew awkward. Boss Dai, is that really necessary? After all, we have been classmates for several years. Your actions might incite resentment from the new students. Dai Mubai snorted in response. I am merely offering a friendly warning, and Xiao Yi is still young. He must not fall for your tricks. Hurry up, or I shall take action. Clearly intimidated by Dai Mubai, Oscar reluctantly extended his right hand. I have a large sausage. A golden glow suddenly coalesced in his palm, 2 golden rings rising from beneath his feet, and shortly thereafter, a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's hand materialized within his grasp. The ambiguity of his words, coupled with his soft, feeble voice, left others devoid of any desire to partake, regardless of the taste. A sound of chewing captured everyone's attention. Xiao Yi was joyfully devouring a sausage, swiftly finishing the first before reaching for a second. Dai Mubai twitched his lips, wondering if this mischievous child could not simply heed his words. He intercepted Qian Shaoi and said, Well, you cannot eat that. Qian Shaoi, puzzled, inquired, Why? I find it rather delicious. Dai Mubai, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, It's just that. That soul curse. Do I not have a substantial sausage? What's wrong with that? How could someone selling sausages not have any sausages? Observing the bewildered and innocent child, Dai Mubai hesitated to elaborate further. What on earth is happening? It's utterly perplexing. Oscar, moved to tears, exclaimed, Douluo, my dear brother, you are the first to consider my feelings. No need to say anything more. Eat as much as you desire, it's on me. Qian Shaoi shook his head, saying no. I have money. My mother always said that being overly frugal can lead to greater losses. Sir, brother, my name is Shaoi. But you may call me Shaoi. By the way, your sausages are truly delicious. Tang San gazed at this delightful duo and sighed, The innocence of youth is indeed formidable. It has bested me. Indeed, innocence has also triumphed over me, remarked Dai Mubai. Let us not tarnish a child as pure heart. Come, I shall escort you to the second testing area. Wait for me, brother Oscar. I need to grab a few more, and in return, I shall give you a gold soul coin. That should suffice. Saying this, Shaoi handed Oscar a gold soul coin. 1 gold soul coin equates to 100 silver soul coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. Not only could he purchase a few sausages, but he could also buy out the entire cart with that amount. Dai Mubai added, Let us proceed to the next testing zone. As he spoke, he led the 5 of them forward. The rules for the next testing area stated that if one's soul power exceeded level 25, one could directly proceed to the 4th examination. Otherwise, one must progress step by step. Among their group, only Shaoi was below the 25 level. And the testing did not take long, so he would soon move on to the next stage. Chapter 15. The test. Shaoi grasped the crystal ball, and in an instant, a gentle glow emanated from it, clearly indicating a level 21 display. The boy smirked and scoffed. Humph, it seems impressive, yet it falls short of my own level. The teacher in charge of the testing inquired, Your name? Age? Shaoi, 9 years old, level 21 Great Soul Master. He replied, casting a condescending glance at the boy. The boy lowered his head, unable to meet Shaoyi's gaze. A 9-year-old Great Soul Master indeed held the right to look down upon him. Shaoi was not merciless. He passed the crystal ball to Tang San and the others. Tang San and Xiao Wu displayed levels of 29. The Ice Mountain Girl revealed 27, and the short-haired beauty showed 26. The testing teacher could not hide his astonishment. Monsters appear every year, but this year is exceptionally abundant. 5 at once. Good. It seems I may have a chance for a raise. Mubai, please take these few to the 4th assessment. Understood. Dai Mubai replied respectfully, casting a complex glance at the icy girl before turning to enter the academy. This time, no other candidates raised objections. Their strength had spoken volumes. Even with the same martial spirit, differing developmental paths could lead to varying future achievements. The second phase primarily aimed to evaluate the inherent strength of the candidates' martial spirits, as well as whether the first 2 soul rings clashed, potentially impacting their future cultivation. Dai Mubai continued, The academy has a rule. If a candidate's soul power exceeds 25, regardless of their martial spirit, they may directly pass through the 2nd and 3rd assessments. Just like overwhelming strength can overcome numerous obstacles, even if the quality of your martial spirit is somewhat inferior. Possessing superior soul power will still allow you to become a formidable soul master. The 3rd trial assesses the candidate's proficiency in utilizing their martial souls. Merely possessing soul power and potential is insufficient. One must also demonstrate a certain level of control over their martial soul. The higher the rank of the martial soul, the more challenging it is to master, often leading to complications. Should a candidate fail to achieve an adequate level of control, it indicates a lack of diligence on their part, and such individuals will not be accepted into our institution. The 4th trial evaluates practical combat experience. Some candidates may possess commendable martial souls and exhibit good control over them, yet have been sheltered in aristocratic households, entirely oblivious to the outside world, let alone the realities of combat. Such candidates will also be rejected by the academy. The esteemed director has stated that those who are pampered and spoiled shall not be admitted. Shaoi chuckled softly, remarking on the director's intriguing and unique personality. Dai Mubai sighed with a wry smile, explaining that since the establishment of Shrek Academy, only 42 students have been admitted, averaging just over 2 per year. If all 4 of you are accepted this year, it would indeed set a record, as the academy has not welcomed any students for the past 2 years. Currently, including myself, there are only 3 students actively enrolled. With a self-deprecating smile, Dai Mubai noted that throughout the entirety of the Douluo continent, Our academy might be the only one where the number of teachers exceeds that of the students. Even if you are admitted, the number of students will never surpass that of the faculty. Xiao Yi remarked, no wonder this academy appears so dilapidated. Why not admit more students? Otherwise, it hardly seems profitable. Dai Mubai's expression shifted to one of respect, recalling the director's words. Better to have fewer than to have the unworthy. Even if it means closing Shrek Academy, we will never accept the incompetent, only the extraordinary. The academy has admitted a total of 62 students. Yet only 14 have truly graduated. Upon leaving the academy, each of these individuals became a figure of global acclaim. The director has stated that if one does not reach at least level 40, they should not venture out to disgrace the academy. As Dai Mubai spoke, his emotions became palpably fervent, revealing his deep respect for the director of Shrek Academy. Chapter 16. The Immutable King. They have arrived. Dai Mubai approached a man and respectfully bowed, saying, Teacher Zhao, I have brought candidates for the 4th trial. We have candidates for the 4th trial this year, and 5 of them, no less. The middle-aged man turned around, gazing in astonishment at the 4 youths before him, as though he had encountered something extraordinary. Due to height considerations, Zhao Wujie had not noticed Xiao Yi. Hey, don't forget about me, Xiao Yi exclaimed. Zhao Wujie turned to the voice, puzzled. Who does this one belong to? You blind bear, I am a 9-year-old soul master. 9. A soul master at 9? Zhao inquired, pointing at Xiao Yi. Do you have an issue with that? Xiao Yi nodded defiantly. Zhao chuckled and said, All right, enough of the small talk, let us proceed. My name is Zhao Wujie. Out of sheer boredom, I shall personally engage with you. I grant you the duration of a single incense stick to familiarize yourselves with one another and to deliberate on a strategy. Once the incense has burned down, the test shall commence. The task at hand is for the 5 of you to collectively withstand my assault for the duration of 1 incense stick. Should even a single individual manage to endure until the end, you shall be deemed successful. However, do not entertain notions of cleverness. No one can escape this designated area with mere speed. Furthermore, I must caution you that relying solely on individual strength will not suffice to repel my attacks. Only through mutual coordination and collaboration will you find your solitary chance for triumph. With that said, I mysteriously produced an incense stick, and with a mere pinch of my fingers, I ignited it. In a flick of my wrist, the incense was firmly planted into the ground, unwavering. Dai Mubai, with a grave expression, remarked, This time, I cannot assist you. To his astonishment, Teacher Zhao had chosen to take matters into his own hands. Xiao Wu chuckled. Could it be that this Teacher Zhao is akin to the instructor at the entrance, a formidable soul emperor? Dai Mubai shook his head. No, that's not the case. Xiao Wu replied with a grin, Then there's nothing to fear. After all, we 5 possess nearly level 30 strength. Surely, against 1, we can endure for the duration of an incense stick, provided our strengths are not drastically mismatched. Xiao Yi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, for he was well aware of Zhao Wujie's prowess. Dai Mubai continued, Teacher Zhao is not merely a soul emperor of level 60. He is a soul sage of level 76, with a beast martial spirit, a battle soul sage, and the vice dean of the academy. At level 76, even facing a vast army, a soul sage can maneuver with ease. Though Xiao Yi had encountered numerous soul sages at the spirit hall, this would be his first experience in combat against one, and he couldn't help but feel a tinge of apprehension. Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief, He is level 76? Yet he appears significantly younger than the instructor at the entrance. Dai Mubai replied nonchalantly, Age has never been a true indicator of capability. Originally, Teacher Zhao is only responsible for overseeing the 4th round. Your adversary should have been me. If you can withstand my onslaught for the duration of an incense stick, you would have succeeded. But who could have anticipated that today he would decide to intervene personally, having shared insights about Zhao Wujie's age and strength? The rest now rested upon these newcomers. In the past, the indomitable Zhao Wujie had a dispute with the Spirit Hall, which sought to penalize him. However, he managed to break free from the onslaught of 16 bishops. That incident eventually faded into obscurity. The bishops of the Spirit Hall are all formidable soul emperors, each at least level 60, yet Zhao Wujie at that time was likely only in his 60s as well. Xiao Yi, however, felt little astonishment, as he had long been acquainted with Zhao Wujie's reputation. Chapter 17. The battle. Dai Mubai silently nodded, stating, At the very least, I have never witnessed Teacher Zhao unleash his full strength. So, I advise you to prepare yourselves. Teacher Zhao possesses 7 soul rings. and their optimal configuration should allow you to imagine the terror he embodies. Now, take this time to understand one another and devise a strategy. Without a plan, victory is beyond your grasp. After a brief introduction, Xiaoyi discovered that the short-haired girl was named Ning Rongrong, a member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Her martial soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, is a rare gift, typically bestowed only upon the direct descendants of this sect. It is renowned as the most formidable auxiliary martial soul across the continent, favored by all combat soul masters as their ideal partners. Xiaoyi recognized that among the 6 insignias of the Spirit Hall, one prominently featured the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower, underscoring the sect's illustrious reputation within the spirit world. Ning Rongrong possessed a soul skill that could augment strength and speed by 30%. However, the greatest limitation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tower was its restriction to a maximum cultivation level of 79. Xiaoyi asserted, if we merely evade, we will undoubtedly fail the test. Therefore, we must also engage offensively while ensuring our own protection. Tang-san, I shall refer to you as third brother. I will divert Zhao Wujia's attention, while Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu will harass him. Ning Rongrong, provide us with support, but be cautious, as it will be challenging to safeguard you. Should a soul sage seek your elimination, no one will be able to intervene. Tang-san furrowed his brow, questioning, can you truly hold him at bay? After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoyi replied, rest assured, Teacher Zhao should not be overly difficult with us. After all, a great soul master is no match for a soul sage. Moreover, I will not confront him directly, so there is no cause for concern. Very well then. Xiao Wu, what about you all? Tang-san sought the opinions of Xiao Wu and the others. No problem, came their unanimous agreement. This was the best strategy they could devise within the limited time available. Have you finalized your plans? Zhao Wujia's booming voice resonated as the 4 turned to face him. Noticing that the incense on the ground had burned down to its end. Teacher, we are ready to begin, Dai Mubai acknowledged with a nod. Stepping aside to observe the match. Watching was also a form of learning, and Dai Mubai would not miss any opportunity to acquire knowledge. Zhao Wujia rose once more, clasping his hands together and stretching his wrists, producing a series of unsettling cracking sounds from his joints, amplifying the invisible pressure in the air. He conjured another stick of incense, but before he could ignite it, Ning Rongrong had already taken the initiative. The 7 treasures emerged in a dazzling display. She spun gracefully in place, radiant 7-colored light shimmering around her, as a delicate 7-layered treasure tower materialized in her right hand. 2 circles of yellow soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, swirling gently around her. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being strength. The first soul ring glimmered, enveloped by Ning Rongrong's left finger, as 4 beams of colorful light simultaneously emanated from the 7 treasure glazed tower, casting an aura over Tang-san and his companions. Is that the 7 treasure glazed tower? Among this year's candidates, one hails from the 7 treasure family. Ha ha ha, the continent's premier auxiliary martial soul. What an exhilarating thought. As he spoke, he casually tossed the lit incense into the ground. The 7 treasures are renowned, the second being speed. Once again, 4 beams of colorful light floated forth as Ning Rongrong activated her second soul ring. The interval between the release of the 2 soul abilities was merely a few seconds. In an instant, their bodies felt remarkably light, as if they could soar into the sky. Their strength and speed surged by 30%, endowing the 4 with an inexhaustible vigor. At that moment, Zhao Wujia sprang into action, not charging towards the enemy, but instead, he simultaneously struck the ground with both fists. Chapter 18. Perseverance. Xiao Yi narrowed his eyes and shouted, Rongrong, run. At the instant Zhao Wujia initiated his move, he comprehended the intentions of his adversary. In the realm of Douluo continent, it is a well-known principle that if one encounters an opponent possessing a soul master from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, the first course of action must be to neutralize the soul master from that sect. Otherwise, one would find themselves in grave peril. Zhao Wujia's attack was evidently not aimed solely at Ning Rongrong. His objective was to disrupt her support. A blue-black vine suddenly lashed out, ensnaring Ning Rongrong's waist and pulling her out of the attack range. With a thunderous boom, the earth trembled violently within that vicinity. Even the soul masters struggled to maintain their footing. A wave of earthy yellow ripples surged towards Tang-san and his companions, propelled by the earth's convulsions. Xiaoyi drew forth his martial soul, the judgment sword, and charged at Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, come on, let me see your strength. Let's see how many blows you can withstand. Xiaoyi remained silent, raising the judgment sword and striking downwards with intent. Zhao Wujie, unperturbed, sought to test the boy's prowess and chose to endure the blow. Observing Zhao Wujie's determination to withstand, Xiao Yi's first yellow soul ring illuminated, unleashing a sword aura. The brilliance of the sword flashed upon the judgment sword, and before Zhao Wujie could brace himself, it struck his waist, leaving a crimson mark. This sword aura, enhanced by 30%, bore the might comparable to that of a three-ring soul venerable, yet it posed little threat to Zhao Wujie, a soul saint. Though Zhao Wujie's expression remained unchanged, he mentally noted that he had already punished Xiao Yi several times. The waist was one of the most vulnerable spots, and even a soul saint would feel pain from such a strike. Zhao Wujie raised his fist to strike at Xiao Yi, who deftly evaded the blow and retaliated with another slash at Zhao Wujie. Thus, each of Zhao Wujie's attempts to land a hit on Xiao Yi proved futile, while Xiao Yi, having dodged, consistently countered with his sword. Despite the disarray, Zhao Wujie sustained no significant injuries. At the same time, two muffled thuds resonated as Xiao Wu precisely landed her feet on Zhao Wujie's shoulders. Yet, Zhao Wujie did not even flinch, grinning as he remarked, Is that little girl trying to draw my attention? However, it seemed she lacked strength. With a cold snort, Xiao Wu's feet seemed to adhere to Zhao Wujie's shoulders. Suddenly, her toes curled inward, pressing against the carotid arteries on either side of his neck, and her body twisted with all its might, spinning in midair. Of course, Xiao Wu alone lacked the strength to move Zhao Wujie's formidable frame, yet, at that moment, she was not the sole one taking action. Vicious, thorny vines had already ensnared Zhao Wujie's body, wrapping around him tightly. Concurrently, the vines surging from the ground pushed against him, rendering his feet unable to find purchase. No matter how great one's strength, lacking a solid foundation beneath one's feet makes it impossible to maintain stability. Their strength was a weakness, thus, they had to rely on cunning to overcome brute force. A spin could be quite delightful. Zhao Wujie's voice rang out in the air, and Xiao Wu suddenly felt her rapidly rotating body come to an abrupt halt as an overwhelming force yanked her back from her backward flip. Zhao Wujie roared, his already imposing form instantly swelling. 7 dazzling soul rings emerged simultaneously, just as Dai Mubai had described. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, encircling him. As Zhu Zhuqing made her initial move, her speed was fully revealed. The most terrifying aspect was that her every action was utterly silent. She darted forth stealthily, launching her attack without a hint of energy escaping or the sound of soul power slicing through the air. After undergoing her martial soul manifestation, her claws became sharp and spiky, and during her movements, she left behind faint illusions, making it exceedingly difficult to pinpoint her exact location. Her lethal claws targeted vital points, forcing Zhao Wujie to summon his own martial soul. Thus, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing creating distractions and Tang San exerting control, Zhao Wujie found it impossible to focus on the formidable threat posed by Xiao Yi, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's enhancements. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi diligently wielded the judgment sword against Zhao Wujie, executing slashes, thrusts, and cuts with remarkable precision. Unable to contain himself any longer, Zhao Wujie exclaimed, "You have succeeded. You have compelled me to unleash 20% of my strength. You may take pride in this accomplishment." His hands transformed into heavy, massive paddles. For a soul sage of his caliber, at level 76, these few soul masters in their 20s were exceedingly weak. He merely sought to engage in playful sparring with these youngsters, to stretch his limbs, as he harbored a fondness for talent. As long as Xiao Yi and the others could hold their ground, that would suffice. However, their prowess exceeded his expectations, prompting Zhao Wujie to decide to prolong the match. Eager to discover their limits, "Children," he declared, "let us continue." Chapter 19. Victory. At this juncture, the aroma had reached its zenith. Yet Zhao Wujie had begun to take the matter seriously. He launched a direct assault on Xiao Yi. And the earnest Zhao Wujie was not someone several great soul masters could withstand. Even a single ordinary punch from him was unavoidable for Xiao Yi. Just as the blow was about to land, Xiao Yi felt a surge of force at his waist. It was Tang Sin's blue-silver grass, which pulled him out of Zhao Wujie's striking range. Xiao Yi nodded gratefully at Tang Sin and charged towards Zhao Wujie once more. Each time Xiao Yi was on the verge of being hit, Tang Sin would timely draw him back, creating a scene where Xiao Yi darted in and out, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing harassed Zhao Wujie. The latter found himself in a precarious position, like a living target, enduring the relentless assaults of the three. Even as a soul sage, he could hardly withstand such onslaught. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujie's reflexes and speed were his Achilles heel. With a roar, Zhao Wujie unleashed a powerful aura that sent Xiao Yi and his companions sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. Xiao Wu, Tang Xin shouted in alarm, casting a furious glare at Zhao Wujie. Splendid, little monsters. You are quite remarkable, but the incense has yet to burn out, Zhao Wujie proclaimed with pride. However, he refrained from voicing the thought that they had already met the requirements and exceeded expectations. Struggling to rise from the ground, Xiao Yi declared, "Let us not hold back any longer. Unleash your true strength." Zhao Wujie couldn't help but admire. This kid has a sturdy physique. He has quite the promising talent. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing lay unconscious, and Dai Mubai had to drag them off the stage. In a swift motion, dozens of cold rays erupted from Tang San's fingertips, targeting Zhao Wujie's eyes, shoulders, throat, and heart. Each strike aimed at a vital point without repetition. Although Zhao Wujie could evade, his character forbade retreat. In his lexicon, the word dodge did not exist, and confronting head-on was his principle. With a low growl, Zhao Wujie unleashed his soul power, summoning the full might of the unmoving king. 10 explosive sounds resounded almost simultaneously as the icy rays struck his body. However, under the overwhelming golden light, they were rebuffed without inflicting any harm. Though no damage was done, pain was inevitable. Zhao Wujie roared in fury, channeling his soul power to form an invisible wall around him, blocking the cold rays and halting the projectiles mid-air. In that instant, Xiao Yi brandished the judgment sword and began to slash at the stationary projectiles. Zhao Wujie found himself perplexed. Had these children turned against one another? Why attack those projectiles? But soon, he realized the ruse. The projectiles deflected by Xiao Yi in mid-air were now ricocheting towards him at sharp angles. By the time Zhao Wujie reacted, it was too late. The projectiles had already pierced his skin. Teacher Zhao, we have won, Tang San said with a slight smile. Humph, it merely pierced through me. And although it bears poison, the fragrance has yet to extinguish. Huh? What? Zhao Wujing turned back in disbelief. Xiao Yi's left hand was enveloped in a yellow bone, extending to his fingertips and forming a sharp blade that had already sunk into Zhao Wujing's back. This was the external spirit bone, the left palm bone, that Qian Xiaoyi had acquired from absorbing the first spirit ring. It turned out that Zhao Wujing had been preoccupied with the hidden weapons in Tang San, neglecting Xiaoyi, allowing him to stealthily approach from behind and utilize his external spirit bone. The accompanying skill of Xiao Yi's left palm bone, Shatter, struck at the cervical spine of Zhao Wujing. While it could not claim the life of a soul saint, it was sufficient to incapacitate him. Had Zhao Wujing not been careless, Xiao Yi would not have succeeded in his ambush, but it was inevitable for a soul saint to underestimate 3 great soul masters. Teacher Zhao, it seems we have won, Xiao Yi said with a weak smile before gradually collapsing to the ground. He had exhausted too much soul power. Zhao Wujing stood frozen in place, as if time had stopped. I actually lost? How could this be? Even though I only exerted 30% of my strength. It should have been more than enough to deal with them. Zhao Wujing had merely intended to assess the abilities of these candidates, and had not fully unleashed his prowess. Yet defeating great soul masters should not have been difficult. Truly, they are formidable. As the outcome was determined, only Ning Rongrong and Tang San remained standing. Had Tang San not feigned an attack at the end, he too would have likely fallen long ago. Oscar, come here, Dai Mubai called out, utilizing his soul power to amplify his voice, a feat achievable by any soul master. Coming, what's the matter? Oscar replied leisurely, pushing a cart. You're fragrant. Soul skill, give it to the teacher, Dai Mubai instructed, gesturing towards Zhao Wujing. For a moment, Oscar did not recognize him. Zhao Wujing's face was bruised and battered, and Oscar could hardly believe that anyone at Shrek could have reduced him to such a state. Teacher Zhao? Oscar asked cautiously. Seeing Zhao Wujing's menacing expression, he chuckled awkwardly. And with 2 incantations, a large and a small sausage appeared in his hands. Chapter 20. Passing the assessment, Zhao Wujing said, Mubai, you are responsible for accommodating these 5 newcomers. Classes commence tomorrow. With that, he walked away. Watching Zhao Wujing disappear into the distance, Oscar could not help but remark. What was up with Teacher Zhao today? He seems rather displeased. Did you provoke him? Dai Mubai retorted. Why would I seek to provoke him? That would be courting death. And you, can you not be so fixated on trivial matters? Bring Xiao Yi along. As he spoke, Dai Mubai lifted Zhu Zhuqing from the ground, and Tang San carried Xiao Wu. Oscar glanced at Dai Mubai, then at Tang San, muttering, why is it that both of you are carrying beautiful girls, while I am left with a child? Dai Mubai shot him a sidelong glance. That's just a matter of character. As Qian Xiaoyi gradually awoke from his slumber, he noticed that the sky outside had darkened considerably. Blinking his somewhat dazed eyes, he realized he was lying in a wooden cabin. The room was modest, roughly a dozen square meters in size, featuring a bed where he lay, along with one or two other beds nearby, indicating it was a shared dormitory for three. Oscar sat on one of the beds, lost in thought, his expression rather impure. "Where am I?" Qian Xiaoyi's voice came out hoarse. Upon noticing he had awakened, Oscar replied, "This is our dormitory. From now on, you will be sharing it with me and Tang San. Tang San has gone to see Xiao Wu and will return shortly. Xiaoyi, you were quite impressive today. Even Zhao Laoshi, known for his formidable presence, suffered a significant defeat at your hands. There is no need to conceal the details of the test. Dai Mubai has already divulged everything, though he also harbors some resentment towards Zhao Wujing." Qian Xiaoyi smiled without uttering a word. Unable to bear the silence, Oscar declared, "From now on, we shall be roommates. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Oscar, a level 29 soul master with the martial spirit of a sausage. I am affectionately nicknamed Sausage Vendor. You may refer to me as Sausage Vendor Oscar, or simply call me Xiao Ao." Qian Xiaoyi remarked, "Xiao Yi, a 21st level assault system soul master. By the way, calling you little Ao doesn't quite fit, does it? How about old Ao? Let us not dwell on the details. So, Xiaoyi, tell me, among the three girls who came this time, who do you think is the most beautiful?" "I believe it's Ning Rongrong. She is simply exquisite. She is my goddess. From the moment I laid eyes on her, I knew that in this lifetime, I, Oscar, would love only her." As he spoke, Oscar displayed an expression reminiscent of a love-struck fool. Xiaoyi twitched his lips. "You're only 14 and already discussing matters of a lifetime. If I were to consider my sister..." "Wait, what am I thinking? That is your sister." In an effort to dispel that inconceivable thought, Xiaoyi reluctantly engaged in conversation with Oscar. "Sister Rongrong is indeed remarkable. No, I should say all three of them are splendid. However, you must steer clear of any intentions towards Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing." "Why not?" Oscar, having not witnessed Tang San's obsession with Xiao Wu or Dai Mubai's distress over Zhu Zhuqing's injuries, remained oblivious to the reasons. "If you wish to challenge a powerful assault type like Dai Mubai and a control type like Tang San as a support type, that is your decision," Xiaoyi stated. "Ah, I only have eyes for Ning Rongrong. She is gentle and kind, truly the epitome of a virtuous wife and loving mother," Oscar asserted earnestly. "Then perhaps you should start by shaving to enhance your appeal. At this rate, Sister Rongrong would be more likely to see you as an eccentric uncle." Xiaoyi retorted without allowing Oscar a chance to respond, then began meditating. He had yet to fully recover and, for reasons unknown, felt a tinge of displeasure upon hearing Oscar's intentions towards Ning Rongrong, preferring not to delve further into the topic. Soon after, Tang San returned to the dormitory, sharing the space with Xiao Yi and Oscar. By the time he arrived, Oscar had already succumbed to slumber, while Xiao Yi was engrossed in training. The following morning, as Xiao Yi awoke, he noticed Tang San's bed was already empty. Oscar remained curled up under the blankets, fast asleep, even drooling slightly. "Little Ao, wake up." Xiao Yi nudged Oscar. "What is it?" "Let me sleep a little longer," Oscar mumbled sleepily. Xiao Yi frowned and urged, "It's time to rise. It's already quite late. Don't you know that the key to a productive day lies in the morning? Besides, aren't you supposed to attend class?" With a hint of reluctance, Oscar opened his eyes and looked at Tang San. "I'm not like you. You're battle soul masters. I'm a weapon soul master. Specifically a food type. I don't need to undergo such rigorous training. Brother, please don't disturb me. Let me sleep a bit longer. There's nothing pressing to do. So why not go visit the girls' dormitory? Just walk 100 meters east, but remember to behave. Otherwise, you'll be reprimanded." Xiaoyi sighed in exasperation. "Hey, what are you suggesting I do at the girls' dormitory? And besides, what would I even do there? Forget it. I'll just take a stroll, you lazy pig." Upon exiting the room, he noticed Tang San meditating on the rooftop, just as he was facing the rising sun, gradually concluding his practice and opening his eyes. Xiao Yi chuckled, offering a compliment. "Third brother, you truly are diligent. At this hour, many must still be lost in slumber." His words carried a clear implication. Tang San scratched his head, feeling a touch embarrassed, and replied, "Not at all. I'm merely bored, since I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I thought I'd put in some effort." As he spoke, Tang San seemed to recall something and inquired, "Oh, by the way, Xiao Yi, I'm going to find Xiao Wu. Would you like to join me?" After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Yi nodded, "Sure. Let us go." I have nothing better to do, and visiting Sister Xiao Wu sounds good. Oscar just shared the address with me. In truth, I was aware that the Shrek Academy's female dormitory lacked financial resources. The entire academy merely occupied a third of the village's area with rudimentary constructions. The so-called school buildings were nothing more than the wooden houses of former villagers. Fortunately, its proximity to Soto City made shopping relatively convenient. Before long, Xiaoyi and Tang Sen arrived outside Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's dormitory. Should we just go in? Tang Sen hesitated momentarily before softly calling out, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. Xiao Yi, with a mischievous grin, called out loudly, Sister Xiao Wu. Tang Sen has come to ask you out on a date. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Tang Sen broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly covering Xiao Yi's mouth. What nonsense. We are siblings. Xiao Yi managed to free himself from Tang Sen's grasp, casting a doubtful glance at him. Come on. Siblings? You were quite anxious when Xiao Wu fainted from her injury yesterday. Tang Sen defended. That was because a brother must take good care of his sister. Then how about marrying Xiao Wu in the future? Xiao Yi provocatively suggested, wearing a nonchalant expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Sen declared loudly, absolutely not. Just as Xiao Yi was about to respond, a loud noise interrupted him. Xiao Wu stood at the door, exuding a fierce demeanor, and expressed her displeasure. What are you all doing? Can you keep it down? What is all the noise about so early in the morning? Xiao Yi pointed at Tang Sen, stating, It's him. He wants to take you out for a meal. Ignoring Xiao Yi, Tang Sen approached Xiao Wu, perplexed. Xiao Wu, why did it take you so long? Xiao Yi and I have been chatting for a while. Perhaps Xiao Wu was experiencing a bit of morning grumpiness, as she retorted irritably, Can I change my clothes? Doesn't tea that take time? Xiao Wu, are you feeling all right? Chapter 21. The fatty. It turned out that Xiao Wu had awakened from her coma in the middle of the night. Ning Rongrong, concerned for her well-being, had remained by her side. When Xiao Wu regained consciousness, Ning Rongrong recounted the events that had transpired the day before. Xiao Wu exclaimed with excitement. The fight yesterday was spectacular. Xiao Yi was incredible, managing to ambush a soul sage. It was nothing much, Xiao Yi replied modestly, eliciting a shiver from Tang San. Tang San took hold of Xiao Wu's soft hand and said, Let us find something to eat. You must be hungry after not having eaten since you fainted yesterday. Indeed. I am hungry. Xiao Yi, would you like to join us? Xiao Wu nodded. Having regained her former vivacity, she took the initiative to link arms with Tang San. Of course, or else will we starve. Humans are like iron and food is like steel. Going without a meal leaves one in distress. Do you know where we can eat? I do not. What a coincidence. I do not know either. Had I known, I would have invited Ning Rongrong along. As the three were about to seek a farm to procure food, they noticed a young man and woman in the distance engaged in a heated argument. The youthful couple appeared quite young. The girl seemed around 14 or 15, with a plain appearance yet radiating the vitality of youth, clad in simple rural attire, indicative of a villageress child. The boy arguing with her appeared even younger, seemingly of a similar age to Tang San and Xiao Wu, not tall, yet possessing a robust physique despite his chubby appearance. Xiao Yi chuckled. Oh dear, Maya, so young and already embroiled in romance? Brother San, let us go take a look. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances and nodded. There was no rush. A glance would do no harm. As they approached, it became evident that the chubby boy was coercing the young girl. Xiao Yi interjected. Hey, you over there, let go of that girl. Never mind. Please, continue. Initially brimming with bravado, Xiao Yi quickly changed his tone upon noticing the disdainful looks directed at him from those around. The boy, Ma Hongjun, glared at Xiao Yi with fury, his anger escalating upon seeing the seemingly underage Xiao Yi. You little brat, do you want a beating? You're the first to dare call me fat. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Wu remarked to Tang San, Brother San. This chubby guy is quite the creep. Not only does he bully women, but he also picks on children. Shameless and disgraceful. Ma Hongjun, veins bulging on his forehead, gritted his teeth. Very well, I now have a second person calling me fat, but you are even more outrageous. If I don't turn you to ashes, I shall not be called Ma Hongjun. Phoenix manifestation. Upon hearing the word Phoenix, Xiao Yi and the others felt a chill. The Phoenix, regardless of its location, is a transcendent entity, the king of all birds ruling the skies, and a being that stands on par with dragons. The fiery Phoenix spirit not only grants its host the ability to fly, but also bestows formidable fire-based offensive power, making it a supreme battle spirit. However, observing Ma Hongjun's demeanor, Xiao Wu burst into laughter. Is there really a Phoenix that is so plump? To me, he resembles a common chicken. Xiao Yi's eyes twitched involuntarily. What on earth? Is this rotund figure a phoenix? Oh heavens! Please do not tarnish the magnificent image of the phoenix in my heart. In the manifestation of his martial spirit, Ma Hongjun's round body, with long purplish-red feathered arms and hair standing upright like a comb, resembled a chicken's crest. If he was a phoenix, others would surely smile wryly. Are you jesting with me? A common chicken is just that. Can a red-feathered creature be a phoenix? If I don a yellow robe, does that make me a king? Ma Hongjun appeared to be provoked to his core, erupting in fury. Who are you calling a country chicken? If I do not teach you a lesson today, then I am not Ma Hongjun. He raised his hands, and his first spirit ring suddenly illuminated, opening his mouth wide as a stream of delicate purple-red flames surged towards Xiao Wu. The terms country chicken and fatty were his taboos. Did he just imply that she was a country chicken? Uncertain, he decided to handle the situation first. The intense heat caused the air to shimmer, and the purple flames, though not violent, shot forth like a stretching line of fire. Like dragons, phoenixes come in many varieties. Yet the most powerful and noble bloodline belongs to the fire phoenix. The flames wielded by the fire phoenix are not mere flames. They can only be extinguished by specific means, otherwise, they burn eternally, incinerating all in their path. This flame is known as the eternal flame. Xiao began to regard Ma Hongjun with newfound respect. Ma Hongjun's spirit was indeed the fire phoenix. Although the flames he conjured were not as indomitable as the eternal flame, they still represented a top-tier spirit. A sword she sliced through the purple fire line, severing it in two before both dissipated. Xiao Wu, unwilling to remain silent, exclaimed, "Hey, who allowed you to intervene? I could easily defeat him, you know?" Chapter 22. Evil Fire Ma Hongjun. What are you doing? Dressed in white with impeccably groomed hair, Dai Mubai approached them. Boss Dai? You're here? Ma Hongjun's expression turned somewhat awkward, revealing a hint of fear towards Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu indignantly pointed at Ma Hongjun and the girl, declaring, This fat country chicken is bullying a respectable woman. Are you going to do something about it? Dai Mubai's stern face suddenly broke into a smile. Xiao Wu, I believe you are misunderstanding the situation. Sister Tsuehua, is he too much for you? Tsuehua blushed, nodded, and then fled. This time, Ma Hongjun did not attempt to stop her, wearing a dejected expression. Xiao Yi approached Dai Mubai, puzzled. What on earth is going on? Dai Mubai glanced at the fat boy and asked, Would you like to explain yourself, or shall I do it for you? Ma Hongjun shot Dai Mubai a sidelong glance. Lowering his head, You go ahead. Dai Mubai laughed heartily. What? The fat boy can feel shy too? All right, I shall speak for you. He nodded. This fat boy is also a student of Shrek. Although I did not witness the earlier events, I can easily guess what transpired. This is not the first time. However, it is not entirely his fault. His spirit is simply a lowly one. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Hongjun bellowed, Your spirit is the lowly one. My spirit is a phoenix. Dai Mubai's smile remained unfazed. A phoenix? Well, I shall reluctantly refer to it as such. The fat boy's spirit is actually a mutated one. Mutated spirit? What spirits were involved in this mutation? Tang Sen inquired further, and Xiao Yi promptly addressed his question. He explained that during the awakening of a martial soul, it may undergo a mutation. Should such a mutation occur, it will manifest in one of two ways. It may become exceptionally powerful, or it may be considerably weakened. The martial soul of Ma Hongjun before them evidently falls into the category of a beneficial mutation. Having spent 9 years in the martial soul hall, Xiao Yi possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding martial souls. It is not uncommon for martial souls to mutate, a fact he was well aware of. Dai Mubai remarked that no one truly understands the specifics of Ma Hongjun's martial soul. All he knew was that the director had brought him back 3 years prior. According to the director, the martial souls of the villagers from Ma Hongjun's home were predominantly domestic fowl or birds, lacking any soul power, which meant they were essentially ordinary individuals. However, Ma Hongjun was rather unique. He was found to possess innate full soul power. Although the quality of his martial soul was not top tier, it was undoubtedly of superior grade. His age should be roughly similar to theirs, excluding Xiao Yi, of course. The mutation of his martial soul bestowed upon Ma Hongjun formidable flames, which not only boasted an exceedingly high temperature and strong adherence, but also proved difficult to extinguish. Should his martial soul evolve further, it could potentially transform into the legendary Fire Phoenix, known for its indomitable flames. However, along with this power came a significant drawback. Ma Hongjun's insatiable desire burned fiercely, tenfold that of an ordinary person, necessitating certain outlets. What outlets? Xiao inquired curiously. Best not to ask too many questions, Tang Sen said, his expression betraying discomfort. Some matters are perhaps best left unspoken. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of the envy in Xiao Yi's gaze directed at Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai continued, thus, he frequently finds himself in a state of fiery passion that requires release. Even though his martial soul is inherently powerful, this fervor is not easily cultivated. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun is a decent fellow, valuing mutual consent, and has never forced anyone against their will. The girl named Suohua from earlier was indeed his girlfriend. As for the reason for their breakup, it was simply that his fiery nature was too overwhelming for an ordinary person to endure. Ma Hongjun scoffed. If I were as handsome as you and Oscar, would I be in this predicament? I would have long since explored those avenues. Dai Mubai's eyes gleamed mischievously as he glanced back hurriedly, lowering his voice. Fatty, you can indulge in food, but do not speak carelessly. Keep your voice down. Xiao Yi chuckled. Who would have thought, Daigu, that you could be so suave? Perhaps your martial soul carries its own peculiar flaws as well? Not at all. Unable to contain himself, Tang Sen interjected, Ma Hongjun, since you are currently without a girlfriend, what will you do in the future? Will you cease your cultivation? Ma Hongjun shrugged. What else can I do? My life is the priority. I suppose I shall ask the director for advice. Xiao Wu chimed in. Do you know where the academy serves meals? I feel as though I am starving. It has been ages since I last ate. Dai Mubai admitted. That was indeed my oversight. Follow me. He then turned to Ma Hongjun. Would you like to join us? Or would you prefer to head directly to the director? Of course, I'll join for a meal. Otherwise, if I don't eat enough, how can I muster the strength to lose weight? The 5 individuals returned to the confines of Shrek Academy, led by Dai Mubai, to the dining hall. This so-called dining hall was merely a result of an agreement between the academy and the village, employing several villagers to cater to their meals. Although breakfast was somewhat simplistic, the ample portions ensured that no one left hungry. Upon their arrival, Ning Rongrong and the aloof Zhu Zhuqing had already made their presence known. Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat pallid, yet there seemed to be no further signs of distress. Perhaps due to their collaboration the previous day, both women acknowledged Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Yin with a nod, deliberately overlooking the stout Ma Hongjun. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor, while Ning Rongrong exhibited a more welcoming countenance, her smile revealing delightful dimples that made her particularly charming. Ma Hongjun gazed at the two ladies with a dazed expression, unabashedly swallowing hard. Dai Mubai nudged him with his elbow, whispering, Behave yourself. It's best to keep your desires in check. Ma Hongjun retorted, Why should I? Are you planning to intervene again? I mean, Dai, even if you are the leader, you must leave some scraps for your brothers. Dai Mubai nudged him once more and glanced furtively at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed oblivious to their antics, methodically consuming her breakfast, her expression still as frigid as ever. Xiao Wu settled beside Ning Rongrong, giggling and exchanging whispers, while Ning Rongrong's surprised glance directed at Ma Hongjun confirmed that their conversation was indeed about him. Feeling somewhat deflated, he slumped down, grabbing a piece of bread from the table. Dai Mubai cleared his throat and remarked, Xiao Ao is still snoozing, as usual. Besides him, it appears everyone else is present. For the time being, we shall all live and learn together. Let us get acquainted. Allow me to introduce this rotund fellow. Our fellow student, Ma Hongjun, whose martial spirit is the grass. Oh, no, it's the phoenix. Upon hearing the word phoenix, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze. Though she merely glanced at Ma Hongjun before her eyes flitted past Dai Mubai, seemingly imbued with an added chill. Ma Hongjun interjected, By the way, Dai, I heard that the new students gave teacher Zhao quite a hard time yesterday. Who could it be? Dai Mubai responded, That would be them. You have already met them, as he gestured towards Xiao Yi and Tang San. Ma Hongjun looked at Xiao Yi incredulously. A rank 21 and someone barely at rank 30? How could they possibly have bested teacher Zhao? He is a soul sage of 76 ranks. I refuse to believe it. Tang San remained composed, while Xiao Yi appeared somewhat embarrassed by the remark. It was merely luck. Teacher Zhao didn't even use 30% of his strength. And coupled with his underestimation, Tang San suddenly recalled something and added, By the way, I almost forgot to ask. How did you alter the trajectory of my hidden weapons? Xiao Yi wiped his mouth and replied, I was born into a large family and have encountered many soul masters who rely solely on brute force through soul power. The only aspect that involves skill pertains to soul techniques, with the more astute soul masters possessing a keen intellect. During my meditation, I suddenly realized that soul power is not the sole means of enhancing a soul master's strength. Upon hearing this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Daimabai, and Ma Hongjun perked up, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing approached, evidently intrigued by methods of strengthening their capabilities. At that moment, I pondered how to apply soul power perfectly, dedicating an entire year to distill 3 key points. Just as Xiaoyi mentioned this, he took a bite of his food. Xiao Wu, gritting her teeth, kicked Xiaoyi's food away and exclaimed, "Can you hurry up? What are you still eating for? Do you want us 6 to perish from impatience?" Xiao Yi, gazing at the furious crowd with a pained expression, replied, "Sister Xiao Wu, I need to eat too." Xiao Wu, smiling as she drew closer, said, "Xiaoyi, if you don't want to die, hurry up." "All right. The 3 methods are..." Just as he was about to elaborate, a cheeky voice interrupted Xiaoyi, successfully igniting the ire of everyone present. "Hiki, everyone is here. It's the first day, and our Shrek Academy members are all gathered in the cafeteria. I arrived just in time." Oscar, having just risen, had shaved off his beard to leave a favorable impression on the younger students. Upon entering the cafeteria and seeing everyone except for himself already assembled, he approached with what he deemed his most charming smile. However, instead of applause or flowers, he was met with fiery glares of anger. Oscar could not comprehend why. Despite shaving, he still appeared quite handsome. With deep-set peach blossom eyes and a face resembling jade, he exuded an air of noble charm. His well-groomed brows and a roguish smile should have garnered admiration, yet the fury in their gazes perplexed him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he stammered, You all." Xiao Wu slowly retracted her right leg, her expression unyielding as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Yi, coldly commanding, "Continue speaking. Finish within 3 minutes." Xiao Yi nodded vigorously, aware that no one wished to incur a beating or even face life-threatening consequences. "All right. My martial soul is the sword of judgment. And after its awakening, I began training in sword techniques. Get to the point. The intensity of soul power, its application, and technique. Is that it?" "Yes. Did you not ask me to get to the point?" Xiao Wu, clenching her fists, glared fiercely at the innocent Xiao Yi, saying, "Little one, I seriously suspect you are toying with me. Can you be a bit more specific?" Observing the murderous intent in the gazes of those around him, Xiao Yi nodded and inquired, "Tell me, in a situation of equal levels, what is the decisive factor in determining victory?" Dai Mubai, being the impatient one, was the first to respond. "Of course, it's the soul rings, martial souls, and soul bones." Xiao Yi nodded and remarked, "Indeed. However, it is not entirely accurate. No matter how powerful a soul skill may be, if it cannot strike its target, it is futile. It is akin to the violet flame shot by Ma Hongjun. I can easily evade it and take advantage of the delay after he unleashes his soul skill to defeat him. This applies not only to soul skills, but also to physical strikes, as one can dodge Dai Mubai's punches as well. Furthermore, the control of soul power is paramount. Soul masters often rely on sheer force, yet this is the most rudimentary approach. In essence, soul skills are merely a manifestation of soul power control. Why do we always refer to Ma Hongjun, though? At this moment, Oscar had joined the 7, stating, "Xiao Yi, it seems you have a penchant for using him as an example." Xiao Yi shrugged and replied, "There is no alternative. He is currently the most fitting illustration." Xiao Yi continued, "Ma Hongjun's violet flame is essentially a compression of fire. Ma Hongjun, I offer you a suggestion. Try rotating your flame. Its potency will undoubtedly increase significantly." Tang Sen nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Just like my hidden weapons, if they could rotate at high speeds, their impact would escalate dramatically." Xiao Yi affirmed, "Precisely. Mastery of technique and control over soul power are swift paths to strength, and at times, they may even enable one to challenge foes of higher rank." Chapter 24. Soul Flow. I am merely offering you a suggestion. It is not mandatory for soul power to rotate at high speed. Compression and transformation can also be effective. Follow me, and I shall demonstrate my application of soul power. With that, Xiao Yi summoned his martial soul, the Sword of Judgment, and led the 7 out. Ma Hongjun hesitated, and after what seemed like a momentous decision, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Damn it. Another meal wasted." Ning Rongrong chuckled, "Haha. I thought you had something significant to discuss." Ma Hongjun retorted, "Isn't eating a matter of importance? What is life without food?" Xiao Yi shot a glare at Ma Hongjun and said, "Then take your time eating. We shall be on our way. By the time you catch up, you will be the weakest one. Let us see if you can handle that." "Who said I wasn't going? I was merely reminiscing about my breakfast." "Oh, my beloved breakfast. Rest assured, I shall make up for it at lunch." "Ugh, Xiao Yi, what are you searching for?" Oscar inquired. Xiao Yi responded, I am looking for something sturdier. Otherwise, I cannot demonstrate effectively. What about a stone? Ma Hongjun asked, somewhat bewildered. That won't do. Just stacking stones won't suffice. Brother Dai, it's up to you now. Xiao Yi realized with clarity. Dai Mubai nodded and said, all right, watch me. With that, Dai Mubai began to stack relatively flat stones into two piles, forming a stone pillar. Each pillar stood about a meter high, nearly matching Xiao Yi's height. Xiao Yi grasped the sword of judgment. With a forceful downward strike, the judgment sword cleaved through the upper half of the stone pillar, leaving the lower portion intact and the sword lodged firmly within the middle, unable to penetrate further. Dai Mubai squinted slightly, his expression betraying a hint of discomfort. Xiao Yi retracted the judgment sword and remarked, as everyone has just witnessed. I infused my soul power and exerted my utmost strength, yet I only managed to penetrate half a meter. Dai Mubai chuckled wryly, half a meter? Without using my soul skills, my full strength would only exceed yours by a fraction, not to mention the 6-year age gap between us. Xiao Yi smiled and replied, Brother Dai, do not belittle yourself. I have mentioned before that my martial spirit is the judgment sword, and sharpness is its defining feature. Your weapon, however, is a fist. The essence of a fist lies in its ability to shatter. My attack affects merely a portion of the pillar, one might even say a line. While your fist impacts the entirety of the stone. I may cleave the pillar in two, but you possess the capacity to obliterate it. Each has its own merits. Listening to Xiao Yi's words, Dai Mubai felt his spirits lift. I understand now. Xiao Yi continued, consider this. You are a close combat powerhouse soul master, focusing on attack, defense, and technique. These are your primary avenues for development. Your attack and defense stand at the pinnacle among your peers, yet your technique is lacking, indeed. It would be fairer to say that the technique of all of you is deficient. Each one merely knows how to hit hard, not how to avoid pain. I digress. Let us proceed. With that, Xiao Yi raised the judgment sword, his gaze growing serious. He closed his eyes and summoned his soul power. Soon, the sword emitted a resonant hum, and Tang San and the others observed as the blade quivered and glowed red. Suddenly, Xiao Yi opened his eyes wide and struck another stone pillar. To their astonishment, there was no thunderous crash, nor the sound of metal meeting rock. Instead, it resembled the soft slicing of tofu, almost inaudible unless one listened closely. The judgment sword effortlessly sliced through the pillar from top to bottom, leaving a deep gash in the earth beneath. At that moment, disbelief etched itself on the faces of all present, including the composed Tang San and the icy Zhu Zhuqing. Remarkable. This fellow has concealed his abilities exceptionally well. Xiao Yi approached the severed pillar, shaking his head and sighing, murmuring to himself, alas, I still have not mastered it fully. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Dai Mubai's lips twitched. What the hell? You haven't mastered it yet? Have I wasted these past years? He added, Xiao Yi, contentment brings happiness. Indeed, indeed. Let us be content. None among us could achieve this. It is quite alarming that you have surpassed us. Haha, don't be too anxious. Look here, Xiao Yi pointed to the cross-section of the pillar, stating, this exemplifies the application of my soul power, fluidity. It is well known that a martial soul is a manifestation of soul power, capable of maximizing our potential. I channel my soul power with varying intensity along the blade of the judgment sword, forming serrated waves of energy, and then control the rapid flow of this power to enhance its might and penetrate defenses. If perfected, the cross-section of the stone pillar should be as smooth as a mirror. However, as you can see, the surface is quite coarse and uneven, indicating a lack of mastery. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but interject, indeed, you have yet to refine this technique. Yes, you are correct. I acknowledged. Once I hone this skill to perfection, I will be ready to advance to the next level. Xiao Wu, astonished, inquired, next level? There is more? I nodded, stating, indeed, building upon the flow of soul power. I will incorporate vibrations and compressions. My martial soul is a sword, not a spear, thus rotation is not suitable. However, this requires immense mental fortitude. That's extraordinary. The group exclaimed in unison. I waved my hand dismissively, asserting, I am no freak, and I have already shared my methods of enhancement with you. Therefore, it is only a matter of time before you all become extraordinary. Xiao Wu clenched her fist and challenged, Xiao Yi, do you wish to be struck? Not at all. Then teach us more. I nodded and replied, very well. Allow me to elaborate to each of you. I have studied extensively from a young age and possess considerable knowledge regarding martial souls. However, I need to understand your martial souls, soul rings, soul skills. and abilities to facilitate our discussions. That makes sense. Everyone, please introduce yourselves in detail. Dai Mubai, the eldest and most experienced among us, naturally spoke with authority. He began his self-introduction. I am Dai Mubai, soon to be 15 years old, a level 37 close combat soul master specializing in assault. My martial soul is the evil Eye White Tiger. My first soul ring is a century old, granting me the soul skill White Tiger Shield, which enhances both my attack and defense. The second soul ring is also a century old, with the soul skill White Tiger Radiant Wave, unleashing a powerful light wave with shattering effects. My third soul ring is a millennium old, enabling the White Tiger Diamond transformation, significantly boosting my attack and defense. Ning Rongrong chuckled. How precise. We must be thorough. It would be unfair to Brother Dai otherwise. Just as Xiao was about to speak, Oscar stepped forward, announcing, I am Oscar, 14 years old, a level 29 food type support soul master. My martial soul is sausage. Both of my soul rings are century old. I shall refrain from naming them. My first soul skill restores stamina and soul power. The second removes negative effects. Though it is not absolute, should the enemy's soul power be too high, it may fail. Chapter 25. 3 applications. Lastly, perhaps due to the nature of his name. It was Tang San's turn. I am Tang San, 13 years old, with the martial soul Blue Silver Grass, a level 29 control type soul master. I possess 2 century-old yellow soul rings, with skills named Entangle and Parasitism. Famed for his understanding, he entwines his enemies, parasitically drawing strength from them like the blue silver grass. Moreover, I possess a modicum of agility and dexterity. Damubai inquired, are you referring to those concealed weapons of yours? Tang San nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying. At that moment, Ma Hongjin interjected, let us first finish with the boys' introductions. I am Ma Hongjin, 12 years old, soon to be 13. And I am your senior at Shrek Academy. My martial soul is the Evil Fire Phoenix, a 27th level assault type soul master, wielding 2 century-old soul rings. My first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, unleashes a purple fire line to attack foes, accompanied by an explosive effect. My second soul skill, Bathing Fire Phoenix, augments both my offensive and defensive capabilities. As Ma Hongjun completed his introduction, Xiao Wu eagerly chimed in. Lastly, we have Xiao Yi. After all, he is the youngest. I am Xiao Wu, with dance as my namesake, age 12 and a half. My martial soul is the Soft Bone Rabbit, a 29th level agility type soul master. I shall refrain from discussing my soul rings, as they are all century old. My first soul skill is Soft Technique, and my second soul skill is Bewitchment, which serves to control and daze enemies for a brief moment, longer against those weaker than myself, though less effective against significantly stronger foes. Ning Rongrong, maintaining a gentle smile, softly introduced herself. I am Ning Rongrong, just 12 years old, with the 7 treasure glazed tile as my martial soul, a 26th level support type soul master. Possessing 2 soul rings that can enhance our speed and strength by approximately 30%. Zhu Xing, her expression as cold as frost, stated calmly, I am Zhu Xing, soon to be 12. My beast martial soul is the Nethercat, a 27th level agility type soul master with 2 soul rings. My first soul skill is Nether Piercing Strike, which allows for instantaneous acceleration to assassinate foes. My second soul skill, Nether 100 Claws, unleashes 100 swift strikes, though each individual attack lacks potency. Xiaoyi chuckled. Since you all have introduced yourselves, it would be quite impolite of me not to join in. I am Xiaoyi, age 9, and my martial soul is the Sword of Judgment, a 21st level assault type Grand Soul Master. My first soul skill, Sword Chi, releases a wave of energy capable of severing a target. Should the target's defenses be formidable, it will diminish their defenses instead. My second soul skill, a Millennium Old Technique, enhances my attack, defense, and speed, each by 10%. Unbelievable. It must be attributed to the nature of Xiao Yi's martial soul. It is well known that even among the same soul beasts, the enhancements granted to different soul masters vary. This illustrates the disparities in martial souls. With this, Tang San's expression momentarily darkened before regaining composure, perhaps due to the perceived inferiority of his own martial soul. Little did he know, his martial soul was far from the simplicity he imagined. Xiao Yi interrupted the myriad of thoughts swirling in the minds of his companions, stating, allow me to elucidate further. I categorize my invented applications of soul power into 3 types: vibration, flow, and rotation. The compression of soul power has long been established. a fundamental ability applicable to all soul masters. Vibration entails high-frequency oscillations upon contact with the enemy, necessitating a synergy of soul power and physicality, making it suitable for blunt weapon soul masters and melee beast soul masters, particularly effective for assault types. Rotation involves the rapid spinning of soul power to achieve a strangulation effect, requiring only the control of soul power, making it ideal for external manifestation type soul masters. The flow of soul power should be rapid and unyielding, ideally suited for sharp weapon spirits, such as my judgment sword. Mastery over soul power is equally essential. I have discerned your characteristics, and now I shall offer you a few suggestions. First, Brother Dai, you must enhance your physical capabilities without relying on your spirit. Your soul skills augment your offensive and defensive abilities by a percentage. Thus, improving your physical condition will significantly amplify the effects of your skills. If you wish to grow stronger, henceforth, engage in weighted running and allow others to strike you. Dai Mubai appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired, I understand the need to improve my physical condition, but why should I let others hit me? With an air of composure, Xiao Yi replied, It is, of course, to enhance your resilience to blows. Weighted running will improve your strength and speed. What is that look on your face? Do not presume that speed is unnecessary, otherwise you shall become a target for others. I imagine, with your temperament, it would be quite frustrating to be unable to catch up with others. Furthermore, practice your techniques. Just imagine how exhilarating it would be if others could not hit you. As for the time frame, that is for you to determine. Next, you must refine your control over soul power. Currently, you lack the capacity for breakthroughs. As a strength-type soul master, your weapon is not limited to your fists. Your palms hold potential as well. Dai Mubai looked on in confusion. Palms? Indeed, but not just any palm. Have you heard of the knife hand technique? Xiaoyi affirmed. Ah, you mean I can? Xiaoyi nodded. Precisely. If you can incorporate soul power compression, that would be even better. Dai Mubai displayed great excitement. He perceived this as the genesis of a unique soul skill. The thought of soon having a self-created soul skill filled him with joy. However, he underestimated the complexity of the endeavor. Without prolonged practice, mastery would remain elusive. Next, let us address the others, starting from the larger to the smaller. Oscar, and yes, Ning Rongrong as well. You both belong to the support category, hence share similar deficiencies. Tell me, what should support-type soul masters do? Assist teammates. Oscar replied, exuding an air of simplicity. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes. That's naive. We support-type soul masters have numerous vulnerabilities, lacking special soul skills. We are mere targets on the battlefield, with slow mobility and low defense, making us the easiest to eliminate. Xiaoyi nodded in agreement. Precisely. So, what do you believe you lack? Oscar remained silent, aware of his limited knowledge from growing up in a remote village. Ning Rongrong spoke up, as a support. There are only a few things we can do. Assist our teammates at opportune moments while also safeguarding ourselves, which necessitates the ability to multitask. Xiaoyi praised, indeed. Quite insightful. On the battlefield, support types often hold the key to victory, sometimes even more so than control types. As you mentioned, protecting oneself is paramount. Therefore, you should bolster your stamina and speed. It is widely acknowledged that support types are the weakest in one-on-one confrontations. Why is that? Because they lack offensive skills. Thus, in the eyes of many, support-type soul masters are perceived as soft targets. But what if you, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, possessed offensive skills? Attack skills? Is it possible for us? Oscar exclaimed in astonishment. No support-type soul master wishes to remain perpetually in the role of logistics. The circumstances simply do not allow it. Tang Sen furrowed his brow and inquired, how can this be? Even if they cultivate attack skills, it is bound to hinder their training, ultimately leading to nothing. It is essential to understand that quality surpasses quantity. Xiaoyi, undeterred by Tang San's skepticism, smiled and replied, you are mistaken, Brother San. The attack skills I intend to teach them hinge on the control of soul power. Practicing these attack skills will enhance their control over soul power, ensuring that every ounce is utilized efficiently in battle. This is a form of cultivation, is it not? Tang San nodded slightly, no longer refuting the notion. If such skills truly existed, they would be quite beneficial. Ning Rongrong had long desired an attack skill. With Xiaoyi asserting that it would not impede their cultivation but rather enhance it, she could not let this opportunity slip away. Excitedly, she exclaimed, what are we waiting for? Teach me now. Can we learn it? Xiaowu asked with eager anticipation. Xiaoyi shook his head, explaining that this method was only suitable for support-type soul masters. Those of the battle type had their own paths to tread. However, he encouraged them to glean insights from it. Chapter 26. The choice. At this moment, Xiaoyi felt a flush of embarrassment and stammered, "Actually, I have only researched the flow of soul power. I have yet to grasp the principles of soul power vibration and rotation. Thus, this is merely my hypothesis." Clearing his throat, he added, "But we must give it a try. What if it succeeds?" Observing Xiao Yi's awkward demeanor, the group expressed their doubts. "Xiao Yi, you aren't just going to teach us a mere conjecture, are you?" Yes. Actually, the attack skills I intend to teach Ning Rongrong and Oscar are the foundational skills you all will learn," Xiaoyi replied truthfully, without deceit. Ma Hongjun remarked, "I suddenly feel like you were joking with us." "Humph. Far from it. Watch me." With that, Xiaoyi raised his right hand, channeling his soul power to coalesce within it. The atmosphere grew tense among the onlookers. Releasing soul power in such a manner is no easy feat without exceptional talent. Xiaoyi's soul power began to rotate slowly, gaining momentum until it formed a vortex resembling water. Frowning, he muttered to himself, "What is going wrong? It should be a sphere. Why does it resemble a vortex instead? How can I achieve the effect of strangulation?" Daimubai and the others shook their heads. While the display of soul power was impressive, it was not what they sought. They resolved to engage and waited, running to enhance their speed and strength. Just as they took a few steps, Xiao Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. I understand now. Strangulation. Ha ha ha." Listening to Xiao Yi's laughter, everyone paused in their tracks and turned to gaze at the eccentric figure. Xiao Yi shouted exuberantly, "Brother Dai, you've returned. I've figured it out." Upon hearing his call, the crowd halted, murmuring amongst themselves, "Should we go back? I'm not certain. Let us return to see. After all, there is nothing pressing." Xiao Wu clenched her fists and declared, "Speak up. What have you discovered? If you dare to jest with us, well, I realize where I went wrong. It was in my arrogance," Xiao Yi admitted. "Indeed, that too. I was pondering earlier, if we rotate in the same direction, even at great speed, we cannot achieve a strangling effect. However, if we rotate in opposite directions, The crowd was once again captivated by Xiao Yi's words. "Don't keep us in suspense, just tell us." Yet, I cannot accomplish this myself, as it remains merely a conjecture. Nevertheless, you might want to give it a try. "Are you serious?" Xiao Yi replied. "Let me share my thoughts with you. First, externalize your soul power, gathering it within your palms, allowing it to rotate chaotically." "Wait, chaotic rotation? What does that mean?" Xiao Yi smiled. "It means rotating in various directions, not just left or right, but also up and down, among others." Xiao Wu could not help but interject. "Is that even possible?" "Rotating in two directions simultaneously is no easy feat," Xiao Yi chuckled, "precisely because it is challenging. We must endeavor to learn. Besides, don't you find it exhilarating to push the limits? Imagine Ma Hongjun's first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. If it were to rotate chaotically, its power would rival that of the third soul skill. When compressed into an arrow-like form, it could compare to the fourth soul skill." Damubai laughed. "Haha. Splendid. I'm definitely going to learn this skill." Xiao Yi, feeling slightly awkward, said, "Brother Dai, this method may not suit you. In fact, it's not suitable for any soul master lacking a radiating soul skill." Daimubai, a bit displeased, inquired why not. "It's disheartening to discover that a skill one desires to learn doesn't fit one's abilities." Xiao Yi explained. "What I mentioned earlier was merely an application of rotation. As I've stated, there are also flow and vibration. Vibration and compression are more suited to you in Zhu Shiqing. Moreover, the concept of vibrating soul power is something I merely imagined. It carries significant challenges." Concerned for herself, Zhu Zhuqing could not restrain her curiosity. "Why not? Can't beast martial souls learn this?" "They can, but it's not suitable." "Sister Zhuqing, as evidenced in your battle with Teacher Zhao, your weapon is your claws, more specifically, your fingers, which are primarily sharp, and your attack method is piercing. Consider how utilizing soul power for rotation on your fingers would render your sharpness ineffective. It would be counterproductive. However, if you compress your soul power at your fingertips while executing a piercing attack, and then apply high-frequency vibrations at the moment of contact, your attack would multiply in potency. Even Dai Mubai under the third soul skill would find it difficult to defend against." Dai Mubai gazed at the frenzied expression of Zhu Zhuqing and instinctively retreated a step. "Just like you, Brother Dai, the paths of vibration and compression are your destiny. It is best to master two applications, otherwise one risks overextending themselves. Furthermore, Brother Dai, do you wish to tread a different path from Zhu Zhuqing?" As he spoke, Xiao Yi slyly winked at Dai Mubai. Ning Rongrong, with her finger resting on her lips, inquired. Then why have you cultivated flow while also pursuing vibration and compression? Xiao Yi replied. That is because I only require offense. And my approach is not a point like Sister Zhuqing's, but rather a line. Both flow and vibration are applicable. It is the advantage of my martial spirit. Moreover, I possess a second martial spirit. Xiao Wu glanced between the two, then turned to Tang San, saying, what about the two of us? We're the only ones left. With a pout, she added, and what about me? Ma Hongjun interjected. Xiao Wu huffed, you pig. Xiao Yi has already mentioned that you are suited for rotation. I truly wonder how such a physique can manage to rotate. Well, Xiao Yi interjected, Brother San is a wise individual who knows the path he wishes to take. And there is much I must learn from him. As for Xiao Wu, Brother San, you can decide. After pondering for a moment, Tang San declared, I choose vibration. And Xiao Wu will choose the same. Very well, I respect your choice, Xiao Yi responded. Let me summarize. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. You will cultivate vibration, and I shall teach you shortly. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong will focus on rotation. Remember to rotate in a chaotic manner. The compression of soul power is essential for everyone, as well as weight training. From today onward, each person must carry an appropriate weight at all times, never to be removed. Once fully accustomed, we may increase the load. Over time, this will significantly enhance our strength. Dai Mubai pointed at Oscar and the others, saying, all right, you three may go. We will study the vibration technique that Xiao Yi mentioned. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to speak, Ma Hongjun, dissatisfied, exclaimed, humph. You've heard our training methods. Why shouldn't we hear yours? I don't care. I want to know. Xiao Yi halted the angered Dai Mubai, stating, if they wish to listen, let them. But remember, one cannot bite off more than they can chew. Understood, Ma Hongjun replied. Are you not going to eat? Xiao Yi suddenly asked. After a moment of hesitation, Ma Hongjun struck a pose of righteous indignation, saying, well, breakfast is already gone. It's much better to be with you all. Haha, with such righteous words, I almost believed you, Xiao Yi continued. All right, enough of this. Brother Dai, you four pay close attention. The vibration of soul power requires not only the control of the power itself, but also of the body. Strictly speaking, this method of cultivation is the most challenging. Excellent. I quite like this. Dai Mubai exclaimed excitedly. Oscar, feeling competitive, retorted, humph. Let us see who can master it first. As he spoke, he cast a challenging glance at Dai Mubai. Very well. Let us compete to see who can successfully cultivate first. My vibrational technique is far more challenging than your rotation. Should I emerge victorious, you shall owe me a favor. Dai Mubai, possessing an indomitable spirit, readily accepted the challenge. It's a deal, Xiao Yi said with a wry smile. May I speak now? Noticing the silence around him, he continued, then I shall proceed. I can only teach you the principles of soul power vibration, which involves utilizing soul power and physical prowess to create high-frequency vibrations upon striking an opponent. This requires dividing the soul power into multiple portions. After a considerable time, Xiao Yi elucidated the methods of soul power rotation and vibration to the group. Dai Mubai and his companions then began to practice their own methods of soul power control. Chapter 27. The Dean the following morning. Xiao Yi and Tang San set off together towards the dining hall. Upon arrival, they discovered a table laden with food in front of Ma Hongjun, while Dai Mubai regarded him with evident disdain. When Dai Mubai spotted Xiao Yi and Tang San, his expression brightened, revealing a sense of relief. Good morning, Xiao Yi. Tang San, he exclaimed. Good morning. Xiao Yi responded politely. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement with a smile. As they gathered their breakfast and sat beside Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu entered the hall. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with a pout, saying, Brother, I called you just now. Did you not hear me? I had intended to wait for you. After leaving the dormitory, she had spotted Tang San and Xiao Yi entering the dining hall and had tried to catch their attention. But despite calling Tang San several times, neither of them responded, leaving her quite displeased. Tang San scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Apologies, Xiao Wu. I was just chatting with Xiao Yi. I hadn't activated my Xiantian skill, so I didn't hear you. Humph. Observing the struggles of those around him, Xiao Yi chuckled. It seems each of you bears your own burdens. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, indeed. However, mine and Xiao Wu's, along with Shuqing's, are comparatively lighter. Not to worry. Take your time to adapt. Do you have any insights on the rotation of soul power? Xiao Yi inquired. Ning Rongrong shook her head, replying, I have no clues. It's exceedingly difficult. I can barely manage to project my soul power. Huh. If it were simple, what would be the point? Dai Mubai interjected, as newcomers. Why don't you enlighten us about the rules and courses of the academy? Dai Mubai explained, there aren't any particularly strict rules at the academy. In essence, one must not engage in pillaging, yet battles and gambling are encouraged. Shai was taken aback. Gambling at such a young age? This academy is intriguing. A playful smile spread across his face as he spoke. Dai Mubai elaborated, the instructors believe that gambling is a mental game that significantly enhances psychological resilience, observational acumen, and judgment skills. Combat should not result in loss of life. And as for gambling, one merely needs to avoid wagering one's trousers. Regarding the curriculum, the academy will adjust the courses according to our individual circumstances. However, I can assert with certainty that one of the most paramount aspects of today's lesson is the collection of fees. The annual tuition at the academy amounts to 100 gold coins. For you, esteemed soul masters of the great soul master rank, this should pose no challenge. The subsidies for soul masters are distributed by the Spirit Hall. However, those ranked soul sect and above are ineligible to receive any financial aid from the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, the expenses of the academy could easily be covered by just a few instructors. The Empire stipulates that subsidies are intended to encourage and assist lower-ranked soul masters in their training. Once they reach level 40, soul masters may enlist in the military or serve a powerful entity to earn a substantial income. Yet, the instructors at Shrek value their freedom and prefer not to serve others, which is why they find themselves in dire financial straits. Ning Rongrong chuckled, saying, "You're still so young, yet you speak of women." When class time arrived, Xiao Yi and his companions made their way to the Grand Plaza, where the drowsy Oscar had already arrived, munching on a sausage of his own creation. Previously, due to Xiao Yi's teaching, they had not closely observed Oscar. And after a day spent preparing with heavy weights, he had not returned home. Now, upon closer inspection, they could hardly recognize him. Oscar was indeed quite handsome. With deep-set peach blossom eyes that conveyed a sense of depth, a face like polished jade, and well-groomed eyebrows. A playful smile adorned his countenance. Your beard? Tang Sen approached Oscar and pointed at his face. Oscar chuckled, quickly finishing his sausage, and whispered, a few new beauties have recently arrived. I need to look my best to catch their attention. You lack experience in this regard, I presume. Dai is clearly interested in that icy girl. While Xiao Wu is yours. The rotund fellow's flamboyant demeanor doesn't attract girls, so my target is Ning Rongrong. You want to compete with me for her? Will you? Xiao Yi glanced at Oscar, pursed his lips, and inquired, how old are you? Without hesitation, Oscar replied, I'm 14. What of it? My father had me when he was 14. How remarkable. Oscar, you ought to learn from your father. They laughed. As their conversation unfolded, a middle-aged man approached from the opposite end of the plaza. Xiao Yi curiously scrutinized the man, speculating about his identity as a teacher, while Tang San and Xiao Wu appeared somewhat uneasy for reasons unknown. The newcomer appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust physique, a distinctive long face, a slightly protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat facial structure, and a prominent hooked nose. If one were to liken him to an object, it would be a pair of rigid black-framed crystal glasses adorning his face. Chapter 28. Abuse upon noticing the unnatural expressions on Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces. Xiao Yi inquired, what have you done to provoke him? Surely, there is no need for concern. After all, he is the dean. He wouldn't be so petty. Beside them, Oscar chuckled softly, whispering, you are mistaken. Our Dean Flander is notoriously vengeful. However, his most commendable trait is his fierce loyalty. Flander, with a playful glance at Oscar, elicited a cold sweat from him. He approached the 7 students and halted. His uniquely raspy voice, imbued with a hint of magnetism, resonated. This year is promising. We have 5 more little prodigies among us. I, Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, extend a warm welcome on behalf of the institution. Shortly, each of you will need to submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Lee, who oversees finances. Dai Mubai, we have 5 new junior students. Please inform them of the Academy's rules. Afterward, return to your quarters and strive to restore yourselves to peak condition. Our first class will commence tonight. Oscar, you and Ning Rongrong are the exception. Come with me, Flander commanded. Oscar's expression immediately fell, reluctantly approaching Flander to pay his respects. His mood brightened slightly upon seeing Ning Rongrong beside him. Xiao Yi observed Oscar's gentle gaze toward Ning Rongrong and frowned. Flander waved his hand, stating, the rest may retire to rest. Before nightfall, ensure you are in optimal condition. Do not say I did not warn you. The education here differs vastly from other places. You will face dangers. Xiaoyi followed Ning Rongrong as she walked away. Flander, indifferent to the number of students, addressed Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Each of you possesses your own unique cultivation methods. Even with differing martial spirits, the approaches to cultivation vary greatly. Thus, what the Academy teaches is not merely how to cultivate your martial spirit, but how to utilize it effectively, and how to preserve yourselves in future battles while supporting your comrades. In essence, the most vital skill for support-type soul masters is to flee, sometimes. A single step can save your life. Therefore, physical training is of utmost importance for you. In summary, Flander's guidance conveyed a clear message. You have offended me. Now, manage it yourself. Consequently, the two were compelled to run laps around the village. Understood, Ning Rongrong replied without hesitation, dashing outside. Oscar, with a melancholic expression, followed suit. The village spanned at least 3 kilometers. Completing 20 laps was indeed a daunting task, though they possessed soul power exceeding level 20. Accomplishing this task before noon proved to be a torturous ordeal for support-type soul masters, who generally had the weakest physiques among all soul masters. For combat soul masters of level 20 or higher, traversing such a distance was no trivial feat. This was sheer abuse. Why must Ning Rongrong also partake in this? Xiaoyi hesitated for a moment before following Ning Rongrong, curious to witness how the two support-type individuals could traverse such a considerable distance. Upon reaching the village entrance, he awaited the arrival of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as this path was essential for their journey. After a while, he spotted a figure in the distance gradually growing larger. They've arrived, Xiaoyi exclaimed. Wait, why is it only Oscar? Where's Rongrong? Even at a slow pace, she should have arrived by now. Chapter 29, The Little Witch. How slow you are, Oscar, Xiaoyi remarked languidly. Oscar, having run for some time, was merely breathing slightly heavier. Slow? I'm not a battle spirit master like you. I can only go so fast. This pace is quite commendable. What about Rongrong? Is she lagging behind? Xiaoyi murmured. Rongrong? She is gone. She'll be back shortly, Oscar replied, disappointment etched on his face. What's wrong? You don't look well. What happened? Xiaoyi inquired. Oscar sighed, alas. When Rongrong and I started running, she was full of confidence until she heard the distance was far, then she refused to continue, claiming she was hungry and wanted to explore outside the school. I'll head on first. Xiaoyi frowned as he watched Oscar run further away, shaking his head as he returned to the dormitory. At the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, in the council hall, a jade chair was situated on the northern side. Seated upon it was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, exuding an air of refinement that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Before him, a young man knelt partially. Reporting to the sect master, the young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and has successfully enrolled, the young man said respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded, expressing a resigned tone. It is perhaps beneficial for this little witch to venture outside for some training, otherwise the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be turned upside down. How's the situation at Shrek Academy? There are 2 soul saints and several soul emperors at Shrek Academy, with top-notch teaching quality. The students they admit are indeed exceptional. I have conveyed your message to their principal, the young man reported. A faint smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Very well, you may leave now. Yes. Sect master, the young man replied, bowing as he exited. A powerful voice reverberated through the hall, causing it to tremble. Ning Fengxi. How can you bear to send her away? Are you truly at ease leaving her alone? What if something were to happen? As the voice echoed, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the back hall, boldly seating himself beside sect master Ning Fengxi. Ning Fengxi displayed a look of helplessness. Sir Uncle, do you think I desire this? You and Dragon Uncle spoil her too much. She has become quite arrogant at home. Perhaps a taste of education and hardship in the outside world will bring about some change. Otherwise, when the time comes for her to marry, her temperament will not be tolerated. Sword Uncle huffed with indignation. If anything were to happen to Rongrong, I shall hold you accountable. By the way, what about that matter? Ning Fengxi shook his head, stating that the message had been delivered, but the Pope seemed to express some dissent. The elder sighed, inquiring whether he had secured Rongrong's consent. Given her temperament, the prospect of marrying an unseen suitor would likely drive her to madness. Rongrong was his youngest child and his only daughter. To treat her as a mere tool for an alliance seemed excessively cruel. Ning Fengxi was aware that Sword Uncle had always opposed this union. Yet he harbored his own intentions. As a noble, one must be prepared for sacrifices. Moreover, the suitor's character was commendable, even in the absence of affection. He would not mistreat Rongrong. After all, feelings can be cultivated. Well, do as you wish. If Rongrong suffers any grievances, I shall dismantle the spirit hall. As night descended, Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy, scrutinized Oscar and Ning Rongrong with keen eyes. Oscar, have you both completed 20 laps? Flinder's gaze was piercing, making it difficult for anyone to meet his eyes. Xiaoyi glanced at Ning Rongrong, knowing well that she had hardly run at all. After returning to the dormitory, he felt uneasy about Rongrong and decided to follow her. She returned only by evening, indicating she had not run at all. Oscar nodded and replied, Principal, I completed the laps. Flinder snorted coldly. I asked about you both, not just one of you. Do not play word games with me. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was gazing at Oscar, her large, sparkling eyes filled with innocence. Xiaoyi shook his head in disappointment, feeling that Ning Rongrong was not as admirable as he had envisioned. Selfishness is humanity's nature, yet it remains fundamentally immoral. Oscar gritted his teeth and nodded. Yes. We both completed them. Excellent. You are rather amiable. Come here, Flinder commanded, gesturing to the spot in front of him. A hint of a wry smile crossed Oscar's face as he approached Flinder. One must correct their mistakes, for resistance would only exacerbate the punishment. Flinder's right hand slowly rose and lightly patted Oscar's shoulder. Since you are so amiable, run another 20 laps. I have sealed your soul power. Should I release it? You know the consequences. Oscar said nothing, merely nodding silently before turning to run outside. Flinder's gaze shifted to the others, stating, Do you not understand why I am doing this? Why I insist he continues running? Because Oscar lied. Regardless of the motive. A lie is a lie. Sometimes it may seem benign, but lying to protect others is unjust. You are all still children, and deceit is the worst of virtues. I hope you comprehend this. As he spoke, his gaze purposefully moved from Tang San and the others to the seemingly innocent and pitiful Ning Rongrong. Tell me, did you complete the assignment I set for you this morning? Ning Rongrong, realizing she could not hide the truth, felt no fear nor resorted to deceit. With her arms crossed, she responded rather haughtily, No, I am hungry and cannot run. What? Are we not allowed to eat? Flanders smiled slightly and remarked, So, you ventured out of the village alone, roamed for an entire day, and then returned to find Oscar to come back with him, correct? Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes and retorted fiercely, Flander, do you dare to spy on me? Instantly, Flanders' expression turned cold. As the dean, I am responsible for every student in this academy. It is my duty, as well as that of all the teachers at Shrek Academy. Disobedience on the battlefield leads to but one outcome, death. The gentle demeanor on Ning Rongrong's face gradually faded, revealing a hint of disdain and contempt. This is not a battlefield, merely an academy. And you are not a general, you are simply the dean. Flander nodded, saying, You are correct, this is an academy. But can you guarantee that you will never find yourself on a battlefield in the future? Now, you must either pack your belongings and leave. For you are unworthy of being a student here, or you must stay and prove to me that you deserve to remain. Flander, who do you think you are? Merely a lowly soul sage. What right do you have to lecture me? At that moment, Ning Rongrong embodied a queen, aloof and disdainful towards everyone around her. Chapter 30. Confrontation. Flander, you are nothing more than a mere soul sage. I advise you to show this lady some respect. Flander, unfazed by her words, smiled faintly and replied, You are correct. I am just a modest soul sage. In the Douluo continent, there are many with greater strength than mine. Nevertheless, I am still among the strong, and dealing with you would be a trivial matter. If I wished to confront you, it would merely require a flick of my finger. Since you look down upon this place, I kindly ask you to leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome unruly students like yourself. Ning Rongrong scoffed coldly. You think you can drive me away? I shall not leave. No one dares to dictate my actions, including you, Flander. From now on, mind your own business regarding my affairs, or you shall face the consequences. Flander smiled nonchalantly. If I feared consequences, this academy would not exist. This is my territory, and I am in command. Moreover, it is the dean's responsibility to guide the students, is it not? From any perspective, I am justified. What you possess is merely your background. Without the 7-treasure glazed tile school, you are nothing. Leave. For how can a young lady like you lower herself to a mere academy? Flander, how dare you? No one has ever dared to force me into doing something I do not wish to do, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hands on her hips, displaying an extraordinarily fierce aura for a 12-year-old girl. In my entire life, you are the first to speak to me in such a manner. Isn't it honorable to be the first? He responded with a chuckle. Moreover, I believe I am not the only one. There are many who would dare to offend you. Right next to you. Ning Rongrong glared at her classmates, her gaze sharp, exuding an air that suggested she would not hesitate to eliminate anyone who crossed her. Flanders smirked ominously. In my eyes, every student here is superior to you. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tower spirit is indeed one of the most formidable existences among auxiliary spirits. Alas, due to your character, you only bring it shame. You speak nonsense. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her chest heaving with anger. She had always been the most gifted member of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Even her father's talents paled in comparison. He had often remarked that she was the most talented soul master in the history of their sect, the one most likely to evolve the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. How could she tolerate Flanders' assertion that he was inferior to anyone present? Am I speaking nonsense? Then tell me, who here is not stronger than you? Flanders retorted disdainfully. Ning Rongrong replied, as an auxiliary soul master, I cannot compare to these battle soul masters. However, my contribution on the battlefield is undoubtedly greater than theirs. With my presence, their strengths can be fully realized. Flanders shook his finger at Ning Rongrong, declaring, that is merely your delusion. The reality is quite different. With your disposition, on the battlefield, you would be nothing more than cannon fodder. You have no comrades, not a single one to whom you can entrust your back. Even your father would not dare act recklessly without capable companions. Given your character, do you truly believe you can find someone with whom you can fully share your trust? Ning Rongrong instinctively glanced at her former companions, her heart trembling as she realized that their once warm gazes had turned eerily unfamiliar. It was all due to her deep-seated concealment. Am I wrong? No, I'm not wrong. I have always been alone. No one wishes to befriend me. They are all a bunch of hypocrites, she thought, her gaze toward the others growing cold. They are all merely the best soul ring configurations. There is nothing more to say. Flanders introduced each individual, analyzing the strengths and talents of Xiao Yi and his companions, concluding that Ning Rongrong was the weakest. Finally, Flanders approached Xiao Yi, stating, Xiao Yi, at merely 9 years of age, your soul power has reached level 21. You are level 22 now? Xiao Yi nodded silently, his gaze shifting back to Ning Rongrong, reflecting, so this is how the offspring of noble families are. My sister is indeed exceptional. Flanders smiled and continued, you are making rapid progress. The Judgment Sword spirit possesses the most profound soul power I have encountered among soul masters. Your second soul ring is a millennium-old one, accompanied by an external soul bone, and your swordsmanship is exceptional. Even a 3-ring soul master would find you formidable. You could potentially surpass Tang San and Xiao Wu, becoming the earliest individual in Shrek's history to break through the mixed title. Compared to them, you are nothing. Each of Flanders' words struck like a sword, shattering the proudest aspects of Ning Rongrong's heart. She had always believed herself to be the finest on the continent, and now she found herself in last place. The disparity was utterly overwhelming. With a cry, Ning Rongrong fled to her dormitory. Flanders scoffed, considering that had it not been for the authority granted to him by the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he would not have dared to manage this little demoness, lest the sword Douluo take his life. Very well, I have discreetly informed Oscar to comfort her, Flanders declared. After today, she is bound to undergo a transformation. Now, let us commence our training. Chapter 31. The Arena of Souls. Flanders waved his hand and said, let us depart. Follow closely behind me. With that, he lightly tapped his toes on the ground and gracefully soared forward, heading in the direction of the academy. The others hurried to keep pace. Naturally, the fastest among them was Daimubai, whose soul power far exceeded that of his peers, followed by Zhu Zhiqing of the agility system. Xiao Yi, being the least endowed with soul power and not belonging to the agility system, lagged behind. Though he did not fall too far behind. Shrek Academy is not far from Soto City, which lies within the kingdom and is not subject to any external threats. Hence, its gates remain open at all hours. This is also the reason Flanders established Shrek here. Though darkness has fallen, the vibrancy of Soto City is no less than that of the day. The streets are lined with an array of stalls, offering a plethora of food, entertainment, and merriment, bustling with life and prosperity. Little Wu, with her playful nature, could hardly remain still. Her bright, sparkling eyes frequently scanned her surroundings, and whenever something piqued her interest, she would quietly venture closer for a better look. Had Tang San not been holding on to her, she might have already gotten lost. However, Xiao Yi had indeed strayed away. Play is the essence of childhood, and Xiao Yi was no exception. It took considerable effort to locate him. For this misadventure, Flanders gave him a thorough reprimand. Though the effectiveness of this chastisement remains uncertain, Flender stated, "Today, your classroom is over there." As he spoke, he raised his hand to point outward. Following the direction of his finger, a vast expanse of towering edifices came into view, reaching nearly 100 meters in height, imposing and formidable. In the shadows of the night, the structures appeared profoundly enigmatic, with glimmers of light faintly emanating from within. Flender remarked, "That is the Soto Great Arena of Souls, a place where battles, and even death, may ensue. However, you are all extraordinary beings, and you must adopt the training methods befitting such monsters. Those who perish within are not monsters. Only those who do not possess such qualities are unworthy of remaining here. Do you understand?" He paused momentarily, then spoke in a grave tone. "The Academy can impart much knowledge to you, yet it cannot teach you the experience of real combat. Such experience is gained through battle, through the ability to fully harness the skills you possess. It is the key to victory. Many are not weak, yet they fall due to a lack of practical experience. Without such experience, all other advantages are rendered futile. Therefore, today, that place will serve as your sanctuary. There will be many spectators. Do not let them sway you. Show it to others." It feels akin to performing for an audience. Flender shook his head and continued, "Although I too harbor a dislike for arenas such as this, it is indeed one of the best ways for you to grow. The arena stands independent of the two great empires, established as a separate entity by the 7 major sections. Soul masters who gain fame here attract the attention of powerful factions, which benefits both their current capabilities and future prospects." As he spoke, a dazzling light sparkled in Flander's eyes. The soul rings do not truly represent the capabilities of a soul master. It is not uncommon to challenge those beyond one's level. To prove oneself, victory is essential. For others only regard the outcome, disregarding the disparity in strength. The ranks of badges are distinguished by the quality of minerals, starting with the Iron Badge, known as the Iron Fighting Soul, followed by the Copper Fighting Soul, Silver Fighting Soul, Gold Fighting Soul, Purple Gold Fighting Soul, Sapphire Fighting Soul, Ruby Fighting Soul, and culminating in the Diamond Fighting Soul. There are a total of 8 tiers, and to advance, one must earn points through victories. At this juncture, Flander's gaze swept over the 5 individuals before him, declaring that without the Silver Fighting Soul badge, graduation was out of the question. Otherwise, he would feel embarrassed. Do not be misled into thinking that obtaining a Silver Fighting Soul badge is an effortless task. Douluo has fought for a year yet has barely accumulated 10 points. As he has been challenging higher-level soul masters for self-improvement, without a streak of consecutive victories, graduation would take at least a decade. However, a winning streak should not pose a significant challenge for you, I presume? Time is of the essence. Let us proceed, and we shall discuss the remaining matters later. Chapter 32. Intent to kill. Registering for the Fighting Soul event here is remarkably straightforward. One merely needs to invest 10 gold soul coins and fill out a form to receive the initial Iron Fighting Soul badge. The Fighting Soul Arena is specifically designed to assess the soul power levels of soul masters, facilitating the selection of opponents during competitions. It is divided into the main Fighting Soul Arena and the sub-Fighting Soul Arenas. The audience in the main arena comprises individuals of high status, and the soul masters competing there are expected to be exceptional, igniting fervor among the spectators. Those like them, who have just registered or have yet to register, can only compete in the sub-arenas. With each victory, one not only earns points, but also receives monetary rewards. However, losses yield no prize. The Soto Fighting Soul Arena encompasses 24 sub-arenas, offering 3 modes of combat: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Although the Fighting Soul Arena is open to the public, it is not free. This serves as a means of revenue generation. Nevertheless, many are willing to pay to witness the spectacle. While soul masters represent the mainstream of Douluo continent, they still comprise a small fraction of the populace. Many ordinary people's aspirations revolve around becoming soul masters. Unable to realize this dream, they seek to indulge their eyes instead. Upon arriving at the rest area, others did not underestimate Xiaoyi and his companions due to their youth. In this world, anything is possible. Tang San smiled slightly and remarked, "No worries. We are here to enhance our practical experience. Gaining more combat experience is always beneficial." He then shared his and Xiao Wu's intentions with Douluo, who naturally did not object. It seemed as if he was reminded, as his gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing. Unfortunately, their martial souls were not compatible, making it impossible to form a 2-on-2 team, leading him to abandon the thought. Douluo said, "Xiao San, take Xiao Wu and register for the 2-on-2 competition over there. The battles here will continue for a while. Brother Dai, I wish to register for a one-on-one match, Xiao Yi stated. Dai Mubai gestured toward another area and replied, over there. Let us embark on this journey together. I, along with the corpulent one and Xuqing, are to engage in a competition. Xiao Yi inquired. Why is Sister Xuqing not joining Team 2? Dai Mubai remained silent, yet Ma Hongjin interjected. Given Zhu Xuqing's temperament, she would prefer solitude. Nodding in understanding. The four approached the registration area for one-on-one matches, announcing their names and soul power levels, aware that victory would bestow upon them 10 gold soul coins. After registering, they awaited their turn. Remember, do not force it. Learning to concede is also a form of progress, Dai Mubai advised as they departed. With Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun having already participated, Xiao Yi was the last to take the stage. After a considerable pause, the host's voice rang out. Next, we invite Xiao Yi from Shrek Academy to face off against Xiao Lu. Xiao Yi, a level 22 Soul Master, was set to compete against Xiao Lu, who was at level 29. In comparison, my expectations lean towards Xiao Lu. Although rank does not dictate everything, Xiao Lu undeniably holds the advantage. What? Only level 22? Does he stand a chance against a level 29? Wait, did you notice? This Xiao Yi can't possibly be older than 10. His face obscured by a mask. Indeed. Xiao Lu is over 40, with far greater experience than Xiao Yi. It's perplexing how the arena would pit these two against one another. At that moment, Tang San had completed his match and anxiously observed Xiao Yi. Even he, without revealing his trump cards, found it challenging to defeat a level 29 Soul Master, let alone one who was 7 levels his superior. Xiao Yi, undeterred by the peculiar gazes, stepped onto the arena, where a middle-aged man with a disdainful demeanor regarded him from the opposite side. Let the match commence. Xiao Lu, unhurried, remarked, Boy, you might as well concede early. Otherwise, I won't show you any mercy. Xiao Yi, unfazed, retorted, Xiao Lu, you are despicable. Your name possesses a certain depth. Xiao Lu, who often faced ridicule due to his name, was incensed by this remark. You insolent brat, since you seek death, I shall oblige. Rest assured, I won't grant you the opportunity to concede. You seem quite appealing. I wonder if you have an elder sister? No, a mother will suffice. Ha ha. Channeling the spirit of a gorilla. Xiao Lu's words were merely a reaction to Xiao Yi's taunt, yet they adeptly provoked Xiao Yi's ire. If one were to inquire about Xiao Yi's most cherished individuals in this world, it would undoubtedly be his mother, Bi Bidong, and his sister, Qinren Xue. To hear Xiao Lu insult them verbally was intolerable. Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed, his demeanor transforming dramatically from approachable to menacing. Dai Mubai and the others awaited Xiao Yi's match, while Tang San, from the judge's platform, spoke gravely. That aura of killing intent. Xiao Yi has taken lives, more than one, it seems. Such a dense aura cannot be conjured without reason. Clearly, his sister and mother hold immense significance for him. Xiao Lu is in for a misfortune. Fear has already gripped him. Listening to Tang San's words, everyone inhaled sharply. He has taken a life? The seemingly gentle and considerate, at times playful and mischievous Xiao Yi has indeed killed. My curiosity about Xiao Yi's true identity has been piqued. On the competition stage, Xiao Lu was drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he believed he had met his demise. Suppressing his fear, he declared, Humph, what are you pretending for? Here I come. With that, he raised his fist and charged toward Xiao Yi. Although Xiao Yi was furious, he remained composed. In battle, maintaining one's emotions is crucial. If you can force me to use my second soul skill, I shall concede defeat. Chapter 33. Defeat to compel me to unleash my second soul skill, I concede. With that, Xiao Yi brandished the sword of judgment and rushed at Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu activated his first soul skill, enhancing his strength, and struck down on Xiao Yi with both fists. In comparison, Xiao Yi appeared feeble, and no one believed he could win, except for Tang San. As a time traveler, having lived 2 lives, Tang San understood that while killing intent is formidable, the rarest quality is the ability to remain calm amidst fury. Watching the rapidly approaching fist, Xiao Yi felt no fear as others might expect. With a cold snort, he met the fist that could crush stone with the sword of judgment. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted from the ground, and both Xiao Yi and Xiao Lu were sent reeling backward. The distance they retreated was identical. They were evenly matched. The phrase flashed through Tang San's mind, while the spectators outside the arena were left agape. A level 22 Soul Master, without using any soul skills, was evenly matched against a level 29 Soul Master. Such a scenario was unprecedented. Xiao Yi slowly rose. He knew his own struggles. Although he had pushed Xiaolu back, he was still just a child. The collision had left his entire body numb, while Xiaolu, at 40 years old, was hardly fazed. Observing the deep gashes on his fists, Xiaolu remarked, "Not bad, kid. You actually managed to hurt me, but this is where it ends." With that, the second yellow soul ring behind Xiaolu gleamed. Chain Monkey King Fist. Xiaolu unleashed a barrage of afterimages with his fists aimed at Xiaoyi. Aware that a direct confrontation would be unwise, Xiaoyi gracefully evaded the onslaught. Tang San, observing the match, slowly commented, "In terms of the same rank, I am inferior to Xiaoyi. Even if I utilized hidden weapons, I would not stand a chance against him." What? Even the typically unflappable Zhu Shiqing displayed a look of astonishment. Having just been defeated by Tang San, she held a deep respect for his abilities. Daimu Bai, well aware of Tang San's prowess, understood that opponents of the same rank could hardly elicit his true strength. Even a three-ring soul master would likely fall to him. The fact that Tang San claimed he was inferior to Xiao Yi spoke volumes about Xiao Yi's esteemed evaluation. Tang San explained, "You should be able to discern that Xiao Yi is enraged due to his mother and sister. In this particular circumstance, the ability to remain composed and make sound judgments is indeed rare." Observing Xiao Yi's reflexes, it is remarkable that despite the multitude of phantom punches unleashed by Xiaolu's second soul skill, not a single one struck him, an accomplishment that even I, wielding the purple extreme demon eye, could not achieve. Thus, he might evade my ordinary hidden weapons as well. Ma Hongjun remarked. Even so, Xiao Yi is at a disadvantage. Tang San, the most observant among them, chuckled and said, "Have you not noticed? Xiao Yi's movements seem somewhat rigid. I suspect he is under a heavy burden and is not utilizing the flow of his soul power. Even regarding soul skills, Xiao Yi has not employed any." Xiao Wu covered her mouth, incredulously exclaiming, "Brother, are you suggesting that Xiao Yi is holding his ground against Xia Lu solely through his swordsmanship and reflexes?" Tang San nodded, acknowledging, "It appears to be the case. Though reluctant to admit it, we cannot deny that we are not a match for Xiao Yi. It seems I must intensify my training. Indeed, I had initially lifted the burden during the competition. Let us resume now. Reflexes are something that can be honed. That mischievous Xiao Yi has yet to teach us about reflexes." Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yi's battle had ignited the fighting spirit of his comrades from Shrek Academy. At present, he was wholly focused on his contest. Although Xiao Yi's reflexes were swift, he ultimately sustained a glancing blow. Xiaolu mocked, "Boy, are you looking down on me by not using your soul skills? Your arrogance may well lead to your demise." Xiao Yi's gaze turned cold, and he thought to himself that he had intended to toy with him a bit longer. However, if Xiaolu sought his own end, he would not be held accountable. With that, the yellow soul ring on his judgment sword gleamed as he unleashed his first soul skill, Sword Qi. A wave of sword energy surged forth, and Xiao Yi's expression became grave, as though he were manipulating some unseen force. Xiaolu, observing the incoming sword energy, laughed heartily. "Huh? My martial soul's defense is formidable. Your sword energy cannot harm me." Confidently, he prepared to receive the oncoming attack, already envisioning his victory. Humph. Trash. Suddenly, the sword energy pierced through Xiaolu's body, leaving a deep gash on the ground. Xiaolu, in a state of shock, slowly collapsed, unable to comprehend how Xiao Yi, despite a 7-level disparity, had achieved a one-hit kill with a mere first soul skill. Tang San, what just transpired? By now, Tang San had become the group's encyclopedia. He glanced at the fatigued Xiao Yi and stated, "Xiao Yi would not be so winded from utilizing just one soul skill. If I am not mistaken, that sword energy was propelled by the flow and vibration of his soul power. He has perfected the skill of soul power vibration. Xiaolu is no more. What? Xiao Yi has killed someone." The expressions of the onlookers turned uneasy, for they were still children, and fearing death is a natural reaction. At that moment, the host's voice broke through the stunned silence of the audience. What a thrilling battle this has been. In the world of Douluo continent, possessing a formidable soul power does not necessarily equate to genuine strength. Today, Xiao Yi from Shrek Academy has eloquently demonstrated this truth. Now, I declare Xiao Yi the victor. With the announcer's proclamation, the audience became animated. Ha ha ha, this match was quite entertaining. It was wise not to attend the Soul King Arena today. Indeed, it is just a pity for Xiaolu. Ha, what is there to lament? One can tell from the name that it is not a good thing. However, that Xiao Yi is truly impressive. Breathing heavily, Xiao shook his groggy head. The last soul skill had drained a significant amount of his energy, employing not only the flow of soul power, but also its vibration, leading to considerable mental fatigue. With a wry smile, Xiaoyi mused, I was too ambitious. Forcing the use of soul power vibrations is excessively taxing on mental strength. Perhaps it is best to first perfect the flow of soul power that is on the verge of completion. One cannot bite off more than they can chew. I will address compression and vibrations later. Dai Mubai and Tang San, along with the others, stepped onto the stage. Xiaoyi, are you all right? Xiaoyi shook his head, assuring them he was fine, merely fatigued from the mental exertion. You all finished your matches, I presume? Yes. Only Zhu Zhuqing lost to Tang San. The rest were victorious. Xiaoyi, it is normal to lose to that monster, Tang San. Don't act as if you aren't a monster yourself. Xiaoyi chuckled awkwardly and said, well, let us go. After collecting our gold soul coins, we must return to the academy. Our dean is quite the miser. Where is the dean? Tang San inquired of Dai Mubai. By the way, Ma Hongjun seemed to recall something. Friends, you should head back first. Do not worry about me. I will go find the dean. Dai Mubai, are you coming? He winked at Dai Mubai, fully aware of the implications after understanding Ma Hongjun's fiery nature. Shut up. I'm not going. Just leave. Dai Mubai retorted, casting a worried glance at Zhu Xing. Ma Hongjun, slow on the uptake, or rather, completely oblivious, continued. What's wrong today? You used to take me there. Didn't you say that women don't count as part of the population, but as resources? Dai Mubai's face turned ashen. He lamented encountering such a simpleton. Get lost. I don't share your poor taste. Reluctantly, Ma Hongjun grumbled under his breath and turned to leave. Dai Mubai, what is that lewd fatso up to? Xiao Wu asked. Tang San, Xiao Wu. Some things are better left unknown. Zhu Zhuqing, usually reticent, finally spoke up, her tone flat. Indeed, men are all filthy. Xiao Wu laughed lightly, saying, Sister Zhuqing, don't be too harsh. Tang San is quite clean. He is nothing like Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. And as for me, Xiaoyi added, I am merely a child. Dai Mubai, with a hint of irritation, remarked, fine, your Tang San is as pure as a snowflake, while we are all tainted. Is that satisfactory? And you, Xiaoyi, what business do you have joining this fray? However, I assure you my taste far surpasses that of the chubby fellow. Zhu Zhuqing scoffed, stepping directly in front of Dai Mubai. Your taste is superior to his? Taken aback, Dai Mubai stammered, Zhuqing, I realize I misspoke. Does it truly matter if one's taste is better? It is merely a matter of 50 paces mocking 100. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes suddenly brimmed with disdain and contempt. Being with you makes me feel nauseous. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. The usually aloof Dai Mubai could no longer contain his inner fury, shouting, Stop right there. Zhu Zhuqing disregarded him entirely, quickening her pace as if to distance herself from him. Dai Mubai's chest heaved with intense agitation at this moment. Anyone who provoked him would certainly face dire consequences. Xiao Wu blinked and quietly inquired of Tang San, what is going on between them? Xiao shrugged. It seems Brother Dai is genuinely smitten, yet regardless, it cannot alter the fact that he has frequented brothels. Sister Zhuqing finds it difficult to accept him. However, I can't shake the feeling that they are quite familiar with each other. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Xiao Yi and his companions encountered Oscar and Ning Rongrong outside. Ning Rongrong had reverted to her original gentle demeanor, perched on a large rock with her long legs dangling, appearing deep in thought. In contrast, Oscar wore a grim expression. His gaze towards Ning Rongrong filled with disappointment and resentment. Zhu Zhuqing seemed oblivious to everyone, making her way directly to the dormitory. Dai Mubai's countenance was equally grim. He still harbored unresolved anger. What are you all doing here? Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with a cold light as he spoke. Ning Rongrong leaped down from the rock. Of course, we were waiting for you. What else could we possibly do? Why are you so late? Where are Flender and Ma Hongjun? Sensing Dai Mubai's temper, Xiao Yi hurriedly replied, they had matters to attend to and won't be returning tonight. Before he could finish, Dai Mubai interrupted, have you made your decision? Will you leave or stay? Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong declared, of course, I will stay. This place is far more entertaining than any sect. And must you truly be so cold? Let me guess, oh, did you suffer a setback with Xiaoqing? How ironic that Oscar claims you are a master in romance, yet cannot even win over a little girl. With her true character exposed, there was no need for pretense. She embraced her nature. From the expressions of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, it was not difficult for Ning Rongrong, with her intelligence, to deduce what had transpired. The cold light in Dai Mubai's eyes intensified. The name Zhu Zhuqing had become a taboo for him today. Ning Rongrong, do not attempt to provoke my wrath. This is an academy, not your home, and no one will indulge you here. Beware, for I may well resort to treachery and murder against you. With a playful smile, Ning Rongrong replied, "Oh, I'm so scared. Come on, I would like to see how you would execute such treachery." Dai Mubai, unable to contain his rising fury, unleashed a fierce aura, causing Ning Rongrong's body to be violently propelled away in an instant. "Enough," Xiaoyi interjected, stepping forward to catch the startled Ning Rongrong and steady her. "Dai Gu, we are all classmates. There is no need for such rigidity." Although Dai Mubai merely released his soul power without launching an attack, it nonetheless stirred a tumult of blood within Xiao Yi, who was secretly astonished. This must indeed be Dai Mubai's true strength, as his 37th level soul power surpassed Xiao Yi's by a considerable margin. Chapter 35. Heart to heart. All right, Xiao Yi, I will give you face. Ning Rongrong, remember this. If there is a next time, I will not care who you are. Angering me will yield no favorable outcome. Dai Mubai uttered, suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt, before striding back to his dormitory. Ning Rongrong, having never endured such humiliation throughout her life, found it intolerable. Although Dai Mubai had genuinely intended to harm her, the physical pain she felt after being caught by Xiao Yi only fueled her indignation. She glared fiercely at Dai Mubai's retreating figure. "Xiao Yi," Ning Rongrong cried out suddenly, wiping away her tears. Having just completed a match, Xiao Yi was still feeling lightheaded from the mental exertion, yet he managed to focus on the tearful Ning Rongrong. "Help me kill him. I want him dead. No one has ever dared to lay a hand on me," she declared vehemently. "If you eliminate him, you will become a distinguished guest of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You may set your own price, and the school will provide you with unconditional support in the future." The onlookers regarded Ning Rongrong with incredulity, astonished that the seemingly gentle and considerate Ning Rongrong could harbor such murderous intent. As one of the 7 great sects of the contemporary world, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School ranked second among them. Any soul master who gains their backing can rise to prominence on the Douluo continent. Xiao shook his head and approached Ning Rongrong, gazing deeply into her eyes. "Ning Rongrong, in this world, not everything can be exchanged for money and power. Wealth merely enriches life. You may be affluent and influential, but ask yourself, are you truly happy? We are all classmates, and mutual assistance is expected among us. Yet you have succumbed to pride and sought vengeance. If you continue to view others with disdain from your lofty perch, I advise you to leave this place and seek an academy that will indulge you, allowing you to live a life of mediocrity. Do you even realize how formidable the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is?" Ning Rongrong cast a reluctant glare at him. Beside her, Tang San furrowed his brow and could not help but remark, "What does this have to do with us? Xiao Yi, Xiao Wu, let us depart. We are ultimately not of the same ilk." Xiao Wu cast a wistful glance at Ning Rongrong before following Tang San, while Xiao Yi remained, calmly observing Ning Rongrong. Sometimes, the most piercing gaze is one of tranquility. As she watched the retreating figures of Tang San and Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong collapsed to the ground, her eyes becoming hollow. The regret reflected in Xiao Wu's eyes as she departed, coupled with Xiao Yi's serene demeanor, struck her far deeper than Dai Mubai's provocations ever could. Ning Rongrong sobbed softly, her tears streaming down her face like a river. Allowing Ning Rongrong to sit on the ground, Xiao Yi finally spoke. "Do you understand why Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with regret?" Ning Rongrong remained silent, and Xiao Yi continued, "It is because your disposition will be your undoing. Your father is right. Your talent is among the finest on the entire continent, yet your character will cost you friendships. Without companions by your side, no matter how strong you become, you will merely be an ornament. Since arriving at Shrek Academy, I have been observing each individual. Initially, like everyone else, I perceived you as a gentle and considerate elder sister. However, you have concealed your true self too deeply. On the surface, we are your friends, but in your eyes, we are nothing more than your servants. To be frank, even if you are bullied, your father would hardly intervene. With his cunning, he would not stoop to quarrel with a group of children. Perhaps he is using this opportunity to cultivate you." "To cultivate me?" Ning Rongrong lifted her head, her eyes still glistening with tears, but a glimmer of light finally emerged. Xiao Yi nodded. "You are the most gifted of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Thus, it is likely that you will become its future leader. Every individual who achieves greatness does not possess a character like yours. He wishes for you to change. Yet your father loves you too dearly to chastise you. He had no choice but to send you here. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could sneak away?" Ning Rongrong asked in surprise, "How did you know I sneaked away?" Xiao Yi smiled slightly. "It was a guess. Your temperament would not allow you to remain in a sect without friends, and being fearless, sneaking away is entirely reasonable. It seems my guess was correct. Are you here to mock me? To ridicule my self-importance? She retorted. Of course not. I never mock others. I have no idle pleasure in deriding others for amusement. Xiaoyi replied. Ning Rongrong suddenly displayed a look of disdain, saying, Then you are agreeing to my terms? Help me kill Daimubai? I understand your hesitation, after all. So many people were watching before, and you would have felt embarrassed to agree. Offending me is tantamount to offending the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and to offend us would surely result in a grim fate. Xiaoyi smiled, though the tension visible in the veins on his forehead betrayed his inner struggle to contain his anger. How I long to strike someone. The incomprehensible woman. Xiaoyi remarked lightly. It seems you have completely forgotten the dean's words today. The Seven Treasures glazed tile school is indeed powerful. But that does not mean you are powerful. The Seven Treasures Ling Long Tower's martial soul is the strongest. Yet this does not grant you the right to look down upon others. Ultimately, you are merely a capricious and feeble support. Ning Rongrong stared blankly at the sword raised by Xiaoyi, glancing at the judgment sword beside her neck, for the first time in her life. She felt the chilling proximity of death. Chapter 36. Shared slumber for the first time. Ning Rongrong realized how close death was. Sister Rongrong, do you understand? Regardless of your status, in this academy, anyone can easily take your life, including Oscar. In other words, you are the weakest here. Until you master the rotation of your soul power, you pose no threat to a soul master's attack. How absurd it is for someone as weak as you to contemplate killing. Xiaoyi retracted the judgment sword from Ning Rongrong's neck, and she noticed a single strand of hair quietly resting on the blade. Collecting the severed hair, Xiaoyi smiled and said, No one is here to assist you. To achieve your goals, you must rely solely on yourself. Only by becoming stronger can you truly make a difference. This strand of hair symbolizes your past self. You must learn to change, rather than expect others to accommodate you. You need to show your teammates that you can assist them, that they can trust you. Only then will you truly integrate into this collective. The Seven Treasures Linglong Tower is formidable, yet it is the weakest in one-on-one combat. Alone, you cannot accomplish anything. So learn to trust your companions. At this moment, Ning Rongrong truly cried, shedding her pretense and no longer caring about her ridiculous image as a young lady. Xiaoyi observed the trembling of her shoulders, sensing that she had begun to understand what needed to be done. Perhaps today would mark the beginning of her transformation. As the saying goes, a mountain may change, but one's nature is hard to alter. Changing Ning Rongrong's character is not something that can be achieved overnight. Perhaps Flinder's expectations were too high. Yet one cannot blame him. A monstrous teen must possess a monstrous mindset. Gently approaching Ning Rongrong, he intended to drape a garment over her, but unexpectedly, she stood up and threw herself at Xiaoyi, burying her blushing face in his chest and sobbing uncontrollably. Xiaoyi instinctively embraced her, a smile gracing his lips. It felt delightful, though Xiaoyi was slightly shorter than Ning Rongrong at that moment. She perceived his modest stature as remarkably broad. I was truly mistaken. After a while, Ning Rongrong calmed her emotions but remained nestled against Xiaoyi. Sister Rongrong, Sister Rongrong? Xiaoyi gently pushed her away to create some distance, only to discover that she had fallen asleep, tears still glimmering at the corners of her eyes, adding an ethereal beauty to her visage. Xiaoyi couldn't help but gaze at her in a daze. Children become sleepy after crying, especially at night. Xiaoyi gazed at his garment, dampened by Ning Rongrong's tears, feeling a mixture of amusement and exasperation. At that moment, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had already succumbed to slumber. Clearly, Xiaoyi could not disturb their rest for the sake of Ning Rongrong. Lest Tang San and Dai Mubai expressed their displeasure. To escort her back to his dormitory? Indeed, that seemed a commendable idea, yet Xiaoyi hesitated. Could he truly abandon Ning Rongrong to solitude? Such an act would be decidedly ungentlemanly. With no other recourse. A flash of light emanated from the watch on his wrist. Disregard the particulars, for this timepiece differs from those in reality, and a tent materialized upon the ground. In order to shield Ning Rongrong from the chill, this was the only solution. This watch was a soul guide device, gifted to him by Bibi Dong upon his departure from the spirit hall. By infusing it with soul power, one could either tell the time or store items. The tent and blankets had been thoughtfully prepared by Qian Rinxue, who, upon learning of her brother's impending journey, naturally understood what provisions were necessary. Although a certain distance remained between them, their relationship had undoubtedly improved. Gently, Xiaoyi lifted Ning Rongrong into the tent, retrieving 2 blankets, one to lay beneath her for comfort, and the other to cover her for warmth. Once he had arranged her comfortably, Xiaoyi sat beside her for a moment, intending to rise and depart. However, Just as he stood, he inadvertently brushed against Ning Rongrong, who instinctively wrapped her arm around his waist, clinging to him as if he were a precious treasure. Furrowing his brow, Xiaoyi attempted to extricate himself gently. A soft whimper escaped her lips. Following the sound, he observed the pained expression etched across her features, as though she were ensnared in a nightmare. Returning to her side, Ning Rongrong's furrowed brow relaxed at his presence. Yet, upon his attempt to stand once more, her brow knitted once again. Xiaoyi sighed, realizing that Ning Rongrong had unconsciously begun to rely on him as a source of comfort, a troubling sign indeed. Reluctant to rouse her from slumber, he contemplated meditating throughout the night, but ultimately preferred the solace of sleep. Moreover, children are prone to fatigue, after all. With Ning Rongrong still clutching his waist, Xiaoyi remained still beside her. Before long, he felt the cold seep in, prompting him to burrow beneath the blankets. Leaning against Ning Rongrong. Thus, they shared a bed, albeit fully clothed. After all, what could transpire between two 9-year-olds? Unbeknownst to Xiaoyi, as he nestled into the blankets, a subtle smile graced the corners of Ning Rongrong's mouth. The following morning, Tang San concluded his training early. Upon glancing at Xiaoyi's empty bed, he surmised that Xiaoyi had not returned for the night. Not overly concerned, he knew that Xiaoyi was safe within the academy's confines. Ascending to the rooftop to practice his purple extreme magic eyes, he finished his session only to inadvertently spot a tent near the village entrance. Instantly realizing that Xiaoyi was there, "Brother," a delicate voice called out, and Xiaowu hurried towards him. Tang San leaped down from the rooftop, inquiring, "What is it?" Xiaowu, breathless and visibly anxious, Xiaowu replied, "Brother, Rongrong is missing. I thought she would return after her antics yesterday, but I did not see her this morning." Tang San gazed at Xiaowu with a peculiar expression and jested, "Could it be that you slept too soundly? Perhaps she simply left early for some matter after returning." Xiaowu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shook her head, refraining from reprimanding Tang San as she had in the past. It seemed she was genuinely anxious this time. "No, brother. Zhu Qing has been cultivating all night. If Rongrong had returned, she would surely know. Rongrong has indeed not come back." Tang San recalled the tent he had just seen, his expression somewhat awkward yet intrigued. He remarked nonchalantly, "It's all right. Rongrong is safe. The academy is quite secure. She will be looked after. I must go find her." Xiaowu insisted, still uneasy about Rongrong. Despite Rongrong's capriciousness, she was, after all, a companion. "I shall accompany you," Tang San responded, relishing the prospect of witnessing something extraordinary while also supporting Xiaowu. Fortunately, Oscar was still engaged in cultivation. Otherwise, things could have been rather amusing. Xiaowu, observing the mischievous grin on Tang San's face, questioned, "Brother, why do you smile so wickedly?" "Oh, it's nothing," he replied. "Xiaowu, go fetch Zhiqing. I'll call Daimu by. After all, there is strength in numbers." Xiaowu regarded him curiously, taken aback that the usually solitary Tang San would advocate for a collective effort. Tang San's expression turned somewhat awkward as he urged, "All right, hurry along." Nodding, Xiaowu went off to find Zhiqing while Tang San smiled faintly at her departing figure and set off to locate Daimu Bai. How exciting! Before long, Xiaowu returned with Zhiqing, while Tang San brought along Daimu Bai and, unexpectedly, Ma Hongjun, who had insisted on joining despite Tang San's initial reluctance. One glance at his face revealed that he had undoubtedly enjoyed himself the previous night. Zhiqing maintained her frosty demeanor towards Daimu Bai, who was equally displeased, while Ma Hongjun appeared rather languid, munching on a chicken leg. "Why didn't you bring Oscar?" someone asked. "He is busy cultivating." "And I didn't want to provoke him." Tang San led the group to the front of the tent. "Brother, is Rongrong inside?" "Indeed. I stumbled upon this while cultivating." Tang San replied, deliberately omitting the fact that Xiaoyi had not returned the previous night. His curiosity about the scene within was palpable. "Let us open it and see," Ma Hongjun exclaimed, revealing a mischievous grin as he reached for the tent's zipper. Smack! Xiaowu swatted his hand away, admonishing, "What if Rongrong is not dressed? Wouldn't that give you an advantage? You men, step aside. I'll do it." After dismissing the three men, Xiaowu grasped the zipper and pulled it open. "Rip. What do you all?" Ning Rongrong, with a graceful pull of the tent's zipper, gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, her mouth agape in disbelief. Her exclamation drew the attention of all present, including the three individuals who had been previously dismissed, who returned to witness the unfolding spectacle. Inside the tent, Xiaoyi lay supine, his body bare save for the blanket obscuring his lower half, leaving the question of whether he wore any trousers unanswered. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's delicate arm was draped around Xiao Yi's neck, her head resting on his shoulder, her slender legs nestled upon his, though she was clothed in a dress. The visual impact was undeniably striking. The two, entwined in slumber, resembled celestial lovers, while Tang San and his companions felt akin to intruders, despite Tang San's prior suspicions. Seeing the reality before him rendered him momentarily incredulous. After a brief pause, Xiao Wu composed herself, suppressing her shock, and calmly zipped the tent closed. "Let us depart. It would be impolite to disturb them," she stated. Tang San naturally offered no objections, while Zhu Zhuqing turned to leave, needing a moment to gather her thoughts. Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure, his expression flickering momentarily, as Ma Hongjun coughed, eager to continue. "I still want to," but was interrupted by a sudden exclamation from within the tent. As morning broke, Xiao Yi awoke, murmuring to himself, "Ugh, how heavy. I did not sleep well." He sensed an unfamiliar weight upon him. "Rongrong, where are my clothes?" Searching around, he spotted his garments crumpled in a corner. Recollecting the events of the previous night, exhausted, he had thoughtlessly crawled beneath the covers. Xiao Yi had a particular habit of never donning damp clothing. Even the slightest moisture was intolerable. His attire had become soaked from Ning Rongrong's tears while he comforted her, and in a haze, he had unwittingly shed his clothes. The night air was brisk, and despite the tense quality, a chill persisted. Fearing the cold, Ning Rongrong had instinctively embraced Xiao Yi, who, feeling the draft, had not pushed her away, resulting in the peculiar morning scenario. However, the perception from outsiders was markedly different, though Xiao Yi was not yet 10. Anything could occur on the continent. Who was to say he wouldn't mature early? It is vital to note that the norms of Douluo continent do not align with those of ordinary society. Thus, a perfect misunderstanding was born, one that was utterly unexplainable. As Xiao Yi attempted to rise, Ning Rongrong, who had been resting against him, tumbled away, awakening with a start. Blinking her eyes open, she beheld the bare Xiao Yi and exclaimed, "Xiao Yi? Why are you not wearing any clothes? You didn't do anything to me, did you?" Seeing the suspicion in her gaze, Xiao Yi offered a wry smile and replied, "What could I possibly do? I'm only 9 years old. Besides, I haven't even taken off my trousers." No sooner had he spoken than Zhu Zhuqing flung open the tent, leaving the two inside at a loss for how to respond. Xiao Yi, flustered, turned to Zhu Zhuqing and her companions, exclaiming, "Please let me explain. It's not what you think." Dai Mubai chuckled lightly. "Indeed. It is understood that it is not your fault. It is of no concern, as it is inevitable that such an occurrence will arise eventually." At this moment, Ma Hongjun, in a somewhat mischievous manner, remarked, Indeed, Xiao Yi, I too have traversed this path. We all comprehend. You simply do not understand, do you? Tang San is indeed superior." Xiao Yi cast a disappointed glance at Tang San, disheartened by the antics of his two friends. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yi was taken aback. Tang San interjected, "All right, let us move on. We cannot linger here. They will find it difficult to continue. Xiao Yi, during class, we shall assist you in taking leave." Xiao Yi sighed, "Think as you wish. If you're happy, then that is fine." Tang San chuckled, realizing that he had recently become quite cunning, often contemplating ways to outsmart others. Xiao Wu stealthily approached Ning Rongrong and whispered, "Rongrong, those men are insufferably lewd. Tell me, what transpired last night?" As Ning Rongrong was about to retort, a flicker of mischief danced in her eyes, her cheeks flushed, and she surprisingly nodded, whispering, "We did everything except the final step." At this moment, Xiao Yi was preoccupied with Ma Hongjun, and given Ning Rongrong's soft voice, he did not catch her words. Tang San, momentarily stunned, possessed keen hearing and naturally comprehended Ning Rongrong's utterance, his eyes widening in astonishment at the rapid progression of their relationship. Yet, the astute Tang San failed to realize that Ning Rongrong had deliberately allowed him to overhear. Xiao Wu was momentarily dazed, her body rigid as she regained her composure. Attempting to retreat, albeit with some clumsiness, as she passed by Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu leaned in to whisper something, causing Zhu Zhuqing to mirror her rigidity as they both walked away. Soon after, Xiao Wu returned, tugging at Tang San's ear, dragging him along. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged mischievous glances at Xiao Yi, giving him a thumbs up while casting sidelong looks at the bashful Ning Rongrong before departing, with a meaningful wink. At this juncture, Xiao Yi realized that further explanations were futile. Ning Rongrong observed the departing figures with a smile. She was fully aware of everything that transpired the previous night, recognizing Xiao Yi's fatigue as he nestled beneath the covers, and she knew that nothing had happened. Yet, she harbored her own intentions. She aimed to cultivate misunderstandings regarding her relationship with Xiao Yi. This was not a daunting task, particularly in the presence of experienced individuals like Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has a stipulation that a soul master wielding the Seven Treasure Pagoda must seek a formidable attack-type soul master as their counterpart. Thus, the two would complement one another, ensuring their invincibility. Although Xiao Yi possessed an unremarkable appearance, his formidable strength, coupled with his self-developed theories, would undoubtedly attract countless admirers in the future. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it was evident that Xiao Yi hailed from a commendable background, likely not inferior to that of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In essence, they were well matched. Now, Ning Rongrong's goal was to secure Xiao Yi's affections. Although Xiao Yi harbored no feelings for her, the prolonged misunderstandings would blur the lines between reality and illusion. Eventually, who could assert with certainty? This would instill a subconscious belief among the populace. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Yi were a pair. In the end, even if Xiao Yi did not have affection for her, he would not forget her. Moreover, Ning Rongrong harbored no aversion towards Xiao Yi. In fact, she held a certain fondness for him. Thus, the misunderstanding served as a catalyst rather than an impediment in her eyes. Although this misapprehension seemed unjust to Xiao Yi, one must sometimes employ unscrupulous means to attain what one desires. Observing Ning Rongrong's rosy cheeks and radiant smile, Xiao Yi sensed something amiss. Yet he could not quite identify the source of his discomfort. As he stored the tent in his soul guide, he inquired, "Shall we dine together?" "Indeed," Ning Rongrong replied, her dazzling smile illuminating her face. Her grin resembled a resplendent lotus blooming in the sultry summer sun, captivating all who beheld it. Xiao Yi found himself entranced. In that fleeting moment, he perceived a transformation in Ning Rongrong. She was no longer the headstrong and unreasonable young lady, but rather a vibrant and sunny young woman. It must be said that Ning Rongrong was exceptionally beautiful, so much so that even the 9-year-old Xiao Yi felt his heart stir. Clearing his throat, he shook his head, as if to dispel her image from his mind. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they were met with curious gazes directed at them from the crowd. Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson as she furtively glanced at Xiao Yi, and upon noticing him looking back, she became momentarily flustered, ultimately offering him a shy smile. Xiao Yi sighed. It appeared that Ning Rongrong would not clarify the situation, and given that he alone could not rectify the misunderstanding, he resolved to let it be. Since when did I become so charming? Chapter 38. The Genius. A mocking chuckle interrupted Xiao Yi's self-indulgent reverie. Come, Xiao Yi. You must be tired. Eat more. Ma Hongjun exclaimed without a shred of decorum. He was aware that Xiao Yi had not crossed any boundaries with Ning Rongrong. Initially, he and Dai Mubai merely intended to tease Xiao Yi. However, upon learning from Tang San that Xiao Yi had not yet completed the final step of his breakthrough, the implication being that he had accomplished everything else, both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were taken aback, leading to a delightful misunderstanding. Listening to Ma Hongjun's jests, Ning Rongrong fidgeted, a stark contrast to her former self who would have retaliated with a punch. Now, adopting a demure demeanor, she only reinforced the belief among the others that the misunderstanding was indeed genuine. Xiao Yi found himself at a loss for words. He thought, it seems that Sister Rongrong merely harbors a fondness for me, not love. As long as I remain steadfast, this will eventually come to an end. Time has a way of resolving everything. With this thought, Xiao Yi regained his composure, though a frown soon returned to his brow. That sister will eventually forget me, won't she? Shaking his head, he cast aside such unrealistic notions. Hey, fatty, you seem a bit different today. Unbeknownst to them, upon Xiao Yi's remark, the others turned their attention to Ma Hongjun, who appeared unusually invigorated, as if he had shed several pounds. Ma Hongjun nodded and whispered, "Of course. The excess heat has dissipated significantly. I should be staying in for the next couple of days." Dai Mubai glanced at Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, "Perfect timing for you to guard the dormitory. I need to seek out those twin sisters. A fruit that is forced does not taste sweet, but one that is ripe is always delectable." Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted subtly, yet she chose to remain silent. Everyone, save for Ma Hongjun, sensed the peculiar atmosphere. Ning Rongrong gently embraced Xiao Yi's arm, exclaiming, "Our relationship is truly special." Xiao Yi's lips twitched. "Do you truly believe I care? Special relationship?" Ignoring Ning Rongrong, he turned his attention to the visibly troubled Dai Mubai, inquiring, "How has your soul power cultivation progressed?" With the conversation finally steering towards serious matters, Xiao Yi continued, I shall begin. The vibrations are quite commendable, though the frequency remains rather low, and the amplitude is minimal. Xiao Yi nodded in approval. Indeed. Given the brief span of just a few days, such progress is remarkable. A genius. Tang Xin remarked. I am on par with Dai Guo, as is Xiao Wu. However, I ponder whether we can apply the vibrations to our enemies' bodies. If both inside and out vibrate, the power should certainly intensify. Tang San's words sparked a glimmer in Xiao Yi's eyes that indeed sounds promising. Rotation and flow appear to be viable as well. Haha. Third brother, thank you. Tang San slightly nodded. Rotation is feasible too? I shall give it a try. Ma Hongjun added. At present, my rotation can only proceed in one direction, though occasionally I can manage a few different angles. Ning Rongrong also practiced the rotation of her soul power, but having spent the past few days in leisure, she had scarcely trained. She could only learn and apply as she went. Raising her right hand, she released her soul power, slowly rotating it and gradually increasing the speed. Pop. Observing the dissipating soul power from her hand, Ning Rongrong pouted, casting an irritated glance at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's lips twitched. What are you looking at me for? It wasn't my doing. Unable to withstand Ning Rongrong's misty-eyed gaze, Xiao Yi sighed. Do not rush. Take your time. First, reduce the speed of your rotation for practice. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy. Zhu Zhuqing remarked, my vibration practice has yielded decent results. I have grasped some key principles. Her cold demeanor resembled the chill of midwinter. Exiting the cafeteria, they arrived at the playground, which served as their classroom for the day. The esteemed Dean Flinder was once again their instructor. Tang San and his companions waited patiently for a full quarter of an hour before the dean leisurely approached. Flinder's gaze immediately fixed on Ning Rongrong, though he refrained from addressing her, as it was the second lesson of the day. Oscar, where are you? Still sleeping in? Xiao Yi hastily responded. He was still cultivating when I left this morning. Perhaps he entered a meditative state and couldn't awaken in time. Go fetch him. How old is he to still be so undisciplined? No sooner had he spoken than Oscar hurriedly sprinted from the dormitory. However, rather than displaying any signs of tardiness, his face radiated excitement. Dean, allow me to explain. I have made a breakthrough. I have reached level 30. What? Oscar, being a year younger than Dai Mubai, was merely 14 years old, and achieving level 30 soul power at such a tender age surpassed the majority of so-called geniuses. Moreover, the culinary martial spirits are universally acknowledged as the most arduous to cultivate. Correspondingly, they are also the most sought after, for one can satiate their hunger with them. Haha. Indeed. I, Oscar, am a prodigy. By the way, Xiao Yi observed. As he spoke, he concentrated his soul power in the palm of his hand, and gradually, a swirling vortex formed, composed entirely of his soul energy. The vortex rotated both left and right, although the speed was not swift. He was capable of controlling the rotation in two directions. Xiao Yi picked up a small stone and tossed it into the vortex, watching as it slowly sank. While at Oscar's feet, a fine powder began to accumulate. Flinder gazed at the soul vortex in Oscar's hand, his mind in a state of turmoil. He could also create a vortex, but it could only rotate in one direction. Though it may seem that having a dual-directional vortex merely adds one more direction, the difficulty level is enough to confound 99% of soul masters. A genius. Flinder's eyes gleamed. In that moment, he felt an exhilarating sense of breakthrough. Shai looked at Oscar and smiled faintly, thinking that with Oscar being so exceptional and enamored with Ning Rongrong, she would no longer cling to him. However, fate had other plans. Chapter 39. Conditions resolute in his decision, Xiao Yi turned towards Ning Rongrong and noted her astonished and envious expression, which relieved him somewhat, though a twinge of discomfort lingered in his heart. Wow, how impressive. In just a few days, he has reached such a level. Quite remarkable, Oscar. You are far superior to me. It seems I must exert more effort. My soul vibration still lacks direction. Xiao Yi smiled at Oscar, then sighed. With Oscar's outstanding abilities, Ning Rongrong should be drawn to him, which would mean she would not be around me. Wait, why am I sighing? Flinder's eyes visibly brightened. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Oscar, you have not disappointed me. You are the second student to reach level 30. On behalf of the Academy, I congratulate you. Furthermore, you have devised an application of soul power. I can assure you, your name will be etched in history. Oscar, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Dean, this is what Xiao Yi taught us. Initially, we were skeptical. Flinder's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Xiao Yi? Ning Rongrong then clasped Xiao Yi's arm, exclaiming, Indeed. Dean. Oscar's rotating soul power is just one of many applications. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's resentful gaze, Xiaoyi withdrew his arm, scratching his head awkwardly, and said, "Actually, it's not that many." Flinder interjected, "Oh? Just 3? Yes. 3 is not an insignificant number, is it? 3? Is that not considerable? For an average person. Producing even 1 is commendable, yet you have achieved 3? Flinder's expression, once stoic, escalated into an incredulous shout. Ning Rongrong, currently in the process of refining her character, was still not entirely transformed. "Hey, why are you shouting? Is it a contest of volume?" Flinder's lips twitched, silently conceding, "In terms of volume, I cannot compete with you." "All right, today's lesson will now commence." Flinder's voice pulled everyone back from their congratulations towards Xiao. Today's lesson was rather simple. Each of you must consume at least one of the 2 sausages crafted by Oscar's soul power. Oscar, at this moment, was already reveling in delight, his eyes gleaming with a rather inappropriate light, particularly towards Ning Rongrong. Xiaoyi furrowed his brows, feeling inexplicably displeased by Oscar's gaze. Ning Rongrong, noticing Oscar's look, frowned and retreated to Xiaoyi's side, suddenly embracing him as he relaxed. Xiaoyi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Ning Rongrong's boldness and attempted to gently push her away. After a couple of attempts, he found himself unable to dislodge her. Ning Rongrong let out a soft huff, as Xiaoyi's hand inadvertently found itself in an inappropriate place. Though Ning Rongrong's development was not as pronounced as Zhu Zhuqing's, there was still a subtle softness to her form. Xiaoyi, stunned for a moment, looked down and exclaimed, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson, lowering her gaze as her lips parted slightly. "It's all right, Xiaoyi." Upon hearing her words, Xiaoyi was momentarily frozen. What is happening? Could it be that Rongrong truly harbors feelings for me? Was it because of that strong consolation last night? "Hey, enough of that," Flinder interjected. Ning Rongrong ignored him, still clinging to Xiaoyi, who found himself unable to push her away. Resigned, he accepted the situation, finding it rather comfortable. Oscar observed the pair with a sigh, realizing they were ultimately not on the same wavelength. He then recited his soul incantation. "I possess a large sausage. I possess a small sausage." With a coarse and a fine sausage appearing in his palm, he grinned and asked, "Who is first?" Xiaoyi, glancing at Ning Rongrong who was still draped over him, suggested, "Rongrong, why don't you give it a try? That feels so strange." "No way," she protested. Just then, Ma Hongjun approached, grinning lewdly. "Not going to eat Oscar's? So, you prefer Xiaoyi's instead?" Ma Hongjun was already on guard, but noticed Ning Rongrong's flushed face upon stealing a glance at her. "No way, really? She actually wants to eat it." Tang-san was lying. Xiaoyi's expression darkened. He wondered what Ning Rongrong was up to. Ning Rongrong, gazing at Xiaoyi, declared, "If you want me to eat, you must agree to one condition." Xiaoyi pondered for a moment, realizing that refusing her request would be unwise, so he relented. "All right, but I won't do anything I don't wish to." Ning Rongrong immediately objected. "What? Then what is the point of this condition? If you don't want to, I'd be at a disadvantage." After a moment's thought, Xiaoyi proposed, "How about this? It must be approved by Dai Mubai and the others." "Deal." She agreed. With a soft acknowledgement, Ning Rongrong approached, devouring 2 sausages before retching a few times. Chapter 40, Bodyguard. Oscar tentatively inquired, "Are you hungry?" Ning Rongrong licked her soft, rosy lips, a gentle smile gracing her face. "I'm not hungry at all. Don't forget, you owe me a chance." Xiaoyi sighed, realizing he had to placate her. After everyone had laboriously consumed their sausages, Flinder nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Remember, survival is paramount. Only by living can one pursue their desires. As long as you endure, you can consume anything, drink anything, and utilize anything. Life itself is the ultimate currency." Oscar had just broken through to Soul Master and was in need of a soul ring. Tomorrow, Zhao Wujie would lead you to the Star Doe Forest to hunt soul beasts for him, but he will not assist you. The task of hunting soul beasts will be entirely yours. You should disregard him during this journey. Do not presume you can act recklessly simply because Zhao Wujie is with you. Do you understand? Understood. Dismissed. Oscar and Tang-san returned to their dormitory. Xiaoyi intended to follow, but Ning Rongrong insisted on pulling him away under the pretext of needing to practice. "Xiaoyi, please teach me about cultivation. Oscar is almost catching up to me. He's always been ahead of you, you know." This thought lingered in Xiaoyi's mind, but remained unspoken to avoid provoking Ning Rongrong. With resignation, Xiaoyi replied, "You already know the methods of cultivation, and in some aspects, You understand better than I do. What could I possibly teach you? The reason you can't keep up with Oscar is simply your own laziness. Don't blame others. Ning Rongrong looked at Xiao Yi with a hint of grievance. I'm just too tired. Upon hearing her words, Xiao nearly retorted, Tired? You're the most idle person on the continent besides infants. Fine, then focus on your cultivation. Look at Oscar. Aren't you envious? Well, I'm a bit envious, but I still have confidence in myself. As the evening arrived, Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes. Oh, Xiao Yi, I never expected your hypothesis to be correct. She conjured two opposing whirlpools with her right hand, merging them strand by strand. After merely half a day of practice, she had accomplished a bidirectional rotation, albeit just a thread. Xiao Yi, being a child, felt a rush of exhilaration. In truth, I was merely guessing. I thought it might result in mutual annihilation. I never anticipated success. With more practice, I will surely surpass Oscar. In any case, if you encounter any confusion in the future, do not hesitate to ask me. A glint of mischief flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she smiled faintly and said, You promised. I shall rely on you from now on. Xiao Yi's expression froze momentarily. Ning Rongrong, I'm actually quite foolish. Haha, I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. As the words fell, Xiao Yi fled in a flurry, stirring up a cloud of dust behind him. Watching his gradually receding silhouette, Ning Rongrong's lips curled into a subtle smile, a touch of dominance evident in her self-talk. Xiao Yi, you cannot escape. Once I set my sights on something, none can evade or seize it from me. On his way back to the dormitory, Xiao Yi suddenly turned around sharply, a frown creasing his brow. Why do I always feel as though someone is following me? Is it merely an illusion? As he moved further away, a figure slowly emerged from the thicket, wiping the virtual sweat from his forehead. The young master's perception is truly keen. I thought I had been discovered. Another voice resonated from the void beside the shadow. Although the young master is a genius, he remains rather feeble. If it weren't for your carelessness, I wouldn't have had to waste soul power assisting you. Hey, old ghost, what do you mean? Concealment is your forte. My martial spirit is not suited for stealth, which is why I was detected. So, a title Douluo was discovered by a high-ranking soul master? Oh, right. The Pope has instructed us to return. The old ghost materialized from the void, inquiring, what is going on? Yu Guan, does the young master no longer require protection? Yu Guan nodded. The grand offering has persuaded the Pope, allowing the young master to train alone. We can check in on him occasionally. That is, enough of that. Let us go. That Ning Rongrong shares a unique bond with the young master. If he encounters trouble, she will undoubtedly intervene. Very well then. At that moment, a somewhat juvenile voice chimed in. Yeah, you can go. I can manage on my own. All right, then. Huh? What is this? Xiao scoffed. What is this? It's me, young master. Yu Guan burst into laughter after a moment of surprise. Old ghost, it seems even a title Douluo like you has been discovered. Ha ha ha, serves you right. Youth, how did you know we were here? The old ghost glared at Yu Guan. Xiao Yi rolled his eyes. If it weren't for your unstable mental state, I wouldn't have noticed you. As for how I discovered you, that's a secret. Are you annoyed? Waving his hand, he declared, Uncles, you may return. I can take care of myself. I must leave now. I have to go to the Douluo forest tomorrow. At his words, Yu Guan became agitated. What? The Douluo forest? Young master, no? It's far too dangerous. The ghost remained silent, yet his eyes were filled with concern. Both were not known for their leniency, yet over the years, Xiao Yi had become quite endearing to them, stirring their compassion and reluctance to see him take risks. Sensing their demeanor, Xiao Yi felt a flicker of warmth but resolutely replied, All right, uncles, a soul sage will accompany us. The chances of danger are minimal. Besides, we will only be at the very outskirts of the Douluo forest. Before the month could finish its discourse, it was abruptly interrupted by a spectral figure. That is not permissible. Xiao Yi sighed, revealing two soul rings, one yellow and one blue. Uncle Gue, I hunted a 1,000-year soul beast when I was merely at level 20. You must have witnessed it. I need to grow. Very well, but do exercise caution. The Pope awaits your return. Here, take this. He presented a soul guide device. It can help you withstand a full force strike from a soul emperor. This item holds little value for me. As he spoke, Gue Mei produced a mask. Thank you, Uncle Gue. Xiao Yi understood that although this item might not be of great use to Gue Douluo, its significance was undoubtedly profound. Otherwise, a title Douluo would not carry it with him. Yu Guan then said, All right, old ghost, let's go. Xiao Yi, take care. With glistening eyes, Qian Xiaoyi bid farewell, goodbye. Uncle Gue, Uncle Ju. As he departed from the two titled Douluos, Xiaoyi returned to his dormitory, where he was met with two pairs of inquisitive eyes. Chapter 41. Understanding one's heart. Upon stepping into the dormitory, Xiaoyi was immediately confronted by two pairs of gossiping gazes. What did Rongrong summon you for? Indeed. What did you all do today? A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Xiaoyi's mouth. Could your thoughts be any more innocent? Oscar, I can understand, but Tang-san. Why are you joining in? Seemingly oblivious, Tang-san pressed. So what happened? Guess. Xiaoyi retorted. All right, let us prepare. We have to venture into the Star Doe Forest tomorrow. Humph. We are all ready, just waiting for you and Ning Rongrong, Oscar replied, his tone surprisingly upbeat, leaving Xiaoyi bewildered. Oscar, don't you have feelings for Ning Rongrong? Xiaoyi inquired, voicing his inner curiosity. Oscar's expression remained unchanged as he responded, Isn't it because of you? Besides, my feelings for her aren't that profound. Moreover, her personality isn't to my liking, too fiery. There are countless beautiful women. If one doesn't work out, I'll simply find another. Xiaoyi felt a flicker of delight. Yet he soon grew solemn. People can change, you know. At that moment, Tang-san interjected, Xiaoyi, why do I get the impression that you are trying to match Oscar with Ning Rongrong? Are you attempting to play both sides? Xiaoyi's expression darkened considerably. Tang-san, you scoundrel. Tang-san remained unfazed, retorting, then why are you encouraging Oscar to pursue Ning Rongrong? Because Xiaoyi faltered, unable to articulate why. Why could he not confess that he harbored no feelings for Ning Rongrong? Tang-san chuckled softly, having known from the outset that Xiaoyi lacked feelings for her. Yet he was determined to bring them together. Firstly, Ning Rongrong showed interest. Secondly, it was evident that Xiaoyi came from a respectable background, making them a suitable match. Most importantly, they had already shared a bed, albeit innocently, which had undeniably impacted their relationship. For Xiaoyi, if Ning Rongrong were to marry someone else in the future, the circumstances of their shared night would be difficult to explain. Thus, Tang-san aimed to unite Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong. And the rumors circulating only served to further his plan. Moreover, Tang-san sensed that Xiaoyi's feelings for Ning Rongrong had subtly shifted after that night. Now, Tang-san's goal was to help Xiaoyi understand his own heart. At this tender age, children require attention. In a few years, as they blossom into the throes of first love, Xiaoyi would undoubtedly find himself stirred. Tang-san's intentions coincidentally mirrored those of Ning Rongrong. With a reassuring pat on Xiaoyi's shoulder, Tang-san said, Xiaoyi, is Ning Rongrong truly sincere towards you? I cannot ascertain. Yet do you not feel the urge to inquire within your own heart? If you genuinely harbor no feelings, would you be willing to see Rongrong with another? Xiaoyi lowered his head, casting a glance at Oscar, whose eyes sparkled with hope. Oscar had not completely relinquished his aspirations. Would you be amenable to relinquishing Sister Rongrong to Oscar? Ah, how vexing. I shall think no more of it and focus on my cultivation. Observing Xiaoyi, who had closed his eyes in feigned meditation, Tang-san shook his head. He understood that Xiaoyi was still unable to discern his true feelings, and his heart was in turmoil, rendering him incapable of entering a state of meditation. Thus, the efficacy of his cultivation would be negligible. Tang-san glanced at Oscar and remarked, Oscar, since Xiaoyi does not desire Ning Rongrong, the opportunity now lies with you. With a playful wink directed at Oscar, the latter immediately grasped the implication and exclaimed, Well then, I shall not hold back. Rongrong has changed significantly. I will pursue her at once. You dare. Did I not say no? Xiaoyi sprang from the bed, glaring at Oscar, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Why did I react so fiercely? Do I truly harbor feelings for Sister Rongrong? Tang-san smiled gently. So you do wish to? I do not require your interference. Xiaoyi replied somewhat defiantly. Tang-san waved his hand dismissively. All right, I shan't interfere. Ha. Humph. Xiaoyi huffed, sitting aside, lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke up. Brother San, do you think my feelings for Ning Rongrong are rather superficial? Tang-san pondered for a moment before responding. I only know that Rongrong is earnest this time. While you may not be, you merely possess a fondness for her. To truly understand the nature of your relationship, a period of separation will reveal the truth. A period of separation? If either you or Ning Rongrong were to waver in your affections, the bond would weaken. However, I can assure you that you will likely be the first to falter. You make me sound like a scoundrel, as if you are not one yourself. The following morning, after breakfast, as the group gathered on the playground, Zhao Wujie awaited them. All right, everyone, let us embark. The Stardow Forest is fraught with perils, and we must remain vigilant, avoiding carelessness, fire, and internal discord. After this address, the group set forth on their journey. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Ning Rongrong was not permitted to use her soul power, which she accepted with delight, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiaoyi, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After receiving guidance from Tang San, Xiaoyi could not help but steal glances at Ning Rongrong, maintaining a distance of no more than 10 meters from her. Ning Rongrong noticed Xiao Yi's furtive gaze, feeling an indescribable sweetness in her heart. With the assistance of Oscar's sausages, they traveled over 400 kilometers by nightfall, drawing near to the Stardow Forest. Upon entering a town of considerable size, they found it bustling with shops selling items for spirit masters. As the proximity to the Stardow Forest meant that spirit masters frequented the area, equipping themselves thoroughly before venturing into the forest, for many had perished there. Beasts emerging from the forest often sold their pelts or other goods in this town, contributing to its vibrant atmosphere. They found an inn, where Zhao Wujie gave a brief command before heading upstairs, while the children, having ventured out after a long time, were eager to savor the local delicacies. Chapter 42. Displaying affection. The academy had a clear policy that teachers would not cover any expenses for students, nor would they accept any favors. Maintaining a straightforward and unpretentious approach, Dai Mubai remarked with slight annoyance, "Fatty, you order. You know how to eat best." Ma Hongjun readily replied, "Then today, it's on you as a welcome for the new classmates. Don't worry, Dai Lauda. I won't skimp." Dai Mubai, displaying generosity, responded, "It's just a meal. I can afford it. But take it easy." Ignoring Ma Hongjun and the others, Ning Rongrong rested her chin on her arm, quietly observing Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi felt a bit shy under her gaze, his face turning red momentarily before he regained composure. The restaurant was about 70% full when suddenly a group of 8 entered, led by a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, followed by 6 young men and 1 woman, all seemingly around 20. Each bore a blue circular insignia on their left shoulders, within which were embroidered the 2 characters, Song Hui. Their attire indicated they were indeed spirit masters, contrasting with Xiao Yi and his companions, who were dressed casually. While this group presented themselves in a more formal manner, clearly hailing from a prestigious academy. Upon their entrance, the restaurant owner hurriedly approached them, bowing and being excessively polite. "Dai Lauda, that girl is quite attractive," Ma Hongjun said, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on the only female from the Song Hui Academy. While she may not have surpassed Ning Rongrong or Xiaowu in beauty, her age and curvaceous figure set her apart, making her more appealing than the younger girls who were just beginning to develop. For Ma Hongjun, a mature physique was even more enticing than a pretty face. The suppressed desires within him were difficult to contain in the presence of such a form. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiaoyi exclaimed, "Hongjun, maintain your image. Here is some paper. Wipe your mouth. Apologies for my earlier indiscretion." Nevertheless, one cannot help but notice the audacity of this academy. Dai Mubai scoffed, dismissing it as merely the modest Song Hui Academy, which was hardly deserving of such bravado. Both Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai spoke without lowering their voices. Soul Masters possess superior hearing compared to ordinary individuals. Despite the clamor within the dining hall, their remarks were overheard by the leader of the group. Oscar, seated beside Tang San, chuckled softly, "It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle." Tang San glanced at him in confusion. "What spectacle?" Oscar whispered. "This is part of our cultivation. Dean Flender has stated that a soul master who fears trouble is not a true soul master. To avoid conflict is the mark of mediocrity. Furthermore, provoking individuals from a soul master academy is the safest course. It usually results in mere brawls, devoid of peril." Xiaoyi interjected, "So, you provoke others to then receive a thrashing?" Oscar corrected him. "No, it is about delivering a thrashing, not receiving one," Xiaoyi quipped. "In other words, you are itching for a fight?" "Indeed," Oscar replied, his spirits lifted by Xiao Yi's approval. However, Oscar's elation waned with Xiao Yi's next words. "Then you shall go alone. Others have not expressed any desire for a fight. I wish to accompany Xiao Yi." Although Xiao Yi did not finish his sentence, it was evident to all present what he meant, to accompany Ning Rongrong. Despite his calm demeanor, Xiao Yi's face betrayed a hint of crimson. This was, in fact, a deliberate act on his part, albeit one he was too shy to articulate fully. Ning Rongrong, listening to Xiao Yi, found herself momentarily dazed, unsure why his attitude toward her had shifted so dramatically in just a day. She was not naive. She had long understood that Xiao Yi had been indifferent to her, at most offering a modicum of attention. Yet, she had genuinely developed feelings for this younger man, initially hoping that time would nurture his affection for her. To her surprise, he had now expressed such sentiments, albeit incompletely. Xiao Yi harbored ulterior motives as well, seeking to ascertain whether Ning Rongrong was jesting with his emotions. Some assertive women exhibit this tendency. If you show disinterest, they treat you as a target to conquer, only to discard you once their victory is secured. Concerned that Ning Rongrong might be such a person, Xiao Yi decided to test the waters. To his relief, Ning Rongrong responded with a sweet smile, gazing into his eyes with tenderness. Previously, Xiao Yi's aloofness had left her feeling restrained as a girl, unable to be too forthright. However, with his newfound openness, her inhibitions melted away. She clung tightly to one of Xiao Yi's arms, declaring, "Let them handle the fighting. We shall remain uninvolved, and I will stay by your side." Xiao Yi could distinctly sense the excitement, fervor, and surprise emanating from Ning Rongrong's heart. She was genuinely moved, indeed. The moment when a young girl most craves comfort is often when one can most easily enter her heart. Just at this crucial juncture, an incongruous voice interrupted. Ma Hongjun, visibly displeased, exclaimed, "Hey, enough of this. Go home and show your affection." Though Ma Hongjun frequently vented his frustrations, he had never truly cherished anyone, and thus found it intolerable to witness the affectionate display between the two. Chapter 43. Conflict at Present. Ma Hongjun harbored a strong aversion to witnessing displays of affection before him. "If you must indulge in such sentiments, do so away from my sight," he barked. Tang San delivered a firm punch to Ma Hongjun. "Silence. I haven't had my fill of watching. Xiao Yi, do continue." Yet, Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong were hardly in the mood for romance at that moment. Ning Rongrong withdrew her hand from Xiao Yi's grasp. The once bold young girl now blushed with shyness. Xiao Yi, feeling increasingly flustered and unsure of how to proceed, resorted to venting his frustrations on Ma Hongjun. A young man from Songhui Academy stood up from his seat, advancing toward Daimubai. Daimubai's eyes gleamed with disdain. After all, he was a soul master. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned that this young man's cultivation was beneath his own. Should he fall victim to a trick, he would become the laughingstock among his peers. The young man's gaze shifted, targeting a different direction. His sights were set on Xiao Yi. In his mind, regardless of Xiao Yi's talents, a mere 9-year-old child could hardly stir significant waves. He intended to teach this group of youngsters that disrespecting their seniors comes with consequences. Xiao Yi was currently embroiled in a scuffle with Ma Hongjun, and should this young man strike, Xiao Yi would likely be caught off guard and knocked down. While the impact might not inflict serious harm, it would undoubtedly be humiliating. Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of anxiety. She was uncertain of the young man's strength and naturally worried about Xiao Yi, who was merely in his 20s. Xiao Yi, too, had noticed the young man but chose to remain unfazed, confident that someone would intervene, such as certain belligerent individuals. As the young man prepared to kick, Daimubai sprang into action. How could the temper of a tiger be tamed? Having been plotted against, his restraint was already commendable. Coupled with the grievances he had endured from Zhu Xing over the past few days, Daimubai had been harboring a pin-up fury. Faced with this provocation, how could he let such an opportunity slip by? Just the right moment to vent. Daimubai intercepted the youth's kick aimed at Xiao Yi's leg, simultaneously employing his soul shock, which caused the youth's thigh to go numb. Had Daimubai perfected this technique, the young man's leg would have been rendered useless. In the spirit of reciprocity, Daimubai fully embodied the saying, delivering a punch toward the youth. Caught off guard, the youth doubled over, propelled backward by the force of the blow. The middle-aged man from Songhui Academy's expression changed dramatically as he hastily stood, catching the youth before he fell. But the young man's face turned pale as he coughed up blood, visibly weakened. Daimubai straightened up, stretching lazily after his earlier action, and remarked nonchalantly, "I sincerely apologize. It was an accident." His wicked, tiger-like eyes glimmered with disdain and arrogance, exuding an air that was quite provocative. As for why Daimubai sought trouble, it was evidently because he felt he hadn't had enough. The restaurant erupted in a clamor. Most patrons distanced themselves from the two groups, wishing to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Yet, many remained nearby, eagerly watching the unfolding scene. Typically, witnessing a duel between soul masters required a trip to the Grand Soul Arena, which came at a significant cost. So the opportunity to witness such an event for free was indeed exhilarating for the ordinary folk. Seeing their comrade injured, the remaining 6 members glared fiercely at the table of Shrek Academy. They intended to charge over but were restrained by the middle-aged man. He helped the injured youth into a chair, his face stern as he barked at Douluo. Which academy do you children belong to? Douluo, with his piercing eyes gleaming, replied dismissively, you are not worthy of knowing. With that, he returned to his seat. Meanwhile, the food had been served, and the plump one was quick to act, especially when it came to eating. Instantly abandoning Xiao Yi, he made his way to the table and began to feast, commenting between bites, the taste is passable, just a bit undercooked. I suppose it will have to do. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Yi sat somewhat awkwardly, with Ma Hongjun between them. The oblivious glutton was too engrossed in his meal to notice the glances exchanged around him, unaware that he was the proverbial light bulb illuminating the darkness. After Xiao Yi expressed his feelings, their closeness seemed to diminish, the reason being, of course, their youth. Such matters are often difficult to navigate. Humans are inherently complex. Sometimes, candor can lead to a sense of anxiety and restraint. It is akin to a friendship that flourishes until feelings develop, leaving one feeling unsteady in the presence of the other. However, March suggests that if you have affections for someone, it is better to be forthright. If you do not speak up, your chances of success are nearly zero. The teacher from Songhue Academy, seeing the group of children disregard him, was incensed. After all, he was a well-regarded soul master. When had he ever endured such treatment? His face turned a shade of deep anger. What a group of insolent youngsters. Teach them a lesson, he commanded. The students of Songhue Academy eagerly awaited his orders. Under their teacher's lead, they surrounded the table. Except for the girl Ma Hongjun had his eye on and the injured youth. Fighting? I relished the thought. Little Wu leaped from her seat with unbridled enthusiasm, eagerly rushing forward without a moment's hesitation. Tang San let out a wry smile. This sister of his simply could not stay idle, always itching for a fight. Xiao Yi glanced at the ravenous Ma Hongjun, who was devouring his meal with fervor, and stole a furtive glance at Ning Rongrong. Pondering, these individuals are indeed driven by a fierce ambition, for in Ma Hongjun's eyes, food reigns supreme. Does it not? Surely, once he finishes, he will engage in some physical activity. Indeed, after consuming his meal with the swiftness of a tempest, Ma Hongjun charged towards the training grounds, leaving only Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong, flushed and bewildered, in their seats. Despite the fact that the students of Songhue Academy were around 20 years of age, their highest level of power barely reached 28, which was commendable on the continent, yet in the eyes of Shrek Academy, they were mere trifles. Thus, the battle concluded in mere minutes. During the skirmish, Xiao Yi also observed the soul rings of the opponents. Nearly every individual possessed a white soul ring, indicative of a 10-year soul spirit. Cease. The teacher from Songhue Academy could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, gesturing for his students to withdraw. Internally, he was astounded and deeply unsettled. How could there be such a vast disparity among students? He had initially felt quite pleased with his pupils, but in comparison to others, they now seemed utterly inept. I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Songhue Academy. May I inquire, which academy do you hail from? We are from Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun replied, his gaze unabashedly fixated on the sole female student from Songhue Academy. Yi Zhiqiu paused, a flicker of contemplation crossing his face. Clearly, he was not well acquainted with the name Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy? I don't believe I have heard of it. Unbeknownst to him, Dai Mubai snorted disdainfully, remarking, that is merely your ignorance. Recognizing their lack of significant backing, Yi Zhiqiu hesitated no longer. A glimmer of determination ignited in his eyes as he unleashed his martial spirit. The mysterious tortoise, manifesting before them. The beast martial spirit, mysterious tortoise, boasted 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. The director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Songhue Academy was, astonishingly, a formidable soul king of over level 50. Even if he were weak, he was not someone a group of great soul masters could contend with. Yi Zhiqiu spoke eloquently. You youngsters are naive. Refrain from speaking recklessly in the future. Summon your instructor. The robust Ma Hongjun retorted with a loud exclamation. With you, an old tortoise, you dare to summon our teacher? We can handle you ourselves. Yi Zhiqiu, with his mysterious tortoise martial spirit, held a lifelong aversion to being called a tortoise. Offending him was not something to be taken lightly. Very well. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher. Let us step outside. With that, he turned and strode out. The sight of his black tortoise shell swaying behind him somewhat comical, yet the soul power he emanated was undeniably formidable. Ning Rongrong, observing Xiao Yi's rapt attention on the battlefield, inwardly chastised him as a fool. Xiao Yi, shall we go and take a look? She proposed. Xiao Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched his head, approaching Ning Rongrong's side. After a brief moment of hesitation, he raised his hand, trembling slightly, and grasped her delicate fingers. "Shall we go?" he suggested, acutely aware of his heart racing wildly, his voice quivering, and his cheeks flushing uncontrollably. How mortifying! Ning Rongrong, sensing Xiaoyi's discomfort, chuckled softly and led him outside. It seemed the perfect opportunity to shift the conversation. Observing the ongoing display of soul techniques, she inquired, Do you think Daimubai and the others can win? After all, that old toad is a soul king." Old toad?" Xiaoyi's mind was in disarray. Oblivious to the shift in her address from Xiao Yi to simply Yi, his focus had entirely shifted from Tang San and the others' battle to the hand he was holding. He replied with a somewhat perfunctory outside. The battle raged fiercely, mirroring the burgeoning emotions between Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong. Chapter 44. I do not understand love. Xiao Yi held Ning Rongrong's delicate hand, his attention unwavering from the battlefield, his face flushed as he lowered his gaze. Lost in thought, Ning Rongrong, too, was somewhat distracted, although her gaze was fixed on the fight. The dreamy quality of her eyes and the rosy hue of her cheeks betrayed her in her turmoil. Ning Rongrong was puzzled, unable to comprehend why Xiao Yi's attitude toward her had shifted so dramatically overnight. Yet, she soon found solace in the realization that it no longer mattered. Although Xiao Yi had only hinted at his feelings without a formal confession, she understood that he had indeed developed feelings for her. With her confidence in the strength of her seven-treasure glazed tile school, she felt assured that she could prevent him from slipping away, if necessary. She could always resort to tying him up. With this thought, Ning Rongrong nodded slightly, fully endorsing her plan. Of course, this was under the assumption that she remained unaware of Xiao Yi's true identity as the young master of the Spirit Hall, Qin Xiao Yi. Unconsciously squeezing Ning Rongrong's tender hand, this small gesture caused her ears to flush crimson. Seeing the adorable Ning Rongrong, Xiao Yi couldn't help but smile. A thought bubbling up in his mind. Being with her is quite delightful. Ning Rongrong's gaze flickered as she asked, "What are you laughing at?" At that moment, whether it was a newfound sense of clarity or something else, Xiao Yi playfully teased, "I'm laughing at you, Rongrong." Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback, her eyes brimming with tears. Typically, Xiao Yi addressed her as Sister Rongrong, and even after his earlier admission, he had not altered his form of address. Regardless, the way he called her Rongrong felt far more intimate. Although Ning Rongrong did not express it outwardly, she was deeply concerned within. However, the fact that Xiao Yi addressed her as Rongrong indicated that he had genuinely accepted her in his heart. In response to Xiao Yi's puzzled yet forlorn gaze, Ning Rongrong freed herself from his grasp and suddenly leaped into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and resting her head on his shoulder, silently shedding tears. With a voice tinged with emotion, she said, "I have been waiting a long time to hear those two words." It took Xiao Yi a while to comprehend the situation, his heart aching yet filled with profound affection. He embraced Ning Rongrong's slender waist, inhaling her delicate fragrance. And with a sense of regret, he uttered, "I'm sorry, Rongrong. I shouldn't have taken so long to realize my feelings." Ning Rongrong remained silent, continuing to cry on his shoulder, though the smile at the corners of her lips indicated her happiness. Overcome with joy, she wept. Xiao Yi gently held her shoulders and slowly pushed her away. Gazing into her tear-filled eyes, he said, "Rongrong, I'm uncertain if I love you. Perhaps my desire to be with you stems from possessiveness, or perhaps I am simply too indulgent." "Enough, Xiao Yi. I am willful and tempestuous. But that is no reason for you to toy with my feelings. How do you perceive me?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed loudly, as she noticed the light in her eyes dimming. Xiao Yi hastily interjected, "Rongrong, please let me finish." "All right," Ning Rongrong replied, wiping her eyes, her expression devoid of emotion. Often, a person's calmness precedes a significant event. Xiao Yi continued, "Rongrong, I am not deceiving you. I still do not understand whether my feelings for you constitute love. I do not comprehend what love truly is. But I know that I do not want you to leave me. Do you realize? Every moment spent with you fills me with an inexplicable excitement. A sensation I cannot articulate. For the sake of this feeling, I would bind you to my side. I am unsure if this is love, but one thing is clear. Rongrong, you shall not leave me. Not even the seven-treasure glazed tile school can take you away from me." Ning Rongrong maintained her impassive demeanor, yet her heart was anything but tranquil. Xiao Yi's words had awakened her. He did not understand love, and likewise, she did not either. Thus, neither of them, having not endured trials, possessed the right to discuss whether this was love. At most, it was merely mutual affection. Some make grand promises only to betray under duress or temptation. Others remain in the shadows, watching over you, protecting you, loving you without seeking recompense, only wishing for your safety. Love cannot be merely spoken. A love that has not withstood trials can only be termed as fondness, and at its most basic level, mere liking. Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong had only known each other for a few days and were entirely oblivious to their true feelings. He pulled her into his embrace, saying, "Although I am uncertain if I love you, one thing I know for certain is that I like you, and in the future, you must marry me. If you develop feelings for someone else, I shall kill him. You truly are domineering." Although Ning Rongrong harbored some dissatisfaction, she felt a certain happiness within. Sticking out her tongue, she continued, "I would rather not. I wish to marry someone who loves me. If you do not cherish me, I shall leave at any moment." "I will never forsake you, Rongrong." Looking at the earnest Xiao Yi, Ning Rongrong nodded and leaned against his shoulder, uttering 12 words, "If you do not abandon me, I shall remain devoted to you through life and death." Xiao Yi tightened his embrace around Ning Rongrong, declaring, "I assure you of my unwavering loyalty. But I do not wish for you to bind yourself to such extremes. This is my promise to you. Rongrong, give me time, and I shall prove my love for you, and in turn, make you truly fall for me alone." Ning Rongrong softly responded, not wanting to free herself from Xiao Yi's embrace, for she feared the loss of what the future might hold. Who can truly predict it? Just moments ago, she had been frightened. "Do you think this situation counts as a test for us?" It should, I suppose." Though Ning Rongrong was held tightly, her upper body could still move. She leaned back slightly, playfully asking, "So, have you fallen for me?" At that moment, a beam of energy shot toward the two, who were tightly entwined. "Xiao Yi, be careful." Ning Rongrong suddenly pushed Xiao Yi away, intending to shield him from the impending onslaught of energy. She was unaware of her motivations. Perhaps it was a surge of emotion, or simply a desire to save him. Regardless, she acted without hesitation. A friendly reminder, for character portrayals in this book, please refer to manga. As for anime and live-action adaptations, they're unnecessary. Chapter 45. The first kill. The instructor from Sanghui Academy, that old turtle, had exerted 50% of his strength. Yet he found himself unable to subdue the group of children before him. While astonishment filled his heart, he also felt a tinge of embarrassment. It was indeed unreasonable for a Soul King of the Fifth Ring to struggle against a mere handful of youngsters. "You little rascals, I never intended to be your foe. But your audacity is intolerable. Watch me." You sneak attacked. Yi Qiu, who had been speaking with fervor, was abruptly interrupted by Ma Hongjun, who unleashed a torrent of flames from behind him. The sensation of being cut off mid-sentence was undeniably unpleasant. Upon hearing Yi Qiu accuse him of ambushing, Ma Hongjun genuinely paused, scratching his head with an innocent smile. "My apologies, shall we start over?" You sneak attacked. Yi Qiu turned to Xiao Wu and shouted angrily. Xiao Wu pouted, questioning why one would expend energy to confront head-on when a sneak attack could secure victory. That does seem sensible, but..." "Enough. How can you also ambush me?" Yi Qiu, unable to contain his fury, glared at Tang San. Tang San wore an amiable expression. "Did you not agree with Xiao Wu's perspective? I had initially intended to confront you directly." Yi Qiu gritted his teeth, a murderous intent gradually coalescing in his eyes. Suddenly, an energy beam was unleashed towards Zhu Zhuqing. Her attention had been entirely focused on Yi Qiu, so the moment the beam was fired, she was already on high alert. Speed was her forte, and evading this beam should not pose much of a challenge for her. However, had she truly evaded it? Unbeknownst to her, directly behind her were Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong. The beam she dodged had hurtled straight towards the tightly embraced duo. Facing the battlefield, Ning Rongrong was naturally quicker to sense the impending danger than Xiao Yi. "Move aside," she exclaimed, pushing him away. Had things proceeded as expected, Ning Rongrong would have surely faced dire consequences from the energy beam's impact. This was, after all, a soul skill imbued with lethal intent. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Xiao Yi, a close combat soul master wielding a sword, understood that reflexes were paramount for someone of his caliber. While he would not claim his reflexes were unmatched, dodging a soul skill was within his capabilities. In a swift motion, he scooped Ning Rongrong into a princess carry and leapt aside. Boom. Where he had stood moments ago, a crater now marred the ground. Turning to the astonished Ning Rongrong, his anger flared as he glared at Yi Qiu, for he could distinctly sense the murderous intent directed towards Ning Rongrong. This infuriated him greatly. Of course, Yi Qiu, having devoted his life to the academy, remained single at this juncture. Provoked by a group of youngsters, his patience had worn thin, and in a fit of rage, he instinctively targeted the seemingly weaker Xiao Yi and the frail Ning Rongrong, considering them the easiest targets. Xiao Yi, now thoroughly displeased, had just begun to relish the comfort of holding Ning Rongrong when the moment was abruptly interrupted. Observing the imminent threat against Rongrong only fueled his ire further. Endure what may be intolerable, he thought. With a flash, his soul mark ignited, and the sword of judgment materialized in his grasp. It was not that Xiao Yi was unwilling to summon his second martial soul. Rather, the eight-winged demon, for reasons unknown, had become unusable since his martial soul awakening. Fearing that Bibi Dong would worry, he had chosen to remain silent about it. Even if he had spoken up, she might not have understood. As a martial soul awakening without the ability to wield it was unprecedented. Better to keep the matter concealed than to incite unnecessary concern. Furthermore, had he revealed this, Bibi Dong would likely have restricted his opportunities for training, prioritizing safety above all else. Two beams of light surged towards Xiao Yi, yet he did not resist, allowing them to descend upon him. He understood that Ning Rongrong would never wish him harm. Speed, power, increased speed and strength by 30%. This was how Ning Rongrong recovered from her state of shock and bestowed a boost upon Xiao Yi. Without hesitation, Xiao Yi charged forward, his two soul rings materializing behind him, one yellow, one blue. It was then that Yi Qiu regained his senses. The blue second soul ring indicated that Xiao Yi was either from a prominent family or possessed extraordinary talent. Engaging such an individual signified the commencement of one's demise. However, with no retreat possible after offending him, the only course was to eliminate the threat. Yi Qiu summoned all his soul power, and the fifth blue soul ring flickered, a precursor to activating his fifth soul skill. Xiao Yi, acutely aware of Yi Qiu's murderous intent, observed the elder before him with a grave expression. He could distinctly feel the oppressive aura of the Soul King, which, though weaker than that of the Spirit Hall's formidable figures, still demanded his utmost caution. One misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Raising the judgment sword, he charged, while Yi Qiu lifted his claw to strike at Xiao Yi. Yet, Xiao Yi deftly evaded the attack. Clang! The judgment sword struck Yi Qiu's shell, producing a shower of sparks, but leaving no mark. Yi Qiu laughed maniacally. Huh? You're far too weak, boy. If you were level 40, I'd have to flee. But alas, you are not. So, are you ready to meet your end? Rest assured, once you perish, I shall enjoy that young lady over there before sending her to join you. He gestured towards Ning Rongrong, having dodged Yi Qiu's assault. Xiao Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, I truly wish to kill him. Sensing a shift within him, Xiao Yi smiled faintly and added, it is indeed a pity. But I am not alone. Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Yi Qiu recalled that there were others in the academy. Just as Tang San and his companions prepared to confront their foe, a thunderous voice rang out. What are you all doing out here at this late hour? Shouldn't you be resting? Zhao Wujie emerged, his expression decidedly displeased. Dai Mubai, who was about to unleash his third soul ring skill, instinctively halted upon hearing Zhao Wujie's voice, retreating to widen the distance between himself and Yi Qiu. Everyone back to sleep, Zhao Wujie commanded, not even glancing at the Zhonghui Academy. With a wave of his hand, he ordered all Shrek Academy students to return to the hotel. This interruption infuriated Yi Qiu. He was on the verge of unleashing his wrath and needed an outlet for his pent-up anger. Wait a moment. Who does Zhao Wujie think he is? He is a notorious figure in the Spirit Master community, not the strongest, but certainly a fearsome presence. He would not regard a Soul Master of merely level 50 with any seriousness. Speak your mind if you must, but I am busy. Yi Qiu, filled with rage, strode directly towards Zhao Wujie, clearly intent on confrontation. Zhao Wujie turned to the 7 youths who had gathered around him and remarked, a bunch of useless fools, unable to handle even an old turtle. I will deal with you all when we return to the academy. Let strength speak for itself. Zhao Wujie, with a look of disdain, did not even bother to summon his martial soul, and with a swift slap, sent Yi Qiu flying. At that moment, Yi Qiu was thoroughly enraged, unleashing his soul power to its fullest while turning his back, attempting to shield himself with his impenetrable shell. In his eyes, a soul master who refrains from using their martial soul is no different from an ordinary person, and he held no fear of the latter. In the next instant, Yi Qiu was propelled through the air by Zhao Wujie's hand, soaring over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao Wujie cast a scornful glance in Yi Qiu's direction before turning away with the Shrek Academy students towards the hotel. muttering to himself that the sensation of striking someone without employing a martial soul was undeniably exhilarating. He pondered the source of this thrill, attributing it to the dean's cruelty. With the assistance of several students from Tsanghui Academy, Yi Zhiqiu struggled to rise, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He felt as though a mountain were pressing down on his back, struggling to catch his breath, and a wave of terror washed over him. He was acutely aware of his own defensive capabilities. The opponent had not even utilized their martial soul, yet a casual slap had managed to injure him. Even if the adversary were a power-type soul master, the disparity in strength could not be less than 15 levels, perhaps even more. The thought of the opponent's soul master rank sent a shiver down his spine, and with a resentful glare at the departing Shrek Academy students, he led his own students away in defeat. Among them, a female student cast a lingering glance at Dai Mubai. Oscar's face bore stubble. While Tang San was not particularly striking, although Xiaoyi was commendable, he was already in a relationship and quite young. Dai Mubai's devilish gaze was evidently the most captivating. As for the rotund student, he was a figure often overlooked by the fairer sex. Yet, Dai Mubai remained oblivious to her attention, not due to any naivety, but rather because he held a refined taste, having encountered many beautiful women, far surpassing the interests of the overweight lad. Stop. Just as Yi Zhiqiu turned, a blade pierced through his chest, curiously leaving no trace of blood upon the blade. Yi Zhiqiu stared blankly at the judgment sword embedded in his chest, astonished that this seemingly 9-year-old child dared to take a life, striking a critical blow. Had it not been for Xiaoyi's suddenness, Yi Zhiqiu would have reacted in time. In truth, even Zhao Wujie had not anticipated Xiaoyi's brutality. The students on both sides appeared pale, particularly the sheltered young lady, Ning Rongrong. In a weak voice, Yi Zhiqiu stammered, You dare to kill? Humph. If I wished to kill, none could stop me, not a soul. Those who tarnish Rongrong deserve death. Spoiled by Bibi Dong, you possess an insatiable desire. With that, Xiao Yi retracted the judgment sword, and Yi Zhiqiu gradually ceased to breathe. Alas, another problematic student. Tsanghui Academy, you may leave. Zhao Wujie sighed in resignation. He was indifferent to Yi Zhiqiu's fate. It is merely a nuisance. Rongrong's face was ashen, her hands trembling as she pointed at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, have you killed someone? Xiao Yi approached Ning Rongrong, but she cried out, Don't come any closer, demon. Rongrong clutched her head and, before she could finish her words, fainted. Chapter 46. Shadow Xiao Yi carried Ning Rongrong to the guest room. Teacher Zhao, you all should head to the Stardow Forest. I no longer require training. And as for Rongrong, her mind is still too fragile. Xiao Yi bid farewell without looking back. Zhao Wujie remained silent, aware that Xiao Yi was merely stating his decision, not seeking his approval. Tang San watched his retreating figure and smiled faintly. Xiao Yi, you haven't disappointed me. Xiao Yi understood that Ning Rongrong still needed to grow stronger, which was precisely why he had resorted to killing. He had not anticipated that this would frighten her into unconsciousness. He laid her gently on the bed, brushed his fingers against her cheek, and with a tinge of guilt, murmured, Rongrong, I'm sorry for scaring you. Tonight, we shall sleep together. Let us try to have sweet dreams. He placed a soft kiss on her forehead. After a moment's hesitation, he glanced at the closed door and lightly kissed her lips, savoring the moment. Truly delightful. In the dead of night, the shaking bed roused Xiao Yi from his slumber. He lifted his head and found Rongrong cowering in the corner. Her gaze toward him was filled with affection and reluctance, but mostly, it reflected fear. Xiao Yi, she said, forcing a smile as she pointed at him, her trembling fingers betraying her instability. You didn't kill anyone, did you? That was just a dream, just a dream. Xiao Yi sighed as he observed her reluctance to approach him. In the past, she would have rushed to him. But now he had never anticipated that this incident would affect Ning Rongrong so profoundly. The fact that he had taken a life was undeniable. Lying would serve no purpose. Even though Ning Rongrong wished for him to deny it, perhaps it was best to simply confess. Yes, Rongrong, I killed someone. Ning Rongrong's eyes, which had held a glimmer of hope, now filled with disappointment. Why? That was a living person. How could you be so cruel, you demon? By the end, she was shouting. Hearing Rongrong call him a demon sent a pang of discomfort through Xiao Yi. Though he felt unworthy of love, he could not bear the thought of Rongrong leaving him. Rongrong, he stepped forward and embraced her tightly, despite her instinct to recoil, her eyes wide with terror. Yet, to his astonishment, she screamed, let go of me. Don't kill me. Help. Xiao Yi furrowed his brow, and a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Grasping Ning Rongrong's head, he pressed a heavy kiss upon her crimson lips. In an instant, Ning Rongrong's body stiffened, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting her fear. Xiaoyi himself was perplexed by his impulsive action. It was merely a fleeting urge that had compelled him. Was this truly his nature? Yet, what was the point of overthinking? Having already crossed that threshold, he decided to savor the moment. The sensation was soft and smooth, an exquisite experience for Xiaoyi. Seizing the opportunity while Ning Rongrong was momentarily dazed, Xiaoyi's tongue breached her defenses, seeking its playful counterpart, and their tongues entwined in a delicate dance. Eventually, Ning Rongrong slowly closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around Xiaoyi's neck, harmonizing with his movements. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Noticing the quickened rhythm of Ning Rongrong's breath, Xiaoyi released her, a silver thread connecting their lips. Gazing at the dazed expression on Ning Rongrong's face, Xiaoyi licked his lips, savoring the sweet taste that lingered, a delightful reminder of the girl before him. Embarrassed under his gaze, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed, her eyes evasive as she stammered, What are you doing? Why did you suddenly kiss me so forcefully?" Despite her words, she was secretly pleased with Xiaoyi's boldness. Perhaps influenced by Ma Hongjuan's antics, Xiaoyi grinned mischievously. "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." "I said nothing," she retorted. "Really nothing?" Well, Xiaoyi laughed heartily. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. If I hadn't done that, you wouldn't have listened to me properly. But you shouldn't kiss me," she protested, feeling a sense of loss. Ning Rongrong playfully nodded yes. Xiaoyi smiled gently. "Then shall I let you return the kiss?" Hearing his audacious words and observing his seemingly gentle smile, Ning Rongrong playfully scolded, "Go away." After some playful banter, Xiaoyi held Ning Rongrong's shoulders, looking down at her. "Rongrong, can you listen to me now?" Ning Rongrong's initially flushed face paled slightly, perhaps recalling the scene of Xiaoyi's wrath. Nevertheless, she nodded and buried her head in his chest. I know that teacher harbored ill intentions towards both of us. In the spirit of reciprocity, your actions were not unjustified, especially for my sake. Logically and emotionally, I have no right to reproach you. Yet, I cannot bear to witness your violent side. Do you realize how terrifying the shadow that emerges when you kill is? Xiaoyi listened intently, and naturally, he discerned Ning Rongrong's unusual demeanor. When she spoke of that shadow, he could distinctly sense her delicate frame trembling, a manifestation of palpable fear. Xiaoyi was perplexed. A shadow? What shadow? Chapter 47. Returning to the academy, a shadow? What shadow? Xiaoyi surmised that this shadow was the very source of Ning Rongrong's terror. As she mentioned it, Ning Rongrong tightened her grip on Xiaoyi's arm, clearly overwhelmed by fear. When you took a life, that shadow appeared behind you. It was terrifying, with 2 horns atop its head and 8 pitch-black wings. When I first noticed it, it was also gazing at me. In that instant, I felt as though I had been marked. Gently patting the trembling Ning Rongrong, Xiaoyi's expression turned solemn. 2 horns and 8 dark wings, which could only relate to his second martial soul, one that he had never been able to utilize. The 8-winged demon. The first time he encountered this martial soul, it was merely a soul imprint, yet it had startled him significantly. It was no wonder that the timid Ning Rongrong was so frightened. After all, envisioning a winged specter grinning at a mere teenager was indeed terrifying. Since the awakening of his second martial soul, Xiaoyi had been unable to wield it, and he remained unaware of the reasons behind this. Since it posed no immediate harm to him, he had paid it little mind. However, the situation now seemed rather grave. After a brief pause, Ning Rongrong continued, "In truth, that demon occasionally manifests at night, albeit in a translucent form. If one does not pay close attention, it is nearly undetectable. I previously thought it was merely a figment of my imagination, but tonight, when you took a life, it was particularly vivid. Is this an ominous portent? Please, do not take another life." As she concluded, her tone became urgent, laced with worry and a hint of pleading. Xiaoyi gazed at the tear-filled eyes of Ning Rongrong, his expression impassive, and said, "I may be cursed, Rongrong. We should part ways." "Part ways?" Slap. Ning Rongrong paused for a moment, then delivered a resounding slap across Xiaoyi's face. Though she may not have been new to striking others, this was her first time hitting someone in the face, and she did not regret it. "What do you mean, Xiaoyi? You would cast me away over this? What do you take me for?" "I am afraid. Yes, but I have the courage to confront our relationship." "And what of you? You are fleeing. I understand you are concerned for my safety, but if you cast me aside for that reason, I, Ning Rongrong, will harbor resentment toward you for a lifetime." At this point, Ning Rongrong's tone softened as she tenderly caressed the spot on Xiaoyi's face where she had struck him. "My heart belongs to you. I love you. Rather than allowing me to hide away in sorrow, I would prefer a swift end. Xiao Yi, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, fell into a momentary daze, completely unprepared for such a statement from her. After a considerable pause, he chuckled softly, pulling Ning Rongrong into his embrace. Rongrong, do not speak so pessimistically. That shadow is merely my martial spirit. Martial spirit? Is not your martial spirit the judgment sword? Ah, you possess a twin martial spirit? Ning Rongrong appeared to recall something, gazing at Xiao Yi in astonishment. As the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, the second largest sect in the Douluo continent, Ning Rongrong, though somewhat indolent, was well aware of the significance of twin martial spirits. It is said that if a family or sect nurtures a soul master with a twin martial spirit, their rise to prominence is inevitable, for such individuals are destined to become the pinnacle of strength on the continent. However, Ning Rongrong was perplexed as to which family would be audacious enough to allow a twin martial spirit to roam freely. Either Xiao Yi belonged to no faction, yet his demeanor suggested he was far from a mere rustic, or there existed a hidden force safeguarding him. Such a secret would not be taken lightly. Yet it must remain known to only a select few. Hence, someone must be covertly protecting him. With this thought, Ning Rongrong felt reassured for various reasons. First, the sect's regulations prohibited inner disciples from forming unions with support-type soul masters, a rule Xiao Yi, as a powerful assault-type soul master, would naturally disregard. If Xiao Yi indeed possessed a twin martial spirit, their union would undoubtedly receive the full support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Moreover, that shadow, regardless of its nature, was still a martial spirit, an integral part of Xiao Yi's being, and the benefits it conferred would surely outweigh any drawbacks. In summary, barring unforeseen circumstances, the two could be engaged. As Ning Rongrong reveled in her thoughts, a sudden realization struck her. She fixed her gaze upon Xiao Yi and said, "Hey, Yi, you must have known that shadow was your martial spirit all along, right?" Xiao Yi sensed an odd tension in the atmosphere but could not pinpoint its source, nonetheless. He replied, "Indeed. I knew the moment you described the shadow." Ning Rongrong planted a kiss on Xiao Yi's cheek, the very spot she had struck, and with a beaming smile, inquired, "Then why did you send me away?" Xiao Yi, touching the spot where she had kissed him, chuckled foolishly and instinctively replied, "Of course. It was just to tease you." Who would have thought? At that point, even Xiao Yi, despite his usual obliviousness, realized the gravity of his words. Ning Rongrong had skillfully seized the moment, causing him to inadvertently reveal the truth. Spontaneous utterances often reflect one's genuine thoughts. Thus, Xiao Yi felt a chill. "What do you mean by that? Are you being serious?" How could you jest about such matters?" "Ah, why are you biting me, Rongrong? I was wrong. Please stop." Ning Rongrong sank her teeth into Xiao Yi's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain, which elicited a pang of sympathy from her, prompting her to release her grip. "Humph, that will teach you to joke with me about such things." As she pulled down his collar and saw the bite mark, Xiao Yi immediately felt aggrieved. "Ouch, that hurts." Through the fabric, the bite marks are evident. "Rongrong, you are indeed fierce." However, Ning Rongrong, being soft-hearted, gently rubbed the bitten area for Xiao Yi, offering comfort. "I'm sorry, Yi. It's your own fault. There must not be a next time, understood?" The following day, "Rongrong, it's time to rise. We must return to the academy." "Return to the academy? Aren't we heading to the Douluo forest?" Xiao Yi pouted. "TSK, it's all because of you. They left long ago, and here I am, left to care for you on our way back to the academy." Xiao Yi chose not to inform Ning Rongrong that he had voluntarily stayed behind and had suggested not bringing her along, as he wished to shield her from further distress in a short span of time. "What? You're not willing to care for this young lady?" Ning Rongrong feigned anger, pouting. "How could that be? Attending to my esteemed lady is my utmost happiness." Hearing Xiao Yi's words, Ning Rongrong smiled, nodding in satisfaction, her slightly upturned lips revealing the sweetness within her heart. Upon returning to the academy, they merely informed Flandra of their absence from the Douluo forest. As for Flandra's attitude, it was inconsequential to both Qian Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong. They did not even consider how Tang San and the others fared in the Douluo forest. That night, Xiao Yi sat alone on a steep slope, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. "What are you contemplating?" A voice from behind startled Xiao Yi slightly, but he soon smiled and replied, "Ah, it's you. Didn't I tell you to go back and sleep?" Ning Rongrong approached and sat beside Xiao Yi. "I can't sleep. I want to be with you. I always feel like you're hiding something from me." Xiao Yi looked at Ning Rongrong and smiled, replying, "Should I say, it's truly a woman's intuition?" Ning Rongrong spoke earnestly. All right, stop teasing. Share your burdens with me. Don't bear them alone. I will always be by your side. Forever? Although it was not the first time Ning Rongrong had expressed such sentiments, it still touched him deeply. Rongrong, sometimes I ponder whether I am worthy of you. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows, a bit agitated. Why would you say that? I think you are wonderful. You are good enough. Even if you feel unworthy of this young lady, I shall never let you go. Holding Ning Rongrong's shoulders and allowing her to lean against his chest, Xiaoyi said, Rongrong, don't be agitated. Regardless of the circumstances, I will remain by your side. Even if you wish to drive me away, I shall not leave. What you were just thinking was not about this matter, was it? Since your return, you've been like this. Is it because of your martial spirit? Xiaoyi was taken aback by Ning Rongrong's keen perception. Her guess was spot on with just a slight hint, so he did not deny it. Yes. My martial spirit is quite unique. It awakened but cannot be utilized. This is unprecedented on the continent. Whether it is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Ning Rongrong gently kissed Xiaoyi's cheek, feeling a bit shy as she comforted him. Why overthink? Regardless, I will accompany you wherever you go, even to the depths of hell. Having been sheltered in a greenhouse since childhood, Ning Rongrong was oblivious to the fact that some things are far more terrifying than death. Just as Xiaoyi was unaware. Indeed, why dwell on such thoughts? If it is a blessing, it is. If it is a calamity, it cannot be avoided. Let us take it as it comes, especially since your presence gives me the confidence to overcome any challenge. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly, and then said, Why is that ghostly figure your martial spirit, and why can only I see it? It seems others are oblivious. Xiaoyi's expression turned serious. He had noticed what Ning Rongrong mentioned, but wished to shield her from this unknown realm. I do not know. The fact that only you can perceive it indicates you possess something unique. Is it your martial spirit? Or some other reason? If verification is necessary, there is no rush. I will inevitably visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong, not foolish, understood Xiaoyi's intentions for visiting her home, yet she hesitated and said, What do you intend to do at my house? Just so you know, you're not welcome. Xiaoyi chuckled, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist, teasing, Not welcome? That complicates matters, for I intended to propose. If you truly do not welcome me, then so be it. With my capabilities, finding a wife is quite simple. Rongrong. Ease up, that hurts. Ning Rongrong pinched the soft flesh at Xiaoyi's waist and twisted it, causing him to cry out in pain. Hearing his pleas, she huffed in dissatisfaction. Go if you wish. If you can find someone else, then go ahead. I am not desperate for you. Those vying for my affection are numerous. And there is no shortage of those cutting in line at the spirit hall. Oh dear, what has happened? Is our Rongrong upset? Ning Rongrong shot him a charming glare, pouting as she sulked. Noticing her silence, Xiaoyi continued, Look, our Rongrong is as beautiful as a celestial being, wise and capable, with power and influence. How could I ever marry anyone else? Even if you were to cast me away, I would remain. Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up, revealing 2 delightful dimples, making her all the more adorable. You said that. If you do not marry me, I shall bite you. Though her thoughts seemed far-reaching for her age, she added, But, Rongrong, you will always be mine, solely mine, forever. While this sounded somewhat possessive to Ning Rongrong's ears, it was sweet and heartwarming. I know. I cannot sleep. I want to practice my soul power rotation. Will you accompany me? How could Xiaoyi possibly refuse? The stronger Ning Rongrong became, the safer she felt, and she nodded in agreement. The two had been inseparable these past few days, spending nearly every moment together except for sleep, and Ning Rongrong's soul power had shown remarkable improvement under Xiaoyi's guidance. On this particular day, while Ning Rongrong and Xiaoyi were engaged in their training, they noticed a middle-aged man strolling leisurely into the academy. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair styled in a side part, his appearance rather unremarkable. His hands were clasped behind his back, yet he exuded a unique aura. His eyes, at times languid and weary, revealed a flicker of vitality. He looked somewhat frail and coughed intermittently, giving an impression of being unwell, yet his gaze was sharp and discerning. Having never seen him in the academy before, it was evident that he was a stranger. His presence at this hour suggested he was either visiting someone or seeking trouble. Ning Rongrong, possessing a cheerful disposition, understood the importance of showing respect despite her noble status as the princess of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, and thus did not look down on the middle-aged man. Excuse me, sir, whom are you looking for? She inquired of the weary-looking stranger who was glancing around. The middle-aged man regarded Ning Rongrong, a glimmer of light sparking in his eyes, Before speaking without preamble, Flander, he uttered just 3 words, as though expending any additional energy would be too taxing. Xiaoyi stepped forward, positioning himself partially in front of Ning Rongrong with a slight smile. And who might you be in relation to our principal? Are you here to collect a debt? He is quite the miser. The middle-aged man regarded him with an approving gaze, his demeanor shifting. Young man, you are commendable, polite yet cautious with strangers, your words smooth yet probing. You protect the girl behind you well, even as a soul king. I could not swiftly bypass you to harm her. If I were to attack, she would have ample time to escape or call for help, wouldn't she? Xiaoyi nodded, stepping back a fraction with a serious expression. He sensed that the man's soul power was higher than his own, yet likely not exceeding level 30 at most. It was 29. He was confident in his ability to defeat him, but the man's intellect was the sharpest Xiao he had ever encountered. Even Bibi Dong, with her vast knowledge, paled in comparison to his analytical prowess, as he expertly assessed the situation with just a few actions and words. Despite the man's relatively low power, Xiaoyi regarded him with caution. Ning Rongrong, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. She was touched. Had the middle-aged man not revealed it, she would have remained oblivious to Xiaoyi's quiet protection over her. Her gaze towards the man softened with gratitude. The middle-aged man smiled kindly, resembling a doting elder addressing a child. There is no need for such wariness. I am not your enemy. My name is Yu Xiaojiang, and I have come to check on my old friend and my disciple. However, upon seeing you both, I have decided to pursue my intention of becoming a teacher here. Yu Xiaojiang coughed twice and continued, I have a dream to see my disciples standing at the pinnacle of the continent, proving that those who were once deemed worthless can transform into formidable beings that dominate all. Although the identities of these disciples remained a mystery to Xiao Yi, the mention of them had piqued his interest. He was certain that they were from Shrek Academy. Yet, Xiao Yi maintained his vigilance, for words alone could not be trusted. May I inquire about your disciples? Yu Xiaojiang revealed a proud smile. Tang San. Ning Rongrong was about to interject when a hearty laugh interrupted her. Ha! Xiaojiang. I thought I would never see you again. However, when I noticed the soul guide on Tang San, I knew you would come. Yu Xiaojiang replied with an impassive expression. The name 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night was chosen by Xiao San. A splendid name indeed. The moment I saw 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night, I knew you would arrive. Xiaoyi, it's all right. He is an old friend of mine. Isn't he, Xiaojiang? Flander remarked. Yu Xiaojiang remained silent. But Xiaoyi had no intention of lingering any longer. With Flander's arrival, he felt no obligation to stay. Whatever transpired was no longer his concern. He took Ning Rongrong's hand and bid farewell, gradually retreating. Watching their departing figures, Yu Xiaojiang chuckled softly. Interesting. Composed and unruffled. Flander, you have encountered another prodigy. Flander, delighted by his dear friend's praise of his student, laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Xiaojiang, this batch of students is the most satisfying since I established the academy. Especially Tang San and the Xiaoyi. To me, calling someone a prodigy is the highest compliment. Yu Xiaojiang nodded with a smile. It is evident that Tang San is exceptional, and Xiao Yi's talent must not be inferior. His temperament is equally remarkable. He is indeed a promising seedling. Flander grinned mischievously. I feel that Xiao Yi surpasses Tang San. His second soul ring is a millennium old. A millennium? Fascinating. Flander, I think I want to become a teacher. Flander's eyes lit up with excitement. Xiaojiang, are you serious? Although you mentioned wanting to teach before. Hearing it directly is truly exhilarating. Flander's greatest hope was for Yu Xiaojiang to embrace life fully rather than drift aimlessly without Tang San's emergence. It was likely that Yu Xiaojiang would still lack the desire to live. Feigning anger, Yu Xiaojiang said, What? Am I not welcome? Then I shall take my leave. Flander hurriedly stopped him. No. You are most welcome. A warm welcome indeed. If others were to learn that a grand soul master dared to jest with a soul sage, they would likely be aghast. However, Flander understood that. Despite his brother's lack of combat prowess, his theoretical knowledge was undoubtedly among the finest in the Douluo continent, exactly what the students required. Flander chuckled. Xiaojiang, it has been over 20 years since you last made a joke. It is clear to see that you are quite happy today. Yu Xiaojiang gazed into the distance, as if trying to perceive someone from afar. Indeed, this serves as my motivation to persevere. Flander sighed. Why must you be so obstinate? Never mind. I suppose Tang San and the others will return tomorrow. You should prepare yourself. After all, you are a teacher now. Yu Xiaojiang smirked. Very well. Just watch as I drain you, you miser. Don't pretend you haven't taken advantage of Tang San before. If you claim you haven't, I shan't believe you. If Xiaoyi were present, he would undoubtedly remark, truly a master and disciple. Their sly smiles are cut from the same mold. At this moment, the two were unaware of the profound impression they had left on the director's friend. Ning Rongrong was enveloped in deep emotion. Although she was intelligent, it was impossible for her to grasp every detail. Had it not been for Yu Xiaozhang's revelation, she might still be oblivious to the fact that Xiao Yi was constantly watching over and protecting her. As the young lady of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, there were many who cared for her, yet most did so out of obligation due to her status, save for a few genuine souls like her father and mother. Xiao Yi, however, was different. One could discern that he hailed from a distinguished background, one that did not necessitate an alliance with the seven-treasure glazed tile school. In fact, it seemed he was indifferent to the might of such a grand sect. The willingness of such a person to invest in her well-being could only signify one thing. Xiao Yi had developed genuine feelings for Ning Rongrong. Whether intentional or not, she felt a sense of contentment. In this world, where the strong prey on the weak and profit reigns supreme, true affection is a rare commodity. If her family had not been so liberal with their selection criteria, finding a beloved partner would be exceedingly difficult. Reflecting on this, Ning Rongrong grew curious about Xiao Yi's identity. Linking her arm with his, she softly inquired, I have long been curious about who you truly are. Xiao Yi took a seat, deliberating whether to disclose his identity as the heir of the spirit hall, Qian Xiaoyi. It was not that he wished to withhold the truth. Rather, his status was exceedingly sensitive, and he feared attracting the wrong kind of attention. Yet, inexplicably, he did not wish to conceal or deceive Ning Rongrong. Caution was prudent, but trust among companions was equally vital. Ning Rongrong settled beside Xiaoyi, noticing his silence. She gently shook his arm, pouting in a playful manner. Please tell me. Want you? I promise I won't tell anyone. Xiaoyi chuckled softly, tapping her forehead. Silly girl, I had no intention of keeping this from you. There is no longer any need for concealment between us. I had planned to wait a while, but since you've asked, I shall reveal it to you. Just promise you won't be too shocked. As Ning Rongrong touched the spot on her forehead where he had playfully tapped, an indescribable feeling stirred within her, one she found delightful. However, she refrained from expressing it outwardly, pouting slightly as she retorted, Humph. What is there to be surprised about? Are you not the young master of the spirit hall? Qian Xiaoyi far surpasses you in strength and comes from an illustrious background. If it weren't for your interference, my father would have already arranged my engagement. Qian Xiaoyi, Xiao Yi. You, Xiao Yi, embraced Ning Rongrong's fragrant shoulder, allowing her to lean upon him, and said, Xiao Yi is merely my alias. My true name is Qian Xiaoyi. You are quite right. I am indeed the young master of the spirit hall. How does that measure up to you? As he spoke, Qian Xiaoyi playfully winked at Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong was enveloped in profound astonishment. Deducing the truth was one thing, but hearing Xiao Yi's admission was another entirely. She had never imagined that Xiao Yi was truly Qian Xiaoyi, a figure of great power and prestige who would risk his safety to venture into Shrek Academy, especially with so many eyes watching him in secret. Seeing Ning Rongrong's stunned expression and her slightly parted lips, which rendered her utterly adorable, Xiao Yi could not resist leaning down to kiss her. When Ning Rongrong finally comprehended the situation, her lips were already sealed, leaving her unable to utter a word, only able to emit soft, muffled sounds. Her delicate form stiffened momentarily before yielding, as if lacking the strength to resist. After a considerable time, a silken thread of connection lingered between their lips. Ning Rongrong's charming face flushed a deep crimson as she shyly lowered her gaze, almost as if wishing to hide away. This sight elicited a hearty laugh from Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, how can you still laugh? It's utterly annoying. Ning Rongrong, flustered yet playful, raised her delicate fist to lightly strike Xiao Yi. He did not evade her. Instead, he relished the affection, cherishing the moments spent with Ning Rongrong. Every night felt interminably long for Xiao Yi, as Ning Rongrong was not by his side. His anticipation for the morrow had significantly impacted his sleep quality, but as a soul master, such trivial matters were inconsequential. After a playful interlude, Xiao Yi inquired, however, Rongrong, you mentioned that your father intends to arrange your engagement? Ning Rongrong nodded, a hint of jealousy in her voice as she remarked, how impressive our young master, Qian Xiaoyi, is. Who across the continent does not know of his renown? My father, as an elder of the spirit hall, certainly recognizes that Master Qian Xiaoyi is a prodigy. Ning Rongrong emphasized the title Master Qian Xiaoyi, causing Xiaoyi to feel a twinge of embarrassment. She continued, Qian Xiaoyi is a genius, and not merely an auxiliary type. It is said that he possesses a commendable character, perfectly aligning with my father's criteria for a suitor. Moreover, there is not even a 3-year age difference between us. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. Our backgrounds are complementary, and thus, my father discussed the engagement with the Pope. Yet, the Pope insisted on obtaining Master Qian Xiaoyi's consent, and the matter has since been left unresolved. Clearly, our young master carries an extraordinary air. Qian Xiaoyi noticed that Ning Rongrong consistently referred to him as either Qian Xiaoyi or young master, rather than addressing him directly. This subtle indication of Ning Rongrong's dissatisfaction with Qian Xiaoyi's concealment did not escape his notice. However, he found himself powerless to change the situation. After all, it was not his fault that she had chosen to hide such a significant matter. With no other recourse, Qian Xiaoyi decided to shift the conversation. But my mother has never mentioned this to me. I had no idea. Had I known, I would have certainly taken the initiative to propose myself, he exclaimed. Ning Rongrong rose to her feet, hands on her hips, expressing her discontent as she retorted, "How could that be? Are you implying that my father has deceived me? Qian Xiaoyi, you still wish to trick me at this point. You scoundrel." Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the dissatisfied Ning Rongrong, offering a wry smile as he shook his head. "Rongrong, I assure you, I have not deceived you. My mother has never mentioned this matter to me. Would I truly lie to you?" After contemplating for a moment, Ning Rongrong realized that Qian Xiaoyi had no reason to mislead her. It would bring him no advantage. Yet, the question remained, where did the problem lie? The leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would never jest with his most cherished daughter, so the issue must reside with the Pope. It was conceivable that the Pope had simply forgotten, but with the memory of a title Douluo, such forgetfulness was implausible. Thus, only one possibility remained. The Pope had chosen not to disclose this information to Qian Xiaoyi. But what could be the reason for the Pope's silence? An alliance with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be immensely beneficial, posing no detriment to the Spirit Hall. Furthermore, Ning Rongrong's mother, the wife of Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, was indeed affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Consequently, the Pope had no grounds to reject this union. Yet, in reality, it had been declined. Even if the Pope considered Qian Xiaoyi's feelings, he ought to have communicated it, allowing Qian Xiaoyi to make his own choice. Unable to fathom this conundrum, Ning Rongrong resolved to set it aside, for Qian Xiaoyi was hers now, and they had forged a bond. As long as Qian Xiaoyi remained true to her, that was all that mattered. Ning Rongrong settled sideways upon Qian Xiaoyi's lap, her arms encircling his neck. In turn, Qian Xiaoyi instinctively embraced her lithe waist. They had grown accustomed to such intimacy, the initial shyness long since faded. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, Ning Rongrong spoke. I demand compensation from you." Qian Xiaoyi was taken aback. "Compensation? Why?" Ning Rongrong pouted, playfully tapping Qian Xiaoyi a few times, and said in a charming voice, "I don't care. I simply demand you to compensate me." Qian Xiaoyi delighted in Ning Rongrong's playful antics. With a gentle smile, he lovingly caressed her soft pink shoulder-length hair. "Very well. I shall make it up to you. As for how, that is for you to decide." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with joy, and she saw no need for gratitude between them. I've already made up my mind. I want you to accompany me on a shopping spree." Chapter 51. Together I've already made up my mind. I want you to accompany me on a shopping spree. Shopping? Indeed. Just tell me whether you will accompany me. Ning Rongrong feigned anger. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at Ning Rongrong, who was feigning anger, and smiled as she replied, "Of course I will accompany you. I was wondering what you meant. Whenever you desire, I am more than willing to accompany you on shopping excursions during my cultivation breaks." "Really?" "Absolutely. You said it, so your word is your bond. Should you have a change of heart, I shall." Qian Xiaoyi found it somewhat amusing and remarked, "So what?" Ning Rongrong snorted, "I shall bite you to death." "Ha ha ha, splendid." However, upon hearing the word however, a sense of foreboding crept into Ning Rongrong's heart. She inquired, "What do you mean by however?" Taking advantage of Ning Rongrong's momentary distraction, Qian Xiaoyi planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. However, he reminded himself to devote time to diligent training, for he had been rather idle in recent days and needed to make up for lost effort. Ning Rongrong, her cheeks flushed, lowered her gaze. Although she had grown accustomed to being in Qian Xiaoyi's company, the unexpected gesture still left her feeling bashful. "Understood," she replied. "It seems I must prepare for more training." Qian Xiaoyi discerned the hint of melancholy in Ning Rongrong's tone and recognized her penchant for mischief. Gently placing Ning Rongrong, who sat upon her lap. Back on her feet, she rose herself and playfully tapped Ning Rongrong's forehead. "Oh, come now. Is it merely cultivation that troubles you? Look at how distressed you are. Among us, you are the most indolent. Strive to master the rotation of your soul power at the earliest. Furthermore, the newcomer appears to be assuming the role of a teacher. I have a feeling he may prove to be quite an admirable instructor." Ning Rongrong reflected for a moment before nodding in agreement. "You speak wisely. While Yu Shaojing may lack in strength, his teaching capabilities must be commendable, otherwise he would not be worthy of being Tang San's mentor. Alas, it seems the days of ease are drawing to a close." Qian Shaoi was also aware of Ning Rongrong's reluctance, and with a wry smile, she shook her head at the girl. Qian Shaoi remarked, "How could it possibly come to an end? Sooner or later, there will be a holiday, and I shall accompany you wherever you wish to go." Ning Rongrong's face brightened, her gloom dissipating as she beamed with joy. "All right, let us go. First, let us indulge in some shopping. Having only skipped one class, there are still so many delicacies I have yet to savor." Qian Shaoi's eyelid twitched slightly. What does she mean by just once? Does she intend to skip more classes? It seems they must wait for Tang San and the others to return before accompanying her. At the marketplace, a young couple strolled leisurely, seemingly around 11 or 12 years of age. The girl possessed delicate features, adorned in a pink dress that harmonized beautifully with her shoulder-length pink hair, exuding an ethereal charm. She resembled an educated noblewoman, her sweet smile capable of dispelling the gloom in others' hearts. The boy appeared younger, clad in a white robe, his ordinary looks and demeanor rendering him inconspicuous among the crowd. What evoked jealousy was the fact that this seemingly unremarkable child was affectionately embraced by the girl, engaging in lively conversation, appearing as if they were a pair of celestial lovers. These two individuals were none other than Qian Shaoi and Ning Rongrong, who had ventured out from the academy. Due to Qian Shaoi's unique identity, he was compelled to wear a mask to conceal his aura. Although it was unlikely that anyone would act against him, it was always prudent to exercise caution. He certainly did not wish for Ning Rongrong to encounter any misfortune. Observing the lively Ning Rongrong, Qian Shaoi's thoughts drifted back to the time when they had just met. At that time, both were focused on their studies and expanding their horizons, merely exchanging fleeting glances without any notion of romantic involvement. Although Ning Rongrong was quite admirable, Qian Shaoi's heart was then solely occupied by his sister, Qian Renxue. As time passed, Ning Rongrong gradually carved a place in his heart. During that period, Qian Shaoi himself was uncertain about his feelings for Qian Renxue. Watching Ning Rongrong gaze around excitedly, Qian Shaoi felt a deep sense of contentment. After all, they were together now. "Yee, I want to eat that," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, pointing at a small stall. The stall offered delectable desserts, and a long queue formed before it, indicating its popularity. Waiting in line would take considerable time. However, as a little witch, how could she possibly stand in line? Ning Rongrong, brimming with excitement, tugged at the embarrassed Qian Shaoi and rushed to the stall, directly pushing past a middle-aged man who was about to make a purchase. "Hey, young lady, how can you cut in line?" he protested. "Exactly. Didn't you see that we are all waiting?" Others echoed, expressing their indignation. Sensing the disapproving gazes and hearing the disgruntled remarks, Qian Shaoi quietly remarked, "Rongrong, this doesn't seem right." Ning Rongrong pouted defiantly. "Humph, I don't care. Do you expect me to wait here all day?" Qian Shaoi, feeling unable to counter the little sorceress, could only offer an apologetic smile to the queue of people. Given their youth, the crowd lacked the inclination to engage in a dispute with the child, merely murmuring a few words before letting it slide. The items purchased from the stall were contained within a cardboard box, which Ning Rongrong held as she began to walk away. "Rongrong, you haven't paid yet," Qian Shaoi timidly remarked. Ning Rongrong turned back with a pointed glare, exclaiming, "I am not short on money, but as my boyfriend, how can you allow me to pay?" Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback, as if realizing the truth in her words. Indeed, there was no fault in her reasoning. Having paid the dues, he hastily caught up with Ning Rongrong, determined to admonish her for her misbehavior. "Rongrong." Ning Rongrong seemed to perceive Qian Shaoyi's intentions and regarded him with a disapproving glance, responding coolly, "What is it? Do you need something?" Nothing." "Then let's be on our way. Over there, I shall procure a few garments for you." Ning Rongrong gestured towards a clothing store in the vicinity. "Buy me something? Shouldn't I be the one footing the bill?" At the sight of Qian Shaoyi's bewildered expression, Ning Rongrong let out a light-hearted laugh. "Silly Shaoyi. I cannot always be the one asking from you. Relationships are mutual. It should not always be you indulging me. Qian Shaoi smiled gently, wrapping his arm around Ning Rongrong's waist and said, if it were you, I would gladly cherish you for eternity. Ning Rongrong felt a wave of emotion wash over her as she nestled her head against Qian Shaoi's chest. Thank you. Between us, there is no need for such formalities. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, leaving behind a fiery glow in the sky. A young man and woman stood at the entrance of Shrek Academy. The young man was breathless, clutching several bags of various sizes, while the young woman appeared unburdened. Her hands empty, yet her gaze towards him was filled with concern. Let me help you carry some of those. You look exhausted. Ning Rongrong had offered to assist Qian Shaoi more than once, but each time, her offer was met with refusal, as he would not allow her to take any of the burden. Qian Shaoi smiled wearily, saying, how could that be? You are my woman. As long as I am here, I shall not let you tire yourself. The two had spent a delightful day together, though their only regret was that Qian Shaoi's pocket money had been exhausted. It was their first date, and they had indulged in too many purchases, leaving even Qian Shaoi feeling quite fatigued. As for why they did not utilize the soul guide, it was not for lack of desire. There simply was no space left within the soul guide. Just as they were about to continue enjoying each other's company, a stern voice interrupted them. Ahem, you two. It's time to return and rest. Tomorrow, you have classes, said Yu Xiaojing with a serious tone. Chapter 52, Devilish Training, I am now your teacher. You wouldn't be disobedient children, would you? Yu Xiaojing had already become a teacher at Shrek Academy, a fact that the two had surmised during the day. They had noticed that the principal appeared more excited to see Yu Xiaojing than even the sight of gold soul coins, indicating that Yu Xiaojing held a position of greater significance in the principal's eyes, likely within the top 3. Hence, they were neither surprised nor doubtful about Yu Xiaojing's new role as a teacher. It was already a settled matter. Understood, teacher, they replied in unison. The next day, as dawn broke, 8 children stood on the playground of Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others had returned the previous night. Their expedition into the Douluo forest had been fruitful. Not only had Oscar acquired his 3rd soul ring, but both Tang San and Xiao Wu had also made breakthroughs, advancing to the rank of soul ancestor and successfully obtaining their soul rings. However, their journey had been fraught with danger. When Oscar secured his soul ring, he encountered a young woman, seemingly of similar age, who was also in search of a soul ring, despite her talent being slightly inferior to that of their group. She was still remarkable. She was attempting to capture a soul beast, and by sheer coincidence, they both had their eyes set on the same soul beast. One could only imagine the honor the soul beast might feel to be targeted by 2 prodigies, and the soul ring it produced would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. A good soul ring is crucial for a soul master, as it determines the course of their life. Thus, discussions became necessary. Oscar, not being a combat-oriented individual, had no choice but to call upon Zhao Wujing. The young woman, however, proved formidable, summoning the dragon grandfather of the soul Douluo and the snake grandmother of the soul sage. What now? Are you intimidated? While neither of them was extraordinarily powerful in isolation, their martial soul fusion techniques surpassed what Zhao Wujing, a mere soul sage, could contend with. Had it not been for Tang San's cunning approach of balancing firmness with flexibility and retreating to advance, Oscar's soul ring would have already been claimed by another, with no certainty of its return amidst so many competitors. Later, Xiao Wu was captured by a 100,000-year Titan giant ape, a formidable soul beast at the pinnacle of its kind. Under equal circumstances, only a handful of species could defeat it. A 1,000-year Titan giant ape could easily overpower a 10,000-year soul beast and ultimately emerge victorious. The ancient Titan giant ape, having roamed the earth for 100,000 years, possessed the formidable power to obliterate a nation without breaking a sweat. At that time, Zhao Wuji lamented, questioning why such a magnificent spirit beast would abandon the lush Douluo forest for this barren land, devoid of the mountains, waters, and forests that thrived within its sanctuary. Fortunately, despite inflicting injuries upon many, it did not take any lives. It merely abducted Xiao Wu. However, this act incited Tang San's ire, and with his wounded body, he shouted his intent to rescue her, leaving a group of companions behind to venture forth alone. He soon encountered the human-faced demon spider blocking his path. By that point, Tang San had ascended to the rank of Soul Master, mere steps away from attaining his 3rd soul ring, a pivotal threshold between levels 29 and 30. Utilizing all his skills, he eventually vanquished the human-faced demon spider. Deep down, he understood that he could not possibly reclaim Xiao Wu from the Titan giant ape alone, even with Zhao Wuji's assistance. The entirety of Shrek Academy would prove insufficient. Driven by the desire to protect his sister, Tang San recklessly absorbed the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider. It was not that the spider's essence was incompatible with his blue-silver grass. Rather, it was too compatible, overwhelming the grass with its tyrannical power. When Zhao Wuji and the others finally caught up to Tang San, he was already in the throes of absorbing the soul ring. Just as Zhao Wuji intended to take a moment's respite, he was struck with alarm upon realizing that the human-faced demon spider's soul ring had surpassed the limit a soul master could bear. Yet, he felt helpless in the face of this revelation. Fortunately, Tang San persevered. Had it not been for his robust physique and unwavering will, he might not have returned at all. When Tang San finally opened his eyes, Xiao Wu had also returned, inexplicably released by the Titan giant ape. Perhaps it sought a companion. The true reason remained known only to the Titan giant ape and Xiao Wu, who were unwilling to divulge it, and one could not force them to speak, could they? Though battered and bruised, they emerged unscathed, a stroke of fortune amidst adversity. The eight stood in a line, facing Yu Xiaojiang, whose expression was grave. He observed Tang San's excitement, though he showed no inclination to approach him. Instead, feeling a mix of reproach for his reckless endeavor to save Xiao Wu and a sense of relief that he valued his companions, Tang San, brimming with exhilaration, would have rushed to his teacher had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang's stern demeanor. Beside Yu Xiaojiang stood Dean Flinder, who maintained his characteristic shrewdness. Zhao Wuji was absent, weary from the ordeal. After all, the academy had no shortage of teachers, and he allowed himself a brief respite. However, the students were not afforded such luxury. Flinder cast a triumphant glance at Yu Xiaojiang before addressing the students, proclaiming loudly, "This gentleman beside me is Yu Xiaojiang, my childhood friend. From this moment forth, he shall be your instructor. I assure you, though his soul power is merely at level 29, weak, very weak, you will learn profound knowledge under his guidance. For he surpasses me in every regard except for soul power. Perhaps you may regard it with disdain, yet if one does not show respect towards the teacher, it is tantamount to disrespecting me. Therefore, I urge you to depart from this academy, for we do not welcome individuals of such character. However, I have faith that you are all good students. Tell me, can you pledge complete obedience? Yes. Louder. Have you not eaten? No. Ah, indeed. We did not allow them breakfast before summoning them here." Though somewhat embarrassed, Flander maintained his composure and continued to shout, "Even if you haven't eaten, raise your voices." Very well. Yu Xiaojiang, unable to bear the scene any longer, kicked Flander aside and addressed the ape before him with a calm demeanor. To be succinct, I am Yu Xiaojiang, and from this moment forth, I shall be your instructor. You are to heed my commands. I will subject you to rigorous training. Should you find it unbearable, you may withdraw from the academy. As he spoke, he cast a deliberate glance at Ning Rongrong, well aware of her privileged background. Typically, individuals of her stature are accustomed to comfort and shy away from hardship, making perseverance a formidable challenge. Moreover, they are often short-tempered, unable to tolerate criticism. A mere glance in her direction was sufficient for Ning Rongrong to recognize that he was speaking directly to her. To Yu Xiaojiang's surprise, Ning Rongrong indeed caught his gaze and merely smiled. In the past, she might have erupted in anger, but people can change. She did not wish to be looked down upon by Qian Xiaoi, nor did she want to leave him by dropping out. Yu Xiaojiang subtly nodded, having intended that glance as a test for Ning Rongrong. Though her failure would not result in expulsion, reforming her would not be an easy task and would waste precious time. This outcome was satisfactory. As Yu Xiaojiang's gaze sharpened, Tang San offered a wry smile. Every time his teacher exhibited such an expression, it heralded the onset of a grueling ordeal. Though his own abilities were modest, he was acutely aware of Yu Xiaojiang's formidable training prowess. Despite considering himself diligent, he had felt exhausted under the intensity of Yu Xiaojiang's regimen. In comparison, training at Shrek Academy seemed a mere stroll in the park. However, I regret to inform you that your days of ease have come to an end. Chapter 53, Invincible Among Peers. Tang San's predictions were accurate. Yu Xiaojiang indeed commenced the rigorous training. Within a single day, no one doubted his teaching capabilities. For his profound insights and applications regarding martial souls captivated them all. Even those of noble birth and advanced education, such as Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong, had never encountered such an intricate curriculum. Not even Bibi Dong possessed an understanding of martial souls that could rival Yu Xiaojiang's. On that day, he dedicated half the time to lectures and the other half to practical combat exercises. Do not underestimate this half-day of practical training. Under the piercing gaze of Dean Flanders, Yu Xiaojiang reluctantly took to the field himself. After many years apart, It was only courteous to show some respect, especially since Flanders did not wish to drive away such an exceptional teacher. By evening, even the most physically resilient Dai Mubai began to feel the strain, let alone the delicate Ning Rongrong. She collapsed several times, which caused Xiao Yi great concern, yet he felt helpless, as Yu Xiaojiang forbade any leniency. He held Yu Xiaojiang in considerable esteem and did not dare to argue, seeing this as an opportunity to strengthen Ning Rongrong, lest she remain so fragile. To everyone's astonishment, despite her exhaustion, the pampered young lady Ning Rongrong did not complain excessively. She merely let out a few shrieks, which was quite natural for a girl. This prompted a significant shift in how others perceived her. They regarded Xiaoyi with curious eyes, as if to say, "How have you managed to cultivate such a well-behaved princess?" Xiaoyi could only manage an awkward smile in response. It was a situation that defied explanation. Yu Xiaojiang recognized that Ning Rongrong's physical condition required improvement and allowed her to rest alone during the training. After the session concluded, they gathered together. Yu Xiaojiang, with an expressionless face, surveyed the fatigued eight, a flicker of compassion crossing his gaze before hardening into resolve. If you wish to truly remember what I teach, the best method is not rote memorization, but application. The more you apply what I instruct, the more naturally it will be retained. This is the reason I have subjected you to rigorous training despite your fatigue. That will be all for today. You are dismissed. He continued. Learning is akin to memorizing knowledge points without purpose. It serves little use and will soon be forgotten. Instead, invest your time in practice. When you encounter challenging concepts, consult your books. Over time, even the desire to forget will be futile. Although the group was already aware of the impending dismissal, the confirmation was delightful. No sooner had Yu Xiaojing finished speaking than Ning Rongrong collapsed beside Xiao Yi, clearly having held on until the very end. She cast a weary glance at him, the only one aware of his true identity. This thought brought a smile to her lips. Still smiling, are you? Look at you, drenched in sweat. You ought to take better care of yourself. You are already in poor health, yet you push yourself so hard. What will you do if you exhaust yourself? Xiaoyi gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, his tone slightly reproachful. Ning Rongrong disregarded his admonishment and softly replied, take me home. I want you to carry me. Dai Mubai and the others had long departed, leaving time for the two of them, undoubtedly with the intent of avoiding any awkwardness. For after all, no one enjoys witnessing a display of affection. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's dissatisfaction, Xiao Yi playfully tapped her forehead, saying, You just love to torment me. Come here. He then squatted down, presenting his back to her. Ning Rongrong climbed up, her legs dangling as she murmured, I shall torment you and bully you. What do you think of that? Do you have any objections? When have I ever objected? Do not be unreasonable. Humph. Xiaoyi escorted Ning Rongrong back to her dormitory, which was quite spacious, ample enough to accommodate 3 individuals. The room was meticulously arranged, with all necessary amenities readily available. For reasons unknown, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were absent, presumably to grant Xiao Yi some privacy. Gently placing Ning Rongrong onto the bed, he noticed a teddy bear, approximately 1 meter tall, perched at the head of the bed, an endearing gift he had purchased for her the previous day. Ever since its arrival, Ning Rongrong had grown quite attached to it. Xiao handed the teddy bear to her, tenderly brushed her flowing hair, and transferred a portion of his remaining soul power to her, hoping it would usher her into a peaceful slumber. Rongrong, please rest now. Given teacher Yu Xiaojiang's temperament, tomorrow will certainly not be easy. Ning Rongrong gazed softly at Xiao Yi and gently replied, May I indulge in a moment of selfishness? Could you stay until I drift off to sleep? Qian Xiaoyi gave Ning Rongrong a gentle kiss, deeming it a rightful gesture. He remained by her side until she succumbed to slumber, after which he returned to the dormitory. Tangsan and Oscar were engrossed in meditation. After a long day, this practice served as the finest form of rest for soul masters. Naturally, there were those who preferred the indulgence of sleep. Qian Xiaoyi did not awaken the 2 individuals, returning instead to his own bed to sleep. He epitomized the essence of laziness. This routine persisted for several months, with only 1 day of respite each week. The team engaged in battles, challenged their instructors, and explored a myriad of unique training methodologies. Yet, each evening, they found themselves utterly exhausted. Yu Xiaojing showed no signs of compassion. Rather, it was Flander who watched with concern, knowing that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, these individuals were destined for greatness. Nevertheless, Yu Xiaojing's training regimen remained unwavering, intent on pushing them to their limits. Then, one day, 3 months later, Xiaoyi invited Ning Rongrong to dine before proceeding to the training grounds to await class. Dai Bai, Tang San, and the others arrived one after another. Finally, Yu Xiaojiang made his entrance, and in a rare turn of events, the usually tardy Flander appeared promptly, signaling to the group that a special task awaited them. Normally, Flander would arrive only in the afternoon. Standing before the students, Yu Xiaojiang, accompanied by a visibly displeased Flander, addressed them. In the coming days, I intend to grant you a brief reprieve. At this point, he gauged their reactions. Although they had 1 day off each week, who among them would consider such time excessive? Had any other instructor made this proclamation, the 8 would have erupted in joy, but coming from Yu Xiaojiang, the implication was distinctly different. Thus, their expressions remained stoic as they awaited further words. Yu Xiaojiang continued, I recognize that you have been fatigued over these past months. Hence I plan to allow you several days of rest. Flander, please elaborate. Flander nodded, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Hee, my young trainees. Today you will not be training, for the school is facing financial constraints and will not accept contributions from your families. Therefore, you shall venture to the Seoul Arena to earn some funds. Prepare yourselves for dinner tonight. The implication was clear. They were to compete. Upon hearing Flander's announcement, the 8 students' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. They were no strangers to competition. In truth, they preferred contests over Yu Xiaojiang's rigorous training, finding the former considerably more enjoyable. Observing the newfound confidence in his students, Yu Xiaojiang smiled. This was precisely his intention. The intense training had significantly enhanced their abilities, rendering them exceptional among their peers. With few rivals. Dismissed, Yu Xiaojiang declared. As he and Flander walked along the path, Yu Xiaojiang posed a question. What is our school motto? We cultivate monsters, not ordinary individuals, Flander replied. What do you think? Yu Xiaojiang smiled, neither affirming nor denying the statement. Yet Flander understood that Yu Xiaojiang concurred. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xiaojiang added, let us include one more tenet. What is it? Flander inquired. Invincibility among peers. Chapter 54. The return to the Seoul Arena. As night enveloped the grounds of Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang stood before the 8 students and remarked, It has been 3 months since I commenced your instruction, and under the guidance and support of the esteemed faculty, you have made remarkable progress. However, for an exceptional soul master, this is merely the beginning. You must strive to become even stronger. During the preceding 3 months of rigorous training, the other instructors had also been vigilant, observing the students closely. Due to Ma Hongjuan's momentary lapse in diligence, the entire cohort was compelled to run an additional 10 kilometers. The principle of collective responsibility was thus firmly instilled, with even the physically frail Ning Rongrong and the youngest, Xiao Yi, not exempt from the repercussions. This effectively underscored the spirit of teamwork. Xiao Yi, in particular, felt quite aggrieved for an extended period. Yu Xiaojiang continued, This does not mean you may relax. Rather, we are transitioning into the second phase of training. However, in comparison to the first phase, this one will be somewhat less strenuous. The location for the second phase of training will be the Grand Seoul Arena. There will be no time constraints during this phase, which will continue until you earn the Silver Soul badge. If even one of you fails to meet this goal, the training will not conclude. Additionally, to facilitate your stay, I have arranged accommodations near the arena. However, you will be responsible for your own expenses. If you possess the skill, the earnings from the arena will sufficiently cover your costs. Although the majority of these students were not financially challenged, the distinction between family funds and personal finances remained significant. Moreover, it is universally acknowledged that no one ever complains about having too much money. It can be said that this second phase of training is rather lenient. At the very least, it does not require you to face soul emperors beyond your level. However, remember that obtaining the Silver Soul badge requires not only success in one-on-one duels, but also in team battles, as the competitions are composed of 7 participants, while we have 8. At this juncture, Yu Xiaojiang found himself in a quandary, for it was a challenge to decide who might be eliminated. Suddenly, Xiao Yi interjected, Teacher, I will withdraw from the 7-person team. After all, the points are shared. I can simply compete in a few more matches elsewhere, can I? Yu Xiaojiang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Points shared, indeed? Very well, you may select a partner for the 2-person duel. Although he said this, everyone was acutely aware of who would be Xiao Yi's partner for the duel. The sight of the two of them, so inseparable over the past 3 months, left the remaining singles feeling somewhat envious. The sentiment remained clear. Without the Silver Soul badge, graduation would be unattainable. The stringent requirements often led to discontent, as Oscar voiced his concerns. Teacher, as a support-type soul master, must I also obtain the Silver Soul Badge? The master replied nonchalantly. Alternatively, you could continue training as you did before, until your peers earn their Silver Soul Badges. Ah, teacher. I have just realized how astute your decision is to have us compete at the Soul Arena in order to enhance our practical experience. Please disregard my previous comment. Yu Xiaojiang, known for his decisiveness, instructed all the students to gather their belongings promptly, and without delay, he led them towards Soto Academy, accompanied by 2 other deans. The other 3 instructors remained at the academy, while the students took up residence in Soto City, bearing all expenses for accommodation and meals. This alleviated the financial burden on the academy, and the 3 instructors settled nearby to oversee the students. The soul battles at the Grand Soul Arena occurred at night. And upon arriving in Soto City, the group chose a modest hotel near the arena. Although the establishment was ordinary, its proximity to the arena inflated the prices considerably, making it unaffordable for the average person, yet a mere trifle for a soul master. After arranging accommodations for the students, the master summoned the 8 individuals to his room. You are now free to form your own teams. The competitions at the arena will commence with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 battles, with team battles reserved for the finale. This staggered schedule allows for greater ticket sales. Each day, you must participate in 2 matches. Of course, if you wish to engage in 3, I shall not hinder you. But do not exhaust your soul power. Audiences delight in the spectacle, thus 7-person team matches are the most popular, albeit at a significantly higher ticket price. Those who are frugal or arrive late may have to settle for the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 matches instead. As the master concluded his speech, Oscar immediately adopted a pitiful expression and turned to Dai Mubai. How about we team up? Although I've just reached level 30, my support abilities are commendable. Together, we would be an unstoppable force against any soul elder. Oscar had other options, yet he was deterred by the disdainful glances from Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, and the intense stare from Xiao Yi, as if warning him against choosing Ning Rongrong. Then there was Ma Hongjun, whose foolish demeanor made Oscar reconsider. Thus, he felt Dai Mubai was his best bet. However, to his surprise, Dai Mubai simply replied, I refuse. What a succinct declaration, how liberating the phrase, how commanding the response. Oh, forgive me, I can't continue this way. Am I truly that pitiful? Is it so difficult to participate in a 2-on-2 match? The others tacitly ignored the dejected Oscar. Until finally, Ma Hongjun heroically stepped forward. Bro, why don't we team up? Oscar glanced at the earnest, rotund figure of Ma Hongjun. Though reluctant, he acquiesced. Despite his seemingly foolish appearance, Ma Hongjun proved reliable in critical moments. In truth, Ma Hongjun felt a hidden joy. He too desired to partake in more matches. And Oscar's forlorn expression suggested they were both in the same undesirable predicament. The 2 unfortunate comrades had no choice but to team up. In fact, he owed a debt of gratitude to Oscar. Had it not been for Oscar, the one receiving disdain would have been Ma Hongjun, who had also contemplated seeking another partner for a team. In the Soul Arena, points are categorized into 2 types, individual points and team points. 1-on-1 matches contribute to individual scores, while all others count towards team scores. As a support soul master, Oscar was unable to earn individual points and could only strive to participate in team events as much as possible. As for Ma Hongjun, he was merely seeking to show off, desiring both fame and recognition in life and beyond. Thus, the rather dubious partnership of Ma Hongjun and Oscar was born. Tang San and Xiao Wu formed a team with remarkable synergy, while Xiao Yi naturally could not part with Ning Rongrong, who also had no desire to team with anyone else, leading to their inevitable pairing. This left only Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Observing that all his friends had found their respective partners, Dai Mubai could not help but glance at the visibly displeased Zhu Zhuqing, whose expression seemed rather peculiar. He knew that, given Zhu Zhuqing's temperament, she would not abandon the opportunity for a 2-on-2 match. However, if it came to choosing partners, she would have no option but to select him, for he was the only one left. It was either him or no participation at all. Zhu Zhuqing had initially intended to approach Ning Rongrong, but upon seeing her engrossed with Xiao Yi, she relinquished her thoughts. Zhu Zhuqing did not harbor animosity towards Dai Mubai. Rather, she found it difficult to forgive him for past transgressions. Although Dai Mubai had been considerably more restrained lately, who could predict when he might revert to old habits? Yu Xiaojiang, observing the situation, frowned. To be honest, he was not particularly satisfied with 2 of the combinations, the pairing of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, as well as that of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. due to their differing levels. In the context of a 2-on-2 match, if one Soul Master reached a higher level, they would be compelled to engage in higher-tier confrontations. Dai Mubai and Oscar had already surpassed level 30, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun remained at the 20th level. If they collaborated in a 2-on-2 soul battle, they would have to compete in the 30-level tier. Generally speaking, Soul Masters participating in the Grand Soul Arena would enter matches at their own level or higher unless they possessed exceptional confidence or a significant advantage with their martial souls, typically competing at least half a level above their current tier. For instance, in the 20th level tier, participants are generally above level 25. And the same principle applies to the 30-level tier. In brief, the winning probability for both combinations was not particularly high. However, every situation possesses duality. A low win rate provides opportunities for growth. Otherwise, what is the purpose of training if one simply crushes opponents time and again? Yu Xiaojing sought not merely victory, but rather to extract wisdom from failure. Were it not for his concern for their safety, he would fervently wish for them to challenge themselves beyond their current capabilities. Furthermore, the martial souls of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing seemingly shared a certain connection. While others might be unaware, Yu Xiaojing was well informed. The imperial martial soul of the Xingluo Empire was the Evil Eye White Tiger. This implied that Dai Mubai was a prince of the Xingluo Empire, capable of effectively merging with the noble, ghostly spirit cat martial soul. The combination of Oscar and Ma Hongjun could also be regarded as a commendable partnership, excelling in support and easily outmaneuvering opponents. Moreover, the training undertaken in recent months has not been without merit, even if they are to face opponents beyond their level. It now seems a form of relaxation for them. Furthermore, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Flanders possesses the capability to salvage the situation. Contemplating this, Yu Xiaojing nodded in acquiescence to the formation of the fourth team. How you choose to participate in the spirit battles is entirely up to you. This is for you alone. No one else will accompany you, so ensure you are well prepared during the spirit battles. Simultaneously, while on stage, speak sparingly. Strive to keep your age concealed from your adversaries. As he spoke, Master retrieved 8 masks, which had been meticulously prepared, from his soul guide bracelet. The design of the masks was familiar to everyone. They bore the emblem of Shrek Academy, depicting the green, monstrous visage of Shrek. Dai Mubai took one of the masks and donned it upon his face. Although the craftsmanship was rather ordinary, once it conformed to his features, revealing only his eyes, mouth, and nose, it was not bothersome. During the team battles, you will present yourselves as the Shrek 7. Since Xiao Yi will not be participating in the 7-person team battle, he shall not be assigned a special title. When engaging in your respective individual spirit battles, you may choose your own titles for the 2-on-2 matches. For the 1-on-1 encounters, I have devised a nickname for each of you. Use these nicknames during the competitions, as long as you indicate them during registration. Your real names will not be disclosed in the arena. The group understood the Master's intentions, as their youth was evident, particularly for those like Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had already attained the rank of Soul Master by the tender age of 12. Any one of them would astonish the Soul Master community, especially in the Grand Spirit Arena, should they gain fame. It is likely that the Spirit Hall would be the first to come calling. Although Xiao Yi harbored no fear, he did not wish to reveal himself too soon. Oscar, curious, inquired, "What about our titles?" The master replied, "Mubai shall retain his original title of Evil Eye White Tiger, while you will continue to be known as the Sausage Specialist. As for Xiao San, shall we call you Thousand Hand Silvergrass? It sounds a bit off. Might we consider a different one? That one T do. Let us change it," Xiao Wu interjected. "It's not impressive at all. Silvergrass sounds too unappealing." The master turned to Tang San, noticing his silence, and a smile crept onto his face. He had always been exceptionally pleased with this disciple. "What do you suggest?" Dai Mubai remarked, "Though Xiao San appears docile, when provoked, his intensity surpasses us all. I propose we name him Thousand Hand Azura. Azura signifies a demon of slaughter and may instill some trepidation in our opponents." The master addressed Tang San. "What is your opinion?" Tang San replied, "I have no preference. Please decide, master." The master concluded, "Then Thousand Hand Azura it shall be. Ma Hongjun, I have also devised a title for you. How does Evil Fire Phoenix sound?" The hefty boy chuckled. "Thank you, master. This is splendid. After all, we are also phoenixes in our own right." Oscar muttered from the side, "Yes, a phoenix. However, I believe Courtesan Phoenix would be a more fitting name." Fatty erupted in anger. "Xiao Ao, we are teammates after all. Are you deliberately trying to undermine me?" At this moment, Xiao Wu had approached the master, displaying a pitiful demeanor. "Master, what shall I be called? Please bestow upon me a beautiful name." The master smiled and replied, "You embody a supple technique, your entire being as flexible as if devoid of bones, coupled with your rabbit spirit and enchanting skills. I propose the name Gentlebone Enchanting Rabbit, which perfectly corresponds with your spirit." This sounded quite pleasant, and Xiao Wu immediately broke into a joyful smile. Ning Rongrong's spirit is the 7-treasure glazed tile, and nothing could better encapsulate her essence. It also serves to somewhat obscure her true self, as all direct disciples of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect possess this spirit. As for Zhu Zhuqing, it is most fitting to adopt the name of her spirit. The name Ethereal Spirit Cat is inherently commendable. Regarding Xiaoyi, your spirit is the sword of judgment. Thus, your title shall be Judgment Swordsman. Just as Yu Xiaojiang finished speaking, Xiaoyi shook his head and said, "No, swordsman feels awkward. I have long decided on my title. It shall be the Arbiter." Yu Xiaojiang did not object, stating, "Your title is yours to choose. I merely suggested. As long as you are pleased, that is what matters." Currently, all 8 individuals, being novices, were at the Iron Fighting Spirit level. Among them, Dai Mubai had 3 points, Oscar none, and Tang San, having participated in both a 1-on-1 and a 2-on-2 match alongside Xiao Wu, held 2 points. Ma Hongjun had previously triumphed over his opponent, achieving the highest score of 10, having won 3 consecutive matches. Like Tang San, Xiao Wu also possessed 2 points, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had 0. Zhu Zhuqing's last opponent in the arena was Tang San, resulting in her defeat, thus her score remained at 0. Xiaoyi had won 2 matches, earning 2 points. To progress from Iron Fighting Spirit to Copper Fighting Spirit, one requires 100 points, and from Copper to Silver Fighting Spirit, one needs 1,000. They still have a long journey ahead to reach the objective of this secondary training phase. Given that Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing were already considered advanced within their ranks, along with the exceptional nature of their spirits, they decided to first engage in a 1-on-1 match before proceeding to 2-on-2 battles. In such circumstances, Oscar's role became immensely significant, with his sausages as sustenance. Everyone's soul power and stamina could be effectively replenished, granting them a considerable advantage over ordinary soul masters participating in the arena. Thus, participating in 3 matches in one night was not out of the question, provided they did not expend excessive soul power in the initial fights. Tang San and Xiao Wu's third spirit abilities could be deemed extraordinary, and although they had recently just surpassed the 30th level, they resolved to partake in 1-on-1 battles. Over the past 3 months, Tang San had previously defeated Dai Mubai using his unexpectedly potent third spirit ability, instilling him with considerable confidence. Xiao Wu's unique ability to render her opponents nearly defenseless upon close contact also bolstered her assurance. Both her strengths and weaknesses were evident. Her advantages lay in her near invincibility at close range, while her vulnerability resided in her capacity to confront only one opponent at a time. Once faced with numerous adversaries, her abilities become exceedingly difficult to manifest. When the strength of her opponents surpasses the might of her bow, all her skills will be rendered utterly futile. Although Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing harbor unspoken tensions, they do not let them interfere during formal competitions. Zhu Zhuqing, despite being a soul master of the second ring, is confident in her ability to contend with soul emperors through her swiftness. The training she has undergone in recent months has not been taken lightly. She is eager to gauge the disparity between herself and the soul emperor. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, as a pair, are anticipated to have the lowest probability of victory. With Oscar being a soul emperor, they must participate in matches at that level. Yet Oscar has only recently ascended and is primarily a support type. While Ma Hongjun's combat prowess is significantly hindered by his low soul power level, making it challenging for them to inflict decisive damage upon their adversaries. Their only hope for victory lies in a war of attrition. Conversely, the pairing of Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong is widely acknowledged to possess the highest chances of success. Although Xiaoyi is merely a great soul master, his true strength is well recognized among his peers. Yu Xiaojiang even contemplated allowing him to compete at the Soul Emperor level. Coupled with Ning Rongrong's 30% enhancement, they stand a fighting chance even against advanced Soul Emperors. Yu Xiaojiang is certainly aware of this potential, yet he refrains from voicing it for a reason. While Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong's synergy allows them to challenge advanced Soul Emperors, the risks are exceedingly high, and Xiao Yi, despite his mask, cannot conceal his youthful physique. The mere fact that he has few rivals among his peers is already astonishing, should he challenge those beyond his level. It is inevitable that envy would emerge from some quarters. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang ultimately resolves to have the two compete within the second ring of great soul masters. Albeit with stricter expectations. Your prowess is beyond doubt, and among your peers, few can rival you. Therefore, I expect your victory rate to remain above 95%. Can you achieve this? Yu Xiaojiang inquired, gazing at Xiao Yi. Absolutely. The firm and resolute response echoed with confidence. Onward. The Soto Great Soul Arena pulsated with its nightly vibrancy. Crowds began to converge from all directions. As the most traditional and beloved form of entertainment, it draws numerous spectators daily. The affluent can indulge in unparalleled enjoyment, while even the less fortunate can witness the thrilling battles of soul masters. Thanks to specially priced tickets for commoners, which are very affordable, those who can meet their basic needs are eager to attend the soul master competitions. After all, merely witnessing soul masters in action satisfies the vanity of many common folk. Naturally, those with low-priced tickets are only privy to ordinary battles. The truly spectacular contests command a hefty price. Soto City is never short of wealthy patrons willing to spend lavishly. Furthermore, the betting facilitated by the Great Soul Arena serves as a clandestine battleground for the affluent and nobility. At this moment, the commencement of the scheduled soul battles is drawing near. Soon, the one-on-one and two-on-two outer soul battles are set to commence. Following the conclusion of these events, the most thrilling team battles will unfold. At that moment, a 10-member team captured the attention of those preparing to enter the Grand Soul Arena. Among these 10 individuals, 8 donned identical masks. The green masks appeared somewhat comical, yet their attire varied significantly. Some were splendid while others were modest. This group consisted of esteemed students from Shrek Academy, along with 2 directors and Yu Xiaojiang. They had arrived at the 13th Soul Arena. As per their original plan, each member registered using their iron soul badges in succession. Under the master's guidance, the 5 participants intending to compete in both the one-on-one and two-on-two battles informed the staff of their simultaneous participation. The personnel arranged their battles to avoid any scheduling conflicts. Additionally, they modified the names on their iron soul badges, concealing their true identities with the titles they had established earlier that day. The mere act of altering their titles cost each of them 10 gold soul coins. However, since no further registration was required, their expenses were limited to this amount. A single victory in any battle would allow them to recoup their costs. Chapter 57. The competition begins. Shall we register the team together? Ma Hongjun inquired, due to Ning Rongrong's capriciousness. She and Oscar had not accompanied the others to the Soul Arena for their previous match. Consequently, Xiaoyi and Ma Hongjun had yet to register, necessitating their joint effort to handle the paperwork. Otherwise, they would be unable to compete. Wait a moment. Let me ask, Xiaoyi called back. Rongrong, do you want to join us? Ma Hongjuan's eye twitched, Tang Xin nearly stumbled, and even Yu Xiaojiang's expression grew somewhat awkward. A shared thought resonated among them. Must you even ask? Your standing at home must be exceedingly low. This strictness from your wife. What more can I say? Alas, the dignity of a man. Xiaoyi perceived nothing amiss, but Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she grasped Xiaoyi's hand and declared, let's go. The 4 entered the registration room, which was spacious, featuring a platform at its center where a young lady in her 20s reclined lazily in a chair. This was indeed the registration area for the soul battles. Xiaoyi, what are you staring at? Ning Rongrong asked, noticing Xiaoyi's gaze fixated on the young lady. A feeling of discomfort swelling within her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiaoyi scratched his head, experiencing a sensation akin to being caught in a compromising situation. Humph. Ning Rongrong huffed, donning her mask and striding towards the registration area. Hello, are you here to register for the soul battles? The young lady at the platform inquired upon noticing their arrival. This lady, my companion and I wish to register for a 2-on-2 team. Under the name 7 Treasure Glorious Sword, the soul power and code names were revealed as Ning Rongrong pointed at Xiao Yi, disclosing their respective soul power levels and designations. This is a regulation of the soul arena. Participants must declare their soul power to ensure compatibility with their opponent's ranks. Failure to announce oneself as a great soul master could lead to unfortunate encounters with soul sovereigns, resulting in dire consequences. The young lady displayed a sweet smile and remarked, all right, just a moment. Shortly thereafter, 2 badges were presented to Ning Rongrong, who was reminded to take good care of them. Each match would be recorded for points, and they would be notified once they reached the threshold for advancement. Ning Rongrong chose not to continue the conversation and turned her attention to Oscar and Ma Hongjun. It's your turn. Hurry up. They are still waiting outside. Oscar and Ma Hongjun had also registered as a team, humorously naming themselves the Grilled Sausages. The grilled part derived from Ma Hongjun, known as the Evil Fire Phoenix, while sausage was a nod to Oscar. This straightforward name reflected their respective martial spirits. Today was a weekend for ordinary people, resulting in an unusually large audience at the Great Seoul Arena. Many spectators were common folk, their excitement palpable as they eagerly anticipated the first match, cheers echoing throughout the venue. As the four returned to the viewing platform, they heard the announcement. Next, let us welcome the opponents of the 3-5 combination, the Mousecat duo, who have achieved 4 consecutive victories in the 2-on-2 matches. With their formidable strength, they have attained unprecedented success at the Seoul Sovereign level. Should they triumph over today's opponents, the 3-5 combination, they will secure a 5-match winning streak. Perhaps, the next time they appear at the Soto Great Seoul Arena, they will enter the Central Seoul Arena, a tremendous honor for any Seoul fighter. Upon hearing about Tang San's adversaries, Xiaoyi chuckled and said, "Hee. While Tang San might falter against others, this match is surely a win." Yu Xiaojing nodded in agreement, deducing from the name of the opposing duo that today's challengers would be speed-oriented Seoul masters, as both cats and mice excel in agility. As a control-type Seoul master, Tang San was the natural nemesis of agile attackers. The reason Xiao Yi suggested that Tang San might lose against a Seoul sovereign was due to the potential encounter with a martial spirit that countered blue-silver grass, such as fire, particularly when the opponent's level approached 40 and their intellect was comparable. Otherwise, defeating Tang San would be nearly impossible. As the fervent cheers erupted, the 3-5 combination and the Mousecat duo took the stage. With no further interest in the match, Xiaoyi opted to close his eyes and feign sleep. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong remained lively. Although she was aware that Tang San would likely not lose, her spirited nature could not resist the thrill of the bustling atmosphere. With fervent cheers of encouragement for San Gu and Xiao Wu, it came as no surprise that Tang San and his companions swiftly triumphed over their opponents. Under the announcer's declaration, the San Wu duo secured a commendable victory in their 2-on-2 duel, achieving a consecutive win that elevated both their scores to 3 points. The audience erupted in applause once more, despite the brevity of the match. The spectators, ever fair-minded, were generous with their applause, and the San Wu duo quietly exited the stage amidst the resounding cheers. As the matches progressed, the victories were not limited to the San Wu duo. The Yuming Baihu combination also emerged victorious. Daimu Bai's Achilles heel lay in his speed, yet Zhu Zhiqing adeptly compensated for this weakness. Their seamless cooperation allowed them to effortlessly dispatch even Seoul masters of the esteemed rank. Even the Cao Chang duo, in their final match against a formidable opponent, managed to secure victory through Ma Hongjuan's long-range attacks, bolstered by Oscar's support and his third soul skill, which rendered their adversaries unable to strike back. Due to their late registration, the Qi Baoshan Jian duo found themselves in the last match of the night. What remained were the individual and team competitions. Interested spectators were encouraged to remain for the concluding events. This was the clever design of the Duhan Arena, placing the most popular 7-member team at the end and relegating the least favored individual matches to the middle, thus persuading many to endure the solo competitions to avoid wasting their time. Now, let us welcome the final pair of contestants, the Qi Baoshan Jian duo, to face the Cao Chuan duo. A rather amusing name. One wonders if they are acquainted with the Cao Chang duo. Both teams, please take the stage. Below, Yu Xiaojing and his companions exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions laden with disbelief as they regarded Oscar and Ma Hongjun. The announcement of the Cao Chang duo had sparked Yu Xiaojing's curiosity about the origin of such a name. As Oscar and his partner took the stage, Yu Xiaojing retreated to a shadowy corner, muttering that he did not recognize them. At that moment, he pondered how no one in the world could be so foolish as to bestow such a name. Yet, Yu Xiaojing underestimated the Cao Chuan duo, who shattered all norms with their performance. Despite his lifelong strategic acumen, he faltered against this unconventional team. Returning to the arena, Xiao Yi and Ning Rongrong donned masks and attire tailored by Yu Xiaojing to conceal their figures as they took the stage. Their opponents, 2 middle-aged men, exuded an air of arrogance upon entering, seemingly buoyed by their prior streak of 3 consecutive victories. One of the men, particularly boisterous, approached Xiaoyi and, despite the mask obscuring his features, his disdainful expression was evident. "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Yan, the audacious Zhang, a level 29 soul master. Encountering our Cao Chuan duo is your misfortune." The audience instinctively rolled their eyes at his bravado. He was a middle-aged man, nearing a 30-level soul power. Boasting against other soul masters, was it not expected that he would win? Why the arrogance? Xiaoyi chose to disregard him and turned his gaze towards another adversary. Unsurprisingly, the other foe was equally formidable, grinning menacingly and uttering, "Hee hee, you needn't concern yourselves with me. I am at level 29. Tread carefully, or you may find yourselves meeting your demise." Such trash, so verbose, Xiaoyi muttered under his breath. Let the match commence. Chapter 58. A fierce opponent. As the host's words resonated, the skewer duo revealed their martial souls and soul rings. Zhang Yan's martial soul was that of a fiery steed. Quite a sight to behold. The auxiliary martial soul manifested as a lamb skewer. Both possessed one white and one yellow soul ring, signifying a decade and a century of cultivation, respectively. The first soul ring holds immense significance for soul masters, and given their apparent age of around 40, it seemed unlikely they would ever ascend to the rank of Soul King, though perhaps a soul sect was within reach with diligent effort. TCH. They speak as if they are formidable, yet they are merely worthless, Xiao Yi remarked, smirking at the boastful Zhang. How amusing. He turned to Ning Rongrong beside him, saying, Rongrong, prepare yourself. Damubai and the others are waiting. Let us conclude this swiftly. All right. Once we return, I shall have you accompany me and play. The opposing auxiliary, growing irritable, interrupted their conversation with a flicker of his first soul ring. Humph. Are you frightened? Spouting nonsense now, I see. Judging by your physique, you must be a mere child. Yan, advance. Time to buy some lamb skewers. The final phrase was the auxiliary soul master's soul incantation. As the incantation concluded, 2 raw lamb skewers materialized in his hands, inedible as they were uncooked. What is that auxiliary doing? Fear not, for there is one here who can wield fire. Came the response, as Zhang Yan ignited his flames to roast the skewers. Within mere seconds, they were ready to consume. The two, each taking one, bore the scalding heat and devoured their meals. Instantly, their aura surged, reaching the level of soul respect, which explained their triumphant streak of victories. Their martial souls were rather peculiar, designed for immediate culinary delight. Though the duration was brief, it provided them with a significant advantage. Yet, Xiao remained unmoved. These two exuded a somewhat foolish demeanor, reminiscent of Oscar and Ma Hongjun, yet they were undeniably weak and excessively arrogant. Add more spice to the lamb skewers. Another soul incantation echoed, this time invoking his second soul ring's ability. Once more, they indulged in skewers fresh from the fire, but, ah woo, it's so spicy. With their cries, their faces flushed crimson, their eyes taking on a bloodthirsty glint. Frenzy? Exclaimed Yu Xiaojiang from the audience, astonished. The frenzy technique has long been coveted by auxiliary soul masters. It substantially amplifies all attributes, save for intelligence, and numbs the nervous system, dulling pain. However, a common drawback of frenzy is that the excessive stimulation of one's potential can lead to a moment of weakness. Nevertheless, frenzy remains an exceedingly rare and potent ability. Yu Xiaojiang could hardly fathom that such remarkable skills resided within a mere passerby. After both individuals entered a state of frenzy, their soul power levels surged perilously close to that of intermediate soul masters. It was little wonder they achieved 3 consecutive victories, with a modicum of strategic thinking. A 6-game winning streak was well within reach. To counter their frenzy, one could simply prolong the engagement, allowing Xiao Yi to secure victory without direct confrontation. Yet, was Xiao Yi aware of this tactic? Indeed, he was, but he chose not to employ it. The support role had become futile. Once they succumbed to frenzy, they effectively eliminated themselves from the competition. So, why was he indulging in meat skewers? A display of folly. His sole purpose was to squander Zhang Yan's soul power. As for Zhang Yan, reaching the level of intermediate soul master was inconsequential. He had faced such opponents before. However, Xiao Yi's expression grew grave. For Zhang Yan's soul power had escalated by approximately 10 levels post-frenzy. Ning Rongrong. Xiao Yi spoke with a serious tone. Ning Rongrong responded with a playful smile. Hee hee. Do you wish for my assistance? You must plead for it. After all, he possessed a certain foolishness, fixating on her rather than engaging in combat. With a wink, she playfully teased Xiao Yi. Ning Rongrong's assessment was astute. Indeed, Zhang Yan displayed a lack of wit, focusing on the offensive instead of the support role. Moreover, despite the match's progression, he persisted in showing off, seemingly enamored with his fiery appearance. My friend, time is fleeting. Cherish the duration of your frenzy. With a roar, as if aware that the performance was about to commence, Zhang Yan charged forward. Yet, my friend, are you not a horse? What does that roar signify? The seven treasures glazed tile pagoda radiated with brilliance. First, strength. Second, speed. Though mischievous, Ning Rongrong understood the gravity of the moment. Should she act recklessly and lead to failure, it would result in considerable embarrassment. Two beams of light surged towards Xiao Yi, instantly augmenting his power significantly. The sword of judgment materialized in his grasp, ready to confront the oncoming Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan's first soul ring glimmered as he lifted his right leg and forcefully swung it, unleashing a crescent-shaped wave of fiery soul power that sped toward Xiao Yi. He raised the sword of judgment, positioning it defensively across his chest. Clang! The sound of steel colliding resonated throughout the arena. Xiao Yi was forced back several paces. His arm momentarily rendered powerless from the impact. Raising his gaze, he beheld Zhang Yan, who was laughing boisterously, and his expression turned serious. He had initially thought he could resolve the matter swiftly, but it was now apparent that considerable effort would be necessary. Before the match, Yu Xiaojiang had advised him that regardless of the adversary, he must refrain from employing soul techniques. At that moment, he was astonished when Flinder mentioned that Xiao Yi was contemplating and experimenting with 3 applications of soul power. Soul masters had long been constrained by the notion that their primary output was soul techniques. In essence, soul techniques were merely specialized applications of soul power. In this era of stagnation, even the forward-thinking Yu Xiaojiang had not envisioned such possibilities. The 3 applications conceived by Xiao Yi represented a historic transformation for the continent. These applications catered to different attributes of soul masters, enabling the strong to grow even more formidable while empowering the weak. Aside from the challenge of mastering them, they also served to enhance the purity of soul power, offering myriad benefits without detriment. Defeating opponents without resorting to soul techniques was the task set by his teacher. Although failure carries no punishment, it inevitably leaves an unfavorable impression in the hearts of others. Moreover, Xiao Yi is eager to test his prowess without relying on soul skills. The battlefield is the most conducive environment for growth. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang has assigned him the task of honing the flow of his soul power through continued competition. This not only conceals his identity, but also serves as a means of training. Despite the formidable strength of his current opponent, Yu Xiaojiang shows no intention of retracting his orders. As another fiery blade hurtles towards him, Xiaoyin narrowly evades, beads of sweat already forming on his brow. Ning Rongrong watches anxiously, fearing for Xiao Yi's safety, acutely aware of the tasks Yu Xiaojiang has set for him. Defeating this opponent without the use of soul skills would require either evasion or sheer brute force. Humph, do you look down on me? You don't even reveal your soul rings. You can't possibly think that will lead you to victory, Zhang Yan scoffs, having noticed Xiao Yi's avoidance of his attack. Xiao Yi shakes out his arms and replies, I'm nearly back to full strength now. Fool, I can barely withstand your attacks. The real question is whether you can endure mine. Zhang Yan bursts into laughter. Do you really think I'm foolish? With the support from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, I want you to take your attacks head on. He continues, if you weren't foolish, this world would be far less beautiful. If I were to attack you during your rampage without soul skills or support, what then? Rongrong stepped back. I wish to test my limits. Believe me. All right. Ning Rongrong hesitates, wanting to say more, but ultimately leaves the arena. Zhang Yan smirks. Kid, I admire your spirit. If you break through my defenses, I concede. However, should you fail, I shall declare my defeat automatically. Agreed, such straightforwardness. Yet, you've made a mistake. How can a powerful attack soul master lack defensive skills? My second soul skill, Wild Horse Splitting Mane, increases my defense by 30%. Let us see how you handle that. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yi declares, I want to give it a try. Chapter 59, A Sword. Xiao Yi grins. No backing out now. Don't cry if you lose. Zhang Yan is momentarily taken aback, then laughs heartily. Ha! We'll see if you can win first. Hurry up. Time is running out. Xiao Yi falls silent. Though Zhang Yan may not be the sharpest, such individuals often possess a commendable trait. They are straightforward and honest, lacking the cunning that often accompanies intelligence. If you have a somewhat naive friend, cherish them, for besides family, they are the ones who will not scheme against you, genuinely considering you a friend. Xiao Yi closes his eyes, channeling his soul power into the judgment sword, allowing it to flow. Initially slow, the flow gradually accelerates before compressing, causing the judgment sword to emit a faint glow. Zhang Yan observes the peculiar aura surrounding the sword, his expression growing increasingly serious. Even he, despite his simplicity, sensed a subtle danger. The faint chill coursing through his body left him feeling numb. This was still under the condition that Xiao Yi had yet to fully cultivate his powers. Below the stage, Yu Xiaojing nodded slightly, his eyes filled with approval. Indeed, while the skills were still unrefined, it seemed that upon their return, the training requirements must be intensified. Behind him, the 7 monsters stood in a row, oblivious to Yu Xiaojing's thoughts, chattering incessantly. Dai Mubai glanced at Tang San and inquired, "Little San, you possess the greatest talent and are also practicing vibration. Could you share some insights?" Tang San smiled wryly and shook his head. "This has nothing to do with talent. As for insights, didn't Xiaoyi mention it before? However, achieving high frequency is exceedingly difficult, and each frequency must strike a precise point, which complicates matters further. I dare say I practice vibrations daily, yet even now, I can only manage a brief series of vibrations a dozen times." Xiao Wu, the most vivacious girl, could hardly sit still. "Third brother, you're doing well. Even for a short time, I can't manage to vibrate my soul power a dozen times without moving my body." Tang San retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. "How many times have you practiced? You're always slacking off." Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and grinned playfully. He. Zhu Zhuqing, who appreciated tranquility, remained silent. Yet, she was keenly aware that her progress was on par with Xiao Wu's. Dai Mubai then turned to Ma Hongjun and Oscar, "And you too? I recall you were practicing rotation, right?" Oscar nodded, "Yes. I'm progressing a bit faster. I can barely manage simultaneous rotation in 2 directions." Ma Hongjun, slightly blushing, remained silent, as he had spent most of these months indulging in food rather than training in rotation. Yu Xiaojing grunted. "It seems you all have had far too much leisure time. Look at you. How many are actually training in soul power application? Outside of leisure, you either eat or sleep. Where's the seriousness? Starting tomorrow, the difficulty will be increased. In battles of the same rank, you may only use your first soul skill." Ma Hongjun timidly interjected, "Old teacher, what about me? Oscar and I are fighting against soul sages." Yu Xiaojing pondered and then looked at Zhu Qing, stating, "Dai Mubai, you are not allowed to use your third soul skill. You and Oscar have no restrictions." Just as the two were quietly relieved, Yu Xiaojing suddenly added, "However, within 6 months, I expect to see your self-created soul skills or enhanced soul skills. Also, Ma Hongjun, you must break through to the soul sage level." Sigh. "At this rate, when will we graduate?" Xiaoyi remained unaware of the heightened challenges Yu Xiaojing had imposed upon them, but it mattered little to him, as he could not utilize even a single soul skill. Xiao Yi was engrossed in cultivating the flow of his own soul power when he noticed the judgment sword emitting a low hum, and a fierce current of air swirling around him, prompting him to finally open his eyes. Across from him, Zhang Yin was already on high alert, adopting a defensive stance with his feet firmly planted. The second soul skill enhances defense, and when combined with berserk strength, one could assert that even standing still, an ordinary spirit master of the second rank would struggle to breach that defense. However, the individual before him instilled an inexplicable sense of dread, akin to the imminent threat of being struck down by a sword. A thought, which he deemed absurd, surfaced in his mind. Invincible. Shaking his head, Zhang Yin clearly found it hard to believe that anyone, especially a low-ranking spirit master, could defeat him. Xiaoyi gripped his sword with one hand, the gusts of sword wind occasionally grazing his skin, causing blood to seep from the wounds, yet he remained indifferent, his gaze as tranquil as a deep well, unwavering as he stared at his opponent. In that moment, Xiaoyi experienced a flicker of enlightenment, grasping the essence of the sword. Yu Xiaojing observed Xiaoyi's wounds, momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, disregarding his image and drawing curious glances from others. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the 7 monsters felt a tad embarrassed. Tang Xin inquired, "Teacher, what is the matter with you?" He had never witnessed Yu Xiaojing lose his composure, even upon meeting his proud student for the first time. Reuniting with an old friend, or facing perilous battles against spirit beasts, his expression remained stoic, devoid of such mirth. Yu Xiaojing, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Tang San, I have always believed your talent and intellect to be among the finest on the continent. Yet, it appears my perspective has been too narrow. In just one academy, there emerges a rival who could very well be your lifelong equal. No, he may even surpass you, if there are no significant conflicts between you. This continent will undoubtedly belong to both of you." The others, sensing the gravity of the moment, fell silent. Tang Sen furrowed his brow. He had never considered himself the best, well aware that there are always greater heights to reach. He was not foolish and understood precisely whom Yu Xiaojing was referring to. What puzzled him was the reason behind Yu Xiaojing's sudden recognition of Xiaoyi's extraordinary talent. "Teacher, you mean Xiaoyi, correct?" But why do you say so? Yu Xiaojiang, displaying no impatience, responded thoughtfully. Observe closely. Faint traces of sword wind are discernible around Xiao Yi. His injuries are the result of that very sword wind, which embodies sword intent. Sword intent? I have sensed it from Grandpa Jian, but it has always been fleeting. Yu Xiaojiang nodded, affirming, precisely, it is sword intent. On our continent, there exists a master swordsman known as the Sword Douluo, recognized as the strongest swordsman across the realm. Even he has yet to fully comprehend sword intent. Ma Hongjun, in a daze, remarked, so, Xiao Yi has grasped it? Dai Mubai playfully tapped his head. Of course, he has practiced it, otherwise the teacher would not have mentioned it. The others remained silent, awaiting Yu Xiaojiang's response. Dai Mubai was partly correct. Xiao Yi had not fully comprehended it, but had merely begun to perceive it, and he struggled to control it, as evidenced by his injuries. Nonetheless, this was a commendable foundation. If Sword Douluo were to personally guide him, the results would be even more remarkable. Ning Rongrong remained silent, her thoughts a mystery. With a swift motion, Xiao Yi surged forward like a sword unsheathed, while cold sweat trickled down Zhang Yan's brow. At this moment, he realized the terrifying nature of his opponent and recognized the folly of directly confronting him. There was no sound of collision. The judgment sword struck Zhang Yan's soul-powered defense as if it were slicing through tofu. Just before impact, Zhang Yan hastily conceded, exclaiming, "Stop! I admit defeat." It was no jest. Had he not surrendered, with the sword's capabilities, he would surely have been left in tatters. Yu Xiaojing nodded. To be honest, after Zhang Yan's transformation, he did not believe that Xiao Yi, without employing soul skills, could emerge victorious. He considered it merely a training exercise, yet Xiao Yi surprised him. Not only winning the match, but also grasping the essence of sword intent. Although the 2-on-2 battle ultimately devolved into a 1-on-1 duel, the audience was left unsatisfied. This confrontation may not have been breathtaking, but was nonetheless captivating, inspiring soul masters of all ranks to believe that even those with lower soul power could triumph over formidable foes. Unbeknownst to all, a figure quietly vanished into the shadows of a dark corner. Chapter 60. The Imperial Duel. Despite the apparent ease of Xiao Yi's victory, he had reached his limits. His mental energy was depleted, his soul power nearly exhausted, and his body bore numerous wounds. Zhang Yan rose from the ground. The frenzy had subsided, and he expressed weakly, "Kid, impressive. You are far stronger than I." Though masked, his physique suggested a discernible age, making the term kid entirely appropriate. Zhang Yan was not foolish enough to overlook that. "You are quite formidable yourself, much stronger than the average Great Soul Master," Xiao Yi replied. Although both wielded auxiliary powers, it was undeniable that Zhang Yan held his own. Respect begets respect. Those who are courteous often win the favor of others. The host finally grasped the situation, his voice resonating throughout the battle arena. What an exhilarating match. I hereby declare that Shrek Academy, with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, is victorious. Despite knowing the outcome, the audience erupted in cheers. Most overlooked one crucial detail. Xiao Yi had not utilized a single soul skill from the beginning of the match, whether in 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 combat. Before Yu Xiaojiang could speak, the 7 monsters rushed forward to support the weakened Xiao Yi, showering him with various greetings. It was not that Yu Xiaojiang forbade Xiao Yi from joining the 7 monsters. Rather, Xiao Yi himself declined, stating he wished to remain behind the scenes. Moreover, he was not one to seek the spotlight. The longest-lived individuals are not necessarily the strongest. The astute can also endure, for they comprehend the virtues of patience and humility. Typically, the true masterminds operate from the shadows, indistinguishable from ordinary folk, while those who shout and bellow are often mere subordinates or enforcers. This evening, the Shrek Academy is set to partake in a 7-member team competition, facing a formidable adversary, the Frenzied Battle Team. Every member of this squad possesses the rank of a Soul Master at the 3rd ring, while 3 of the 7 from Shrek still lag behind in their progression. This presents a formidable challenge for the 7, leading many to predict their defeat, given that they are a newly formed team. In the eyes of the public, Shrek's coordination and soul power pale in comparison to that of their rivals, making a loss seem inevitable. However, only the perceptive recognize that the thrilling performances today are predominantly attributed to the students of Shrek Academy, who harbor confidence in their ability to triumph. In the resting area, Xiao Yi sat quietly, absorbing the guidance imparted by Yu Xiaojiang to the 7. As he was not participating in the team battle, he relished the tranquility, convinced that the 7 would prevail. Each member of the group possesses their own unique strengths and abilities. As anticipated, Despite some challenges, the seven emerged victorious. Achieving a flawless record today, Shrek faced no defeats. Fran, elated by the outcome, reveled in the prospect of financial gain, his avarice prompting hearty laughter. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang maintained his usual demeanor, appearing indifferent to the celebratory atmosphere. When Fran inquired about his lack of enthusiasm, Yu Xiaojiang retorted, "Is victory not commonplace? What is there to celebrate?" In truth, he was merely masking his emotions, unaccustomed to expressing himself openly. In recent times, the Shrek students have been engaged in daily competitions at the Seoul Arena, an integral part of their training. Ever since Xiao triumphed over Zhang Yan, he has not encountered an opponent of similar strength, finding each match rather effortless. The scores of the sausage duo have dwindled to nearly zero, a result of their significant gap in prowess against their rivals. Their performance, however, remains commendable, especially considering the doubled points for challenging higher-ranked opponents. Indeed, formidable adversaries foster growth. And during this period, the sausage duo has made remarkable strides. Oscar has not only solidified his soul power, but has also ascended a level, while Ma Hongjun has impressively reached rank 28, showcasing significant advancement. Not only they, but all others have gleaned valuable experience to varying degrees, with daily competitions as the norm. Today is no exception. This evening, the Shrek 7 will confront a particularly powerful opponent, the Royal Battle Team. In truth, the adversaries for the Shrek 7 were not merely chosen at random. They were specifically requested by the arena's management. Just 3 days prior, a team of soul masters, all possessing silver soul rings, arrived here, seemingly summoned by certain noble families from Soto City. For 2 consecutive days, the prominent nobles placed substantial bets on their champions, who, without a hint of uncertainty, claimed victory in the soul battles, inflicting significant losses upon the grand arena. Generally, soul masters who reach the silver soul level possess skills exceeding level 40. However, each member of this particular team is a soul sovereign, and the arena cannot deviate from its regulations by allowing a team of soul ancestors at level 40 to compete against them. Yet, if this trend persists, the grand arena may find itself unable to withstand ongoing losses. Perhaps enticed by their previous successes, these nobles have raised their stakes once more. Should they continue to falter, the arena could face dire straits. Yu Xiaojiang has acquired information on the opposing team, the Royal Battle Squad, each member of which exceeds level 35. With the captain at level 39, all boasting optimal soul ring configurations of 2 yellow and 1 blue. Many readers believe that a 1,000-year soul ring is purple. However, since I have future uses for purple, let us consider it blue for now. I hope for your understanding. Their martial spirits are all of high caliber, and the captain, Yu Tianheng, wields the continent's most formidable assault beast martial spirit, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. They effortlessly overwhelmed the brutal battle team, which even Shrek Academy had struggled to defeat. Although the Shrek 7 monsters also possess optimal soul ring configurations and commendable martial spirits, 3 of them have only recently entered the realm of soul sovereigns, with 3 others still at the level of junior soul masters. Yu Xiaojiang refrained from making an immediate decision, instead seeking the opinions of his companions. In truth, he need not have asked, for the rule at Shrek Academy is obedience. He merely wished to gauge their thoughts, to ascertain if fear had already taken root before the battle. He offered them a semblance of choice, while the ultimate decision remained his own. Xiao Yi surveyed the 7 monsters, noting several with downcast expressions, and spoke up. Winning is not difficult. These 4 words captured everyone's attention. The Royal Battle Squad's consecutive victories would inevitably lead to arrogance. Their youth renders them unlikely to contemplate strategies with a cool head. On the battlefield, strength is not the sole determinant of success. There is also the mind. As he spoke, Xiao Yi pointed to his own head. How can we know without trying? What if we win? And if we lose, what then? Are you afraid of losing? The 7 monsters felt their fighting spirit surge instantly. Indeed, why fear? What is there to fear? Moreover, victory is not guaranteed for the opponents. Then you shall participate. I, for one, will not. Ultimately, Yu Xiaojiang consented to the arena's competition, of course, not without compensation. Whether in points or gold, the stakes were considerable. It could be said that should Shrek emerge victorious in this match, graduation would be within reach. The primary reason for Yu Xiaojiang's agreement was the opportunity for the 7 monsters to train, a Silver Soul team that could command such attention from the Soto Grand Arena, coupled with optimal soul rings, would undoubtedly benefit the Shrek 7 monsters. Yu Xiaojiang instructed them to formulate their own strategies, taking no further responsibility. As he would say, if I must do everything, what purpose does it serve to cultivate them? Quite right. The duration of this battle was not brief, and the scene was truly exhilarating. Tang San and his companions initially dealt a heavy blow to the arrogant leader, Yu Tianheng. However, the formidable support and defense of the enemy proved to be too great, resulting in Xiao Wu sustaining injuries. In the face of adversity, her wounds ignited the fury of the other 6 members. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing showcased their prowess for the first time, unleashing their martial soul fusion technique. The spectral white tiger. Tang San also deployed his external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances, against the rejuvenated Yu Tianheng. The existence of Tang San's external spirit bone was not hidden from the Shrek team, as Yu Xiaojing had permitted its use in the competition. Ultimately, the Shrek 7 narrowly triumphed. However, the secret of Tang San's external spirit bone could no longer be concealed. Although many could not distinguish between spirit bones and external spirit bones, the former was sufficient to slay for one's bones. For spirit bones were far more precious than spirit rings. Chapter 61. After the match in the resting quarters of the Royal Combat Team, Yu Tianheng and his 6 companions stood in a row, facing a young man appearing to be in his 20s. His name was Qin Ming, the instructor of the Royal Combat Team and a 6-ringed spirit emperor, soon to become a spirit saint. Achieving such heights at his age was indeed rare across the continent. Yu Tianheng and his peers were expressions of shame, having lost the match despite their overwhelming spirit power advantage. Qin Ming remained silent, merely observing them. Yu Tianheng was undoubtedly his most cherished disciple and a source of pride. Yet, he was far from gentle. In fact, he was known for his strictness, often meting out severe punishments. This time, however, he refrained from expressing anger. For you, though this may be a defeat, it is a blessing in disguise, Qin Ming said with a smile, his tone devoid of the severity the Royal Combat Team members had anticipated. Yu Tianheng paused, gazing at Qin Ming, suddenly enlightened. Yu Tianheng, tell me what you have learned, Qin Ming prompted. Without hesitation, Yu Tianheng replied, we should not underestimate our opponents. Even a rabbit fights with all its might. We were too complacent. And what about the victories you have achieved in the past few days? Yu Tianheng hesitated, pondering for a long while before awkwardly admitting. I learned nothing. Qin Ming smiled gently. Growth arises from failure. You have traversed a path too smooth. An overly easy journey will only lead to stagnation. This defeat serves as a precursor to future successes. Moreover, your loss was not unfounded. Not unfounded. Yu Tianheng and his companions shook their heads in confusion. Qin Ming continued. Do you understand why I say your loss was justified, even inevitable? Because they are from Shrek Academy, which only admits monsters, rejecting ordinary individuals. Graduates of Shrek Academy, barring untimely demise, are destined to become titled Douluo. What? Destined to become titled Douluo? The significance of this statement was not lost on them. Titled Douluo represented the pinnacle of combat strength on the Douluo continent, a status that commanded respect and reverence wherever one might go. Qin Ming's evaluation of Shrek Academy is exceedingly high, almost to the point of incredulity. Ignoring the astonished expressions of Yu Tianheng and the others, Qin Ming smiled and pointed to himself, asking, what do you think of my talents? Yu Tianheng pondered for a moment before responding. Even within our family, there are few soul masters who ascend to the rank of soul sage before the age of 30. It is fair to say that your talent is terrifying. My own abilities are commendable, but without diligent effort, they would amount to naught. It is through the training at Shrek Academy that I have reached my current status, and I firmly believe that I shall break through to titled Douluo before I turn 50. Teacher, Qin Ming nodded. I am indeed a graduate of Shrek Academy. Otherwise, do you think my teaching methods were imparted by someone else? In the 2 decades since Shrek was established, only a handful of individuals have graduated, and among them, I am the only one yet to attain the rank of Soul Sage. Although they may be older, I dare say my talent is undoubtedly among the lowest. Thus, your defeat is not unjust. The Emperor fighting team gasped in astonishment. Qin Ming is their academy's finest and most gifted teacher, yet astonishingly ranks among the least among Shrek graduates. This speaks volumes of Shrek's true might. Yu Tianheng, you are my most prized disciple, and your rivals extend beyond the one who bested you, Tang San, to include the unassuming Xiao Yi. Have you not noticed that he has effortlessly dominated his opponents without utilizing his soul skills, despite possessing only a soul power of level 25, which he has only recently achieved? Reflect on this, while I pay a visit to a teacher I have not seen in many years. At that moment, within the Shrek lounge, as Flanders was praising the 7 monsters, a figure approached leisurely, his voice preceding him. Greetings, Dean Flanders, Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. How do you do? Disciple Qin Ming pays his respects. It was none other than Qin Ming from the Emperor fighting team. He rushed forward, kneeling on one knee before Flanders, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Flanders chuckled. I thought you had forgotten about us, you rascal, to come back without uttering a word. Zhao Wujia helped Qin Ming to his feet, inspecting him with a hearty laugh. Ah, young man, soon to become a soul sage. You are becoming increasingly formidable. It seems it won't be long before you catch up with us old fellows. Qin Ming stood respectfully, hands at his sides, reiterating at all times. You too shall remain my teachers, and I shall always be a disciple of Shrek Academy. I graduated from Shrek Academy. Qin Ming respectfully bowed to Yu Xiaojiang, who, however, evaded the gesture. Qin Ming was taken aback, only to discover later that Yu Xiaojiang is Yu Tianheng's uncle and thus of the same generation. Hence the evasion of the formalities. Teachers, he proposed, since the student has returned after much difficulty, allow me to treat you all to this meal. Qin Ming was certainly aware of Flanders' unique disposition towards collecting monsters, and given that Shrek Academy's finances were not particularly robust, it was fortunate that he himself was not in want of funds. Inviting someone to dinner was a perfectly normal gesture. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Flanders' eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Oh, how could that be? He exclaimed. Yet, despite his words, his gaze betrayed his true feelings. Initially reluctant to host a dinner, he could not bear to dampen the mood, especially since this time he would not have to spend a dime, which was indeed a source of joy. Qin Ming, well aware of Flanders' character, did not express disdain. He seated himself at the table alongside Flinder and Zhao Wujia, reminiscing about old times. Meanwhile, the students engaged in their own conversations. Xiaoyi, your points must be the lowest now, barely qualifying for Silver Soul fighting, remarked Ma Hongjun with a smirk. Over this period, everyone had advanced to the silver rank, a development that surprised them all. Tang San, in particular, had achieved a flawless record, advancing to the gold rank. Although Xiaoyi also boasted a perfect record, his points were the least due to only participating in one-on-one and two-on-two matches. Before Xiaoyi could respond, Ning Rongrong interjected. Displeased. Humph, are you really that strong? ISNT it just because you racked up points in team competitions? Look at your two-on-two score. It's pitiful. Oscar, feeling indignant, chimed in, insisting that he and Ma Hongjun had performed admirably in their group. We even challenged higher-ranked opponents. Ning Rongrong, however, remained unyielding, well aware that the success of the grilled sausage duo was commendable, if not exceptional. Qin Ming turned to Xiao Yi and then inquired of Flinder, Teacher, has this child participated in team competitions? Flinder nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he chose not to participate, but his strength is sufficient to contend with Soul Emperors. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang assigning him a special task, I would have registered him for the Soul Emperor category. A special task? Does that mean he cannot use soul skills? That is indeed impressive, perhaps even stronger than Tianheng. I wonder, what do you think of my student? Qin Ming, perceptive as ever, inferred the nature of the special task from Flinder's subtle hints. Xiaoyi wiped Ning Rongrong's greasy mouth and smiled, saying, Your students are quite remarkable as well, but apart from the healing type Yulingling, I hold little interest. Tang San nudged Xiaoyi and gestured towards Ning Rongrong, who, now visibly incensed, was gritting her teeth. Xiao Yi, slightly flustered, added, It's just that her martial spirit, is intriguing in comparison. Sensing that the educational environment for his junior colleagues was lacking, Qin Ming suggested they consider studying at the Tiando Royal Academy. After deliberation, Flinder acquiesced, agreeing that the honors earned by the students would belong to the Tiando Royal Academy, yet the students would forever remain part of Shrek. Chapter 62. A visit home. Once Flinder reached a resolution, his spirits naturally lifted. He embraced Yu Xiaojiang and inquired, Xiaojiang, did you see your nephew just now? Yu Xiaojiang, without hesitation, nodded in affirmation. That lad has not disappointed me. Your nephew is nothing short of exceptional. Come, let us celebrate with a drink. The following day, the members of Shrek returned to the quaint village, while Qin Ming escorted his students back to the Royal Academy. Upon arriving at the academy, Flinder issued a swift command. Prepare for departure to Heaven Do. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi sat alone atop the roof, gazing at the bustling Shrek Academy, murmuring to himself, The training has concluded. Perhaps it is time to return home. I wonder how my mother and sister are faring. Xiaoyi approached Flinder's office and knocked gently on the door. A voice from within called out, Come in. Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang were engaged in a discussion regarding the future development plans for Shrek when they were taken aback by Xiaoyi's entrance. stepping forward to Flinder's desk. Xiaoyi spoke. Dean, teacher, this phase of training has come to an end, and I wish to visit home. Home? Qian Xiaoyi was initially adopted by Pope Bibidon and, due to his extraordinary talents, became the holy son of the Spirit Hall. However, he held no affection for such hollow titles. He donned a mask and assumed the name Xiao Yi, arriving at Shrek Academy, where only Ning Rongrong was aware of his true identity. As time passed, it was only natural for him to yearn for home. Xiaoyi nodded, and Yu Xiaojiang inquired, "You may return home, but is the journey safe? Is someone coming to fetch you?" "Yes," Xiaoyi replied. "My family is concerned and has sent many to accompany me. What time will you return? Will you be back for the continental competition?" Flinder asked. "Yes, I will be back." "Very well, I grant you permission," Yu Xiaojiang stated. Though stern, he was not inflexible. In the absence of danger, returning home was entirely reasonable, especially for a child of around 10 who had been away for such an extended period. Are you leaving?" Ning Rongrong asked with reluctance upon hearing of Xiao Yi's departure. Xiaoyi gently stroked her smooth, long hair. "Rongrong, wait for me." Dai Mubai, with his straightforward nature, put an arm around Xiao Yi's shoulder. "Make sure to come back for the competition, even if you're not participating. You must see our brilliance, right? Xiao Yi. Take care. Don't worry, I have bodyguards." "Well then, brothers, I shall take my leave. Rongrong, strive to grow stronger by our next meeting." After bidding farewell to Shrek, Xiao Yi set forth on his journey. Beside him was an unassuming elder named Gue Mei, one of the elders of the Spirit Hall. All the members of the hall were titled Douluo, and Gue Mei held the title of Ghost Douluo, alongside another titled Douluo, Yu Guan, and the Chrysanthemum Douluo. They served as the Pope's right hands, having watched Qian Xiaoyi grow. Xiao Yi was quite understanding, though he had a penchant for teasing, often pulling at their beards, much to their chagrin. Yet, Gue Mei held a deep affection for this child. Having no offspring of his own, he regarded Qian Xiaoyi as his own. Apart from Bibidon, he was the one who doted on Xiao Yi the most. Recently, the Pope had sent him and Yu Guan to visit Xiao Yi, initially intending to observe him discreetly. But they were soon awkwardly discovered. Just a few days prior, when Bibidon mentioned that Xiao Yi would be returning, Gue Mei eagerly volunteered to personally escort him back to the Spirit Hall, and Bibidon, concerned about potential mishaps, did not object. "Xiao Yi, how have you been lately? Have they bullied you?" Gue Mei asked with a commanding tone, as if seeking a quarrel. Qian Xiaoyi shook her head and said, "Ghost uncle, do you think I am so easily bullied? It is a feat in itself that I do not mistreat others." The ghost chuckled heartily. Indeed, you are quite formidable. However, I have heard whispers that you are often tormented by a girl from the Seven Treasures glazed sect. Is that merely gossip?" Qian Xiaoyi's face suddenly flushed crimson as she awkwardly stammered, "I was just being considerate towards her. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady." Gue Mei chuckled softly. "Ah, that girl, I am aware of her. She is the young lady of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Indeed, she is remarkable, both in talent and lineage, worthy of you. Pray tell, has your relationship progressed?" "What? Progressed? In what sense?" Qian Xiaoyi replied, bewildered. "Be clear, you mischievous old man. What are you implying? We are still young." With a huff, she turned away, refusing to engage further. Gue Mei, unperturbed by her reprimand, merely laughed heartily. "Why should I take offense? It's just a bit of banter. By the way, Uncle Gue, how are my sister and mother faring?" Qian Xiaoyi, feeling vulnerable, deftly shifted the conversation, executing the transition flawlessly without a hint of flaw. "The Pope is well, but the young lady, she..." Qian Xiaoyi felt a pang of anxiety and exclaimed, "What is the matter with my sister?" Gue Mei gently patted Qian Xiaoyi's head and replied, "It's nothing. Your sister is merely undertaking a mission and is not at the Spirit Hall. It is likely to be quite some time before she returns, but fret not, for the pufferfish and the serpent spear will be by her side. With their prowess, she is quite safe. So, that means I want to see my sister when I return home? Pretty much. By the way, the Pope has also arranged a teacher for you." "A teacher? Who is it?" "That's a secret." Gue Shu, how vexatious. In a chamber sat a woman with flowing golden hair, her features exquisitely refined, adorned in a regal yellow robe. She exuded an air of nobility and aloofness. Engrossed in her reading, flanking her stood two figures, one stout and the other slender, silently guarding her. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the door, "Master, we have received intelligence." The woman spoke slowly, her tone measured. "Enter." As she spoke, a lifelike mask materialized upon her face. and her golden locks transformed into a shorter style. The newcomer knelt at the threshold. "Master, news from the spirit hall indicates that Qian Shaoi has returned." The prince's body imperceptibly trembled, and he softly responded, "You may leave." Yes. Once the individual had distanced themselves, the slender figure beside him spoke, "Young master, Shaoi has returned. Shall we go to see her? With our skills, we would not be detected." "Humph. What is there to see? I shall not return," he declared. "Now, both of you, please leave me in peace." The two exchanged glances and shook their heads. He truly was not forthcoming. Young master. There is one thing I forgot to inform you. Our informant reports that Shaoi is together with the young lady of the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile School. The young master sprang to his feet. Together? How old are they? Then, as if struck by a thought, he slowly sat back down. What does it matter to me? He feigned calmness, yet every mention of Qian Shaoi stirred unrest within him. They, being experienced themselves, understood the reason behind it. They were also curious, after all. The young master had previously harbored disdain for Qian Shaoi. What could possibly have instigated such a transformation? Qian Rushua sat upon a chair, her gaze fixed upon the book in her hands, yet her thoughts wandered to an unknown realm. Qian Shaoi and Gue may return safely to the spirit hall, where Bibi Dong had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon hearing that Qian Shaoi was returning, Bibi Dong was overwhelmed with joy. She had been counting the days and nights. And at last, Qian Shaoi had returned unscathed. In truth, Bibi Dong's worry was unfounded, for with a title Douluo by their side, what calamity could befall them? Chapter 63, Master Ah. At long last, I am home. Mother. Bibi Dong smiled gently, stroking his head, her eyes brimming with affection. It had been quite some time since she had seen her precious son. He had grown taller and become more powerful. It seemed that Shrek Academy had indeed been a good influence, as he had remarkably approached level 30 in such a short span of time. He must have endured considerable hardships. Qian Shaoi has also become more lively. Are you all right? Enduring hardships is essential for personal growth. That's what my mother taught me. Haha, you're right. Without effort, even a genius may falter. However, now that we're home, let us remove the masks. Both of you are wearing human skin masks. All right. Qian Shaoi took off the mask, revealing a handsome face. Although still somewhat youthful, he could already be considered a striking young man. Mom, what is my sister's task? Hee. It's a secret. Now don't look so glum. Go visit Grandpa. He misses you dearly. When you return, I'll introduce you to a teacher who is perfectly suited for you. Upon hearing for the second time that there would be a teacher, Qian Shaoi couldn't help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Mom, could you please tell me who it is? Bibi Dong blinked playfully and replied, Sure, it's a secret. Humph. You're the worst, Mom. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find Grandpa to play. As Bibi Dong watched Qian Shaoi's retreating figure, she pondered something unknown. Grandpa, Shaoi has returned. Shaoi is here to see you. Even before her arrival, her voice had already announced her presence. Qian Douluo detested interruptions during his cultivation. Initially, he was furious, but upon hearing it was Qian Shaoi, a knowing smile illuminated his aged visage. Although this grandson shared no blood relation with him, he held a peculiar fondness for the boy. In his childhood, Qian Shaoi was notoriously mischievous, often tugging at the beards of the various offerings in the spirit hall. Those who had not suffered this indignity were either clean-shaven or simply lacked facial hair. One day, Qian Shaoi climbed onto Qian Douluo's body, grasping a small tuft of beard and yanking it with all his might, producing a resounding rip. Silence enveloped the spirit hall. Never before had anyone dared to be so audacious, and many watched the boy with bated breath. Yet, Qian Douluo merely smiled, showing no signs of reproach, even stating, If you haven't tugged enough, go find someone else. The people of the spirit hall are fair game. From that day forth, a peculiar trend emerged within the spirit hall. No one, regardless of gender or age, would keep facial hair. Though, of course, women typically did not possess it. Grandson, how long have you been back? Why didn't you inform your grandfather? I just returned. Look, I came to see you right away. Is there any reward for me? Oh, Qian Douluo was somewhat taken aback. Qian Shaoi rarely, unlike other children, asked for rewards. If he did, it signified a genuine need. And Qian Douluo would not be stingy. Very well. What do you desire? Whatever you wish for, grandfather shall grant. Really? Qian Shaoi exclaimed with delight. Grandfather, I want my sister. Ah, well, your sister is on an important mission, Qian Douluo replied, feeling quite embarrassed at having promised only to retract it moments later. Qian Xiaoyi understood that the likelihood of her sister's return was slim, and she did not press the matter. After all, the Continental Youth Soul Master competition was forthcoming. To ease Qian Douluo's heart, Qian Xiaoyi pondered for a moment before speaking. Then, "Grandfather, may I have a soul bone, please?" Qian Douluo smiled. For this was precisely the reason he cherished his grandson. Qian Xiaoyi always took into account the feelings of others. Knowing his nature, he would undoubtedly compel Qian Xiaoyi to make a request that could not be overly simplistic, as it must befit his status. A soul bone, to Qian Douluo, was of little consequence, yet to others, it was a rare treasure. Qian Xiaoyi's request was worthy of his standing and also provided him with a graceful avenue for retreat. Qian Douluo, excellent. Is it not merely a soul bone? You belong to the assault type, and when the time comes, I shall select one for you. Moreover, it will be one that is 10,000 years old. As my grandchild, you are deserving of nothing but the finest. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the boisterously laughing Qian Douluo, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Grandfather, I would prefer not to pursue the offensive system. Might I request the supportive system instead? Ideally one that pertains to gemstones. Qian Douluo blinked, then cast a peculiar glance at Qian Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, you wouldn't be referring to that young lady from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, would you? That's not for you to worry about. Are you giving it or not? Of course, of course. Let us go fetch it right away. Thank you, grandfather. Ha, for what? After a while, Qian Xiaoyi arrived at the Hall of the Pope, where Bibi Dong awaited him. Beside her stood an elderly man exuding an aura reminiscent of ethereal grace, his gaze towards Qian Xiaoyi imbued with a unique significance. Upon Qian Xiaoyi's return, Bibi Dong said, "Xiaoyi, come meet your master." No sooner had she spoken than the elder beside Bibi Dong interjected, "Your Holiness, I have roamed the continent for many years and have yet to take on a disciple. It is not due to a lack of strength on my part, but rather the absence of one I deem worthy. Without my endorsement, even those of noble birth shall not be accepted as my pupils. Thus, to claim I am his master is, I fear, rather premature." Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes, then turned her attention to Qian Xiaoyi. Qian Xiaoyi felt a turmoil within. Was he not the very person the old man was referring to? As for gaining his approval, whether he acknowledged this master was still a matter of uncertainty. At this moment, Qian Xiaoyi perfectly exemplified the concept of inconsistency between word and deed. "Sir, how might I earn your approval?" The old gentleman smiled and replied, "Engage in a match with me. As long as you exhibit qualities that I admire, it will suffice." Bai Dong immediately expressed her discontent, and just as she was about to intervene, Qian Xiaoyi interjected, "Very well, but, esteemed sir, your prowess must be considerable. I have only cultivated for a few years. How could I possibly rival you? Thus, might you?" Qian Xiaoyi refrained from elaborating further. Yet it was apparent to all what he intended to convey, a plea for leniency. The elder's acquiescence was fortunate. Refusal would render him the subject of ridicule. For those of great prowess are indeed sensitive to their reputations. The old man chuckled softly. "Clever little rascal, I am Qinshin, known by the title of Sword. I shall refrain from striking, allowing you to attack until you have satisfied me. Is that agreeable? Allow me to strike, and until you are content? Wait a moment. The Sword Douluo? From Ronron sect? Yu Shaojiang once remarked that the Sword Douluo is the foremost swordsman on the continent. I am truly uncertain if I could ever become his disciple. It is no wonder he bears a grudge against me. Any perceptive individual would realize that I have taken away his little princess. In the eyes of the Sword Douluo, Ning Rongrong is akin to a granddaughter, so it would be peculiar for him to be pleased. Moreover, the continent is not devoid of scoundrels." Qian Xiaoyi dared not show any disrespect, as he wished to leave a favorable impression. However, no matter what, the fact remained that he was quite weak. To strengthen himself, he required a suitable mentor, and the master Bibi Dong had found for him was commendable. Thus, he respectfully complied, hoping that the esteemed elder would show him mercy. Chapter 64. Full Strength Humph. "Come on, young one. Let me witness your prowess and determine whether you are worthy to be my disciple. As long as you can make my legs move even slightly, you shall be deemed victorious." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong felt somewhat reluctant, for to provoke the Sword Douluo into action, one would need to be at least a foreign soul master. Yet, she refrained from voicing her concerns, as the Sword Douluo was not her subordinate. Their relationship was merely one of collaboration. Indeed, the Sword Douluo was arrogant. Yet he possessed the credentials to be so. The continent's foremost swordsman is not a title to be taken lightly. In truth, the Sword Douluo was not inherently arrogant. Rather, He harbored dissatisfaction towards Qian Shaoi for abducting Ning Rongrong. In his eyes, the child knew nothing of love and was merely toying with emotions. He had watched Ning Rongrong grow up and understood her character well. If she were to be forsaken, her life would become utterly devoid of flavor, leaving her with a lasting wound. How intriguing. In that case, esteemed elder, I shall unveil my inadequacies. Qian Shaoi recognized that the individual before him was not one he could defeat, nor could he even hope to injure him. Thus, he prepared himself with utmost seriousness. In situations of absolute advantage, it is easy to underestimate one's opponent, and even the continent's greatest swordsman is not immune to this flaw. Qian Shaoi's chance of victory would arise precisely when his opponent let down his guard, allowing him to execute a surprise and powerful strike. Buzz. The judgment blade manifested in his hand, accompanied by a yellow and a blue soul ring appearing behind him. The sword Douluo, Chen Xian, was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile curved upon his lips. How intriguing. Perhaps I truly can take on a disciple. Soul rings that exceed the optimal ratio are known as overmatched soul rings. The higher the quality of the soul ring, the greater the capacity required from the soul master. The optimal ratio of soul rings is calculated based on the highest lifespan suitable for the soul master, yet this does not apply universally. There are exceptional individuals with extraordinary physical qualities capable of enduring higher-aged soul rings. Such combinations are classified as overmatched soul rings. Historically, instances of overmatched soul rings have not been entirely absent, though they are exceedingly rare. Each such occurrence is a once-in-a-century genius, and provided they do not perish prematurely, they invariably find themselves at the pinnacle of the continent. Bibi Dong observed the contest with keen interest, aware that Chen Xian was prudent, yet she remained uneasy. She held no particular thoughts about Qian Shaoi's soul rings. After all, the first was merely 800 years old, and the second being 1,000 years was quite normal. Chen Xian had already entertained the notion of taking on a disciple, but the memory of that little which being taken left him feeling irritable. Not long ago, she had sent him a letter requesting he accept Qian Shaoi as a disciple. He himself had never received such treatment. The very thought made him angry. He was determined to ensure that this young lad would experience some hardship, lest he find himself restless at night. If it weren't for the letter from the little witch, not even the Pope's entreaties would have swayed him. Humph, young one, just wait. As Qian Shaoi summoned his martial spirit, he found himself shivering in bewilderment. Puzzled, he caught a glimpse of Chen Xian observing him with an odd expression. While he could not grasp the specifics, the general implication was clear. His days of ease seemed to have come to an end. Chen Xian nodded slightly, choosing neither to summon his martial spirit nor display his soul rings. Instead, he simply gestured towards Qian Shaoi, beckoning him to approach. With a powerful push from his back foot, he darted forward like a flash of lightning. In the realm of Grand Soul Masters, only the agility-based classes could rival such swiftness. Though Qian Shaoi prided himself on his speed, he was no match for Chen Xian, a titled Douluo. The battles Chen Xian had endured were far beyond anything Qian Shaoi could fathom. In his eyes, this level of speed was merely a slow crawl. Qian Shaoi was acutely aware that his speed could not escape the discerning gaze of Chen Xian. His acceleration was not intended to provoke Chen Xian, but rather to enhance the potency of his strike at the moment of impact. Although Chen Xian could not evade the attack, he was unfazed by its insignificance. In his perspective, such minimal force could easily be neutralized with his externalized soul power. True to this, Chen Xian made no overt movements. At the instant Qian Shaoi brought down his sword of judgment, a wall of soul power materialized around him. Contrary to the anticipated resounding clash, Qian Shaoi's blade became suspended in midair. Qian Shaoi exhibited no semblance of surprise. After all, how could one be astonished when a great soul master triumphs over a titled Douluo? Chen Xian remarked calmly, not bad, slightly stronger than an average 30-level attack. Although his expression remained composed, he had already acknowledged Qian Shaoi's potential. That previous strike was merely a shade weaker than that of a formidable assault soul master, yet surpassed the might of an agility-type soul master. Achieving such damage with the prowess of a great soul master, without employing soul skills, is indeed commendable. However, Chen Xian chose to remain silent. He wished to ascertain the limits of this young talent, and whether he could unleash the power equivalent to that of a four-ringed soul scholar. Truly impressive. This is the essence of a titled Douluo. Qian Shaoi retreated a few paces, for he was about to unleash his soul rings. 2 soul rings shimmered. As his first soul skill, Sword Qi, typically a projectile type, was compressed onto the blade of the Judgment Sword, subtly released. Coupled with his second soul skill, Enhancement, which augmented his physical attributes by 10% across the board, he was poised for a formidable strike. During his extensive time at Shrek Academy, Qian Xiaoyi had mastered his control over soul power to a commendable degree, while not yet perfect. He had become quite adept at temporarily affixing his first soul skill to the blade. With his enhanced speed, his current offensive capabilities could rival those of a high-ranking soul respect, and he was not far from matching even the soul sect. Qian Xiaoyi seldom employs his second soul skill. Either it is of no use to him or Yu Shaojiang forbids it. However, this time, he has finally unleashed this soul skill, only to find himself facing a titled Douluo as his opponent. Qian Xiaoyi struck with great force, exerting the majority of his strength this time. Yet, Chen Xian remained utterly composed. He raised his arm and extended a single finger, lightly touching the Sword of Judgment. Clang! Qian Xiaoyi soared back with both his body and sword, taking a moment to gather himself before charging forward once more. At the instant of impact, he extended his left hand. With a resounding clash, the outcome remained unchanged. He was sent flying back. However, the astonishment on Qinxin's face transcended mere surprise, evolving into sheer shock. No one, including Bibi Dong, had comprehended the situation. Only those who had experienced it firsthand could grasp its true nature. Qinxin glanced at Qian Xiaoyi's left hand, which was adorned with a crystalline, bone-like glove, its fingertips sharp as daggers. Having traversed the continent for many years, he was well aware of what this was, an external soul bone. Distinct from regular soul bones, external soul bones were far rarer and more valuable, as they possessed the potential for infinite evolution. When Qian Xiaoyi's left hand made contact, even Qinxin's arm trembled. To evoke such a reaction from him indicated that the force behind it was at least that of a 5-stage soul king. Furthermore, Qinxin noticed a red mark on Qian Xiaoyi's fingers, the very spot that had braced against the Judgment Sword of Qian Xiaoyi. The strike from Qian Xiaoyi just now had been sharper, significantly more potent than the previous two. Most remarkably, Qian Xiaoyi had grasped the essence of sword intent. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, usable only for a brief moment, it was nonetheless an impressive feat. Qinxin, known as the Sword Maniac, had devoted himself to the art of swordsmanship, achieving his current prowess through exceptional talent and unwavering dedication. Yet even he had only comprehended sword intent at the age of 20, under the tutelage of a master, making him the earliest known individual to achieve such a feat on the continent. Indeed, he had set a record. In contrast, Qian Xiaoyi, who had no mentor, had surpassed his record. With a wry smile, Qinxin mused that his record would likely be the one held for the shortest duration. Chapter 65. The continuation of dreams. Qian Xiaoyi has acquired a wealth of knowledge at Shrek Academy and has begun to master the flow of soul power, known as soul current. Previously, he could only apply it with great difficulty and required considerable preparation time. Now, although he still needs a brief moment of preparation to utilize soul current, his proficiency has improved significantly compared to before. Qian Xiaoyi lay weakly on the ground, with only he and the sword Douluo aware of the events that had just transpired. He had unleashed the skill crush from the external soul bone on his left arm, and the enhancement of the soul skill had yet to fade. Coupled with the soul flow and sword intent, this had caused Chen Xian's arm to tremble, as he had underestimated his opponent. The purpose of the previous two attacks was not to inflict damage but to create an illusion in Chen Xian's mind, leading him to believe that he had reached his limit. This would cause Chen Xian to relax in his arrogance, allowing a sudden full-force attack to catch him off guard. However, the cost of such a tactic was that Qian Xiaoyi had exhausted his mental power, soul power, and physical strength completely. "Huh, young man. You failed to make me move my legs, so you have lost," Bibi Dong sighed alongside Qian Xiaoyi. "Yet, I have decided to take you as my disciple." "Oh." Chen Xian chuckled, responding, "I said you lost, but I never stated that losing meant you could not take on a disciple. We did not wager anything. Surely, you do not believe that as a great soul master, you could repel a titled Douluo? In this contest, victory was never within your grasp. Perhaps if you were a soul king, there might have been hope." Qian Xiaoyi's lips twitched in disbelief. What was wrong with this old man? How could he be so shameless? The young man felt a pang of inferiority, although Qinxin appeared quite aged at 70 in reality. A soul master's lifespan can be significantly extended through their soul power. Thus, Qinxin was in the prime of his life, an optimal time to take on disciples. Given that Shrek Academy is an educational institution, the relationship between students and teachers, no matter how amicable, is constrained by the nature of their martial spirits, preventing the teachers from imparting to their students what they truly desire. Only a master can bestow upon a disciple the entirety of their knowledge. Therefore, Qian Shaoi's decision to seek mentorship was entirely appropriate. Bibi Dong also wore a subtle smile. She was well aware of Qinshin's intentions. This formidable expert, wielding the seven-star sword, had vanquished countless foes. With her son's exceptional talent, finding a mentor of such caliber was indeed a rare fortune. Her joy was entirely understandable. Qian Shaoi lay on the ground, chuckling. Master, you have seen it for yourself. I am utterly exhausted and cannot perform the customary bow. Please do not cast me out of the sect for this. Qinshin bore no resentment, merely smiling, for he found such formalities utterly devoid of meaning. In his eyes, they were exceedingly trivial. Rather, he considered this young lad, who at such a tender age had acquired the coveted external spirit bone that all soul masters yearn for, and had even comprehended the essence of sword intent. If I were to overlook such an exceptional disciple, I would surely regret it. Very well, let us rest today. I shall return to guide you tomorrow. The following day, Qian Shaoi lamented, Master, must you be so harsh on the first day? I am but a child. He leaned weakly against the trunk of a tree, feeling aggrieved. Qian Shaoi did not perceive himself as someone who toiled with relentless fervor. Qinshin let out a light scoff. Do you not understand that a strict teacher produces exceptional students? My expectations for you are exceedingly high. Qian Shaoi curled her lip, expressing her discontent as she remarked, Humph. What can we hope for? Chun Xian's demeanor turned unusually solemn as he slowly uttered two words, become a god. In the realm of Douluo continent, there exists a legend of deities. However, as it is merely a legend, few choose to believe in it. Yet for individuals like Chun Xian, who stand at the pinnacle of soul masters, it may very well be a reality. I intend to cultivate you into a god. For those of us who occupy the summit and revel in the freedom of soul masters, our ultimate aspiration is to ascend to divinity. I am uncertain if I still hold hope for myself, but I sense that you undoubtedly possess it. Thus, I must be stern with you. Suddenly, Chun Xian grasped Qian Shaoi's shoulder and chuckled. And after you've whisked away our little princess, do you expect me to be lenient with you? Some months later, Chun Xian observed Qian Shaoi before him. Indeed, his disciple had not disappointed him. Over the months, not only had she surpassed the 30th level, but her comprehension of sword intent had also reached new heights. It is important to recognize that grasping sword intent is not merely a matter of rigorous training. It demands perseverance, talent, and an unparalleled capacity for understanding. Chun Xian stated, Shaoi, today I must return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. You must continue to strive. Do not allow yourself to be distracted by trivial pleasures. I understand. Oh, by the way, Master, this is for you. Qian Shaoi suddenly remembered something. And with a flick of her wrist, a soul guide flashed, revealing a sturdy object resembling an arm, which she presented to Chun Xian. Upon receiving it, Chun Xian gasped. Is this a soul bone? A right arm bone from 70,000 years ago. This soul bone had been requested by Qian Shaoi from Qian Douluo upon her return. Crafted from gemstones, Qian Douluo had no further use for it. Since his grandson desired it, he graciously gifted it to him. Although this soul bone held little value for Qian Douluo, it was worth a fortune. A 70,000-year-old soul bone, among the finest of its kind, could make many people fight tooth and nail for it. Yes, I would like Master to take this soul bone back to the sect and give it to Rongrong when she returns. It is quite suitable for her, Qian Shaoi declared. Chun Xian's expression shifted slightly. Even he possessed no more than 4 soul bones, the most advanced of which was only 60,000 years old. He had not anticipated that Qian Shaoi would so readily bestow a 70,000-year-old soul bone upon another. I don't care, she insisted. Eh? Qian Shaoi was somewhat taken aback. Is it too extravagant a gift? Chun Xian replied. If you wish to give it, you should deliver it yourself. The nature of our gifts differs. You will bring greater joy to Rongrong. But how can I deliver it? Are you suggesting I travel to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Qian Shaoi queried. Feeling a bit troubled, Chun Xian saw nothing amiss and said, Why not? It's not as though you want to return. You've been home for several months. Go visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and just inform the Pope. Qian Shaoi pondered for a moment before nodding and replying, Very well. I shall go and gather my belongings. When Qian Shaoi expressed her intention to visit the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bai Dong furrowed her brows. Her tone tinged with an unusual note of discontent. Why must we leave again? We have only just returned a few months ago. Qian Shaoi understood that her mother was reluctant to part with her, yet circumstances left her little choice. At that moment, Qinshin entered the room. Feeling no obligation to bow before the Pope, he stated, "Your Holiness, only by leaving with me can Xiaoyi hope for a brighter future. After all, I belong to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and I must return. By following me, Xiaoyi will avoid unnecessary detours, grow swiftly, and learn to protect herself. Surely, Your Holiness would not wish for Xiaoyi's safety to be compromised. I shall safeguard her." Bibi Dong was still unwilling to let go, her heart inexplicably tethered to Qin Xiaoyi. Could the Pope truly offer constant protection? If she wished to survive, strength was imperative, and it had been a long time since anyone achieved divinity on this continent. Qinshin remarked calmly. Bibi Dong's gaze sharpened with realization. He sought to create a god. "Very well, let Xiaoyi accompany you, but I advise you to ensure her well-being. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Qinshin smiled lightly. "There is no need for threats, Your Holiness. As her mentor, I shall protect her with my very life. She embodies the continuation of my dreams." Chapter 66. Hulaina and her brother Xiaoyu were pitiable souls. Having lost their parents to war during their tender years, since then they had been orphaned, relying solely on one another for survival. In the chaos of the world, they were forced to beg on the streets and at times resorted to thievery to sustain themselves. Over time, the siblings grew weary of the pitying and disdainful glances cast their way. They longed to rely on their martial spirits for sustenance, believing that what they earned through their own efforts would be far more satisfying than the charity of others. Yet, fate played a cruel joke on them. The Spirit Hall had numerous branches, varying in size depending on the remoteness of the region. Some were grand enough to rival castles, while others resembled mere high-rises. For most individuals on this continent, the dream was to become a spirit master or to grow stronger. Hulaina and her brother, who had yet to awaken their martial spirits, were no exception. In their area, there was a branch of the Spirit Hall, modest in scale. Yet it appeared to the siblings as a sacred sanctuary. They earnestly wished to remain there. Xiaoyu led Hulaina to the Spirit Hall, eager to awaken their martial spirits, only to be blocked at the entrance by a gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, seemingly in a foul mood, glared at them with a menacing demeanor. "What do you little brats want?" Hulaina felt a surge of fear, hiding behind Xiaoyu, who, as the elder brother, mustered his courage to speak. "We wish to awaken our martial spirits." Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper laughed heartily, casting a wicked glance at the trembling Hulaina behind her brother. "Is she your sister?" he inquired, pointing at Hulaina. Xiaoyu hesitated, then nodded silently. The gatekeeper smirked. "If you let me have some fun with your sister, I might just let you two in. With your talents, rising to prominence should be no issue." He discerned the desolate predicament of the siblings and seized the opportunity to speak. Although Hulaina was merely 7 years of age, it was evident from her physique and countenance that she would undoubtedly become an enchanting beauty in the future. Moreover, there was an elusive allure emanating from her, captivating him. Xiaoyu's expression shifted. It was not a matter of hesitance regarding sending his sister away, but rather a surge of anger, an unusual and profound rage. Xiaoyu held his sister in the highest regard, always striving to fulfill her every desire. Over the years, Hulaina had experienced far fewer instances of hunger than Xiaoyu, and even when it came to stealing, it was Xiaoyu who undertook the risk. Despite the hardships she faced, in Xiaoyu's eyes, she was akin to a little princess. Thus, hearing the Soul Master's vile words, it was only natural for him to be incensed. "What if we are geniuses? Your future will not be pleasant. Are you truly willing to offend us, knowing this?" Xiaoyu made one last desperate stand. The Soul Master chuckled. "By then, I shall have already taken your sister. If they are geniuses, I will have ascended. If not, it will merely be a fleeting amusement for me. I stand to lose nothing. Ha ha ha! Scoundrel!" Xiaoyu exclaimed as he turned to leave with his sister. The Soul Master wore a begrudging expression. Even though this was a branch of the Spirit Hall, leaving one's post without permission bore severe consequences. It was hardly a cause for celebration to let Hulaina go unscathed. Following this incident, Hulaina began to view the Spirit Hall with disdain, and the siblings resolved to head to the main Spirit Hall, awaken their spirits, and then flee far away. They dismissed any lingering thoughts of remaining in the Spirit Hall, erasing the notion of a so-called sanctuary from their hearts. Yet, unbeknownst to them, this very decision would alter the course of their lives irrevocably. As Hulaina and her brother entered Spirit City, they made their way directly to the Spirit Hall. The inhabitants of Spirit City were all affiliated with Soul Masters, enjoying a comfortable existence, while the siblings, dressed in tattered clothing and appearing dusty, stood in stark contrast to the surroundings. The duo thought little of their appearance. Their sole desire was to awaken their spirits and depart from this place as swiftly as possible. Before long, they encountered a brightly dressed, lively little boy, who was looking around as if searching for something. The gazes of others upon him reflected envy, jealousy, respect, and even malice. Yet no one dared to act out of line, for this was Spirit City. From the murmurs of the crowd, Hulaina discerned that this child was none other than Qian Xiaoyi, the son of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. To be frank, Hulaina felt a pang of jealousy towards Qian Xiaoyi. Why, among the same species, was there such a disparity? One lived a life of luxury, while the other toiled daily in search of sustenance, at the tender age of 7, still unawakened in spirit. Before Hulaina could ponder further, Qian Xiaoyi noticed them, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he approached. The siblings felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, he was the Pope's son. A single word from him could determine the trajectory of their future. Qian Xiaoyi inquired, "What are your names? Are you from out of town? Have you lost your parents?" Hulaina pushed aside the poised Xieyu, feeling an inexplicable displeasure towards Qian Xiaoyi, likely born from jealousy. "I am Hulaina, and this is my brother, Xieyu. We do not have parents, unlike you, who seem so fortunate." Xieyu felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Qian Xiaoyi might take offense at his sister's disrespect, which could spell doom for them both. Hulaina, aware that she had misspoken, remained unperturbed. Her intuition suggested that Qian Xiaoyi was easy to manipulate. To her surprise, Qian Xiaoyi scratched his head and offered an apologetic smile, saying, "I'm sorry. I didn't know. Will you forgive me? Let me treat you to a meal." Hulaina was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a smile, "Sure. I happen to be quite hungry." Xieyu was equally astonished at how effortlessly they had secured a meal but remained vigilant, cautiously observing Qian Xiaoyi's every move, wary of any potential threat. Regardless of Qian Xiaoyi's youth, of course, Qian Xiaoyi remained oblivious to their apprehension. Noticing the disheveled appearance of the siblings, Qian Xiaoyi suggested, "Before we eat, why not take a bath and change your clothes? It will make the meal more enjoyable." Without waiting for their consent, he led Hulaina and her brother away. Naturally, they had no objection. Who wouldn't want to look presentable, at least to change out of clothes they had worn for several years? The siblings had endured hardships, bathing only when it rained or when a stream was accessible, thus they did not resist. Of course, the bathing was done separately. Upon seeing Hulaina, freshly bathed and dressed, Qian Xiaoyi was momentarily entranced. Pink seemed to be Hulaina's signature color. Her pink gown accentuated her enchanting curves. Her delicate features, though still youthful, hinted at the blossoming of beauty. With her large, doe-like pink eyes, she exuded a captivating charm, and her years of hardship imbued her with a pitiable allure that made one want to offer her comfort. Among those of similar age, he had only seen his sister, Qian Renxue, as a beauty in the making. Now, with Hulaina, both possessed their own unique qualities. Qian Renxue exuded nobility and cold elegance, while Hulaina invoked a sense of compassion. Chapter 67. Hulaina with the freshly bathed and attired siblings in tow, they made their way to the dining hall, unconcerned about the cost. "By the way, what brings you to Seoul Master City? Do you have business here, or are you seeking someone?" Qian Xiaoyi inquired, puzzled after their meal. Xieyu patted his round belly, cautioning, "Don't eat too much when you're very hungry. It's not good for the stomach," and replied, "We came to awaken our soul spirits." "Awaken your soul spirits?" Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed in disbelief. "You both look around 7 or 8 years old. How could you not have awakened your soul spirits yet? I thought you might have a useless soul spirit, and we're here to find relatives." Hulaina offered a wry smile. "Where would we find relatives? Due to the turmoil of war, our parents left us early. My brother and I have relied on each other since childhood, without any family. How pitiful. Why don't you come with me? I shall assist you in awakening your martial soul, and then you may remain in the martial soul hall." Qian Xiaoyi said with an abundance of compassion. However, to his surprise, Xieyu became vigilant. "What are your intentions? Are you also interested in my sister? Let me make it clear, that is out of the question." Qian Xiaoyi was taken aback by his words. Why did he imply that she resembled a villain? What were his thoughts? She was certainly not one of those hypocritical moralists. What this young master desired, no one could seize from him. Moreover, if he truly harbored ulterior motives, did they believe they possessed the strength to resist? Xieyu and Hulaina fell into silence. Indeed, if Qian Xiaoyi had any sinister intentions in his domain, they would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. "I am quite curious about what transpired with you both. Why not share it? Qian Xiaoyi proposed. With a sigh, Xiaoyu, not wishing to evoke unpleasant memories for his sister, preemptively recounted the circumstances. He detailed the hardships they had endured, their journey to the Spirit Hall's branch, encounters with the gatekeeper spirit masters, and more. Crash! Qian Xiaoyi slammed the table with force, drawing the attention of everyone present. They were perplexed by the sudden display of anger from the venerable saint. Humph! Indeed, in a vast forest, one encounters all manner of birds. How could one treat the common folk in such a disdainful manner? What wrong have they committed to deserve such scorn? You all follow me. With a flick of her sleeve, Qian Xiaoyi strode away. Should you refuse, I shall have you bound. Do not mistake my words for jest. Xiaoyu's lips twitched. Such was the aura of the saint when she was serious, exuding an undeniable dominance. Xiaoyu had always believed that Qian Xiaoyi's assistance stemmed from her infatuation with Hu Laiana's beauty, yet he now realized he was mistaken. Her intentions were purely altruistic, devoid of any ulterior motives. As Xiaoyu turned around, he caught sight of Hu Laiana's starry-eyed admiration, murmuring about how handsome Qian Xiaoyi was. It was evident that Hu Laiana would undoubtedly follow her, and Xiaoyu himself felt a sense of anticipation regarding the nature of his own martial soul. As it was intrinsically linked to his aspirations, he had no choice but to comply. Upon arriving at the awakening hall of the Martial Soul Palace, Qian Xiaoyi exchanged a few words with a middle-aged man. The elder then departed, shortly returning with another elder, a soul Douluo, and the head of the awakening hall, who shared a cordial relationship with Qian Xiaoyi and was thus summoned. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those it favors. They must first endure trials of the mind, labor their bodies, and experience hunger, rendering them destitute. Perhaps as recompense for the two siblings, both possessed remarkable martial souls and extraordinary talents. Xiaoyu's innate soul power reached level 9, with a weapon martial soul, Moonblade. Hu Laiana's innate soul power was even more impressive, soaring to level 10. A full innate soul power, with a beast martial soul, Fox Demon. Bibi Dong was elated that her son had brought two prodigies to the Martial Soul Palace, and she grew fond of both children. To retain them, she not only accepted Hu Laiana as her disciple, elevating her status significantly, but the Soul Master who had previously wronged them was expelled from the Martial Soul Palace. The reason for sparing his life was Hu Laiana's plea, as she was still a young girl, terrified of death, particularly due to her parents' influence. Following this incident, the restless individuals within the Martial Soul Palace became considerably subdued for an extended period. Bibi Dong treated Hu Laiana with utmost kindness, akin to that of a biological daughter, which left Qian Rinxue feeling rather envious. Alas, such was the burden of high expectations placed upon her. Hu Laiana grew to love the Martial Soul Palace anew, as it had become her home, filled with family, friends, and a caring master. Tears flowed from her eyes, but they were tears of joy. As she reminisced about the days of begging, she had come to understand the sweetness that follows suffering. Hu Laiana cherished her present circumstances, dedicating her free time to training and study. Through her exceptional talent and relentless effort, she ascended to the status of the saintess of the Martial Soul Palace, further elevating her standing. Approaching Bibi Dong's desk, Hu Laiana appeared somewhat dazed and declared, "Master, I am unable to repay the kindness you have shown me. I shall exert myself to alleviate your burdens." Bibi Dong smiled gently, saying, "Kindness? If you wish to repay, you are mistaken. Consider this, as the Pope. My duties are overwhelming, and with my focus on cultivation, do you truly believe I have the capacity to attend to you children? I may not even entertain the thought of taking on disciples." Hu Laiana was taken aback and remarked, "Then why, master?" Bibi Dong gently patted her head and replied, "Is it not because Ear interceded? His compassionate heart desires for you siblings to have a better life. Moreover, both of you possess remarkable talents, which led me to acquiesce. It was only after accepting you as my disciple that I found affection for this little one." "Is it him?" Hu Laiana murmured to herself. Bibi Dong continued, "Thus, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, attend to Ear. Without him, you would not even have the chance to see me, let alone experience the present circumstances." Hu Laiana nodded, understanding the principle of repaying a small favor with great kindness. "Master, I wish to stay by the saint's side and care for him." Bibi Dong nodded slightly. "Very well, go ahead. However, do not neglect your cultivation." "Understood." As she watched Hu Laiana walk away, Bibi Dong revealed a knowing smile. Upon learning the entirety of the situation, Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the figure of Hu Laiana before him with a sense of astonishment. for he had not anticipated that his mother would bestow upon him a personal maid. Although Hulaina held the esteemed title of saintess, she exhibited none of the airs typically associated with such a role, behaving with deference in Qian Xiaoyi's presence. Despite his numerous attempts to persuade her, she remained unyielding. In his eyes, she was no longer a saintess, but rather a servant. Yet, this servant possessed formidable combat abilities. Deep meditation, as its name suggests, entails an immersion so profound that one becomes ensnared within it. Once entered, it may last a minimum of 10 days to half a month, or extend to a year and a half, or even several years. This may appear to be a frivolous use of time, yet it is a state greatly cherished by soul masters, for deep meditation is a rare opportunity. The longer one meditates, the greater the rewards. During this period of intense focus, one's cultivation gradually progresses, ensuring no stagnation occurs, while the body remains in a dormant state, impervious to aging. Regardless of the duration of deep meditation, one's physical age remains unchanged. Provided there are no external disturbances, the benefits are abundant and without detriment. Conversely, any interruption may easily lead one astray. Indeed, Hulaina's talent was exceptional, one might even say extraordinary. On this day, she entered into a state of deep meditation. The following day marked Qian Xiaoyi's departure for Shrek Academy. Hulaina missed the opportunity to bid farewell, her heart burdened with guilt. Her master had departed, and she remained oblivious. Such a breach of decorum was unacceptable. Nonetheless, no blame was cast upon her, for she was, after all, a saintess. When Qian Xiaoyi returned, she had perfectly resumed her deep meditation. Fortunately, this session did not last long, as she awoke just days before his departure, resolutely insisting on accompanying him. Rendering all attempts to dissuade her futile, Bibi Dong found herself in an awkward predicament. The young master Qian Rinxue was occupied with an external mission. The saint's son was to visit the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and the saintess was adamant about following. With the grand elder Qian Douluo indisposed, she was left with no choice but to abandon her own plans for a leisurely outing. Otherwise, the spirit hall would be left unattended. Chapter 68. Seven Treasures glazed tile school crack. A flash of sword light sliced through the air, severing a multitude of trees with smooth, even cuts. Meanwhile, Qian Xiaoyi knelt on the ground, breathless, gripping his sword. The sword light was the manifestation of his first soul skill, sword qi, albeit this time it was infused with soul flow. For half a year, Qian Xiaoyi, Hulaina, and Chen Xian have been residing at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. During this time, Qian Xiaoyi has ascended to the esteemed level of a 33rd rank soul master, a testament to his remarkable talent and diligent, albeit compelled, training. His proficiency in soul flow has significantly improved, allowing him to preliminarily infuse his soul power into soul skills, thereby enhancing their potency dramatically. However, due to his inexperience, each attempt depletes his mental energy and leaves his soul power nearly spent. Through Chen Xian's elucidation, Qian Xiaoyi's comprehension of sword intent has reached new heights. Yet, mere instruction proves insufficient for further advancement. He must rely on personal enlightenment, which may occur in an instant or elude him indefinitely. Knowledge imparted by others is often forgotten, but insights gained through personal revelation are indelibly etched in memory. Currently, Qian Xiaoyi's greatest deficiency is opportunity, and his task is to practice the application of soul flow within soul skills. Hulaina has wholly embraced the role of a devoted servant, attending to Qian Xiaoyi with meticulous care, wiping his sweat when he tires and serving him tea when he thirsts. Were it not for her status, Chen Xian might genuinely mistake Hulaina for a maid. Who would have thought that a saintess would take on such domestic responsibilities? Sister Nana, you really need not concern yourself with me. I can handle these trifles myself. Please do not waste your time on me. As a saintess, you must not neglect your cultivation. Qian Xiaoyi has expressed these sentiments countless times, yet they fall on deaf ears. This occasion is no exception. Hulaina shook her head and replied, Your Excellency, as you mentioned, these are mere trifles and of no consequence. Moreover, I do not consider it a waste of my time, for I take pleasure in it. Even if it is tiring to do these things for you, it is far better than being adrift in a foreign land. You have provided me with everything I have now. Without you, I shudder to think of what might have become of me and my brother. And as for my cultivation, do you truly believe I would fall behind? Sister Nana, just call me by my name. Otherwise, it feels too distant. Distant? I do not feel that way at all. All right then, perhaps you could call me young master? I do not fancy being referred to as Saint Son. As you wish, young master. Hulaina's cultivation has indeed not waned. She has now attained the rank of a 4-ring soul master. Her martial soul is that of a fox spirit. While not the pinnacle, it is certainly of high quality. With each additional soul ring, she gains another tail, ultimately achieving 9 tails upon reaching the rank of titled Douluo. Each new tail significantly enhances her strength, while simultaneously augmenting her innate charm, though she remains blissfully unaware of this fact. Presently, Hulaina possesses 4 tails, exuding an almost imperceptible allure, a fact not lost on others, including Qian Xiaoyi. One of the reasons Qian Xiaoyi urged Hulaina to take a break was due to her overwhelming charm. Over time, one could only wonder what might transpire. The crux of the matter was that they were currently at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, home to Ning Rongrong. In the presence of his girlfriend, he felt constrained in his actions. However, the allure was indeed formidable. Chun Xin, observing from the sidelines, wore an increasingly displeased expression, casting Qian Xiaoyi a look akin to that of a scoundrel, which soon turned malevolent, sending shivers down Qian Xiaoyi's spine. How dare you flirt with others while at Rongrong's home? Luckily, Rongrong isn't here. Otherwise, that girl would surely be in tears, he thought with a smirk. Just wait until I train you into submission. If Qian Xiaoyi were privy to Chun Xion's thoughts, he would vehemently protest, I am not flirting. Would I dare to do so in Rongrong's home? Perhaps elsewhere, but certainly not here. After their training concluded, Qian Xiaoyi eagerly inquired, Master, you mentioned that Rongrong is returning? The two had not seen each other for nearly a year. While they often exchanged letters, nothing could compare to the immediacy of a face-to-face encounter, and longing was inevitable. Chun Xion nodded slightly. Indeed. The sect master is personally going to welcome her back. The sect master is going himself? What could have happened? Qian Xiaoyi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, fearing that Ning Rongrong might have encountered some misfortune. It seems that Rongrong's martial soul has undergone a mutation. A mutation? Is it a favorable change? Although he posed the question, his concern was palpable. A mutation in a martial soul could yield both positive and negative outcomes. Yet the majority tended to be adverse. The fall of a genius often transpired in the blink of an eye. It was impossible for Qian Xiaoyi not to worry. Qian Xiaoyi expresses concern for Ning Rongrong, and Chun Xion, delighted by this, sees one of his purposes as Qian Xiaoyi's master to unite them. Chun Xion, unwavering in his devotion to Ning Rongrong, finds it necessary to keep Qian Xiaoyi close to prevent the little enchantress from feeling sorrow. Indeed, the evolution of his martial soul has transformed into the legendary 9-treasure glazed tower. While the 7-treasure glazed tower is the most formidable support on the continent, it has a limitation. Its bearer can only cultivate up to 7 rings, capping their potential at rank 79. In contrast, it is said that the possessor of the 9-treasure glazed tower can transcend to the 9th ring, titled Douluo, without limits. The sect leader spent a lifetime searching for a breakthrough method, yet now it has manifested in the little enchantress, compelling him to take notice. With a sigh of relief, Qian Xiaoyi contemplates a pressing question. While he is undoubtedly pleased by Ning Rongrong's newfound strength, what could have caused the evolution of her martial soul? Chun Xion claps him on the shoulder and inquires, Rongrong is returning. What birthday gift do you intend to give her? Huh? A birthday gift? Surely you are aware? If all goes as expected, her return will coincide with her birthday. Chun Xion's eyes brim with disdain as he remarks, TSK, 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 scoundrel. How about that soul bone as a gift? Qian Xiaoyi suggests. That won't suffice. Even without her birthday, you would still present her with it, thus rendering it no longer a birthday gift. Therefore, you must choose another. Qian Xiaoyi let out a wry smile and shook his head. Master, what matters more? The disciple or that girl? Chun Xion replied without hesitation. Of course, it is that girl. You are merely an outsider. Well, as long as you are happy. No one noticed the fleeting glimmer in Hulaina's eyes upon hearing that Ning Rongrong was returning. Given Qian Xiaoyi's status, his residence was undoubtedly of high quality. Upon learning of Ning Rongrong's imminent return, Qian Xiaoyi felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the reunion with his wife, while the concern arose from the enchanting Hulaina by his side. In the past, when he played with Zhu Zhuqing, she would not allow it. If she were to discover that he had a captivating maid who obeyed his every command, it would be merciful of her not to skin him alive. Young master, do you have a fondness for that Ning Rongrong? Hulaina inquired after tidying up Qian Xiaoyi's room. Qian Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Indeed, I truly cherish her. Hulaina remained silent and stormed out. Qian Xiaoyi felt somewhat perplexed. Was she angry? After pondering for a moment, he managed a wry smile, secretly thinking, surely not. She must be grateful. It must be my overthinking. 3 days later, a procession gradually approached, with a remarkably opulent carriage at the forefront. Although the others were commendable, they paled in comparison to this one. It was the exclusive carriage of Ning Fengji, within which were Ning Rongrong and Bon Douluo, Gu Rong. Chapter 69, Birthday. Qian Xiaoyi deliberately instructed Ning Fengji and Gu Rong to keep his matters at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School a secret, intending to surprise Ning Rongrong. At that moment, Hu Laina stormed off in a huff, while Chun Xian teased from the sidelines. Humph, a surprise? What if the little witch doesn't like you? It could easily turn into a fright. Ha! Qian Xiaoyi completely disregarded this unscrupulous master, for otherwise he would surely be infuriated. With Ning Rongrong's return, he found himself gripped by a sense of uncertainty. People change, and emotions are not eternal. A year is ample time to forget many things. Chun Xian, secretly delighted as he observed the somewhat pale-faced Qian Xiaoyi, could intuit some of the underlying feelings, yet he understood the little witch better than anyone. Although mischievous and prone to teasing, her devotion to her feelings could be deemed unwavering. For reasons unknown, Ning Fengji delayed his return by a day, which meant that today marked Ning Rongrong's birthday. Inside the carriage, Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat perturbed. She despised constraints. Yet the evolution of her martial soul would inevitably bring her endless troubles. Once she possessed the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, she would undoubtedly be cultivated as the heir of the sect, leaving her no opportunity to return to the academy. While she had numerous friends at the Quain Academy, within the vast sect, she would find herself alone. The thought of daily encounters with sycophantic faces was disheartening. Ning Fengji, however, was in high spirits. As her father, he could not help but feel joy at his daughter's accomplishments. Moreover, today was Rongrong's birthday, and the evening promised a celebration. He was untroubled by his daughter's mood, knowing she would surely find happiness tonight. The 7-treasure glazed tile sect was adorned with festive decorations, and fireworks illuminated the dark night sky. Ning Rongrong, dressed in a flowing gown, stood smiling alongside Ning Fengji from a lofty vantage point. As the evening commenced, a speech was inevitable. Welcome everyone to this grand event. I, Ning Fengji, on behalf of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, extend my heartfelt greetings. Today marks the return of my beloved daughter from the academy, and it is also her birthday. After an extensive speech, the performances finally began, featuring magic tricks, songs, and dances. As the event progressed, Ning Fengji glanced at the somewhat disinterested Ning Rongrong and made a surprising announcement. The next performance is one I have meticulously prepared, and I assure you all will enjoy it. Please welcome the saint's son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xiaoyi, and the saintess, Hu Laina. What? Qian Xiaoyi? Few were aware of Qian Xiaoyi and Hu Laina's presence at the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and those few had been instructed to keep this matter confidential, especially from Ning Rongrong. Thus, her ignorance was entirely understandable. While Ning Rongrong was astonished by Qian Xiaoyi's arrival, the audience had a different perspective. They were more concerned with status. From their viewpoint, the Spirit Hall placed great importance on this gathering, having sent both the saint's son and saintess. Of course, had they known the intricacies of the situation, their astonishment would have been greatly diminished. Qian Xiaoyi ascended to the stage, cradling a yaoqing, measuring approximately 3 feet and 6 inches in length, 6 inches in width, and 2 inches in thickness. Hu Laina stood empty-handed, uncertain of her purpose. In truth, Hu Laina had little desire to be there. She was unfamiliar with Ning Rongrong, yet she was compelled by Qian Xiaoyi to join, under the pretext of fostering sisterly bonds. Perhaps unable to refuse, or for some other reason, she ultimately acquiesced, albeit with a somewhat melancholic expression. Both Hu Laina and Qian Xiaoyi had been sent to the Imperial Etiquette Academy of the Tiando Empire at a tender age, where their mentor was none other than Tang Yuehua. Graduating from the Imperial Etiquette Academy of the Tiando Empire is no trivial pursuit. Qian Xiaoyi endured considerable hardships during his time there. The yaoqing he was about to play was a skill he acquired from that very institution. Qian Xiaoyi played the piano, while Hu Laina danced gracefully, her movements delicate and enchanting. As Hu Laina twirled, Qian Xiaoyi realized that he had underestimated the situation, for he now felt like a mere supporting character. The audience's gaze was fixated on Hu Laina, rendering the music he played as mere background melody, no matter how exquisite it was. Of course, it was somewhat comforting that the women were not as captivated by Hu Laina. The worst part, however, was Ning Rongrong. Her spirited nature made it inconceivable for her to attend the Tiando Imperial Academy of Ceremonial Etiquette, as it would surely stifle her. Consequently, she lacked any skills in that regard, and her beauty rivaled Hulaina's, casting jealous glances in her direction. Once the performance concluded, Qian Shaoi sighed in relief and exclaimed, "Rongrong, happy birthday. I love you." The audience was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden proclamation. Had the Holy Son just confessed his feelings? Ning Rongrong paused momentarily, then broke into a sweet smile, her earlier gloom dissipating. Regardless, she knew she held a special place in his heart, as he had prepared such beautiful music for her. Ning Fingji observed his daughter's smile and chuckled, reflecting, "Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Aren't you going to seek out your little admirer?" Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she retorted, "Father, you are not old either. You could very well go find mother." Ahem. Ning Fingji, unafraid of anyone, found himself at a loss when it came to his daughter. "Hiki." Ning Rongrong giggled and dashed away. "I truly did not expect you to come. I thought you had forgotten me." Ning Rongrong leaned against Qian Shaoi's shoulder, speaking softly. Qian Shaoi playfully tapped her delicate nose and chuckled. "How could that be? I have taken Sword Uncle as my master, and since he is not in the spirit hall, I came here. Of course. My most significant purpose is to await your return, and now I have finally seen you. Well, what about the woman accompanying you?" She emphasized the words "with you," leaving the implication for him to grasp. Indeed, what was meant to come eventually arrived. Fortunately, Qian Shaoi had sent Hulaina away to rest, so she was not present at that moment. "Oh, her name is Hulaina, the saintess who serves me." "Heh, the saintess comes to serve you. What an impressive demeanor you have. However, I must admit, you appear far more captivating now. Why did you choose to wear a mask back then?" Ning Rongrong chose not to pursue the matter further, seeking to avoid any awkwardness by shifting the conversation. Qian Shaoi naturally followed up, "Isn't that a matter of confidential identity? By the way, my dear girl, how is your cultivation progressing? Have you been slacking off? I have already attained Soul Master level." Upon mentioning cultivation, Ning Rongrong's excitement became palpable. "Hee, I am already at level 38. Impressive, isn't it?" Ever since Ning Rongrong's martial soul evolved into the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, her rate of advancement has been nothing short of extraordinary. Were it not for her propensity for laziness, breaking through to level 40 would not have been a formidable challenge. 38. That is astonishingly swift. 12 levels in such a brief span. Can it truly be? Qian Shaoi expressed disbelief, considering he had only managed to cultivate 7 levels himself. "What? You doubt me?" "Truth be told, not all of this is solely my own effort in cultivation." Qian Shaoi appeared utterly bewildered. Was it not her own cultivation? Could it be that someone made a sacrifice? Ning Rongrong, playfully sticking out her tongue, replied, "Guess. Enough of the games. Quickly tell me, does it have any adverse effects on you?" After pondering for a moment, Ning Rongrong responded, "Not at all. It was a celestial herb given to me by third brother. He assured me that its use would only bring me benefits, never drawbacks. It is precisely because of this that my martial spirit has evolved. I am on the brink of reaching the soul sect. Just thinking about it fills me with joy. As long as it has no negative impact, that is good. Remember, haste makes waste. By the way, do you wish to break through to the soul sect? Allow me to assist you." "Assist me? How so? Did you not just say that haste makes waste?" "You make a valid point, yet since Tang San has already bestowed something upon you, it would be remiss of me not to reciprocate. Would that not paint me as miserly? Moreover, rest assured, my method will be entirely beneficial for you, with no drawbacks whatsoever. I guarantee you will find it delightful." With a flicker of the soul guide on Qian Shaoi's wrist, a soul bone materialized in his hand. This soul bone was the right arm bone that Qian Shaoi intended to gift to Ning Rongrong. "What is this? A soul bone?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in astonishment. Covering her mouth, Qian Shaoi nodded slightly. "This is a right arm bone that is 70,000 years old. Although it may not be as precious as the celestial herb Tang Sen gifted you, it is a token of my sincere feelings. Please accept it." At the time Ning Rongrong received Tang San's celestial herb, she was blissfully unaware of its value, treating it merely as a novelty. It was only later that she realized its immense worth, a value beyond any measure. Having absorbed it, she found herself in a position where she could not possibly return it. Thus, she was left to remember the favor. However, Qian Shaoi's intentions were different. As they were lovers, accepting the gift might convey the impression that their bond was merely transactional. She yearned for a love that was pure and untainted. Aware of the significance of the 70,000-year soul bone, she recognized the flaw of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, which left its owner with low defensive capabilities. Unlike soul rings, soul bones do not have an absorption time limit. Even a novice soul master can absorb a high-level soul bone. These soul bones not only enhance one's physical prowess but also bestow an additional ability. For the frail Ningrongrong, this was an invaluable treasure. I truly appreciate this gift, but I cannot accept it. If I do, others may think I am with you for ulterior motives. I wish to be by your side, carefree and without worries, forever. Is that all right? Deep down, Ningrongrong longed for the gift, recognizing how rare it was to find something so fitting. Yet she was plagued by many reservations. Qian Xiaoyi smiled, aware that Ningrongrong had omitted the most significant reason for her refusal. Silly girl. Why concern yourself with the opinions of outsiders? Your love for me suffices. Moreover, this soul bone is utterly unsuitable for me. If I were to absorb it, it would only hinder my future. Yet for you, it represents an opportunity for empowerment. Accept it. Otherwise, it would seem you disdain me, and I shall take my leave. Upon hearing that Qian Xiaoyi intended to depart, Ningrongrong, despite recognizing his playful jest, felt a momentary surge of panic. Humph. Then go ahead. But leave the soul bone behind. Dare to return, and I shall break your legs. Ningrongrong snatched the soul bone and retreated to her chamber. Qian Xiaoyi laughed heartily. Fully aware that Ningrongrong was about to absorb a soul bone, and thus he followed her inside. As for the matter of breaking a leg, that could be addressed later. The process of Ningrongrong absorbing the soul bone must remain a closely guarded secret, for revealing it would undoubtedly invite mortal peril. Therefore, to ensure utmost safety, Qianxin also accompanied them. Placing the right arm bone upon his right hand, he summoned his soul power to establish a connection. Gradually, the soul bone transformed into a liquid state, yet it did not drip. Instead, it enveloped Ningrongrong's right arm uniformly, slowly being absorbed as if it were permeating into her very limb. Qian Xiaoyi possesses a discerning eye. To ascertain whether a soul bone is suitable for a soul master, one must observe the sensations experienced during its absorption. The smoother the absorption process, the higher the degree of compatibility. An exceptionally high compatibility may even bestow upon the soul master a moment of enlightenment. Conversely, when a soul bone is ill-suited to a soul master, the absorption experience can be excruciatingly painful. However, it is important to note that not all soul bones that induce suffering during absorption are inherently unsuitable. Those that originate from high-quality soul beasts may also be challenging to assimilate, regardless of their compatibility. The immense energy and noble lineage associated with such creatures cannot be harmonized by just anyone. Qian Xiaoyi selected the soul bone for Ningrongrong, and it resonated perfectly with her essence, allowing for a seamless absorption devoid of any unforeseen complications or discomfort. The process of absorbing the soul bone was gradual, and by the time Ningrongrong completed it, the dawn of the following day had arrived. It is done, Chen Xian remarked with a tranquil demeanor. Qian Xiaoyi was engaged in a light meditation, his heightened senses attuned to even the slightest disturbance. Despite the presence of his mundane thoughts, the matter at hand was of great significance, particularly as it involved his beloved girlfriend. He could not afford to relax his vigilance. Is it over? Upon hearing the voice of Chen Xian, Qian Xiaoyi stretched lazily and remarked, "The absorption process certainly takes a considerable amount of time. It is indeed a soul bone of 70,000 years. I wonder what abilities this soul bone possesses. 70,000 years, it must be extraordinary. I am truly looking forward to it." Chen Xian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the duration was indeed considerable. The higher the quality of the soul bone, the longer the absorption period. "My dear disciple," she said, "I have informed you. My presence here is sufficient. You need not concern yourself with me. Are you feeling fatigued?" Qian Xiaoyi offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Master, how can I feel at ease about such a significant matter without witnessing it firsthand?" Ningrongrong gradually opened her eyes, though they appeared somewhat vacant, a typical phenomenon following the absorption of a soul bone. Upon absorption, the benefits conferred by the soul bone are conveyed directly to the brain, allowing soul masters to receive this information promptly. Before long, Ningrongrong's gaze brimmed with excitement. Her expression radiant as she leaped into Qian Xiaoyi's embrace, joyfully exclaiming, I have surpassed the 40th level. Now, I merely require a soul ring to ascend to the rank of soul sect. It's exhilarating to think that I surged from the 30th to the 40th level in such a short span." Qian Xiaoyi curled her lips. "What? Aren't you going to chase me away? Not going to break my legs?" She paused. "Well, I was merely speaking in jest. Why take it so seriously? Besides, with your tenacious nature, would you truly leave if asked?" Surprisingly, the usually timid Ningrongrong spoke with newfound confidence. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Chen Xian, standing aside, could no longer endure the situation. Never had anyone dared to disregard a title de law in such a manner, rendering the atmosphere quite awkward. Ning Rongrong remained nestled in Qian Xiaoyi's embrace, having been too exhilarated to notice the sword Douluo's presence. Ah, grandfather sword, you are here? Chen Xian shot a fierce glare at Qian Xiaoyi, leaving him feeling quite helpless. Of course I'm here. It's just that your heart is so devoted to your little lover that you failed to notice, which is quite understandable. Alas, no one pays me any mind. Ning Rongrong's charming face instantly flushed crimson as she buried her head deeper, as if wishing to disappear into Qian Xiaoyi's chest. Chen Xian spoke earnestly. Rongrong, you must never speak of the soul-bone matter to anyone. It would be detrimental to both you and Xiaoyi. He added, well then, you both carry on. I shall take my leave. Busy? Busy with what? I do not know. Once Chen Xian had walked away, Ning Rongrong lifted her head, glanced outside to ensure no one was watching, and gazed affectionately at her beloved. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at Ning Rongrong, whose cheeks were flushed, tightened his embrace, and tenderly kissed her. As Ning Rongrong wrapped her arms around his neck, her fingers inadvertently brushed against the bracelet on his wrist. Suddenly recalling something, she pushed Qian Xiaoyi away and exclaimed, I almost forgot. Third brother asked me to give this to you. Chapter 71, Snowy Heart-Calming Lotus. I almost forgot. Third brother instructed me to present this to you. It is also a kind of celestial herb. Ning Rongrong revealed a plant resembling a lotus flower. A celestial herb? I have one too? Qian Xiaoyi expressed his surprise, astonished that his friends still remembered him after his prolonged absence from school. Indeed, third brother mentioned that this is the snowy heart-calming lotus. The lotus flower symbolizes purity, and this white lotus embodies the same essence, although I am uncertain of its effects. It is said to be particularly suited for you because you possess no attributes. Oh dear, I forgot the details. In the world of Douluo continent, soul abilities are diverse and numerous, each possessing its unique attributes, elements, exotic beasts, poison, attack, defense, assistance, and even the cosmos can serve as an attribute. However, Qian Xiaoyi's soul ability is quite exceptional. It lacks any attributes. Initially, Yu Xiaojing speculated that its attribute aligned with the cutting aspect of attack, yet it diverged in essence. Qian Xiaoyi's judgment sword emphasized the concept of judgment, imparting a sense of mastery over all rather than merely engaging in combat. Ultimately, Yu Xiaojing made a daring conjecture. It is attributeless, devoid of classification. If one must define an attribute, it would be the heart, acting in accordance with one's emotions and whims. Upon acquiring this heart-calming lotus, Tang San also identified it as attributeless. No, it should be classified as heart attribute. Qian Xiaoyi took the snow-white tranquil lotus, murmuring softly, does the snow-white tranquil lotus truly bring peace of mind? He genuinely hoped for its calming effects, as he had not forgotten his second martial soul. To this day, he had yet to unleash the eight-winged demon. Whenever Qian Xiaoyi experienced intense emotional fluctuations, the eight-winged demon would awaken on its own, leading him to be engulfed by a formidable power that clouded his mind, rendering him restless and prone to destruction. He despised that feeling of being out of control. If this white lotus indeed had the capacity to soothe his mind, it might alleviate his concerns. Determined and resolute, Qian Xiaoyi was not one to hesitate. He sat cross-legged in Ning Rongrong's chamber, eagerly absorbing the mystical herb. The process of absorption was uncomplicated and soon completed. Why am I not feeling anything? Just as Qian Xiaoyi spoke, he discovered that the energy from the snow-white tranquil lotus had divided within him, with the majority being consumed by the eight-winged demon, leaving only a fraction for the judgment sword. Ignoring Ning Rongrong's astonishment, both martial souls manifested simultaneously. Horns sprouted from his forehead, his hair transformed into a deep crimson, lengthening gradually, while a layer of horn-like material emerged on his skin. 8 black wings gently fluttered behind him, and patterns appeared on his face. Rather than becoming grotesque, he exuded an aura of sinister allure. In his enchanting red eyes, a savage desire for destruction ignited within Qian Xiaoyi. At that moment, a surge of white energy flooded his mind, gradually clarifying his vision. This was the energy of the snow-white tranquil lotus. Another small portion of energy flowed into the judgment sword, which emitted a resonant hum. Qian Xiaoyi could sense the sword's excitement, a yearning for that energy. Ning Rongrong stood in stunned silence. While the history of Douluo continent had seen instances of twin martial souls, there had been no precedent for simultaneously wielding both. By summoning the Judgment Sword and the Eight-Winged Demon together, Qian Shaoi had undoubtedly etched his name into the annals of history. Qian Shaoi gradually reverted to his original form, crouching on the ground and gasping for breath. If it had not been for the snow-white tranquility lotus, he might have succumbed to another bout of uncontrollable rage. The recent circumstances had been exceptional, allowing him to summon both martial souls simultaneously. However, he knew that he could never replicate such a feat again. As he retracted the Eight-Winged Demon and glanced at the Sword of Judgment, he found himself unable to articulate the nature of its transformation, only sensing an increase in power, though he could not pinpoint its source. The energy from the snow-white tranquility lotus had been entirely consumed in the enhancement of his martial souls, leaving no room for an increase in his cultivation level. Nevertheless, Qian Shaoi felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for he had at least managed to suppress the negative effects of the Eight-Winged Demon. Are you all right? Ning Rongrong inquired with concern, apprehensive that the simultaneous summoning of two martial souls might have adverse effects on Qian Shaoi. Qian Shaoi shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I feel quite well, and this has been immensely helpful to me. Thank you, Rongrong." Ning Rongrong smiled, leaning against Qian Shaoi's shoulder, and remarked, "Isn't it a bit formal for us to say thank you to each other?" She then inquired, "By the way, Rongrong, what is the skill of your soul bone? Does it suit you? After all, it is a soul bone that has existed for 70,000 years. Qian Shaoi asked with curiosity. Hee, that's a secret, Ning Rongrong replied, placing her index finger to her lips. However, I can share that its passive skill enhances mental strength and soul power control. So, does that mean you have a chance of mastering the rotation of soul power? Qian Shaoi queried. Ning Rongrong pouted, as if I couldn't achieve it without this soul bone. Do you think I'm that foolish? Qian Shaoi shook his head and said, not foolish, merely indolent. Ning Rongrong pouted, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Humph. I shall ignore you. Ha ha ha. Rongrong, I admit my fault. Will you forgive me? You are the most outstanding. At that moment, Hulaina entered the room. Her expression impassive as she stated, Young master, it is time for your training. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, glanced at Hulaina, and then subtly winked at Qian Shaoi with a knowing look. Qian Shaoi felt a wave of distress. This sensation was undeniably unpleasant. Your maid is truly diligent. Even overseeing your training, Ning Rongrong remarked with an oddly tinged tone. Hulaina, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, I merely wish to prevent the young master from becoming ensnared by superficial beauty. A mere vase, pleasing to the eye, but lacking in utility. Qian Shaoi, anxious about Ning Rongrong's potential actions, stepped in as a mediator. All right, Nana, you may leave for now. I do not wish to train today. After all, you have a competition to prepare for. You needn't concern yourself with me during this time. Does her presence render me unnecessary? Hulaina hesitated for a moment, then nodded and gradually retreated. Be kind to her. After Hulaina departed, Ning Rongrong spoke up. She harbors feelings for you. Can you not see it? Qian Shaoi let out a wry smile and said, Rongrong, how could I possibly be oblivious? I am not foolish. It is merely that she herself has not realized the extent of her affection for me, which far exceeds the obligations of our roles. You cannot fathom how captivating this girl is. Her grace and charm ensnare men as if they were entranced. To be frank, had I not intentionally distanced myself from her, I likely would have succumbed to her allure as well. So, why not? Why not accept her? Don't you think that is rather cruel? She harbors feelings for you, and your lack of a definitive rejection has instilled in her a glimmer of hope. If you were to ultimately turn her down, can you imagine the heartache she would endure? You would be squandering her time, leaving her with nothing but a scar in the end. You are far too callous. You know nothing of women. Qian Shaoi let out a bitter smile and said, But what will you do then? Chapter 72, The Continental Youth Soul Master Competition. But what will you do then? Ning Rongrong bit her lip and replied, Father has several women, and mother has never said anything about it. I agreed to it. Sometimes you truly are rather foolish. By not outright rejecting Hulaina, you have left yourself a glimmer of hope. Haven't you? You must have liked her for quite some time. Qian Shaoi was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what to say. Did Ning Rongrong err in her words? Certainly not. When Hulaina offered to care for him, he could have easily declined. Yet he chose not to. Hulaina had hinted at her intentions numerous times. He could have brought all of this to a conclusion, but he refrained. Every individual harbors selfish desires, and Qian Shaoi is no exception. He is fond of Ning Rongrong, yet he maintains an intimate connection with Hulaina, unwilling to relinquish her. Hulaina is formidable, possessing both beauty and an extraordinary demeanor, along with an innate ability to nurture. Furthermore, her humble origins render her unpretentious and grounded. It would be disingenuous to claim that Qian Xiaoyi is unaffected. One might deceive others, but self-deception is futile. However, the prospect of being with Hulaina at this moment remains unattainable for him, as it does for her, for they both lack the opportune moment. The Continental Young Soul Master competition is on the horizon. Hulaina has been summoned back to the Spirit Hall due to her participation in the competition. Similarly, Ning Rongrong must return to Shrek Academy to join her teammates before the commencement of the Continental Young Soul Master competition. Qian Xiaoyi also missed the friends from Shrek Academy and felt a pang of guilt as he glanced at Hulaina. Ever since Ning Rongrong had given her consent, every time Qian Xiaoyi encountered Hulaina, he found himself at a loss, awkwardly unsure of what to do. Nana, I wish to return to school for a visit. I cannot accompany you any longer. His nervousness rendered his speech fragmented, as if he feared reproach from Hulaina. As if you have ever accompanied me, she retorted. If you wish to be with your girlfriend, just say so. It's rather disingenuous. Hulaina, perceptive to Qian Xiaoyi's transformation, was older and considerably more mature, allowing her to glean his thoughts to some extent. Thus, her words took on a somewhat audacious tone. Although Ning Rongrong had permitted Qian Xiaoyi to be with Hulaina, it did not imply her acceptance of the situation. After all, who would willingly share the one they cherished? What? You think you can dictate my feelings for Xiaoyi? He simply cannot bear to be apart from me. Hulaina retorted defiantly. Could you not act more ladylike? Your behavior in public could bring shame upon the young master. Ning Rongrong had never emerged victorious in verbal sparring with Hulaina, and each exchange left her seething with anger. Qian Xiaoyi could no longer bear it. All right, Rongrong. Let us keep our words to a minimum. Sister Nana, we shall meet in the competition. Despite the apparent discord between Ning Rongrong and Hulaina, both harbor a fondness for one another. Their inability to express this affection openly is largely due to Qian Xiaoyi's presence. In private, their relationship is quite amicable. Ning Rongrong has few genuine friends, though she does have are primarily drawn to her due to her status. Conversely, Hulaina, having emerged from poverty as an orphan with nothing to her name, finds herself isolated. When she ascended to the position of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, many flocked to her, eager to curry favor, perceiving her as a ticket to greater opportunities. The Holy Maiden holds the potential to become the Pope, and forging such connections could significantly lessen the effort required to attain power. Thus, initially, neither Ning Rongrong nor Hulaina had any confidants. Although their personalities may clash and they share an affection for the same individual, neither harbors any particular sentiments toward the other. Consequently, Ning Rongrong and Hulaina became friends who appeared to be at odds, yet were bound by circumstance. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall, Hulaina engaged in training with Bibi Dong, casting occasional glances into the distance. Bibi Dong, having once traversed the trials of youth herself, understood the turmoil within Hulaina's heart, and a faint smile graced her lips. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Qian Xiaoyi was astonished to find that the institution had undergone a remarkable transformation. What once were humble wooden structures had evolved into magnificent palatial edifices, and not merely one, but several grand buildings adorned the campus, accommodating a burgeoning student body. The academy, originally known as Lamba Academy, was indeed an esteemed institution, and its name hinted at its principal, the formidable blue lightning tyrant dragon, who happened to be a woman named Lu Erlong. She had a unique connection as the beloved of Yu Xiaojiang, who was also affiliated with the blue lightning tyrant dragon, making their relationship akin to that of siblings. Lu Erlong appeared unfazed by the societal implications, yet Yu Xiaojiang's antiquated beliefs led him to abandon her, albeit fate intervened to reunite them. Lu Erlong, a soul sage with formidable strength, rendered Yu Xiaojiang powerless to escape her grasp this time. Subsequently, Lu Erlong entrusted the academy to Flinder, adopting a role akin to that of a supportive partner, remaining largely inactive. The seven monsters were elated to see Qian Xiaoyi return. All had attained the rank of Soul Master, with the most accomplished, Daimubai, reaching level 46. Qian Xiaoyi still donned his mask and continued to use the alias Xiaoyi. Upon Qian Xiaoyi and Ning Rongrong's arrival at Shrek, they found the group preparing for their imminent departure. The objective for the seven monsters in this competition was straightforward: to seize victory. The Spirit Hall had invested significantly in this event, offering 3 soul bones as rewards for the champions. However, the rewards did not end there. The victorious team would undoubtedly garner considerable attention, leading to titles and wealth. Thus, this grand tournament served not only as a contest, but also as a platform for the two great empires and the Spirit Hall to scout for exceptional talent. Today, Qian Xiaoyi felt disheartened, casting a troubled gaze towards Tang San. Just moments ago, he learned of the tragic truth. The Spirit Hall was responsible for the death of Tang San's mother, compelling his father to retreat into the mountains, leaving Tang San bereft of maternal affection. One can only imagine the depths of Tang San's animosity towards the Spirit Hall, hinting at an inevitable confrontation. Qian Xiaoyi recognized the injustice perpetrated by the Spirit Hall, yet he found himself incapable of prioritizing reason over loyalty. The path ahead remained uncertain. Chapter 72. Sister Tang San was aware that Qian Xiaoyi was the holy son of the Spirit Hall, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Qian Xiaoyi was, in truth, their companion, Xiaoyi. For the time being, Qian Xiaoyi had no intention of revealing his identity. All eyes were now focused on the impending competition. And Yu Xiaojiang did not impose undue pressure, stating that merely securing a championship would suffice. As the competition commenced, only 4 members of the Shrek 7 monsters took to the stage, in accordance with Yu Xiaojiang's strategy to conceal their true strength. Their first opponents were the vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy. The Shrek team fought fiercely, annihilating their adversaries within a mere minute, all while not exerting their full power. Through Ning Rongrong, Qian Xiaoyi learned that the Tiando Royal Academy had insulted Flanders and Shrek, which undoubtedly created a sense of animosity. After the match, Ning Fengji visited Shrek and eventually called Tang San outside. Yu Xiaojiang, feeling uneasy, insisted on accompanying him, while Xiao Yi, feeling bored, decided to tag along as well, disregarding Ning Fengji's indifference. Xue Qinghe, the prince of the Tiando Empire, exuded elegance and approachability. With a straight nose and square jaw, he donned a pristine blue robe that imparted a refreshing aura. His long black hair was neatly tied back with a blue cloth, cascading gracefully down his back. Despite his seemingly ordinary attire, he emanated a unique charisma. Although his innate talent for cultivation was modest, his passion for reading distinguished him, serving as one of the reasons for his princely status. Seated at his desk with a book in hand, Xue Qinghe set it aside upon noticing Ning Fengji's arrival with 3 others. He greeted them with a warm smile, standing to bow respectfully, addressing Ning Fengji as teacher. Besides being the sect master and an elder of the Spirit Hall, Ning Fengji held another significant role as the appointed teacher of Prince Xue Qinghe by the esteemed Emperor Xue Yi. Ning Fengji smiled gently, saying, "Qinghe, how many times must I remind you? There is no need for such formalities." To which Xue Qinghe replied with a smile, "But how can I? You are my elder and my teacher. If my father were to discover that I disrespected you, I fear he would break my legs." So this is the son of the Haoyan Douluo? Indeed, he is strikingly handsome, truly, like father, like son. Tang San's background had been disclosed to him by Yu Xiaojiang, who had urged him to keep it strictly confidential. Thus, it was astonishing that this prince was aware of it. What ulterior motive could he possibly have? Yu Xiaojiang's expression soured, glaring at Ning Fengji as if to accuse him of revealing the secret. Ning Fengji chuckled, reassuring Tang San, "Do not worry. The prince harbors no ill intentions toward you. On the contrary, he holds a strong disdain for the Spirit Hall." During his last visit to fetch Ning Rongrong, he had encountered Tang San and, with his keen intellect, easily deduced Tang San's true identity. He then glanced at Xiao Yi. Sensing the complexity of his emotions, being the son of the Spirit Hall, yet befriending the son of an enemy, a dilemma that would inevitably lead to a difficult choice. Ning Fengji continued, "Perhaps my words may seem inappropriate, but I must express that the Spirit Hall has been harboring many schemes lately and has undertaken numerous covert actions. Tang San, you must be cautious regarding your parents." Their conversation flowed freely, with Xue Qinghe consistently radiating a sense of warmth, yet he never once glanced at Xiao Yi. Yu Xiaojiang finally interjected, "Tang San, Xiao Yi, it is time for us to leave." Xiao shook his head, stating, "I feel a kindred spirit with His Royal Highness. Today, I have some inquiries to pose to him. Teacher, you may return first. After all, this is a competition, and none would dare to act recklessly." Yu Xiaojiang hesitated for a moment before nodding, "Then do take care." Ning Fengji, aware of Xiao Yi's true identity, let out a sigh and followed suit. The room was left with only Xue Qinghe and Qian Xiaoyi. Xue Qinghe bowed his head, a hint of panic flickering in his eyes, yet it went unnoticed. He spoke, inquiring, "Might I ask what insights this young brother has to offer?" Qian Xiaoyi lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. "Why do you not look up at me? Is something amiss?" Xue Qinghe raised his head, offering a smile, yet even Qian Xiaoyi could discern that he was merely putting on a brave face. Qian Xiaoyi remarked, I am simply in awe of you, having masqueraded as the Prince of Tiando for so many years, and with Ning Fengji's keen intellect failing to perceive any discrepancies. How remarkable! Yet, it is to be expected, a proficient spy must remain undetected. What are you talking about? What masquerade? Who are you accusing of being a spy? Shui Qinghe responded, displaying both astonishment and indignation. Indeed, it is quite convincing, Qian Shaoi approached, suddenly embracing Shui Qinghe. Can a man's form truly be so supple? Is there such a fragrance about him? Will you continue this charade with me? Sister, Shui Qinghe sighed, since you have uncovered my secret. There is no longer any need for pretense. How did you come to realize my true identity? It seems my disguise is still rather immature. Qian Shaoi released Shui Qinghe, or rather, Qian Renxue, and remarked, it is not that your disguise skills are insufficiently developed. Rather, I know you all too well. We are far too familiar with one another. Even with a mask, you recognized me, did you not? I never anticipated that the task you were assigned would turn out to be this. Does Mother truly aspire to unify the continent? Qian Renxue nodded and remarked. Mother is indeed an ambitious individual. If circumstances permitted, I would prefer not to be this way. I have never truly experienced a childhood. Even my cultivation has been carried out in secrecy, unlike you, who can go wherever you please. Ah, sister, do you think my situation is any better? She continued. I have forged a brotherhood with Tang San, who is my enemy. My choices are fraught with difficulty. TCH, you find it hard? I didn't notice that. You seem to get along quite well with that Ning Rongrong, Qian Renxue replied, her tone tinged with an unusual quality. Qian Shaoi mischievously remarked. Then sister can also find a princess consort, perfectly suiting your status. Shaoi, you are being naughty. Now be on your way. Otherwise, they may grow suspicious. Ha ha ha, very well. I shall visit you often. As you wish. After Qian Shaoi departed, Shui Qinghe's face flushed with color. Upon seeing Shui Qinghe again, Ning Fengji noted the latter's cheerful demeanor, pondering what words Xiao Yi had shared with him. In the subsequent competitions, the Shrek 7 monsters sailed through with remarkable ease, triumphing even against formidable adversaries. However, their exceptional prowess inevitably incited envy. Tang San demonstrated astonishing talent and skill in every match, which could not help but attract jealousy. Qian Shaoi summoned the Spectre and Uncle Ghost, requesting their assistance with a matter. The Spectre gently patted his head and inquired, what is it? Why the formality? Speak freely. Uncle Ghost will surely assist you. Qian Shaoi pondered for a moment and said, I need your assistance in safeguarding someone. I fear for their safety. Who might that be? Is it that girl Rongrong? She has her own protection. With Ning Fengji here, who would dare to be reckless? No, it's Tang San. A student from our academy, Qian Shaoi replied. A surname Tang? Gui Mei sighed. I will only assist him once, for I fear he may be connected to that individual. Qian Shaoi did not refuse, for he understood that the Spectre had already extended him a favor. The Spectre harbored a disdain for those bearing the surname Tang, and to intervene on their behalf even once was an act of utmost benevolence. Chapter 73. Plea for mercy indeed, as Qian Shaoi had anticipated. Not long after the Spectre discreetly shielded Tang San, he discerned a soul sage stealthily trailing him. Although Tang San remained oblivious, it did not imply that he was unaware. Renowned for his cunning, the Spectre could effortlessly eliminate a soul sage without a trace. Thus, the task of safeguarding Tang San concluded before it even commenced. Moreover, a soul bone was discovered on the aforementioned soul sage. This soul bone, a skull among the 6 great soul bones of 30,000 years, was fortuitously of the gem category, making it exceedingly suitable for Ning Rongrong. Perhaps it was divine favor, for during this year, fortune had smiled upon Ning Rongrong. With the evolution of her martial soul and the acquisition of soul bones, all of which provoked envy and admiration from the common folk, Qian Shaoi presented this soul bone to Ning Rongrong as a gesture of goodwill, having already acquired one for herself, thus rendering this additional piece unnecessary. Upon receiving the soul bone, Ning Rongrong inquired, where did you procure this soul bone? It is well known that a skull bone is superior to those from other locations. Pray, confess honestly, have you engaged in any clandestine activities? Qian Shaoi felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. When have I ever engaged in clandestine activities? This soul bone, in truth, belongs to a soul sage, yet he sought to take the life of Tang San. I merely arranged for his demise. Upon mentioning this matter, Ning Rongrong expressed her concerns, saying, what shall we do moving forward? Given your and San Ji's identities, you will inevitably have to make a choice. Qian Shaoi sighed and remarked, let us take one step at a time. Unless Tang San and the Spirit Hall share a common enemy, I truly do not know how to choose. Ning Rongrong embraced Qian Xiaoyi from behind, her delicate face pressed against his back. No matter whom you choose, I shall remain by your side, even if it means betraying my family. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Qian Xiaoyi was deeply moved. The notion of betraying one's family seemed so effortless, yet the anguish that accompanied it was far beyond what the sheltered Ning Rongrong could endure. In his heart, he believed that Ning Rongrong deserved to live a life filled with joy and devoid of worries. It was he who had disrupted her peaceful existence. Qian Xiaoyi turned around, placing her hands gently on her shoulders. Silly girl, remember this. No matter what transpires, do not act foolishly. You are the hope of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. And you are also my hope. Therefore, promise me, cherish happiness. In the heart of Qian Xiaoyi, a tumultuous conflict brewed, and Ning Rongrong found herself in a similar predicament. On one side lay her beloved, while on the other stood her family and friends. Regardless of the path she chose, the anguish was hers to bear. Ning Fengji, inherently kind-hearted, opposed the actions of the Spirit Hall and undoubtedly stood against it. On this day, the Shrek Academy faced off against the Tianshui Academy in a one-on-one round-robin competition. The students of Tianshui Academy were all female, and each girl participating in the match was exceptionally beautiful. Historically, water and fire have been irreconcilable. During the previous encounter, Ma Hongjun triumphed over 7 adversaries with overwhelming superiority. It is noteworthy that defeating 7 opponents is no small feat, as the exhaustion of facing them one by one can be quite taxing. However, it was not that Tianshui Academy was weak. Rather, they were primarily focused on group attacks, rendering them incapable of individually standing against Ma Hongjun. Coupled with the elemental counterbalance of their martial spirits, their defeat was anticipated. Although Ma Hongjun ultimately exhausted himself, he earned Shrek considerable acclaim and, in the process, discovered love for himself. The captain of Tianshui Academy, Shui Binger, possessed the martial spirit of the Ice Phoenix, which stood in stark contrast to Ma Hongjun's attributes. Initially, she could not discern Ma Hongjun's potential, as his prior performances had not been remarkable, overshadowed by his teammates. Yet, upon experiencing his formidable presence on the battlefield, she found herself irresistibly drawn to him. As the leader and the strongest member of her team, she was the last to compete. Observing Ma Hongjun defeat her teammates did not evoke a strong reaction, but when she faced him directly, she recognized his true strength. Though Ma Hongjun and she ultimately faced mutual destruction, it was undeniable that he had vanquished 6 opponents prior, with little spirit power remaining. To achieve a stalemate under such circumstances was a testament to his prowess. Since absorbing the celestial herb, Ma Hongjun had shed his malevolent fire and was ready to seek true love. At this moment, Shui Binger secretly harbored affections for him. Yet he remained oblivious to her feelings, appearing adorably naive despite her attempts to express them. It was only with Tang San's guidance that the two finally came together. Shrek Academy sailed smoothly through the competition until an unforeseen event arose in the final match. Their opponent was the Shinfeng Academy, led by the incredibly talented Feng Xiaodian, whose self-created martial skills had bested countless competitors. Nevertheless, even he might not triumph over Tang San. Strangely, Tang San chose to reveal his second martial spirit, the Haoyan Hammer, instead of utilizing other hidden cards, much to Yu Xiaojiang's chagrin. Upon witnessing the Haoyan Hammer, Qian Xiaoyi sensed impending trouble and sighed deeply. He had long been aware of Tang San's second martial spirit and had anticipated his eventual revelation of his identity, yet he had not expected it to occur so swiftly. Unsurprisingly, Tang San found himself in peril. In the aftermath, the specter beside Qian Xiaoyi trembled and spoke. Xiaoyi, you have known Tang San's identity all along, haven't you? Haotian clan. I cannot believe I have been protecting a disciple of the Haotian clan. The ghostly tone conveyed a profound sense of regret. Qian Xiaoyi, realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth, nodded solemnly and said, I apologize, Uncle Gue. The specter indeed lavished him with affection, yet even so, no words of punishment were uttered. It's quite all right. But explaining this to His Holiness poses a challenge. His Holiness has even commanded me to assassinate them on their way to the finals. Bibi Dong has decreed that anyone possessing the Haoyan Hammer martial soul is to be killed without mercy. I shall handle the matter with my mother. Uncle Gue, please escort me back to the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong gazed at Qian Xiaoyi, who knelt before her pleading for Tang San, her expression fraught with complexity. Do you comprehend who Tang San is? He belongs to the Haoyan sect, the very sect that brought about your father's demise. Qian Xiaoyi said, "Mother, it was but one person from the Haotian sect who caused Father's demise. Why must we trouble others for his sake? Please, spare Tang San." Had these words escaped the lips of another, he might have bid farewell to this beautiful world. Bibi Dong sighed, "Only this once. From now until the conclusion of the competition, you shall remain in the spirit hall and not venture outside." With a flick of her sleeve, Bibi Dong departed, leaving Qian Xiaoyi with the knowledge that Tang San was at least safe for the moment. "Tang San, I have repaid my debt to you. What transpires henceforth is in your hands." With 3 days until the finals and 7 days until the end, it meant a week confined to the spirit hall. Yet still able to witness the competition, this felt akin to having no punishment at all for Qian Xiaoyi. Hu Laiina lingered nearby. Her concern for Tang San's fate was minimal, yet she feared Bibi Dong's wrath might be directed at Qian Xiaoyi. Fortunately, despite her anger, Bibi Dong held a deep affection for Qian Xiaoyi. Hu Laiina assisted Qian Xiaoyi to his feet, secretly reveling in the fact that from this moment until the competition's end, Qian Xiaoyi belonged solely to her. Although their relationship had not been defined, what was meant to happen would inevitably occur. After a prolonged silence, Qian Xiaoyi finally spoke. "Nana, I ask a favor of you. Do not speak of this to anyone." Chapter 74-75. The champion the finals could be deemed an honest contest for Shrek Academy. It was revealed that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were members of the royal family of the Xinghua Empire, which had a stipulation that each generation must produce 2 children, with only one permitted to inherit the throne. Dai Mubai, the younger brother, had no desire to vie for the throne, wishing only to live a life of ease. Yet, many matters do not simply dissolve by avoidance. Dai Mubai's talent was considerable, rendering him a thorn in his brother's side. Reluctantly, he fled Xinghua and sought refuge at Shrek Academy, while Zhu Zhuqing followed for the same reasons. Yet, the competition brought these 2 sibling pairs together once more. On the battlefield, both pairs unleashed their martial soul fusion techniques, culminating in a duel of 2 ethereal white tigers. Dai Mubai's innate abilities, though slightly superior to his brother's, were complemented by his diligence and the celestial herb gifted to him by Tang San. Although he had not trained as long as his brother, victory ultimately favored Shrek Academy. Shrek's triumph signified liberation for both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, alleviating a burden from their hearts. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall team decisively defeated the Tiando Royal team, who had previously posed significant challenges to Shrek. Hu Laiina served as the vice-captain, with a captain who was a 5-ringed Soul King. The other members boasted a minimum soul power of level 45, while the highest among Shrek, Dai Mubai, matched that level. I intentionally portrayed Hu Laiina and Xieyu as being a few years younger. In the corner, Qian Xiaoyi sat with a smile, murmuring to herself, "At last. There is some excitement. I wonder if Nana's martial soul fusion skill can surpass Tang San and his companions." As the competition commenced, the announcement of the final battle of the Elite Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament echoed through the arena, prompting the Cardinal and Crimson to swiftly retreat, clearing the stage. Surprisingly, it was not the captain at the forefront of the Spirit Hall Academy team who made the first move, but rather Hu Laiina. With a graceful shift of her steps, she seemed to merely pivot her form and found herself at the forefront. A faint smile blossomed on her lips, and as she unleashed her martial soul, her beauty seemed to radiate even more, complemented by the emergence of a fluffy, large tail from her back. A delicate rosy glow emanated from her being, her eyes shimmering subtly. Her unique allure captivated all, drawing their gaze irresistibly towards her. Qian Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback, rubbing her forehead and murmuring about the enchantress. However, Hu Laiina was somewhat astonished to find that the Shrek 7 devils remained impervious to her seductive powers. Apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, the other 5 swiftly closed their eyes and plugged their ears with their fingers, completely isolating their vision and hearing. No matter how potent a charm may be, it must ultimately be triggered through one of the 6 senses: sight, hearing, taste, smell, or touch. At that moment, the only senses through which Hu Laiina could influence the Shrek 7 devils were visual and auditory, and their composed actions undeniably diminished the effectiveness of her allure. Simultaneously, 2 beams of golden light shot forth from the staff of a support-type soul master within the Spirit Hall Academy team, shimmering brilliantly as they swiftly merged into the bodies of Xieyu and Hu Laiina. A crimson light screen suddenly materialized and expanded, enveloping the 2 figures at the moment of their collision. Concurrently, that layer of red light erupted like a radiant sphere, encompassing nearly half the arena. The Shrek 7 devils were entirely shrouded within it, while Tang San remained 13 meters away from them. Unlike the previous occasion, the red light screen did not require time to amplify. With the assistance of his companions, the brilliance instantly reached its optimum state, activating the martial soul fusion technique. Demonic Charm of Xiaoyu and Hulaina. Daimubai and Zhu Xuqing also employed their martial soul fusion technique, Spectral White Tiger, and were momentarily stunned upon their contact. Was this the power of Soul Shatter? Could it be that Xiaoyu? Hulaina remained silent, fully aware that this was indeed a lesson imparted by Qian Xiaoyu, though few knew that Qian Xiaoyu was actually Xiaoyu. One must commend Shrek's exceptional secrecy. The concealment of their two trump cards, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, played a crucial role, elevating Shrek's overall strength significantly in an instant. Tang San utilized hidden weapons and external soul bones to restrain the Soul King, while Demonic Charm was held at bay by the Spectral White Tiger, allowing Xiaowu and Ma Hongjun to maneuver. The gap between a Soul King and a Soul Sovereign was no trivial matter. It wasn't long before Tang San began to feel fatigued, his soul power nearly exhausted. Typically, this was the moment when opponents tended to grow complacent, presenting a glimmer of hope for victory. Tang San feigned vulnerability, and at the instant his adversary relaxed, he executed his exquisite technique, Batwing Rebirth. The dispersed attack struck multiple foes, managing to defend against one but utterly failing to guard against the other hidden weapons. The concealed projectiles clashed and refracted midair, ultimately piercing through the defenses of all opponents when they least expected it. Tang San's hidden weapons were poisoned, leaving the Spirit Hall no choice but to concede. Shrek Academy emerged victorious, claiming the championship. The prize consisted of 3 soul bones, personally allocated by Yu Xiaojiang, the wind-chasing left leg, ideally suited for agility-focused soul masters, undoubtedly belonging to Zhu Qing. As for the explosive burning right arm, tailored for powerful fire-type soul masters, it was designated for Ma Hongjun. Regarding the wisdom of the spirit condensation skull, at this point, the master paused, directing his gaze towards Tang San and Ning Rongrong. At that moment, both of their eyes were clearly fixed upon the skull. The spirit condensation was of significance to both Tang San and Ning Rongrong. Although Tang San was not primarily a spirit master of mental strength, he possessed the ability of the purple extreme magic eyes and was inherently a control-type spirit master, making the benefits of the wisdom skull to him unmistakable. Furthermore, among the 3 spirit bones, this one was evidently the most precious. Tang San glanced at Ning Rongrong, internally sighing as he spoke. I cannot refuse. Ning Rongrong suddenly exclaimed, Sangu, it rightfully belongs to you. For this final championship, you have sacrificed far too much. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school will not lack in spirit bones. Please accept it. With it, your team's spirit will truly be deserving of its name. Besides, I have already received a spirit bone from Xiaoyi, which is even more suitable for me. Yu Xiaojiang, somewhat uncertain, inquired, Really? Such a precious item as a spirit bone can simply be given away? Ning Rongrong nodded. If you do not believe me, just ask Xiaoyi. Upon mentioning Xiaoyi, Daimubai and Zhu Xuqing recalled the soul shock employed during the match, having somewhat guessed at his identity, yet they wisely chose to remain silent. If that were indeed the case, Xiaoyi certainly had no shortage of spirit bones. Chapter 76. Identity. As the conclusion approached, one must not relax. Just as Shrek was about to exit the arena, Xiao Wu, elated, began to dance with joy. However, in her excitement, she accidentally dropped a celestial herb, a flower known as Heartbroken Red, which Tang San had gifted her as a token of their affection, a testament to their love. The titled Douluo present all turned towards Xiao Wu, their expression shifting from mild astonishment to greedy fascination as they stared at her and the flower she hastily picked up. Others remained unconcerned, continuing their jovial conversations. Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged glances, sighing deeply. Long ago, when they had gone to Shrek Academy to protect Qian Xiaoyi, they had discovered Xiao Wu's true identity. However, knowing Qian Xiaoyi's character, they were certain he would protect Xiao Wu, which led them to abandon any thoughts of capturing her. Yet, ultimately, one cannot conceal fire with paper. Qian Xiaoyi, perplexed, furrowed her brow, sensing that something was amiss, an unsettling feeling washing over her. At that moment, the Pope commanded, Elders Douluo and Douluo, seize that girl. As she spoke, Bibi Dong pointed directly at Xiao Wu. Instantly, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Tang San instinctively positioned himself in front of Xiao Wu, while the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters hurried to her side. Yu Xiaojiang, wearing a look of disbelief, exclaimed angrily, Your Holiness, what is the meaning of this? Douluo and Douluo exchanged helpless smiles. Just as they were about to take action, Ning Fengji swiftly stepped in front of them. Your Holiness, should we not ascertain the facts first? Bibi Dong replied coldly. Do you wish to know why? Then ask that young lady. If she is merely a student of Shrek Academy, why would I seek to capture her? However, if she is a soul beast transformed into human form, I possess ample justification to apprehend her. What did you say? Yu Xiaojing gasped, turning abruptly to face Xiao Wu. The Shrek's 7 monsters, including Qian Xiaoyi, revealed expressions of sheer horror, save for Tang San. The notion of a soul beast wishing to take on human form implied only one possibility, that this soul beast had surpassed 100,000 years of cultivation. Soul beasts of such age could choose to transform, yet they retained their soul beast essence. Only by reaching the rank of Soul Emperor could they truly become human. Transformed soul beasts are inherently gifted with soul power and advance rapidly. Given enough time, they are destined to become titled Douluos. Furthermore, their first 6 soul rings do not require the hunting of other soul beasts, as they are spontaneously generated. However, few soul beasts are willing to take on human form due to the inherent dangers before attaining the rank of soul sage. Retaining their beastly genes, they can still produce soul rings and bones, which can lead to dire consequences for a 100,000-year soul beast that has not yet reached the soul sage level. At this moment, Xiao Wu appeared remarkably calm, betraying no hint of panic under the weight of so many gazes. Her delicate face bore only a faint chill. Her icy stare fixed upon Pope Bibi Dong. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, as the Shrek 7 monsters stood resolutely by Xiao Wu's side, proclaiming in unison. Together in life and death. Flinder, striking Ma Hongjuan's head with some force, exclaimed, What the hell? I'm not dead yet. Why are you all so eager? Initially, Flinder had felt fear, as death was a terrifying concept to him. Yet, he soon found solace in the thought that retreating at this moment would be far more dreadful. Your Holiness, Douluo gently nudged the somewhat dazed Pope, awaiting her command, especially as one among them held an elder's token. Bibi Dong, emerging from her confusion, revealed a complex glimmer in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, her gaze sharpened as she issued a sudden decree. Seize her. Spare no mercy for those who obstruct. Just as Douluo and Douluo were about to act, a voice rang out. Stop. Following the sound, the Shrek 7 monsters were somewhat taken aback. Yet Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment diverged from that of the others. They were astonished that Xiao Yi would intervene to assist them. Xiao Yi, where have you been? It has been several days since we last saw you. Gui Mei and Yu Guan recognized this individual and could not help but halt in their tracks. However, the red-cloaked cardinal trailing behind was oblivious to Xiao Yi's identity, especially since he wore a mask. After all, not everyone was aware of his presence in Shrek. Who is this little brat? Do you think I fear you? Even if your parents were to confront me, I would remain unafraid. Gui Mei, Yu Guan, advance. The red-cloaked cardinal discerned the soul power level of Qian Xiaoyi at a glance. He was indeed a prodigy, likely born to affluent and influential parents. Yet, with his noble status, he was confident and unafraid of any noble or royal. Little did he know that the boy's mother was watching him with a murderous glare from behind. 2 titled Douluos were not to be commanded by a mere soul de law, and both turned their gaze towards Bibi Dong. Qian Xiaoyi let out a cold laugh. What audacity! She tore off the mask from her face and continued. I am Qian Xiaoyi. Mother, it seems there are others who do not fear you besides me. If this continues, some may even rebel. The cardinal, trembling in fear, had been overly eager, hoping to gain some advantage from Xiao Wu. However, in his unwitting confrontation with Qian Xiaoyi, he had boasted of his indifference to the Pope. With Qian Xiaoyi's incisive retort, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at Shrek Academy was filled with gasps of astonishment. Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi, Qian Xiaoyi, the sword of judgment. So that's it. Qian Xiaoyi, the Pope's son? Is he an enemy? It seems not. Did you not see him aiding us? Let us trust him. While others were relatively unfazed, the most complicated emotions were felt by Tang San and Xiao Wu. Both bore deep-seated grudges against the Spirit Hall. Yet their closest friend turned out to be the offspring of their adversary, leaving them in a quandary. I apologize for deceiving you for so long. As you can see, Xiao Yi is indeed Qian Xiaoyi. That was merely my alias. Chapter 77. Heartless Tang San remained silent. He felt no resentment towards Qian Xiaoyi. Unable to find a justification for anger, the only plausible reason was that Qian Xiaoyi was the Pope's son. Dai Mubai patted his shoulder. Brother, there is no need for futile words. We do not blame you for not stepping forward. The fact that you can stand with us makes you our true brother. He had harbored some suspicions, and now that they were confirmed, he found himself less agitated than expected. Qian Shaoi glanced at the members of Shrek Academy and then at Bibi Dong, saying, "Mother, please let them go. I vow in the name of my martial soul that I shall hunt 100,000-year soul beast for the spirit hall." Bibi Dong sighed. "For soul beasts are enemies of humanity, and your intentions are such." Qian Shaoi remarked, "Mother, the soul beasts are indeed our foes, yet Xiaowu is now human. In truth, many are aware of Bibi Dong's intentions, which merely revolve around preserving the 10,000-year soul beasts for her offspring or disciples. The soul rings hold little significance for Bibi Dong, who possesses twin martial souls, rendering them virtually inconsequential." Qian Shaoi comprehended this reality, yet he remained resolute in his stance. On this occasion, Bibi Dong did not indulge him. She issued a command. "Pope, here lies an opportunity for redemption. Restrain the young master. Gue Mei, Yu Guan, apprehend them." Concurrently, Bibi Dong unveiled her soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and a crimson ring, the highest accolade on the soul master rankings. Gue Mei and Yu Guan, both titled Douluo, charged towards Xiao Wu, who stood behind Tang San. The defenses of the golden iron triangle appeared as fragile as parchment before the might of the 2 titled Douluo. "How dare you attempt to harm my son? Begone!" Just as the 2 were about to seize their prey, a deep, resonant voice filled the air with an overwhelming authority. "Tang Hao." Bibi Dong's expression grew increasingly grave. Tang Hao's innate talent was formidable, and with the might of the Haoyan hammer, the strongest weapon martial soul in the continent, even she dared not confront him directly. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s and wielding a massive hammer, stood before them, adorned with 9 soul rings, the final one being of 10,000 years. Despite the similarity in their soul rings, Bibi Dong could not match Tang Hao's imposing presence. Someone approaches. Tang Hao sensed a powerful aura and, with a mind to retreat, his aim was not to engage in battle but to rescue. He swept Tang San and Xiao Wu into the air and departed. Aware of her own inadequacy in confronting him, Bibi Dong refrained from pursuit, her voice laced with bitterness. "Tang Hao, you cannot protect them forever." Though Tang Hao had already vanished, his voice lingered. Bibi Dong, do not forget, you cannot shield your own child either. What a formidable threat. Should you dare to touch my son, are you not concerned for your own?" The challenge lingered in the air. Bibi Dong glared at Qian Shaoi. Her teeth clenched in frustration. Not only had she lost 3 soul bones in this contest, but she had also been threatened, unsettling her, a woman accustomed to power. Bibi Dong had little desire to pursue trouble with Shrek Academy, nor could she afford to. Targeting the champion team would inevitably raise suspicions. After all, the victory was not claimed by the Spirit Hall. How could she justify antagonizing the champions without inciting public discontent? The tournament concluded, and she cautioned, "Xiaoi, as a member of the Spirit Hall, you must distance yourself from Shrek Academy. Otherwise, it will bode ill for both you and them." Qian Shaoi lowered her head. "And I realized what needed to be done. Ever since Shrek Academy garnered fame by clinching the championship, it has attracted a multitude of self-important individuals eager to enroll. Yet, Master Flandre remains steadfast in his principles, preferring quality over quantity, only accepting true prodigies. Despite the vast influx of applicants, a few exceptional talents inevitably emerge. Nonetheless, they can hardly compare to the original 7 monsters. Flandre reflects on this with a sense of acceptance. If such extraordinary beings were to appear every year, the Douluo continent would cease to be what it is and would instead be aptly named the continent of monsters. When Qian Shaoi arrived, Shrek Academy was in the midst of celebrating their championship victory. Naturally, he had received an invitation as well, and it appeared that his affiliation with the Spirit Hall did not diminish his welcome. Upon the crowd's discovery of Qian Shaoi, the joyous atmosphere remained undiminished by the presence of someone from the Spirit Hall. Everyone was present, with the exception of Tang San and Xiao Wu, including Ma Hongjuan's girlfriend, Shui Binger, whom he had met during the competition. Qian Shaoi adjusted her expressions and smiled, saying, "Teacher, dear friends." Dai Mubai, with a playful grin, wrapped his arm around Qian Shaoi's shoulder and exclaimed, "Shaoi, I never expected that beneath the mask you would look so remarkably presentable. You are even handsomer than Xiao Ao. I find myself quite envious. Come, don't just stand there. Let us drink." "Remarkably presentable? I shall take that as a compliment." Qian Shaoi replied. "You are so slow. I was just about to call for you." Come quickly. Sit here," Ning Rongrong said, patting the seat beside her. Yu Xiaojiang also revealed a rare smile. "Shaoi, You are the last one we were waiting for. Qian Shaoi felt deeply moved by the warm welcome from the crowd. Yet he knew he had to proceed with his plan. Teachers, elder brother, dear friends, I have come to bid farewell, he continued. I am ready to graduate. I am immensely grateful to my teachers for their guidance and to my friends for their support. Thank you all. Before Qian Shaoi could elaborate further, Ning Rongrong embraced one of his arms and inquired, What is the matter with you? In a moment of astonishment from those around, Qian Shaoi shook off Ning Rongrong, who replied with a pale face and a trembling voice, What is wrong with you? Please don't frighten me. Qian Shaoi sneered disdainfully, I apologize, at that time. I regarded you as the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect and envisioned a political marriage to elevate the prestige of the Spirit Hall. However, that is no longer necessary. The stance of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect is unequivocal. Assisting Tang San makes them our adversary. And I see no reason to entangle myself with you further. Did you truly believe that the me who was not yet 10 years old understood the meaning of love? Tears welled in Ning Rongrong's eyes as she trembled and replied, Impossible. You must have loved me. Otherwise, why would you have gifted me 2 soul bones? Moreover, I can help you break free from the constraints of your sect. Qian Shaoi scoffed disdainfully, casting a contemptuous glance her way. Enough, Ning Rongrong. After much effort, I am finally extricating myself from you, and yet you still wish to cling to me. Do you not realize how bothersome you are? The Spirit Hall can certainly manage without your assistance. Furthermore, gifting you a soul bone was merely a means to please Qinshin. Do not flatter yourself. I harbor no affection for you. I merely sought some amusement, coupled with a political alliance, which is why I found myself with you. I have someone I truly admire, and I have long grown weary of your incessant chattering. At that moment, Hulaina burst in, affectionately linking her arm with Qian Shaoi's. Are you not ready yet? You've spent so much time with that girl, it has been ages since you accompanied me. Enduring the company of someone you do not care for must be quite a trial for you. Qian Shaoi nodded and said, All right, let us depart. From this day forth, we shall be adversaries. I stand here, representing the Spirit Hall, to declare war upon you all. Those who oppose the Spirit Hall shall not fare well. I advise you to take heed. Ning Rongrong raised her hand, blocking the entrance, and stated, Clarify your words. What do you mean by not accompanying her for a long time? Hulaina replied with a charming smile, Of course, I have long been his. I have been with him since childhood. I am not inferior to you in any way, so why would he choose you over me? Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her emotions. No, this contradicts what you previously said. You told me there was no relationship between you two. We are friends. Are we not? Hulaina chuckled softly. Ning Rongrong, I must say you were quite naive. It seems that was merely to dispel your doubts. Have you ever seen a rival become friends? Although Shaoi does not have feelings for you, it still pains me to see you together. Now step aside. You have become of no further use. Qian Shaoi pushed Ning Rongrong, but misjudged the force of his action and inadvertently caused her to fall. Ning Rongrong, frail in constitution, suffered greatly from the impact, yet the physical pain paled in comparison to the anguish within her heart. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she helplessly knelt on the cold ground. Those directly involved often find themselves blinded by their emotions, while observers maintain clarity. In this instance, Yu Xiaojiang, a perceptive bystander, surely discerned Qian Shaoi's intentions. The others, to varying degrees, also caught on, for the flaws in Qian Shaoi's performance were glaringly apparent. Who employs soul bones as a means to curry favor? Even the wealthiest of the Spirit Hall would not squander resources in such a manner. Moreover, if the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School truly supported Tang San, why would he advocate on Tang San's behalf? Yet, they all tacitly chose to conceal their insights from Ning Rongrong. Tang San and the Spirit Hall were destined to be adversaries, and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School stood in opposition to the Spirit Hall as the future leader. Ning Rongrong could not afford any misstep. Thus, she had to sever her emotional ties with Qian Shaoi. But was this truly the right course of action? Chen Xian pondered in the shadows. He had been summoned by Qian Shaoi and had remained present. Given his strength, avoiding detection was a trivial task. Qian Shaoi sighed helplessly. There is no other choice. This is the only way for her to forget me. If we were to be together, it would not be beneficial for her or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, I fear that she might truly sever her ties with the sect for my sake, which would be an unbearable sin on my part. Is it not possible for you to leave the Spirit Hall? That is inconceivable. My mother's nurturing grace surpasses all else. Her aspiration to unify the continent is paramount, and as her son, it is my duty to assist her in this endeavor. Master, Please help me persuade Rongrong to abandon this path. With those words, Qian Shaoi departed alongside Hulaina. Chen Xian watched as Qian Shaoi receded into the distance, murmuring softly, "Alas, with her temperament, how could that girl ever forget you? She must loathe you to the core. Yet perhaps this is for the best. Rongrong may undergo some transformation." Chapter 78. Hatred. As the members of Shrek Academy offered their condolences to the emotionally numb Ning Rongrong, Qian Shaoi, accompanied by Hulaina, returned to the spirit hall. Approaching Bibi Dong, he said, "Mother, the competition has concluded, and I wish to venture outside." Bibi Dong regarded her son, whose mood appeared somewhat disheartened. Her gaze laden with complexity. Her ambition to unify the continent hinged upon defeating the Haotian school. More specifically, Tang Hao was her most formidable adversary. She scarcely regarded the two great empires as threats. Now, however, she felt immense pressure emanating from Tang San, whose displayed prowess rivaled that of Tang Hao in his prime. And he was destined to become her greatest obstacle in her quest for dominion. Yet, Tang San was also a friend to Qian Shaoi. And in the face of her son, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for words. "Go out? To where?" Qian Shaoi remarked. "I merely wish to take a stroll to clear my mind. There is no need for anyone to accompany me." Bibi Dong hesitated, clearly concerned. For she understood the gravity of Tang Hao's threat was not to be trifled with. "Mother, fret not. The Haotian Douluo is a decent man, unless absolutely necessary. He would not trouble me, his child. Furthermore, if someone were to protect me, it would defeat the purpose of my training. Years from now, if my friends have all become masters while I remain weak, it would be quite humiliating." Bibi Dong sighed, shaking her head in resignation. "Very well then. When shall you depart?" "The sooner the better. I shall set off tomorrow." The following day, Qian Shaoi embarked on his journey alone. After Ning Rongrong was brought back to the seven-treasure glazed tile school by the sword Douluo, Qinshin, she withdrew from the world, growing increasingly gaunt and weary, losing her appetite entirely. No matter what Ning Fengji said, she remained unresponsive, indicating that this latest blow had struck her deeply. "Rongrong, come out and eat." Ning Fengji pleaded in a last-ditch effort. Silence ensued, prompting Qinshin to pat Ning Fengji on the shoulder, signaling that he would take over. Standing outside the door, Qinshin called out, "Rongrong, you have not eaten for an entire day. According to Grandfather Jian, someone like Qian Shaoi is not worth your concern. He has spent far more time with that spirit hall saintess, Hulaina, than he ever did with you. He has been deceiving you." At these words, tears streamed down Ning Rongrong's face as she murmured, "That cannot be true. Shaoi would never lie to me." Although she spoke thus, memories of Qian Shaoi's gaze filled with disdain haunted her, and she could almost hear the sound of her heart breaking. Qinshin, witnessing Ning Rongrong's unwavering devotion, recalled Qian Shaoi's earlier words. "Rongrong, from the very beginning, I was following Qian Shaoi. Do you know what he has hidden from you? After every kiss with you, he would retreat to a secluded place to vomit. I kept this from you to spare your feelings, but now, it is time for you to let go." Rongrong paused in shock, then bitterly smiled and said, "Vomiting? It seems I have caused you such distress. To despise me to this extent, very well. Qian Shaoi, you have forced my hand. You and that hypocritical scoundrel, Hulaina, whom I foolishly considered a friend. May you both meet a wretched fate." Ning Rongrong hesitated briefly, glanced at her right hand, clenched her fist slowly, and continued, "Qian Shaoi, you probably did not anticipate this. The gift you bestowed upon me will become the most advantageous weapon for my vengeance. To prevent you from deceiving others any further, your life shall be forfeit. If I cannot have it, then neither shall anyone else." Every word spoken by Ning Rongrong was overheard by Chen Xian outside the door, evoking a blend of joy and concern within him. The joy stemmed from Ning Rongrong finally finding her motivation, while the concern arose from her harboring murderous intentions towards Qian Shaoi. However, he remained unperturbed, knowing that as a support-type spirit master, Ning Rongrong could never truly rival Qian Shaoi. Even if she were to gain the upper hand, it was unlikely she would possess the heart to strike him down. When Ning Rongrong emerged from her chamber, her eyes shimmered with intense hatred. Chen Xian, feeling a twinge of worry, remarked, "Rongrong, I think your school's Oscar is quite commendable. Perhaps we should." But before he could finish his sentence, Ning Rongrong coldly interrupted, "No need." After she had distanced herself, Chen Xian let out a sigh, contemplating. Hatred is one thing, but it is certainly preferable to severing ties with one's own sect and becoming an enemy to the world. After all, the Spirit Hall embodies a malevolent force, driven by ambition. Aligning with them offers no benefits, only suffering for Shaoi. Qian Shaoi contemplated to herself, murmuring. Rongrong must have developed a hatred towards me by now. Yet, this is still insufficient. I must hasten to grow stronger. She then pondered, where am I exactly? What a blunder it is that I failed to bring a map. Qian Shaoi has been on his journey for several days now, wandering aimlessly, fully aware that he is heading north, but oblivious to where his path may ultimately lead him. No matter where he finds himself, there will always be those eager to provoke, and even if he takes a detour, evasion seems futile. As Qian Shaoi pondered how to acquire a map, a sinister laughter pierced the air. Little brat, it's a robbery. Surrender all your valuables. I might spare your life. A middle-aged man, with a lecherous visage and a lanky frame, brandished a knife, surrounded by 4 yellow spirit rings, boasting brazenly. In the eyes of ordinary people, a soul master held sufficient audacity. Brother, you've deceived again. When have you ever left anyone alive? A mocking voice emerged from the side, belonging to a rotund individual whose height was scarcely greater than that of Qian Shaoi, even when standing. He had yet to reveal his martial spirit. Adorned with 1 white and 2 yellow spirit rings, his physique giving the impression of straining against the confines of his spirit rings. Fool, keep your mouth shut. How can we relish their expressions of despair, which have fallen from grace, if you blurt it out? The rotund man chided. Kid, judging by your prowess, you've achieved the rank of soul master at such a young age. You must be a prodigy. I harbor the deepest envy for geniuses. So prepare to meet your demise. Those with heightened spiritual awareness could discern the rankings of lower-ranked soul masters. Generally, spiritual power correlates with soul power. The higher the soul power, the stronger the spiritual force. With a soul master and a soul scholar confronting him, it could be said that Qian Shaoi was at a disadvantage. Yet, he remained unfazed, innocently inquiring, do you happen to have a map? I seem to be lost. The 2 robbers were momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Shouldn't he be begging for mercy or fleeing in terror? Had they encountered a fool? Are you an idiot? Qian Shaoi twitched her lips in irritation and exclaimed, I asked if you have a map. Why all this unnecessary chatter? I am lost and wish to leave. Do you not understand? Are you foolish? Individuals like you are the first to meet an untimely end. The 2 robbers were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged whispers, ultimately concluding that this person was lacking in intellect, having been robbed yet still confronting the assailants with such audacity. Just observe her demeanor. It's no wonder that even those with a slightly irritable temperament would feel inclined to strike her. Upon witnessing the 2 individuals regarding him with an expression of bewilderment, Qian Shaoi felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. In a particularly foul mood, he decided to have some sport at their expense and sought to locate a map. Grasping the sword of judgment, he could not be bothered to manifest his soul rings. Instead, he unleashed his sword intent and soul flow. The person, who stood nearly as tall as he lay, seemed to be stricken with fear as he charged toward him, for he was, after all, among the weakest of soul masters. Help, boss, save me. His companion implored, do not be afraid, I am coming. Ah, that hurts. Ouch. Do not strike me. Help, this is murder. Are you out of your mind? How can a mere soul master be so formidable? Ah, brother, retreat. Chapter 79. Journey to the Stardo. With the sword of judgment pointed menacingly at the 2 prostrate figures who dared not move, he commanded, hand over the money. No. The map. Perhaps if I am in a generous mood, I might spare your lives. The plump soul master trembled as he replied. You cannot possibly be like my elder brother, can you? We offer you the map, and then you take our lives when you feel displeased. Qian Shaoi displayed an expression of astonishment and said, Oh, how did you know? Judging by your appearance, you must have taken many lives, haven't you? Do you truly believe that after committing murder, one can live unscathed? Life for a life, debts must be repaid. I am here to impose justice upon you. The 2 robbers turned pale, believing their end had come. However, Qian Shaoi continued, Yet, sparing your lives is not entirely out of the question. Hearing the glimmer of hope for survival, the 2 rejoiced, exclaiming, Young master, as long as you spare the lives of my brother and me, we shall serve you loyally. Serving loyally is not what I require. You 2 are steeped in wrongdoing. If you wish to live, then earnestly serve the people. Should I encounter either of you engaging in nefarious acts again, you know the consequences that await. The 2 nodded vigorously, their fervor truly beyond measure. Suddenly, an idea struck Qian Shaoi as he looked at them and said, This alone is insufficient. First, you must accomplish a task for me. Young master, please instruct us. We will fulfill the mission even at the cost of our lives. Qian Shaoi curled his lips, skeptical that these 2 cowardly souls would risk their lives for him. Nevertheless, He spoke up. I require your assistance in eliminating a certain individual. The rotund spirit master interrupted Qian Xiaoyi, inquiring, kill someone? Did you not forbid us from doing so? Allow me to finish. Qian Xiaoyi replied, somewhat irked. I want you to pretend to eliminate Ning Rongrong, the junior sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. What? Boss this. Silence. If you interrupt me again, I shall dispose of you on the spot. Seeing the two cover their mouths, Qian Xiaoyi nodded with satisfaction. With your capabilities, you could never truly kill her. You must feign the act. An actual assassination would inevitably fail, and upon your capture, they would inquire who sent you. What will you say? The two spirit masters believed Qian Xiaoyi was testing their loyalty and fervently declared, of course, we shall say that no one instructed us. It is simply our own disdain for her. They concluded with proud expressions, thinking that this time, the young master would surely place his trust in them. Qian Xiaoyi pressed her forehead and sighed. You two are truly foolish. Remember my appearance and name. When she inquires, respond truthfully without a hint of error. Furthermore, my name is Qian Xiaoyi. You shall say that Qian Xiaoyi sent you to kill her. Understood? But do not divulge my plan. The two nodded vigorously. Qian Xiaoyi waved her hand, leaving behind a final remark as she departed. If you fail, await your demise. For those who fear for their lives, threatening them with death is most fitting. Days later, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong stared blankly at a plush bear on her bed. It was the first gift bestowed upon her by Qian Xiaoyi and her most cherished possession. In recent days, she had been diligently cultivating her strength surging. Even her soul rotation, which had been difficult to master, showed signs of progress. During her leisure, she found herself lost in thought, unaware of what occupied her mind. Clutching the plush bear, tears gradually streamed down her cheeks. She could hardly believe that those joyful days were mere fabrications. Nor could she accept that those sweet nothings were falsehoods. With a target in sight, was it this young girl? Ha! Let us swiftly complete the task and depart. Just as Ning Rongrong was engulfed in sorrow, two figures burst into her room, both clad in the attire of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, suggesting they had infiltrated through this means. One was tall, the other short, one was stout, the other slender. Ning Rongrong wiped away her tears, unwilling to let others witness her weeping for a scoundrel. With a sweep of her spiritual energy, she discerned that one was a soul sovereign and the other a soul scholar. These two were the robbers tasked with executing Qian Xiaoyi's orders. They should have arrived earlier. But since the map was in Qian Xiaoyi's possession, they had lost their way. Fortunately, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was vast, and after inquiring a few individuals, they had found their way. Otherwise, the completion of their mission might have been delayed indefinitely. Ning Rongrong inquired, Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Are you tired of living? The slender one replied, We do not wish to. But the mission must be fulfilled. Hee, little beauty, there is no escape for you. Ning Rongrong narrowed her eyes and suddenly chuckled. You dare to attempt an assassination of the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with your soul scholar strength? Is your master a fool? Someone. Seize them. Ning Rongrong was disinterested in them. Her curiosity lay in who would be foolish enough to send assassins after her. So eager to incite enmity with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Brother, there are so many people, and they are all experts, remarked the stout soul master. The slender soul master nodded in agreement. What do you intend to do? I assure you, I am quite formidable. Wait, do not approach. Help. Murder. The gazes of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School members toward these two were tinged with curiosity. As assassins, they were being beaten by guards while shouting about murder. How amusing. Ning Rongrong waved her hand, signaling everyone to halt, emanating an air of danger as she inquired, Who is your master? Speak, if you wish to live. Otherwise, even death shall be a luxury. The portly individual was utterly terrified, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Observing this, the slender man confessed, It is true. Qian Xiaoyi's words were not yet finished when Ning Rongrong, in a fit of excitement, interjected, You are deceiving us. Your master is fully aware that you cannot accomplish this task, yet he sent you nonetheless. You clearly intend to frame Qian Xiaoyi for this. Besides, if he truly wished to kill me, why would he not do so himself? Cold sweat poured from the slender man as he stammered, It is genuine. The young master possesses the martial soul of the judgment sword, and he is quite handsome. He commanded us to act only because he found it beneath him to dirty his hands. I speak nothing but the truth. Here, I have the young master's handwritten letter detailing our assignment. He produced a sheet of paper bearing the emblem of the martial soul hall. Upon seeing the paper, Ning Rongrong was already half convinced. She opened it, and indeed recognized Qian Xiaoyi's handwriting. Her vision darkened, and she nearly fainted, saved only by the support of a household servant. The letter read, I have long despised the young master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, yet I do not wish to sully my own hands. I have dispatched you two to assassinate him. A generous reward awaits upon completion. Ning Rongrong collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably, alternating between tears and laughter. Ah, Qian Xiaoyi, how heartless you are. I could endure your scorn and insults, but to think you would wish me dead? Have you ever harbored any feelings for me? With your intellect, you send these two to kill me. How desperate are you for my demise? How deeply do you despise me? Ha! Qian Xiaoyi, do not blame me for being ungrateful. I shall not grant you your wish. Not only will I survive, but I will ensure you lose everything. You claim to detest me? One day, I shall bind you to my side, forcing you to watch me every day. A voice interrupted, Miss, how should we deal with them? Pointing at the two assailants. Ning Rongrong glanced at them and replied, Release them. They are of no use. The two robbers suddenly realized their fate. They were merely pawns in a gang, unworthy even of death, which explained why the young master had assured them of absolute safety. In the distance, Qian Xiaoyi seemed to have an epiphany as he gazed towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, sighing, Rongrong, I am sorry. To follow me is to invite a fate worse than death. Your safety and reputation are paramount in my eyes. Perhaps it is best to harbor your hatred solely for me. Perhaps we were never meant to cross paths. He surveyed the woods before him, murmuring to himself, the Star Doe forest is fraught with peril, yet it also brims with opportunities. Whether I shall drink the bitter cup here or transform into a dragon depends on my destiny. Chapter 80. The twin-winged white tiger and the silkworm. The judgment sword was embedded in the ground as Qian Xiaoyi, with a blade of grass between his lips, rested against a grand tree, his arms crossed behind his head. Beside him lay a tiger, 3 meters in length, lounging in a manner akin to a domestic pet. Aside from the black crown resembling the character on its forehead, its fur is entirely a lustrous golden white. It possesses a pair of pristine, white wings on its back, and its tail sways gently from side to side. With its eyes closed and breath steady and powerful, it appears to be in slumber, yet this does little to conceal its majestic demeanor. The dual-winged white tiger, a mythical soul beast, is said to be a mutation of the divine white tiger. Legends of the white tiger are also prevalent in the Douluo continent, where it is believed to have emerged in response to the world's needs. The prowess of the divine white tiger is said to rival that of the dragon clan, with a strength comparable to that of divine heirs. Cohabiting within the realm of the gods, the lineage of the dual-winged white tiger has mutated, rendering it even mightier than the ordinary white tiger. Although it is still in its infancy, having only been born a few months ago, its future promises to herald its rise as a formidable force. The likelihood of such mutations occurring is exceedingly rare, and the chances of a beneficial mutation are nearly negligible. It is estimated that this singular dual-winged white tiger is the only one of its kind on the entire continent. Despite its imposing size and fierce presence, Xiaoyi understands its true age. It is merely a few months old. Its substantial growth has been solely dependent on nourishment. The cultivation of soul beasts is measured in years. The longer they live, the stronger their cultivation becomes. Some soul beasts can enhance their cultivation through unique methods such as absorption or consumption. Thus, certain soul beasts, despite living for only a few thousand years, possess spirit rings of 10,000 years. However, cultivation does not always equate to strength, as it is also intricately linked to lineage. The more noble the bloodline, the greater the power. For instance, a millennium-old dark golden terraclaw bear can contend with an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Upon his arrival in the starry forest, Qian Xiaoyi was acutely aware of the perils that lay within, exercising utmost caution and refraining from provoking the soul beasts. Even when approached by such creatures, he would either fend them off if he possessed the strength or swiftly retreat if not. To date, he had not slain a single soul beast, not out of fear, but rather a belief in the sanctity of life. If it could be spared, then let it be. One day, as Qian Xiaoyi traversed the forest, he suddenly sensed a surge of energy surrounding him, intensifying as he advanced further. Though he remained vigilant, his curiosity compelled him to uncover the source. With keen awareness of his surroundings, he tread carefully, wary of unforeseen dangers. Strangely, within this realm of heightened energy, only insects and birds flitted about. No soul beasts were in sight. As the adage goes, extraordinary occurrences often herald something unusual. While contemplating whether to press on, he noticed the energy converging towards a point not far ahead. Attempting to absorb this energy, he found it unresponsive to his will. Gradually, it coalesced, forming a sphere over a meter in height, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be an egg. Despite its formation, the energy remained remarkably potent, only slightly diminished. And soon thereafter, the remaining energy was voraciously consumed by the white egg. Qian Xiaoyi was utterly captivated, harboring a premonition that he was destined to witness the birth of something extraordinary today. Energy is not infinite. No matter how abundant, it will eventually be fully consumed. Just as the last remnants of energy were being absorbed, a resplendent pillar of platinum light descended from the heavens, striking the egg and sending tremors rippling outward. Caught off guard, Qian Xiaoyi was helplessly pushed away. Upon observing the scene, Dinging noted that perhaps due to the light beam, the white egg was now adorned with numerous cracks, as if something were poised to break free from its confines. At long last, the shell shattered, revealing delicate white wings, followed by the emergence of a small white tiger's body. In that instant, Qian Xiaoyi recalled an ancient tome that detailed various mythical beasts, which mentioned that the white tiger was associated with the transformation. Unlike the usual white tiger, this one bore an additional pair of wings. The little creature before him appeared to be a manifestation of this transformation, with its dual wings and shimmering platinum fur. Qian Xiaoyi ventured a bold hypothesis. It was the winged white tiger, a variant of the divine white tiger. Perhaps it was that very beam of light that induced this extraordinary metamorphosis. The winged white tiger stood upright, displaying no signs of weakness from its recent birth. Its limbs were strong, and its large blue eyes blinked adorably as it surveyed its surroundings. Spotting Qian Xiaoyi staggering towards it, it leapt with excitement, bounding directly into his embrace. Qian Xiaoyi, already weakened by the turbulent winds, found it difficult to withstand the sudden descent of the winged white tiger. Overwhelmed and pinned to the ground, he broke into a cold sweat as the creature opened its mouth. Just as he prepared to retaliate, the winged white tiger extended its tongue and gently licked Qian Xiaoyi's face, nuzzling against him affectionately. Sensing no hostility and perceiving the creature's remarkable amiability, Qian Xiaoyi summoned his courage to stroke the little tiger's head, which elicited a blissful expression from the beast. Before long, the winged white tiger stood before him, wearing a pitiful demeanor, and with a distinctly human-like gesture, pointed to its belly and licked its lips. Even Qian Xiaoyi, despite his naivety, could grasp the situation. It was evidently hungry. While tigers are carnivorous, Qian Xiaoyi had no meat to offer but himself. In the interest of his own safety, it seemed prudent to seek out a notoriously infamous soul beast instead. Qian Xiaoyi vanquished a serpent-like millennium soul beast, after which the dual-winged white tiger began to grow in stature. Qian Xiaoyi could distinctly perceive that the tiger's cultivation was steadily ascending from its mere inception. It had now attained a decade's worth of cultivation. Several months later, the dual-winged white tiger had reached a length of 3 meters, its cultivation blossoming to that of a century. Its pastimes consisted solely of slumber and feasting, devoid of any semblance of the regal demeanor befitting the king of beasts. The dual-winged white tiger had developed a dependency on Qian Xiaoyi. Typically, soul beasts only acquire a modicum of intellect after a millennium, and it is not until they reach a 10,000-year cultivation that they begin to comprehend human emotions and societal intricacies. However, the dual-winged white tiger was exceptional. From its very birth, it exhibited an understanding of affection and charm, its intelligence rivaling that of a 10,000-year soul beast. Qian Xiaoyi's greatest delight lay in perching upon the back of the winged white tiger, treating it as a noble steed. As they rested, the winged white tiger slowly opened its eyes, casting a vigilant gaze deep into the starry forest. Noticing its demeanor, Qian Xiaoyi prepared himself for battle. At last, the rascals emerged, daring to attempt the absorption of Brother Tian Reem. Such audacity was truly misplaced. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a shadow gradually materialized from the forest ahead, and Qian Xiaoyi distinctly felt the temperature plummet. It was a rotund head, plump and measuring over a meter in diameter, wriggling its way from the depths of the forest, revealing its immense size. This creature was a silkworm, stretching over 7 meters in length, with a shimmering aura beneath its skin. Its golden eyes gleamed from its head, and at intervals along its body, 10 golden rings adorned its form. Chapter 81. The Tiandrimi silkworm. Upon sighting Qian Xiaoyi and the winged white tiger, the colossal silkworm, though expressionless, was internally tumultuous. Oh no, in my haste to flee, I failed to notice these two. What a blunder. Could it be that I have narrowly escaped the tiger's jaws only to stumble into the wolf's den? What does that winged tiger signify? Why is it drooling? Does it regard me as a meal? Fortunately, it seems formidable, but it's merely a century old. Ha! I am free at last. The winged white tiger fixated intently on the plump creature before it, saliva trickling from the corners of its mouth, even extending its tongue to lick its lips. Its throat rumbled. It found the bulky worm utterly delectable, yearning to devour it immediately. Yet Qian Xiaoyi did not share the same reckless abandon as Xiao Bai. From the earlier sounds, it was likely this worm was capable of human speech, which generally indicated a spirit beast with an age exceeding 100,000 years, an entity rivaling the title Douluo. Moreover, due to the innate advantages of spirit beasts, even a title Douluo might not be a match. Xiao Bai, be cautious. This creature is likely a 100,000-year spirit beast. Xiao Bai was the name Qian Xiaoyi had chosen for the winged white tiger, devoid of deeper meaning, simply a moniker inspired by Flinder's nickname for Dai Mu Bai. Though the winged white tiger could not yet articulate speech, comprehending human language posed no challenge. However, understanding and responsiveness were two distinct matters. Unfazed, Xiao Bai remained in its own world, gazing lazily at the massive worm. The large worm, feeling discontent, dismissed Qian Xiaoyi and the century-old Xiao Bai with arrogance, declaring, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and righteousness, the pinnacle of wisdom and beauty, the supreme spirit beast known as the Tian Dream Ice Silkworm. A paragon of unmatched strength, having cultivated for 1,000,000 years, setting the record for longevity in the Douluo continent. You may call me Brother Tian Dream." 1,000,000 years? Who are you trying to fool? To be honest, even the aura of 100,000-year spirit beast surpasses yours. Qian Xiaoyi wore an expression of disbelief, while Xiao Bai was filled with excitement, as if the strength of the heavenly dream ice silkworm only enhanced its allure. Disbelief aside, over there was that little tiger. Should it continue to regard me with such disdainful eyes, I would not hesitate to end its existence, declared the heavenly dream ice silkworm fiercely. Xiao Bai, with its adorably naive blink, let out a few roars, and then provocatively gazed at the heavenly dream ice silkworm. After all, the heavenly dream ice silkworm was a 1,000,000-year-old soul beast, and being taunted by a mere century-old soul beast would certainly not go unchallenged. Oh dear, little white tiger. Do you take me for a mere insect because the heavenly dream has not shown its might? Watch as I bring about your demise. With that, the temperature around the heavenly dream ice silkworm plummeted, compelling Qian Xiaoyi to unleash his soul power to shield both Xiao Bai and himself from the biting cold. The heavenly dream ice silkworm snorted, realizing that not all humans were driven solely by greed. However, in an instant, a streak of icy light flashed by, striking Xiao Bai, who found itself frozen in place, its surface gradually encased in frost, transforming into a magnificent ice sculpture. Xiao Bai, Qian Xiaoyi glared fiercely, for during this time, Xiao Bai had become his steadfast companion, a bond that blossomed into a profound friendship. At times, Xiao Bai even regarded him as a maternal figure, though it was somewhat awkward. Qian Xiaoyi knew that if Xiao Bai were ever in peril, he would not stand idly by. "You, fatworm, shall meet your end." The heavenly dream ice silkworm sensed the murderous intent, its expression growing grave. Just as the war was on the brink of eruption, a shattering sound echoed, and the icy layer surrounding Xiao Bai began to peel away. Xiao Bai regained mobility and let out several roars directed at the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The silkworm's mind was in disarray, contemplating, when did century-old soul beasts become so formidable? No matter how one looks at it, I am a 1,000,000-year soul beast, a full 10,000 times superior. The heavenly dream ice silkworm's forte lay in psychic power. Sensing something amiss, it employed its mental prowess to probe Xiao Bai. The instant its psychic energy made contact, the silkworm's countenance shifted dramatically as it murmured, "How is this possible? This aura is far more potent than mine, even surpassing that of Bing Bing by several fold. No, Bing Bing cannot even compare. How can such an existence, destined to be a sovereign, coexist with a human?" As Qian Xiaoyi utilized his mental strength against the Tianming ice silkworm, he discerned that its mental prowess was exceedingly formidable. Though his own mental capabilities ranked among the upper echelons within the soul sect, they appeared trivial in comparison to the vastness of the Tianming ice silkworm's power. Akin to the disparity between an ocean and a mere drop of water. Who exactly are you? Qian Xiaoyi began to entertain the notion that the Tianming ice silkworm might indeed be a 1,000,000-year soul beast. The Tianming ice silkworm's demeanor softened as it replied, "I was once an ordinary ice silkworm soul beast, not born in the Stardow forest, but rather in the frigid northern reaches of the continent. We ice silkworms are inherently dual attribute soul beasts, embodying both mental and ice properties. However, our combat prowess is severely hampered by our lack of speed, rendering us rather unremarkable among soul beasts. Moreover, we have natural enemies, making it exceedingly rare for my kin to cultivate for over 10,000 years. Yet I am an exception. Perhaps fate has favored me. I have merely eaten and slept my way to 1,000,000 years. But I lack combat skills, and my fighting ability pales in comparison to that of a 10,000-year soul beast. Thus, I have often become prey. Nevertheless, I managed to escape. Little brother, could you lend me a hand? Is that so? You are quite weak. Qian Xiaoyi retorted disdainfully, while the nearby Xiao Bai regarded the creature with equal scorn. I merely harbored benevolent intentions and did not wish to resort to violence. Otherwise, they would surely not survive to see the dawn of the next day. The Tianming ice silkworm continued, attempting to defend itself. Haha, let us consider it as such. What do you mean by let us consider it as such? I am indeed quite formidable. Qian Xiaoyi, feeling disinclined to argue, recognized that although the corpulent creature's strength was modest, its mental fortitude was formidable. After all, it was a soul beast that had existed for 1,000,000 years. Even its diminished power was beyond the capabilities of both herself and Xiaobai. Hey, great fat worm. What do you intend to do next? Will you continue to flee? Qian Xiaoyi inquired. The heavenly dream ice silkworm shook its head. I have been running for several millennia. I am weary and in need of slumber. And please, refer to me as Brother Tianming. Why not just sleep until the end? All you seem to know is how to sleep, much like Xiaobai. Xiaobai let out a sharp cry towards Qian Xiaoyi, then pointed to its mouth, indicating, I am also aware of the necessity of sustenance. Qian Xiaoyi cast a scornful glance at the inept individual and inquired, Tianming, where do you intend to rest? Although the Douluo forest is vast, it is hardly your most suitable refuge. Tianming Binkin shook its head and replied, You are indeed correct. Yet if I venture beyond the Douluo forest, I will be discovered almost immediately. Even if I remain undetected, humanity will not spare me. The words of Tianming Binkin reminded Qian Xiaoyi of Xiaowu, prompting a sigh. Human desires are insatiable. In the past, when spirit beasts acted recklessly, people only sought survival. Now, they aspire for strength and hunt spirit beasts. In the future, the habitat for spirit beasts will diminish even further. Tianming Binkin nodded in agreement and remarked, It appears your insight is quite admirable. You speak the truth. Humanity progresses at an alarming rate, and it remains uncertain whether spirit beasts will exist in the future. Young one, you are the first human I do not find detestable. Qian Xiaoyi chuckled. Yet, you are not the first spirit beast I have taken a liking to. Tianming Ice Silkworm paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. How amusing. I do hope I am not the last spirit beast to capture your affection. Chapter 82. Snow-Cold City. On another note, even if you choose to slumber here, it is imperative to find a secure location. The beings capable of hunting you are at least 10,000-year-old spirit beasts. Do you possess the confidence to evade them? Qian Xiaoyi expressed a hint of concern at this moment. Tianming Ice Silkworm appeared quite self-assured, stating, Though my combat prowess may be lacking, I dare assert that as long as I conceal myself, even the gods would struggle to locate me. Qian Xiaoyi felt a stir within her heart and inquired, God? Tianming, do you truly believe in the existence of deities? In an instant, Tianming's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, as he replied with unwavering certainty, Indeed, they exist. You are still far too weak. But when you ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, you will perceive the realm of the divine. Just as those peak Douluos among humanity have come to recognize the reality of the divine realm. Only those chosen by the divine offspring can attain godhood. Almost all soul masters opt for this path to divinity, for the alternative is exceedingly arduous. Qian Xiaoyi grasped the essence of the matter. What is the second path? Are there other ways to achieve divinity? Indeed, there exists an alternative method to attain godhood, which is to create one's own divine position. However, it is inherently challenging. If we consider that the probability of being favored by a divine progeny and inheriting their divine status is 50%, the likelihood of achieving divinity through self-creation of a divine position is a mere 0.5%. When additional factors come into play, this probability diminishes even further. At this juncture, Tianming Binkin let out a sigh. Originally, our spirit beasts had the potential to ascend to godhood as well. However, ever since a silver light descended from the heavens tens of thousands of years ago, we have not witnessed any spirit beast attaining divinity. Even reaching 1,000,000 years of age is no longer sufficient. The only remaining path to divinity is for a spirit beast to transform into a human at the age of 100,000 years and, through exceptional talent and profound understanding of soul power, strive to reach the pinnacle of the continent, with the hope of being favored by a divine progeny. Yet, the risks are exceedingly high. Not only is there uncertainty in being chosen by a divine progeny, but you humans would not spare us either. Thus, the number of spirit beasts that choose to transform into humans is exceedingly rare, for no one wishes to undertake such perilous risks in pursuit of elusive aspirations. Tianming blinked and then glanced at Qian Xiaoyi and remarked, "By the way, I am still unaware of your name." Qian Xiaoyi smiled awkwardly, realizing that after such a lengthy conversation, she had yet to disclose her name. "I am Qian Xiaoyi." "Tianming, do you know what is required to create a divine position of one's own?" Tianming shook her head. "I do not know, but to be frank, I do not believe you possess the capability to establish a divine position. It is exceedingly challenging. Although a self-created divine position is far more powerful than an inherited one, the disparity in difficulty is equally significant." Qian Xiaoyi, undeterred, confidently declared, "The future? Who can say? Do you not believe that it is the challenges that render life intriguing?" Tianming Ice Silkworm opened its mouth, only to let out a resigned sigh. To be frank, it harbored doubts about Qian Xiaoyi's success, yet it was reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm. "Very well, I shall leave you to your musings. I am off to sleep now. And as for that little white creature, do not regard me with such eyes. I am not your meal." Qian Xiaoyi glanced back at Xiaobai, only to find it gazing at the Tianming Ice Silkworm with a greedy expression, its eyes glinting with desire as its limbs occasionally moved toward it. The Tianming Ice Silkworm excelled in mental prowess. However, its psychic abilities proved futile against Xiaobai. Earlier, when it launched a mental assault, Xiaobai's mental ocean absorbed the attack like a sponge, not only disregarding the psychic onslaught, but also siphoning off a portion of its own mental energy. Although mental energy can be replenished, it was of no consequence. If Xiaobai had not derived any benefit, it would not have regarded the Tianming Ice Silkworm with such avarice. Seeing that Tianming Binkin was at a loss with Xiaobai, Qian Xiaoyi grew bolder. "Tianming, Xiaobai hasn't had a proper meal in many days. I wonder if you could lend a hand. After all, you are a soul beast of 1,000,000 years. Losing a piece of flesh won't be fatal." Tianming Binkin bellowed. "It won't die, but it will hurt. How about I take a piece of flesh from you to see?" Qian Xiaoyi smirked mischievously and patted Xiaobai. "Go on. Devour it. Let it chatter away." Qian Xiaoyi discerned that Tianming Ice Silkworm was unable, or rather, unwilling to inflict harm upon Xiaobai, thus she felt unencumbered. "Qian Xiaoyi, you devil, save me." Uncertain of how to articulate further, it can be concluded that amidst their playful skirmish, their bond deepened. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the ground, beneath which the dream ice silkworm slumbered, while Xiaobai wore a melancholic expression, lamenting the absence of delectable sustenance. A year later, Qian Xiaoyi languidly leaned against Xiaobai, whose physique had grown significantly, approaching a cultivation level nearing a millennium. During this year, Qian Xiaoyi had not been idle. He had not only enhanced his survival skills in the wilderness, but also enriched his combat experience considerably. Most importantly, he had ascended to the rank of a soul master. Having recently hunted a 10,000-year soul beast, acquiring a soul ring configuration of yellow, blue, and black. "Xiaobai, my initial plan has been accomplished. It is time to venture forth." Xiaobai emitted a low growl, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. Caressing Xiaobai's form, Qian Xiaoyi spoke, "You cannot accompany me. Until you possess absolute strength, do not venture beyond the Douluo forest. The outside world is perilous for soul beasts like you, though the forest is fraught with danger. Your abilities will suffice for self-preservation. Do not worry, I shall return, for there are matters I must clarify with her." Xiaobai gazed longingly at Qian Xiaoyi before finally nodding and darting into the depths of the forest. "Until we meet again." Departing from the Douluo forest, he journeyed northward. Snow-cold city, one of the northernmost cities of the Douluo continent, experienced temperatures so frigid that water would freeze upon contact. Despite this, the city thrived with vibrancy, showing no signs of desolation due to its remote location. Qian Xiaoyi, clad in a thick cotton coat, shivered uncontrollably. Pondering how he had inexplicably found himself in this place, he decided to consider it a fortuitous opportunity to enhance his cold resistance. In contrast, the other inhabitants of the city, though adorned in various layers, did not appear nearly as disheveled as he. Perhaps they had already acclimated to their surroundings. Qian Xiaoyi entered a bustling tavern, filled with patrons seeking warmth from the chill of the season. He settled into a corner and summoned the server, exclaiming, "Bring me a fine jug of wine. I am freezing." "Certainly," replied the server, who, after attending to his duties, hurried over with a jug of wine. Noticing that Qian Shaoi appeared to be merely in his teens, the server refrained from commenting, as it was not uncommon for individuals of that age to be wed in this locale. Observing Qian Shaoi's discomfort in the environment, the server inquired, "You must not be a local, am I correct?" In order to conceal his identity as a soul master, Qian Shaoi refrained from unleashing his soul power to combat the cold, which left him shivering and prompted the server's question. "Indeed, I hail from the south and am quite unaccustomed to this dreadful weather. I thought to warm myself with a bit of wine," he replied. The server, somewhat puzzled, responded, "Then why are you not with your parents? Perhaps it would be wise to drink less." Qian Shaoi was acutely aware of her tender age. It was indeed remarkable for someone so young to venture so far alone, a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals. Noticing the amiable nature of the tavern keeper, she felt no irritation, merely boredom that prompted her to sneak out for some play, just as the tavern keeper contemplated expressing further concern for the child. A coarse voice resonated through the establishment. "Ah, what a beauty! Bring her to me as my concubine." In Chapter 83, The Mysterious Woman, the voice continued, "This young lady is quite striking. Truly beautiful, it seems fortune smiles upon me tonight. Someone, fetch her to me as my concubine." Following the sound, a burly man in his 30s, accompanied by several servants, leered at a woman who, like Qian Shaoi, was seated inconspicuously in a corner. With her back turned to Qian Shaoi, the latter could not behold her visage and thus paid her little mind. However, even the most unremarkable can be noticed. And soon enough, someone sought to forcibly seize the maiden. The positioning of the servants effectively obstructed all her possible escape routes, indicating that this was not their first attempt at such an act. The tavern keeper sighed, "Alas, Han Bing is indeed a tyrant of Shuahan City. He exploits his father's position as the lord of the city, acting with impunity, while many dare not voice their outrage." At this moment, Qian Shaoi expressed great interest and inquired, "Have you ever considered leaving this place or reporting it to the Empire? As far as I know, the emperors of both empires are wise rulers and should take action." "Is it really that simple?" came the reply. "Zhanqing was established by its own lord. It does not belong to either of the two great empires and can be regarded as a separate entity. The lord wields military power and is said to be a formidable soul duelist of level 87. Due to its remote location, the two empires turn a blind eye to it. It's not that no one wishes to escape. Rather, the lord forbids it. I recall someone attempting to sneak out, but by the following day, his head was displayed at the city gate. Since its inception, Zhanqing has never seen anyone successfully leave. Even if we wished to, we would find it impossible." Qian Shaoi furrowed her brow, feeling an overwhelming sense of bitterness. Is the trial truly meant to be this arduous? And what about the soul masters? Surely, if there were any, they could lead us to safety, could they not? The young innkeeper shook his head, lamenting. The esteemed position of a soul master has drawn them all to the city lord's side. Those few who refuse to serve him rarely see the dawn of a new day. Yet, while the city lord is merciless towards soul beasts, he treats us common folk with a measure of kindness, except, of course, for his son. Alas, Qian Shaoi smiled softly, I believe not necessarily. The soul flow that Qian Shaoi diligently practiced could also hone his mental faculties. At present, his mental prowess, even in comparison to a soul king, was formidable. Through his mental acuity, he discerned that Han Bing was merely at level 40, while those servants were only in their 20s, a forced elevation achieved through potions. Yet, he found himself unable to fathom the woman before him. Her aura emanated a chilling essence that even he could perceive. The woman, sensing the scrutiny upon her, turned to gaze at its source. In that moment, Qian Shaoi was struck by her extraordinary beauty. She appeared to be a girl of 17 or 18, with cascading white hair that flowed down her back to the ground. Her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and transparent, as if capable of piercing through the very fabric of the world. Her tall, curvaceous figure was flawless, and although her white gown bore no embellishments, it only served to enhance her purity and unparalleled grace. Like a winter plum blossom, she stood apart, proud against snow and frost. In that fleeting moment when she glanced back, Qian Shaoi found himself momentarily entranced. Having grown up amidst beauty, he still could not help but marvel. The woman merely cast him a fleeting glance before turning her attention to the window, as if the snow outside held her entire focus. Han Bing felt a surge of irritation, In his past, he relished the sight of women struggling against him during his forceful abductions. Yet this woman seemed devoid of emotion, unacquainted with fear or trepidation. Her icy blue eyes reflected a deep stillness, disinterested in anything at all, making any notion of struggle seem utterly foreign. This irked him greatly, and he exchanged a glance with his subordinates, prompting them to approach the woman slowly. Qian Xiaoyi had no intention of intervening. He was merely curious to observe the abilities of the girl who appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years of age. In such frigid weather, her choice to don a skirt suggested a level of mastery that was hard to believe if she were not skilled. The girl turned her head and cast a disdainful glance at Qian Xiaoyi, her crimson lips parting as she murmured in a voice only she could hear. He looks the part, but alas, he is nothing more than a coward. To watch a delicate flower fall into the hands of others, and yet not dare to intervene, what a timid soul. Were Qian Xiaoyi to hear her words, he would surely find himself at a loss for rebuttal, though he would undoubtedly cry out in protest. At the moment the servants approached her, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in the girl's eyes. She unleashed her soul power with a fierce intensity, sending the servants hurtling away, landing on the ground with cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. They were merely following your orders, and I would spare their lives. But your misdeeds are too numerous to forgive. With that, a frostbitten sword materialized in her hand, aimed menacingly at the scoundrel. The rogue, now bewildered, found this reality to be quite different from his expectations. He had assumed her to be an ordinary person, noting the absence of any visible soul power. He could never have imagined she was a formidable opponent. Qian Xiaoyi remained ever vigilant, instantly sensing the murderous intent emanating from the woman. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly dashed out. Clang! The sword of judgment collided with the ice blade, producing a crisp sound. Qian Xiaoyi staggered backwards several paces, while the woman remained utterly unfazed. He was taken aback. His strength, honed through rigorous training and battles with soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, was not inferior to that of a soul king. Yet, the woman had effortlessly parried his attack, a testament to her formidable power. Observing that her prey had been rescued, the woman fixed her emotionless gaze upon Qian Xiaoyi, her eyes brimming with lethal intent, causing him to feel a twinge of panic. Gritting his teeth, he delivered a swift chop to the back of the rogue's neck, rendering him unconscious. With his martial soul retracted, he disregarded his own safety and the woman's struggles, pulling her urgently towards safety. The woman shook off Qian Xiaoyi's grasp, declaring, "Do not touch me, you filthy scum." Qian Xiaoyi let out a bitter laugh, realizing that the woman had misunderstood him. With urgency, he implored, "I will explain everything later. For now, please come with me, or we shall be too late." The woman's expression shifted as she pondered something, then she replied, "Lead the way." Qian Xiaoyi occasionally glanced back to check for pursuers, turning left and right, fearful of being discovered. In contrast, the woman moved at a leisurely pace, exhibiting no signs of anxiety whatsoever. Qian Xiaoyi led the woman to a secluded corner and turned to meet her questioning gaze. "Why did you not assist me before?" the woman asked coldly. Qian Xiaoyi realized that she had not deterred the rascals from approaching her in the beginning. With a wry smile, she remarked, "Why should I assist you? You are also a soul master, and indeed stronger than them. Should I intervene simply because you are a stunning beauty? There is no imminent danger to life, so I see no necessity to act." Her tone grew even more resolute as she added, "Do you think that by eliminating that scoundrel, I would then be in peril?" Qian Xiaoyi curled her lip and remarked, "Foolish woman, can you not engage your intellect? While it may be acceptable for you to dispose of those servants, after all, the city lord is aware of his child's character and would likely turn a blind eye should you dare to eliminate that scoundrel. The city lord would undoubtedly be enraged to learn that his son met his demise at your hands. The city lord is formidable enough, coupled with those soul masters. Do you truly believe you possess the prowess of a titled Douluo? You appear to be an heir of some significant power. It is wise to maintain a low profile when outside. Oh, what troubles you? You dare call someone a foolish woman? Repeat that, if you dare." The woman glared at Qian Xiaoyi, her tone laced with murderous intent. When had anyone ever spoken to her in such a manner? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Qian Xiaoyi found her anger oddly endearing, yet when the woman truly became furious, it was indeed somewhat intimidating. "Ha ha, well, I was merely jesting. Do not take it so seriously. I sought only to advise you to refrain from acting impulsively, as it could place you in peril." Qian Xiaoyi chuckled nervously. "And what of it? In my eyes, no one surpasses me," the woman declared before striding away. "Goodness, how arrogant. Hey, what are you planning to do? Kill?" Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoyi felt displeased. It seemed that all my words had fallen on deaf ears. Never had anyone dared to disregard my presence so brazenly. You must not go. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot possibly contend with a multitude. Do you doubt it? Very well. Proceed at your own peril. Let us see who ends up being pursued. Why do you hesitate? I truly cannot comprehend the capriciousness of you young ladies. After a moment of contemplation, the woman resolutely stepped outside. Wait, I was merely jesting, and you actually intend to go? Come back, foolish woman. In a swift motion, an icy blade was pressed against Qian Xiaoyi's throat. The woman coldly declared, repeat that if you dare. Do not presume that your assistance grants you the liberty to act recklessly. Should you provoke my wrath, no one will be able to shield you from the consequences. Qian Xiaoyi was aware that she would not take her own life. Otherwise, she would have acted sooner. I soared. My martial spirit is the judgment blade. It seems we share quite a connection. By the way, I still do not know your name. Which faction do you belong to? The woman's gaze flickered, her eyes sharp as she scrutinized Qian Xiaoyi, as if attempting to discern his intentions. Qian Xiaoyi, with a clear conscience, felt no fear of her probing. I am called Bai Shui. Bai Shui? What a lovely name. Truly befitting, for you are as pure and flawless as freshly fallen snow. However, your actions are rather impulsive. Why do you have so much to say? A grown man should not be so indecisive, Bai Shui remarked with disdain. Bai Shui, I am Qian Xiaoyi. What shall we do next? Bai Shui, a vision of beauty, had caught the attention of that rogue. He would not relent easily. Bai Shui cast a scornful glance at Qian Xiaoyi. What else can be done? If you cannot handle such a trivial matter, what good are you as a man? Just eliminate the problem and be done with it. Qian Xiaoyi sighed in exasperation. Sister, if it were merely about killing him, that would be a trivial matter. The crux of the issue lies with his father, the lord of the city, not to mention the loyal followers he has amassed over the years. Without the strength of a titled Douluo, escape would be impossible. However, one must acknowledge that there are scarcely a few titled Douluos across the entire continent. With just the two of us, we wouldn't even be enough to serve as a mere distraction. Bai Shui, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, retorted, Then what do you propose? That scoundrel must die. He dared to lay his hands on me, and he must be prepared for the consequences. I share your disdain for him, and I will not hinder your desire to eliminate him, but we must devise a careful plan. Charging and blindly to slay him will only invite retribution from his father, who will ensure that your suffering exceeds even death. We need to orchestrate an assassination, creating the illusion of an accidental demise. This way, we would ensure our own safety. Does that sound reasonable? Troublesome, Bai Shui muttered, turning her head with a pout, yet fortunately, she did not refuse. The following day, a piece of news sent shockwaves through the entirety of Shuahan City. The only son of the city lord had tragically succumbed to an accident caused by a falling object while walking. Although the circumstances were shrouded in suspicion, no one could provide or deduce any valuable information. The city lord, in a fit of rage, ordered a thorough investigation, declaring that anyone suspected would face execution. The first person under suspicion was none other than Bai Shui, the powerful girl who had been bullied by the ruffian, and the second was Qian Xiaoyi, the young man who had assisted Bai Shui in her escape. In a secluded spot, Bai Shui pouted adorably, casting a dissatisfied glance at the cautious Qian Xiaoyi. I must say, you truly lack courage. It was merely a matter of confronting them. Qian Xiaoyi cast a glance at her bosom and, with a wry smile, remarked, Indeed, a generous bosom often belies intelligence. It seems the mind has taken residence there. Noticing the simmering anger in Bai Shui, Qian Xiaoyi hastily shifted the subject, saying, Although we may have created a facade yesterday, those with keen perception will undoubtedly discern the discrepancies. Yet now, we find ourselves labeled as fugitives. Venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death. Even if you are a fierce tiger, can you truly contend with a pack of wolves? Yes. Qian Xiaoyi helplessly pressed her forehead, exclaiming, You are truly incomprehensible. Stay put and behave yourself while I assess the situation outside. I refuse. Qian Xiaoyi, suppressing his dissatisfaction, spoke in a relatively gentle tone. Be good, I'll be back shortly. It won't take long. Noticing that Bai Shui remained silent, he took it as her consent and made his way through the crowd. Little did he realize that, regardless of her usual cold demeanor, Bai Shui gazed at his retreating figure with a warm smile, akin to a delicate flower blooming shyly amidst the harshness of winter. Soon, Bai Shui observed Qian Xiaoyi returning with a distressed expression and inquired, Hey, what happened? Due to his dismal mood, Qian Xiaoyi failed to perceive the concern embedded in Bai Shui's words. We have been placed on the death list. Our disappearance is merely a manifestation of our guilty conscience. Now that we are being hunted, the streets are rife with patrolling guards. Although they are merely ordinary folk, their numbers are overwhelming. Moreover, lurking in the shadows are soul masters, while the city gates remain tightly shut, and the walls are manned by soul masters of the soul sovereign rank and above. Our only option for escape would be to force our way through, yet there is still a glimmer of hope. I have learned that we are closest to the extreme north, where beast tides are rampant. Our only recourse now is to wait for the soul beast from the extreme north to arrive, providing us the opportunity to slip away amidst the chaos. Oh, by the way, Xiaoyi, what are your thoughts on soul beasts? Bai Shui suddenly inquired. Qian Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback. She actually addressed him as Xiaoyi. Previously, she had always referred to him in a dismissive manner. She maintained an icy demeanor towards everyone, her expression unwavering regardless of the circumstances. As if she were certain of her triumph. Qian Xiaoyi, feeling somewhat awkward, confessed, "Well, I must admit, I truly appreciate spirit beasts. In comparison to humans, they exhibit far greater honesty. It is not that they are foolish, rather, they disdain deceit. True scoundrels are infinitely more endearing than hypocritical gentlemen. I am quite eager to befriend spirit beasts, yet my family harbors a relentless mindset of extermination towards them." Bai Shui chuckled softly. "I am not mocking you. In fact, I share your fondness for spirit beasts. Among my companions, the number of spirit beasts far surpasses that of humans." "Is something the matter?" Bai Shui inquired, noticing Qian Xiaoyi pointing at her, mouth agape in astonishment. A chill ran down Bai Shui's spine. Had he uncovered something? You actually smiled. My goodness, how terrifying." Bai Shui smiled. Bai Shui's forehead twitched, veins bulging, as she clenched her fists and retorted with a sinister grin. "Xiaoyi, you might as well perish." "Wait, I was merely jesting. Bai Shui, you cannot be so harsh." "Ah, who is that? Who is there?" Qian Xiaoyi smiled wryly and said, "Oh no. I've been discovered." At that moment, Bai Shui remained completely unfazed, retorting, "It's all your fault. Why are you shouting?" Qian Xiaoyi grasped Bai Shui's wrist and fled, not forgetting to retort, "Oh, is it my fault? If you don't hit me, would I shout?" Bai Shui shook off Qian Xiaoyi, declaring, "Don't touch me. If you don't seek trouble, how could I strike you? If you don't smile, would I cause a scene? What is wrong with me smiling? I don't care. It's all your fault. All right, I'm to blame. But the priority now is to escape. You silly girl." "Silly girl? Qian Xiaoyi, I'll kill you." Chapter 85. Grief. Qian Xiaoyi concealed himself in an inconspicuous alley, his right hand covering Bai Shui's mouth, while his left arm encircled her delicate shoulder, cautiously peering outside. The pursuers were still in the vicinity, yet fortuitously, they had not searched this location. Bai Shui was entirely enveloped in Qian Xiaoyi's embrace. Although he was not as tall as she, his masculine aura left her somewhat flustered. She struggled violently, yet refrained from using her soul power, as if she had forgotten that with her strength, escaping would be effortless. "Foolish woman, why are you shouting with so many pursuers around? Is your head filled with snow?" Qian Xiaoyi exclaimed as he finally released Bai Shui once the danger had subsided. Bai Shui was momentarily taken aback, her thoughts racing. "Wait a minute. You dare to chastise me after violating my personal space? When have I ever been touched by a man? And you think you have the right to complain?" She pouted, feeling too apathetic to argue further. Through this ordeal, she discovered that fleeing could indeed be quite exhilarating. Little did anyone know, beneath Bai Shui's frosty exterior lay a heart full of mischief. Days passed in a flurry of pursuit until the city of Shuahan finally faced a beast tide. The arrival of the beast tide struck Qian Xiaoyi as peculiar. It seemed too coincidental, as if fate had aligned in their favor at their moment of greatest need. Furthermore, their escape had proven far simpler than anticipated. Up to this point, no soul master above the level of soul emperor had pursued them, as if the city lord were merely toying with them. Yet, the city lord was not so naive, for the vendetta against them was personal. He could not possibly refrain from deploying soul emperors. Yet, the reality was that not a single high-ranking soul master had been observed. Was it possible that the city lord lacked the authority to command those elite soul masters? Regardless, they had to prioritize their escape. With every passing moment, caution became ever more imperative. As expected, when Qian Xiaoyi and Bai Shui approached the city walls, they beheld a formidable array of high-ranking soul masters, 2 soul Douluos, several soul saints, dozens of soul emperors, and numerous soul kings. No matter the reason for their earlier absence, a direct confrontation now would surely spell doom. Fortunately, the scale of the beast tide was considerable, embodying a relentless determination to capture the city of Shuahan. thus diverting the attention of numerous soul masters. The leader of the beast tide possessed considerable strength, including a 100,000-year soul beast, a being comparable to a tidal Douluo. Should it engage, the city of Xuehan would face utter devastation. The city lord was not foolish. He understood that if he let Qian Xiaoyi and Bai Shui slip away, he would never encounter them again. Yet, to fend off the beast tide, he had no choice but to abandon the pursuit of Qian Xiaoyi, opening the city gates and deploying all soul masters to the front lines. Though begrudging, he was left with no alternative but to monitor the battlefield, ensuring that Qian Xiaoyi and Bai Shui did not escape. Positioned near the city gates with his formidable strength, he was fully capable of delivering a lethal blow should they attempt to flee. Qian Xiaoyi and Bai Shui mingled within the ranks of the Soul Master team. Engaging in a symbolic skirmish against the soul beasts, they fought and retreated, gradually finding themselves at the periphery of the battlefield. Sensing the opportune moment, Qian Xiaoyi grasped Bai Shui's hand, and they swiftly turned to flee. The soul beasts, intent on besieging the city, paid no heed to fleeing soldiers, continuing to fulfill their mission. This provided a fortunate opportunity for the two, initially thinking they needed to further distance themselves from the soul beasts. They realized it was no longer necessary. In fact, they had inadvertently delayed their pursuers. Overjoyed, Qian Xiaoyi urged Bai Shui to quicken their pace. The city lord's martial soul manifested as a spear. Though he was engaged in the chaos of battle, his vigilant gaze remained fixed on the conflict. Naturally, he noticed Qian Xiaoyi's movements. However, due to the overwhelming number of soul beasts and his inability to detach himself from the fray, he gritted his teeth. In an instant, a black soul ring flickered behind him, and the spear slipped from his grasp, soaring like a meteor toward Qian Xiaoyi. The sixth soul skill, an all-or-nothing gamble. Qian Xiaoyi felt a chill creeping in, and upon glancing back, a spear was hurtling towards him with great speed, sending a shiver down his spine. The lord of the city had perfectly timed his attack. It was precisely at the moment when they were both airborne and left with no room for evasion that the spear was launched. Should it strike true, neither would survive. Observing that Bai Shui seemed momentarily stunned, her gaze vacant, Qian Xiaoyi muttered a word of reproach, calling her foolish. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the dark soul ring behind him, which instantly blazed to life, enveloping him in a faint black protective shield. Qian Xiaoyi's fourth soul skill, Dustless Land, is a formidable defensive ability derived from the 13,000-year-old Imperial Armored Dragon Beast. To obtain this soul ring, Qian Xiaoyi exerted considerable effort. Its function is to withstand attacks equating to twice the user's attack power, with the duration varying according to the intensity of the assault. The more intense the sensation of the attack, the shorter the duration. However, when confronted with a fatal strike from a soul Douluo, this soul skill appears rather inadequate. Qian Xiaoyi was acutely aware that the Dustless Realm could only grant her a fleeting moment, yet it was sufficient. At the very instant the Dustless Realm began to shatter, Qian Xiaoyi summoned all her strength and cast Bai Shui away. Just as Bai Shui emerged from her stupor, she was met with the harrowing sight of a spear piercing through Qian Xiaoyi. Meanwhile, the city lord had returned to the city wall. Upon witnessing that only one individual had been struck, he furrowed his brow and shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. After being flung aside, Bai Shui landed on the ground and rushed towards Qian Xiaoyi, who bore a gaping wound in her left chest. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Qian Xiaoyi slowly turned her head to gaze, her vision so blurred that she could only squint. Nevertheless, through the delicate outline and the prevailing circumstances, she discerned that it was indeed Bai Shui who had arrived, and scathed. Qian Xiaoyi opened her mouth, her voice barely a whisper. If Bai Shui possessed any considerable cultivation, she would scarcely have heard it. It's fortunate that you're unharmed. Initially, it was her intention to flee on her own, yet her body betrayed her mind. Indeed, I have meddled unnecessarily. Alas, what reason compelled you to be so reckless? Before she could finish her thought, Qian Xiaoyi's head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Bai Shui understood that Qian Xiaoyi had genuinely sought to save her. The body not only obeys the mind but also heeds the whispers of the subconscious, which reflect our innermost desires. Even if the mind urged her to escape, the subconscious yearned to rescue her. Bai Shui nudged Qian Xiaoyi, her voice trembling. For one who seldom showed weakness, her heart wavered. Qian Xiaoyi, why did you interfere? Why did you save me? I could have managed on my own. You have brought this upon yourself. Wake up. You must wake up. In a flurry, Bai Shui unleashed her icy breath, freezing Qian Xiaoyi's wounds to preserve the flicker of life. Then, with a brilliant flash, Qian Shaoi vanished from sight, much to the astonishment of the city lord. After ensuring this, Bai Shui turned her gaze towards him. The spear had returned to his grasp, and he charged at her with it. Bai Shui steadied her agitated emotions, her expression devoid of sentiment as she faced the approaching city lord, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. For the first time, she harbored the fervent desire to kill. I will have your life. Chapter 86. Azure Eye Xiaoi, rest assured, I shall revive you. Bai Shui's expression remained impassive as she trudged through the howling blizzard, cradling the lifeless form of Qian Shaoi. Strangely, the winds and snow veered away from her as if recognizing a formidable foe, leaving the surrounding air bitterly cold. While an aura of stillness enveloped Bai Shui, Qian Xiaomei's complexion was pale, devoid of any trace of color. The wound on her left chest had been sealed by the icy embrace of the snow. Suddenly, Bai Shui furrowed her brow, glancing around before lowering her gaze to the unconscious Qian Shaoi in her arms, her expression transforming into one of exhilaration. The sound of a heartbeat. Initially, Bai Shui thought she might have misheard, but with no one else around and the heartbeat not belonging to her, there could only be one explanation. Qian Shaoi was still alive, his heartbeat faint yet persistent. After the initial thrill, Bai Shui found herself puzzled. How could there be a heartbeat when Qian Shaoi's chest had been pierced? Unless, of course, the heart had the ability to regenerate. With this thought, Bai Shui gently set down Qian Shaoi and began to investigate. Indeed, Qian Shaoi's heart had not regenerated. Rather, it was a situation that left her both bewildered and amused. Qian Shaoi is unlike anyone else. His heart resides in his right chest. After losing a substantial amount of blood, he fainted, his breathing so faint it was nearly imperceptible. In her flustered concern, Bai Shui mistakenly believed him to be dead. With a sigh of relief, she lightly struck him, playfully scolding, "You rascal, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you were gone. Just wait until I get my hands on you." However, it is truly a blunder on my part. With my abilities, I should have noticed sooner. For now, I shall reluctantly take care of you. When Qian Shaoi opened his eyes, he found himself in a chamber that seemed crafted from ice and snow. The room was vast and furnished like a palace, with all the necessities at hand. He lay upon a bed made of ice, yet it lacked the customary hardness and chill. Instead, it felt remarkably comfortable. Bai Shui was nestled by the bedside, soundly asleep, her breath fragrant as orchids, occasionally emitting peculiar sounds. It seemed that during his unconsciousness, she had worn herself out tending to him. Qian Shaoi gently nudged her delicate nose, while Bai Shui Tang also twitched her nose bridge, appearing to be in a deep slumber. "Higi, you have worked hard, Shui." Qian Shaoi carefully adjusted the covers for Bai Shui, ensuring she was warm and comfortable. With nothing else to do, he decided to slip into the bed beside her. As he gazed at Bai Shui's serene profile, his heart stirred, his self-control faltered, and he couldn't resist the temptation to bestow a soft kiss upon her cheek. She was truly beautiful, as pure and flawless as a snowflake. At 17, she was not much younger than himself. Qian Shaoi pressed her lips together, her gaze darting around, and upon noticing the absence of others, she mustered her courage to bestow a gentle kiss upon the crimson lips of Bai Shui. Before Qian Shaoi could revel in her audacity, she sensed that she had been marked, realizing that any slight movement could lead to severe consequences. Bai Shui opened her eyes, her expression impassive as she pushed Qian Shaoi away, remarking, "You seem to have recovered quite swiftly. Your physique is rather unique." Embarrassed, Qian Shaoi replied. At this moment, Bai Shui questioned, "Why are you so foolish? Did you not think to flee at that time? What compelled you to save me? Do you believe I am inferior to you?" Although her demeanor remained frosty, Qian Shaoi discerned a hint of reproach in her tone, which ignited a flicker of warmth within him. "It was not entirely my fault, you foolish woman. You were dazed in such a situation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have needed to intervene. You could have managed alone. You, who have been pampered since childhood." I find it rather surprising that Bai Shui did not take offense at my remark about her foolishness, but instead exhibited a tinge of self-reproach. Should I reveal to him the reason for my momentary stupor? Upon noticing the unusual expression on Bai Shui's face, Qian Shaoi felt a wave of tenderness wash over him. He swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, "Where are we?" Bai Shui glanced at him and replied, "This is my home, located near the far north. A splendid abode you have. It's evident that you are no ordinary person," he remarked. "By the way, do your parents know you brought me here? They won't force me into marrying you, will they?" Bai Shui chuckled lightly. "You certainly overestimate yourself. My parents wouldn't concern themselves with you. Speaking of which, being in the far north, how much do you know about the three great sovereigns?" Bai Shui suddenly posed the question. The three great sovereigns of the far north. The Titan Snow Demon King, the Ice Emperor, and the Snow Empress? Bai Shui nodded, encouraging him to elaborate. The three great sovereigns are the most formidable soul beasts in the far north, due to their inherent attributes. They possess even greater combat prowess in this icy realm. However, the harsh environment means that rare treasures are scarce, leading to a lower average lifespan among soul beasts. The Titan Snow Demon King, ruler of the Titan Snow Demon clan, boasts nearly 300,000 years of cultivation, standing at a height of 100 meters. His colossal form is among the mightiest on the continent. Although his strength is formidable, he gives off a rather foolishly endearing vibe. As for the Ice Emperor, I have a distaste for scorpions. The mere thought of them repulses me. Despite nearing 400,000 years of cultivation, her unpleasant nature remains unchanged. Moreover, being female, I struggle to fathom any redeeming qualities she might possess. Regarding the Snow Empress, Bai Shui felt a chill run through her. Her relationship with the Snow Empress was quite significant. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Qian Shaoyi's tongue was sharp, the self-proclaimed ice goddess. Yet she strikes me as an introverted recluse without her own kin. Were it not for my extensive reading, I wouldn't even know of her existence. As she languishes in the far north, achieving nothing. What's wrong? Your expression is rather grim. Bai Shui suppressed her urge to retaliate and replied, It's nothing. Big sister. Big sister. Your adorable little sister is here. Have you missed me? At that moment, a charming figure dashed in, appearing to be around 14 years of age. With emerald green hair styled into twin ponytails, clad in a flowing green dress. She exuded a vibrant charm, a touch rebellious yet undeniably more endearing than Bai Shui. Revealing a playful fong as she bounced about like a child. Your sister? Qian Shaoyi gestured toward the girl who had entered, directing his question at Bai Shui. Yes. My sister. She is named Bai Bing. Isn't she adorable? Bai Shui glanced at Qian Shaoyi and continued. Do not entertain any thoughts about her. Qian Shaoyi smirked and said, All right. Since I cannot set my sights on your younger sister, I shall have to turn my attention to her elder sister instead. Wouldn't you agree, Shui? Bai Shui, however, was not inclined to let Qian Shaoyi gain the upper hand. She replied, Sure, if you are not afraid of death. I have no objections. How did we end up discussing matters of safety? Is there danger in harboring ulterior motives towards you? Ha. Meanwhile, Bai Bing, feeling ignored, gazed at Qian Shaoyi with a playful grin revealing a sharp canine, and inquired, Sister, I heard you captured a human. Is this the one? It has been ages since I last feasted on a human. Today, I am finally in for a treat. Should we steam them or braise them? You decide, dear sister. Your sister? Huh? Wait, human? What do you mean by that? Qian Shaoyi asked, perplexed by Bai Bing's words. Bai Shui sighed, her eyes mischievous as she looked at Qian Shaoyi, saying, I had intended to keep it a secret a while longer, but that girl has exposed everything. In truth, the otaku you refer to is none other than me, while that revolting ice by Emperor Scorpion is my younger sister, right there. Bai Bing wholeheartedly trusted her sister. Since her sister claimed this person found her disgusting, it must be true. Disgusting? You vile human, you are the first to call me repugnant. Speak. Do you wish to be steamed or braised? Bai Bing retorted angrily, but her fury lacked any intimidation, rendering her utterly adorable instead. All right, don't stoop to his level. Arguing with him will only make you angrier. This individual possesses a sharp tongue. When dealing with him, one must maintain a tranquil heart. Bai Shui interjected, stopping Bai Bing from charging forward. You dare impersonate the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor? They are, after all, soul beasts of hundreds of thousands of years. Look how adorable Bai Bing is. How could she possibly be a soul beast? As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Bai Bing's hair, who stood at a similar height, making the gesture feel entirely natural. Bai Bing's expression turned stern. She frowned, crossed her arms, and revealed a striking green six-segmented scorpion tail from behind her waist. Together with Bai Shui, she cast a mocking glance at the dazed Qian Shaoyi. Now do you believe me? I truly am the Ice Emperor. No sooner had the words left her lips than Qian Shaoyi collapsed to the ground, wailing, Please don't eat me. I'm not tasty, boo-hoo. 100,000-year soul beast, how terrifying. Bai Shui's voice quivered as she struggled to suppress her laughter, asking, Why are you crying? Were you not so formidable once? I recall you faced the soul Douluo without a hint of fear. Where has that audacious Qian Shaoyi gone? The only one bold enough to insult me, calling me a foolish woman in front of the two greatest kings of the extreme north, was you. I didn't even know you were them. Besides, I'm only in my teens. Crying is perfectly normal. Unlike you two, who are ancient crones of hundreds of thousands of years. My ancestors don't even date back as far as you. The Ice Emperor clenched her fist, glaring fiercely. Are you seeking death? Do you not know that a woman as beautiful as I loathe discussions about age? Qian Xiaoyi wiped away her tears, her lips curling in disdain as she said, Humph. A disgusting scorpion, claiming to be as beautiful as a flower? Just thinking about it makes me nauseous. Vomit? You dare to vomit? You wretched scoundrel, I shall slay you. Sister, do not restrain me. This person must perish. Calling me disgusting? Calling me old? I have lived this long. And this is the first creature that dares to speak to me in such a manner. To not kill him would not alleviate the wrath in my heart. I have changed my mind. I shall not consume him, but rather, I will tear him into pieces. I will slay him, pierce him to death. The Ice Empress, filled with fury, caused the sky to turn a vivid green. A soul beast of 100,000 years could summon a transformation in the heavens and earth. The soul beasts in the extreme north trembled in terror on the ground. Uncertain of why the second-in-command was so enraged, those who had provoked her were surely doomed. A soul beast nearing 400,000 years. Such fury is not something everyone can withstand. Claiming to be old lady yet refusing to acknowledge her age, the Ice Empress's imposing presence grew even more formidable. Qian Xiaoyi swiftly hid behind the Snow Empress, then pondered, since by Bing is the Ice Empress, does that not mean by Shui is the Snow Empress? A soul beast of 700,000 years. Even my mother cannot contend with her. Realizing this, she retreated further into the corner. The Snow Empress glanced at Qian Xiaoyi, who was keeping her distance, and teased, What is this? Have you forgotten our earlier encounter? Now that you know I am a soul beast, do you still wish to pursue me? Ha! Today is the happiest day for the Snow Empress in many years. Imagine, that ice girl is coming over. What will you do? If I do not intervene, you might perish, you know. Do you wish for my assistance? Qian Xiaoyi nodded gratefully. Do you wish for me to intervene on her behalf? Qian Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Do you wish for her to spare your life? Qian Xiaoyi nodded slightly. Please, I beg you. Just as she intended to nod, her expression and actions abruptly froze. Seeing Qian Xiaoyi struggling between life and dignity, the Snow Empress urged her. Hurry and plead with your sister. She will assist you. How advantageous is that? A mere phrase or a life? Choose wisely. Oh dear, Binger is formidable. I cannot withstand her any longer. Sister, could you perhaps elevate your performance? Your antics are making me quite uncomfortable. Is it not simply that if I do not plead, you will unleash the scorpions upon me? Just say it outright. For Qian Xiaoyi, dignity held far greater significance than life itself. In this world, one ought to live with grace. Even without life, dignity remains. Yet, devoid of dignity, existence loses its meaning. Furthermore, if the Snow Empress truly desired her demise, she would not resort to such measures. Thus, upon witnessing the Snow Empress allow the Ice Emperor to charge forward, Qian Xiaoyi resolutely made a decision to safeguard her dignity. She pleaded for mercy. Swear, save me. There's a murder happening. Qian Xiaoyi mercilessly cast aside her dignity and cried out for help. The Ice Emperor halted, sneering, I had thought you possessed some spirit. Qian Xiaoyi retorted. What does this have to do with ambition? I have not bowed down or anything of the sort. By the way, are you no longer going to kill me? After speaking, she cast a wary glance at the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor snorted disdainfully, Humph. I know my sister too well, as long as she is here. I could never bring myself to kill you. However, you must remain vigilant. She cannot protect you for eternity. I shall find an opportunity to end your life. Do not even think about fleeing. With your strength, you would freeze to death here, in the very heart of the extreme north. Qian Xiaoyi looked at the Snow Emperor and inquired, Isn't this supposed to be the outskirts? The Snow Emperor blinked, placing a finger on her lips, and replied, Of course. I was just teasing you. Qian Xiaoyi's eyes twitched slightly. You, a soul beast of 700,000 years, dare to masquerade as a 17-year-old maiden. I could have remained oblivious, but now that I am aware, how can you still play the part of a cute girl? Do you not have any sense of your own age? Such shamelessness. The Snow Emperor's expression instantly froze, and with a forced smile, she said, Ice, strike him. Remember to put some strength into it, just don't kill him. This fellow has a unique constitution and can withstand a beating. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the encroaching Ice Emperor, mustering a final effort of resistance. Hey, what are you planning to do? I warn you, do not come any closer. I am quite formidable and fear you not. Stay back. Schwer, help me. Chapter 88. The chilling tempering of the body. Dear sister, I find your words quite delightful. Qian Xiaoi gazed at the slowly advancing Ice Emperor, making one final desperate plea. Hey, what are you planning to do? I warn you, do not approach. I am quite formidable, I assure you. Stay back, help. Swear. The room was filled with the cacophony of desperate cries. Qian Xiaoi gazed at the Ice Emperor with a bruised and swollen face, feeling a deep sense of discontent within. A glance at the Snow Emperor, who feigned interest in the scenery, revealed a gaze filled with unspoken resentment. The Ice Emperor's tail struck him again, accompanied by a displeased remark. Enough. Cease that pitiful gaze towards your sister. Were it not for your sharp tongue, would you have suffered such blows? If I were in a foul mood, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Moreover, I have already assisted you far more than enough. As a man, how can you frequently rely on a woman for help? Qian Xiaoi murmured softly. What does often even mean? It hasn't really helped me much, has it? What did you say? After all, being a soul beast for over 300,000 years, it is inconceivable that the creature could not hear Qian Xiaoi's grievances. You fool. How dare you call your sister foolish? Were it not for her, how many times would you have perished? In Snow-Cold City, if your sister had not unleashed her soul power to fend off those formidable soul masters, would you have managed to escape? If she hadn't sent me word to initiate the beast tide, you would still be clinging to life in desperation. Although the initial cause of all this trouble lies with your sister, would you have evaded misfortune without her? Your unique constitution, with your heart situated on the right side, might have led you to bleed to death if your sister had not intervened. Your safe passage thus far is merely a result of her silent efforts to alleviate your troubles. Who do you think you are? If your sister were not present, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. The Snow Empress cast a reproachful glance at the Ice Emperor, chastising him for his harsh words. Qian Xiaoi was momentarily taken aback, lowering her head with a hint of despondency. No wonder I have not been of any assistance to her. Instead, she has resolved one dilemma after another for me. Although those predicaments were caused by her, without her presence, I would still be utterly helpless. Qian Xiaoi cast a gentle glance at the Snow Emperor, who turned away, refusing to meet his gaze. Unperturbed, Qian Xiaoi steadfastly addressed the Ice Emperor, saying, Bing Bing, you are ancient soul beasts with a history spanning 100,000 years. Your wisdom and experience far surpass mine. I wish to know how I can grow stronger. He no longer wished to be the source of concern for others. He yearned to protect them instead. The Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor exchanged astonished looks, and Qian Xiaoi continued, I aspire to become stronger, Bing Bing. Is there a way? After a moment of contemplation, the Ice Emperor broke into a sly smile and replied, Indeed, there is. Qian Xiaoi shuddered, her throat constricting momentarily, and she bravely declared, Take me with you. The Ice Emperor nodded and replied, Follow me. The Snow Empress, observing the smile on the Ice Emperor's face, felt a twinge of concern. Bing are you? The Ice Emperor turned, revealing a warm smile. Do not worry, sister. This human will not perish. I promise to return to you one who is alive. The notion of not perishing is indeed a thought-provoking concept. Moreover, the Ice Emperor specified alive, not whole. The Snow Empress waved her hand dismissively. You may go. I shall remain here. Truly a homebody. Upon exiting the room, the Ice Emperor's demeanor shifted dramatically, a wicked grin forming as he said, Your name is Qian Xiaoi. Is it not? I do possess a method to hone your skills, one that is uniquely suited for humans. If successful, your combat prowess will soar. Are you willing to accept this challenge? Qian Xiaoi is rather cautious and inquired, Does that mean we are destined to fail? She reassured herself. Even if we do encounter failure, it is of little consequence. Unlike other cultivation methods, this approach is remarkably safe and poses no risk of death. Qian Xiaoi nodded and said, All right, I shall accompany you. But could you refrain from laughing? It frightens me. It seems your ability to foresee danger is rather impressive. It's not that I'm remarkable. Rather, your thoughts are plainly etched upon your visage. Speaking of which, I am on the verge of freezing to death. Would you dare to assist me? If I perish, how will you explain it to Shuer? As they exited the room, Qian Xiaoi immediately felt a wave of chill. For they were at the heart of the frigid northern realm. In the open air, given his soul clan's strength, he would undoubtedly not survive a minute. The Ice Emperor let out a snort, casually conjuring a soul power shield, and, disregarding Qian Xiaoi's protests, lifted him into the air. The Ice Emperor was undoubtedly intentional in this. The biting wind occasionally pierced through the soul power shield, striking him and rendering those areas instantly numb. While the Ice Emperor wore an almost imperceptible smile. I have been dreadfully bored all these years. Finally, something to entertain me. The very thought brings me joy. Hey, you there. Are your intentions towards the Snow Empress not pure? Qian Xiaoyi trembled uncontrollably, too frightened to retort. For the Ice Emperor had indeed harbored intentions of murder towards him. Before he could utter a word, the Ice Emperor continued. If you truly entertain any feelings for my sister, I advise you to relinquish them. Why? Qian Xiaoyi instinctively inquired. The Ice Emperor fixed his gaze upon Qian Xiaoyi for a prolonged moment before responding, because my sister lacks a heart. She lacks a heart? The Ice Emperor nodded slightly. My sister came into existence without a heart, which is precisely why she ventured into the human realm for her training. Although she has begun to develop some emotions during this time spent with you, she harbors no genuine feelings towards you, and she never will. Furthermore, your races are fundamentally different. Even if she were to accept you, your family would never accept her. Additionally, consider the matter of lifespan. Even if a human were to reach the pinnacle of Douluo, their lifespan would barely extend to 300 years. To my sister, 300 years is merely the blink of an eye. Imagine the anguish she would endure if she were to lose you after that time. If you truly care for her, then for her sake, let her go. Qian Xiaoyi concentrated for a moment, then spoke. In comparison to the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress, I prefer to call you Azure Ice and White Snow, for I hold a fondness for you both. You are correct, my lifespan pales in comparison to yours. However, there exists a path to divinity. The Ice Emperor was taken aback, letting out a haughty snort. Achieving divinity is not so simple. Such arrogance. Shall we make a pact? The Ice Emperor's curiosity was piqued by Qian Xiaoyi's words. What kind of pact? If I can indeed become a deity, you must not obstruct our union. Agreed. But if you fail to ascend to divinity, you must refrain from pursuing my sister. Deal. The Ice Emperor smirked. You possess quite the confidence, do you not? Overconfidence borders on hubris. Enough talk. We have arrived at our destination. The Ice Emperor brought Qian Xiaoyi to a precipice in a remote northern land. Jump. You wouldn't want me to perish, would you? Qian Xiaoyi pointed to the bottomless chasm, where a chilling wind blew. The Ice Emperor, impatient, retorted, No more nonsense. I will descend shortly. You must leap first. Before Qian Xiaoyi could protest, the Ice Emperor pushed her off the edge. Ice Heir, is this wise? I fear he may not endure. The Snow Empress, having appeared beside the Ice Emperor, expressed her concern. Do not worry, sister. This is my domain, and below lies my kin. He shall be unharmed. I assure you I will return him to you whole. No, I must go. The Snow Empress murmured as she watched the Ice Emperor plunge downward. I meant to ask if pushing him off might lead to his demise. The Ice Emperor grinned wickedly as he observed Qian Xiaoyi, who had landed painfully on the ground. Exclaiming in distress, Qian Xiaoyi, to show such disrespect to this sovereign will lead you to a life of suffering. Now, let us commence your training. We shall refine your body through the frigid air, enhancing your physical strength. Though your resilience is commendable among your peers, it remains insufficient. Fear not. Though the process may be excruciating, it shall soon pass. Moreover, training in such an environment invigorates the spirit. I shall remain here with you, should any misfortune befall you. My sister would surely blame me. Chapter 89. 3 years later, Ice Heir. Are you not yet ready? Qian Xiaoyi inquired, gazing at the enormous scorpion before her. This creature measured 1.5 meters in length, adorned in shades of icy blue and verdant green. Its forebody was composed of 4 overlapping segments, each slightly exceeding half a foot in length, with its head resting atop the foremost layer. The silver-white mandibles glimmered with a ghostly cold light. The front half of this stacked form was covered in special scales reminiscent of diamonds, densely arranged upon its elongated, powerful legs. Under the illumination of the snowy landscape, it radiated an unparalleled brilliance. It seems that at this moment, it has transformed into a radiant source of light, from which myriad hues are refracted. Its 2 formidable pincers each extend a meter in length, adorned with peculiar hexagonal protrusions reminiscent of diamond facets, while the foremost claws and mouth exhibit a lustrous, mirror-like silvery sheen. Its eyes, resembling 2 yellow diamonds embedded within, shimmer with a crystalline golden brilliance, evoking an aura reminiscent of precious gems. The elongated, elegantly arched tail at the rear of its body, in stark contrast to the multi-segmented tails of ordinary scorpions, consists of merely 6 segments, each an enticing shade of emerald green. This vibrant green glistens with a life-affirming luster, with the 6 segments exhibiting a uniform coloration. The segment closest to the upper body is the broadest, tapering elegantly towards the rear. At the terminal segment, the tail's hook, adorned with diamond-like granules, is raised high, its tip also showcasing a shimmering silvery mirror-like brilliance. Qian Shaoi harbored a deep aversion to venomous creatures, particularly those akin to snakes and scorpions. When the Ice Emperor sought to revert to its true form, Qian Shaoi was vehemently opposed. However, upon witnessing the transformation, he found not revulsion but an unexpected beauty in the Ice Emperor's true form. Though the Ice Emperor was an ice blue emperor scorpion, Qian Shaoi had never encountered a soul beast more exquisite. Over the span of 3 years, the Ice Emperor's murderous intent towards him had diminished significantly, eventually vanishing altogether. Qian Shaoi affectionately began to call her Binger, despite having endured various beatings for his initial attempts. With time, he grew accustomed to it. At this moment, the Ice Emperor's tail was entwined around Qian Shaoi's spine, channeling soul power through its appendage. Throughout these 3 years, Qian Shaoi had faced relentless torment, his body frozen to immobility. Excruciating pain rendering him unconscious, and near-fatal stabbings had become the norm. He could swear that the torment inflicted by the Ice Emperor during these 3 years was an unforgettable chapter of his life, albeit one that bore the greatest rewards. Not only had his physical resilience surged to unprecedented levels, but his soul power had ascended to the 56th rank. A remarkable elevation of over 10 levels in just 3 years, an achievement that would incite envy in anyone. Moreover, his judgment sword now bore the essence of ice and snow. Each swing evoked a chilling sensation in his adversaries, encompassing not merely the cold of death but a more profound chill. In essence, the judgment sword had evolved, now imbued with the attributes of frost. What delighted Qian Shaoi most was that within this frigid realm, he had, through the fusion of sword intent, soul flow, and icy breath, under the guidance of the Ice Emperor, successfully crafted his unique soul technique, the cold sword style, heaven and earth cold. Once, when the Ice Emperor used Qian Shaoi as a living target, this soul technique had inflicted pain upon her, albeit briefly. It is noteworthy that the Ice Emperor was a being of comparable might to a Super Douluo. In terms of physical strength, even Super Douluos paled in comparison. The fact that Qian Shaoi managed to inflict pain upon her speaks volumes of the technique's potency. During this period, the Snow Emperor had visited Qian Shaoi, but merely glanced at him before being hastily dismissed by the Ice Emperor under the pretense of fostering focused training. In truth, it was a ploy to minimize their encounters and allow time to dilute their emotional ties. Currently, the Ice Emperor transmitted soul power through her tail to help Qian Shaoi acclimate to the cold and to enhance the icy intensity of the Judgment Sword. Her intention was to explore the possibility of forging an ultimate ice martial soul. Success was inconsequential. Failure held no weight either. She was simply bored and wished to indulge in this experiment. Retracting her tail, she transformed into her human form and sighed, "It seems futile. Your Judgment Sword appears to have reached its limit. No matter what I do, the chill cannot attain its utmost potential, remaining akin to an ordinary ice martial soul." Qian Shaoi, ever the optimist, stretched languidly and smiled, declaring, "It matters not. I am already far superior to others, and I have never aspired to be the greatest of all time. This is sufficient for me. Binger, I am grateful for your support during this time." The Ice Emperor scoffed and turned away, retorting, "Isn't it merely a matter of keeping you away from my sister? Do you think I relish your company?" Qian Shaoi curled her lips and scoffed. "Oh, your words are quite sharp today. If you're reluctant, just admit it." "Reluctant? Huh, how shameless. All right, let us tidy up and leave. Are you truly addicted to lingering here?" Qian Shaoi nodded excitedly. To be honest, he dreaded staying here, although his power was rapidly increasing. The suffering was truly unbearable for any human. His survival was solely due to the Ice Emperor's leniency. The Ice Emperor brought Qian Shaoi to the front of the Snow Empress's palace and said, "When you meet my sister, just greet her. And then I will take you away, understood? We are merely here to observe, for this is indeed the realm of soul beasts. And you must also prepare to depart from the northernmost lands. Do not forget your promise." Qian Shaoi disregarded her, striding directly inside. Leaving the Ice Emperor standing alone in the biting wind and snow, his countenance pale with fury, Qian Shaoi gazed at the Snow Empress, who had her back turned to him, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Schwer, I must take my leave. Perhaps I shall return soon. Or perhaps this farewell is for eternity. Take good care of yourself." The Snow Empress merely responded with a soft seemingly devoid of any emotion. However, the Ice Emperor, who had just entered, noticed the inconspicuous shards of ice upon the ground. The Snow Empress's palace was known to be immaculate. How could there be ice remnants? Thus, These fragments could only have originated from the Snow Empress herself. Sister, have you shed tears? Have you begun to feel emotions? I truly wonder whether this is a blessing or a curse. Sister, we shall take our leave now. After escorting Qian Shaoi out of the far north, the Ice Emperor returned. Qian Shaoi glanced back into the depths of the far north, then turned away from the place he had inhabited for 3 years. Farewell, Shuer. And also to you, Binger. Qian Shaoi departed from the northernmost land and headed straight to the Spirit Hall, uncertain of its current state. The friends from Shrek Academy were far from mediocre. Having them as adversaries was quite troublesome. Upon his return to the Spirit Hall, Qian Shaoi learned of the significant events unfolding there, as it sought to unify the continent. The Pope, Bibi Dong, had resolutely embraced the philosophy that those who followed her would prosper, while those who opposed her would perish, executing all dissenters without mercy. Chapter 90, Hatred to the Bone. Shaoi, where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? Bibi Dong inquired, her voice laced with deep concern. Ah, it's a long story. Mother, I've always wanted to ask, why must we unify the continent? Qian Shaoi questioned Bibi Dong, gently stroking his head. Bibi Dong smiled and replied, I understand that you are troubled, but you must realize that nothing is perfect. To gain something, one must often sacrifice something else. This is the essence of fortune and misfortune. Blessings do not come in pairs, and calamities do not come alone. What I strive for is to restore peace to the continent. Although the two great empires have not engaged in large-scale wars, the petty skirmishes continue unabated. While these trivial conflicts may seem insignificant to them, they are catastrophic for the common people. How many families has war destroyed, and how many lives has it claimed? Not everyone is fortunate enough to encounter someone like Nair, and I cannot care for every individual. The only way to end the war is to unify the continent. If we succeed, peace will reign. If we fail, both empires will come to appreciate the value of peace. Thus, regardless of victory or defeat, our objective will be achieved. However, in defeat, I too may perish. Moreover, I sense that calamity is imminent for the continent. What Bibi Dong did not realize was that this calamity lay right beside her. Calamity? Qian Shaoi pondered for a moment, then sighed. The world is divided into two sides. Where there is good, there must be evil. This holds true in every era. Mother, no matter what, I will stand by your side. Although I am not your biological son, I am still your child, and I will assist you, Qian Shaoi declared. Bibi Dong was not a heartless individual. She held a profound affection for this son. Shaoi, rest assured, I will retain the leader and deputy leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Bibi Dong had anticipated that Qian Shaoi would be pleased, but he merely shook his head. Mother, I have my own convictions. That night, at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, a figure cloaked in black drifted toward Ning Fengji's study. The cloak was loose, obscuring the figure's form and visage. Ah, so this is where I wasted so much time, the figure mused. Stop. Who are you? The study, being the domain of the sect leader, was not without its guards, especially with the leader present. Ning Fengji, an avid reader, found solace in books during his rare moments of leisure at night. Inform your leader that I have urgent matters to report. Quickly, the cloaked man urged, his tone tinged with impatience. Step back. After dismissing the guards, Ning Fengji continued. Might I inquire, esteemed guest, what brings you to visit me at such an hour? At this moment, Ning Fengji stepped out, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His gaze as tranquil as a still lake, unfazed by the unknown before him. As Qian Shaoi glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight, she lowered her cloak and called out, Uncle Ning, it's me. Shaoi, what brings you here? Ning Fengji regarded Qian Shaoi with a mixture of wariness and fondness, though he was acutely aware that she belonged to the opposing faction. Uncle Ning, the situation is dire. There is no time for explanations. We must leave at once. The Spirit Hall is launching an assault on the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. No sooner had she spoken than a long, piercing siren echoed through the heavens, shattering the tranquility of the night. Is it too late? Qian Shaoi murmured. An enemy attack? Ning Fengji gritted his teeth, his voice laced with indignation. Uncle Ning, we need to discuss something. Shortly thereafter, a figure approached on a sword, and Ning Fengji remarked, It appears your instincts were correct. The Spirit Hall truly cannot remain idle. Sword Uncle? Master. The newcomer was Jian Douluo, Qian Shaoi's mentor. Shin Xi nodded. I came upon hearing the alarm, and it seems I have stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. Qian Shaoi forced a smile and shook his head. Master, I merely came to deliver a message. Although I am somewhat late, must you regard me with such disdain? Young one, Rongrong absolutely despises you now. Do you still dare to show your face? Qian Shaoi smiled and said, "It would be better if you truly hated me. However, this level of animosity is still insufficient." Chen Xian replied, "You should just leave. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still my adversary, and your presence here is rather inappropriate." Qian Shaoi shook her head and said, "No, once I leave, the 7 treasures glazed sect will perish. The title Douluo dispatched by my mother possesses formidable strength, and besides, isn't the bone Douluo absent? No matter how powerful my master is, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. If they take me hostage, perhaps the 7 treasures glazed sect might survive. Here they come." Chen Xian exclaimed, soaring into the sky on his sword, gazing into the distance. "Oh, Chen Xian. Ha ha ha, as expected, just you alone suffices. It appears that today, the 7 treasures glazed sect is doomed." Shortly thereafter, 2 figures emerged from beyond the horizon, one of whom spoke up. Chen Xian's expression grew grave as he focused his mental energy on these 2 individuals, both titled Douluos, whose strength was not to be underestimated. If he did not remain vigilant, the possibility of their demise loomed large. The presence of these 2 indicated that the first line of defense for the 7 treasures glazed sect had already been breached. Behind the 2 titled Douluos was a dense throng of soldiers from the Spirit Hall, gradually advancing towards the 7 treasures glazed sect. "Fire!" Chen Xian commanded as the enemy drew near. Each disciple of the 7 treasures glazed sect atop the city walls wielded a Zhuge crossbow, unleashing a barrage that caused significant casualties among the Spirit Hall forces. However, for the vast army of the Spirit Hall, such losses were negligible. "Is that Tang San's Zhuge crossbow?" Yet at that moment, crossbow bolts hovered around Chen Xian as the 2 titled Douluos fixated on him, astonished by his actions. Chen Xian manipulated the bolts to create a metallic tempest among the Spirit Hall troops, instantly clearing a vast area of adversaries. He smiled. These bolts were crafted from special metals at great expense, intended to turn the tide of battle in such dire circumstances. "How can you control these bolts? This is not your martial spirit," one of the titled Douluos shouted. "Stop, everyone stop. No matter how numerous you are, you cannot withstand the slaughter." The 2 titled Douluos were enraged. They had underestimated him. Once Chen Xian could control those bolts, combined with Ning Fengji, the most potent support, they could only hope to achieve a stalemate at best. However, Chen Xian sensed an ominous premonition as he noticed a hint of a smile at the corner of one titled Douluo's mouth. Swift resolution. Ning Rongrong, initially in her room meditating, furrowed her brow upon hearing the alarm bells and made her way to Ning Fengji's study. The sound of the alarms signified an impending assault on the 7 treasures glazed sect, and her first thought was to seek her father and assist him in commanding the front lines. The study was not nearby, and by the time she arrived, the war had already commenced. Standing beside Ning Fengji, she beheld the man she had longed for, loving him to the depths of her being. All past grievances dissipated upon seeing him. Just as she contemplated rushing forward to embrace him, he extinguished the last glimmer of hope within her heart. As Qian Shaoi seized the opportunity while Chen Xian was engaged in battle, he deftly wielded his martial soul, slicing through Ning Fengji's throat. Qian Shaoi turned his head, feigning surprise at the sight of Ning Rongrong, and with a mischievous grin remarked, "Ning Fengji is truly foolish for placing such unwavering trust in me. Ha ha ha." Ning Rongrong, her voice hoarse and filled with hatred, cried out, "Why? Why? Why?" The love that had once been deeply ingrained within her had morphed into pure loathing. Chen Xian, upon discovering Ning Rongrong at the scene of Ning Fengji's demise, clenched his teeth and steadied his emotions. Aware that engaging in battle while consumed by feelings would lead to certain defeat, one of the titled Douluos shouted, "Protect the young master, retreat." Several souled Douluos encircled Qian Shaoi, pushing back the formidable opponents one by one. As they passed Ning Rongrong, one of them attempted to eliminate her with a casual gesture, but Qian Shaoi signaled for him to withdraw. He waved his hand to disperse the soul rotation in Ning Rongrong's grasp, seized her by the neck, lifted her up, and whispered with a sinister chuckle in her ear, "Years have passed, yet you remain so feeble. Do you hate me? Do you wish to kill me? Do you seek vengeance for your father? Then strive to grow stronger. You have yet to unleash even a fraction of the soul rotation's potential. I have no desire to slay the weak. Ha ha ha. Now be gone." With that, he discarded Ning Rongrong to the side. Seeing the enemy retreat, Chen Xian approached Ning Fengji's side and examined him closely, revealing a faint smile as he confirmed that he had indeed drawn his last breath. Chapter 91. 5 years Ning Rongrong had never harbored such intense hatred for anyone before. The one she cherished most had also become the one she despised. He had wounded her time and again, causing her profound suffering and relentless despair. Following this ordeal, Ning Rongrong had truly matured. In the spirit hall, Bibi Dong remarked, "Xiaoyi, I never anticipated you could be so ruthless, leaving not a shred of mercy. Qian Xiaoyi, it's acceptable. How is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan faring? Following your advice, I intentionally allowed a few direct disciples to escape, along with those who are training outside, which should sufficiently ensure the continuity of our lineage. After all, it can be considered a form of culture. To sever it entirely would be rather cruel. However, I am concerned for their well-being." Qian Xiaoyi smiled reassuringly. "Mother, you need not worry. We shall incapacitate our adversaries. They are innocent, merely hindering our progress, and there is no need to resort to lethal measures. Furthermore, there is no cause for concern regarding them or even the Haotian sect. The only ones we must be wary of are 7 individuals, including the Haotian Douluo. At most 8. You are too soft-hearted. Wait, 7? Are you referring to those friends of yours? I only consider Tang Sin a potential obstacle," Bibi Dong remarked. "You are mistaken. Time will reveal the truth. They may not seem formidable now, but in the end, it is undoubtedly they who will stand at the pinnacle of the continent. I have grown alongside them and fully understand the extent of their terrifying power. By the way, tomorrow marks the 5-year agreement, does it not?" The next day, at Shrek Academy, Qian Xiaoyi walked along the road, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction and pride as he gazed upon the increasingly prosperous Shrek Academy. After all, he is an alumnus of this esteemed institution. Today, Shrek Academy is widely acknowledged as the premier academy on the continent. As he strolled, no one recognized him. He was merely there to take in the sights. "Xiaoyi?" Upon hearing his name called, Qian Xiaoyi momentarily froze. Without turning around, he instinctively knew who it was. In the present Shrek Academy, aside from the dean and a few former teachers, no one else recognized him, not even his friends. Qian Xiaoyi turned her head and said, "Brother Dai, Sister Zhuqing, it seems you arrived early for our 5-year promise." After 5 years apart, Sister Zhuqing has become even more beautiful. While Brother Dai appears to have fallen behind in comparison, Dai Mubai had undergone significant transformation. The youthful innocence he once possessed had faded, and now he exuded an aura of dominance simply by standing there. How could we possibly be early? The changes in the academy are remarkable. It far surpasses our time. Ma Hongjun has a keen eye, which is why he decided to remain as a teacher. He was the first to stay, ha ha ha. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor, speaking little. Her figure remained alluring, embodying a potential elegance akin to that of a noblewoman. Are you talking about me? What is going on? Brother Dai? Zhuqing? Xiaoyi? Why are you all here today? At that moment, Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger slowly approached, pointing at the three and inquiring. Qian Xiaoyi supported his forehead, finally grasping the reason why Ma Hongjun remained at Shrek Academy. With such a mind, he would be oblivious to the danger of being sold outside. Perhaps he was aware of his own mental shortcomings, forgetting things easily, which is why he chose to stay at the academy, indifferent to forgetfulness. Ma Hongjun remained unchanged, taller yet still encumbered by excess weight. Should he succeed in shedding those pounds, he would undoubtedly become a handsome lad. However, his fondness for food seemed to cater lovingly to his belly, fearing it might suffer from hunger. It was a pity for Shui Binger, who had blossomed into a stunning beauty, as it made the fiery phoenix somewhat overshadow the icy phoenix. "Are you still together?" asked Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing responded with a sharp slap to Dai Mubai, showing no mercy. "What do you mean by still together? Do you not know how to speak? That hurts. Does it? What significance is there in hitting you?" Dai Mubai, the once formidable tiger, now resembled a frail cat in front of Zhu Zhuqing, too intimidated to utter a word. "Dai Lauda is still so submissive. How disappointing," Oscar remarked as he approached Ma Hongjun. Since leaving the academy, Oscar had ventured out on his own, shedding his former timidity and exuding newfound confidence. "Is there a problem with his lack of ambition? Should I assess your own prospects?" "Oh well, I lack ambition, no need for your assistance." "When did you arrive?" Qian Xiaoyi inquired. "Yesterday. I even treated the dean to a meal, and witnessing his forlorn expression made me exceedingly happy. Ha ha ha. Qian Xiaoyi, what brings you here? This seems unrelated to you." Upon hearing that voice, Qian Xiaoyi's previously cheerful mood instantly grew heavy. Qian Xiaoyi smirked and said, "He, is that you, Rongrong? What is with those eyes? Have you been crying for days?" Zhu Zhiqing, known for her keen perception, quickly noticed the complexity in Qian Shaoyi's gaze towards Ning Rongrong. However, he concealed it well, soon adopting a mocking expression. Yet, she was not naive enough to expose this matter. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, her eyes brimming with hatred. I may not be your match now, but one day, I shall personally take your life. Now get lost. Qian Shaoyi approached, and, as he brushed past Ning Rongrong, he remarked, to kill me? With your own hands? Just based on your capabilities? Very well, I shall await your attempt. However, do be swift. Should I lose patience, the 7-treasure glazed tile school may very well cease to exist. He continued, it seems you are faring well. I have little more to convey. I must take my leave before Tang San returns. Perhaps our next encounter shall find us as adversaries at that time. Do not show any mercy. Zhu Zhiqing trembled as she observed his retreating figure. She perceived Qian Shaoyi's words conveyed through soul power. Please take good care of Ning Rongrong. Do not allow her to stray down the misguided path of blind vengeance. After Qian Shaoyi departed, Zhu Zhiqing gently patted Ning Rongrong and said, Rongrong, we have all heard about your plight. Rest assured, we shall assist you in seeking justice. Ning Rongrong shook her head and replied, thank you, but I wish to avenge myself. As Qian Shaoyi emerged from the academy, she was greeted by the sight of a striking blue-haired man approaching her. In his arms, he cradled a fluffy pink rabbit, which appeared to be sleeping with its eyes closed. My luck today is truly unfortunate. The blue-haired man was none other than Tang San. Though he had undergone a remarkable transformation, his once ordinary visage had evolved into one even more handsome than Dai Mubai's, and his demeanor had shifted significantly, no longer displaying the naivety of his past. As Tang San glanced at Qian Shaoyi, he did not slow his pace. Brushing past her, he uttered coolly, next time, we shall be enemies. Qian Shaoyi discerned that Tang San's aura was faint, evidently indicating he had sustained injuries. Upon noticing the rabbit in Tang San's arms, Qian Shaoyi comprehended the entire situation. It appears that you have not managed to escape this calamity, Xiaowu. Chapter 92. A confrontation with Tang San in the subsequent period. A formidable faction known as the Tang sect emerged across the continent. The Tang sect was divided into 5 halls, each overseen by a leader, with Tang San serving as the sect master, opposing the Spirit Hall. Today marked the day when the Spirit Hall would execute its next scheme. A piece of news reverberated throughout the entire continent. The emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Snow Knight Emperor, was gravely ill. To prevent any nefarious individuals from taking advantage of the situation, entry and exit from the imperial palace were strictly prohibited. Many deemed this a normal course of events, however. A select few found the situation suspicious. How could the Snow Knight Emperor, who had appeared to be in good health, suddenly fall critically ill? Although he had reached an advanced age, it seemed he could have endured for a few more years. This left only 2 possibilities. Either the Snow Knight Emperor had suffered a sudden illness, or someone was plotting insurrection. If it were indeed the latter, the instigator would undoubtedly be within the palace and wield significant power. Otherwise, sealing off the entire palace would be inconceivable. Numerous speculations surrounded the Snow Knight Emperor's condition. Yet none ventured to uncover the truth. Most preferred to adopt a better safe than sorry approach, opting to remain undisturbed rather than risk delving into the matter's authenticity. For many, the primary concern was simply to live in peace, indifferent to who ruled as emperor, how they ruled, or even whether there was an emperor at all. However, those who had glimpsed the truth of the situation, driven to thwart the ulterior motives of others, felt compelled to force their way into the palace, intent on rescuing the Snow Knight Emperor. Among these individuals was Tang San. Accompanied by 2 others, Tang San entered the palace. One was the poisoned Douluo, and the other was the master of the medicine hall, one of the 5 halls under the Tang sect, the sole Douluo Wudi. Douluo, a guest elder of the Tiando Empire, wielded considerable influence. Yet, upon their arrival at the Snow Knight Emperor's chamber, they were halted. Who are you? Inquired a soldier clad in full armor. Douluo produced a golden token, inscribed with the character's personal presence, signifying that the Snow Knight Emperor was present. To see the token was to see the man himself. However, to their surprise, the soldier remained unmoved, coldly standing his ground. It was at this moment that Tang San realized the Emperor's ailment must be the result of human malice. Pointing to young Wudi, Tang San asserted, we are here to treat His Majesty, particularly this esteemed young Wudi, who is a master in the field of medicine. Should we delay, and the Emperor's condition worsen, the consequences will be dire. The lead soldier showed no intention of yielding, responding indifferently, His Majesty is resting. The crown prince has commanded that no one is to enter the palace and disturb him. Anyone who defies this order shall be executed without mercy. Fearing that further delays could lead to unforeseen calamities, Tang San exchanged a glance with Douluo, signaling their intent to force their way inside. At that moment, a voice resonated through the air. Tang San, my brother, how have you fared? Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Around them, soldiers knelt in unison. The newcomer was none other than Crown Prince Shui Qinghe, accompanied by 3 others, 2 elderly men and a familiar face, Qian Xiaoyi. Tang San cast a calm gaze towards Qian Xiaoyi, then let out a long, heavy sigh. It seemed that those stationed here were indeed members of the Spirit Hall. Your Highness, Shui Qinghe has said with a gentle smile. She was well aware of Tang San's keen intellect. From the moment he arrived, she realized that deception was futile, and it would be better to be forthright. Thus, she had brought Qian Xiaoyi along. If I am not mistaken, Your Highness, you two are affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Are you not? And Qian Xiaoyi, you must have been aware of his true identity for 5 years now. Have you been conspiring since that time? Tang San spoke in a measured tone. Shui Qinghe smiled slightly, raising a hand to delve into her garments. With a swift motion, she revealed an extraordinary mask that seemed to connect deeply to her hairstyle. Her skin was as pale as snow, and her phoenix-like eyes radiated authority. Compared to her previously approachable demeanor, she now exuded a much more distinctive presence, with a straight nose and slightly delicate phoenix eyes. While she might not be the most beautiful, she certainly occupied a prominent place among the elite. Qian Rinxue remarked, Tang San. There is one point in which you are mistaken. Among those who conspired, there is no Xiaoyi. On the contrary, it is Xiaoyi who endeavored to thwart my plans, although his efforts proved futile. Tang San cast a complicated glance at Qian Xiaoyi and let out a long sigh. Xiaoyi? Such an endearing appellation. I wonder how you would address me? It seems your standing in the Spirit Hall is quite significant. My name is Qian Rinxue. It is quite normal that you have not heard of me, for I am the hidden trump card of the Spirit Hall. As for Xiaoyi, he is my younger brother. As she spoke, Qian Rinxue affectionately ruffled Qian Xiaoyi's hair. A biological brother? No blood ties exist, much like your relationship with Xiao Wu. Tang San, I offer you an opportunity to pledge your loyalty to the Spirit Hall. Should you choose to align with us, you will. Her words were abruptly interrupted by Qian Xiaoyi, sister. Please, do not continue. He will not acquiesce. Such enticing offers might delight others, but for Tang San, they are nothing short of an affront. Tang San smiled. You are correct. No wonder you are my rival, for you truly understand me. However, I am rather curious as to what compels you to side with the Spirit Hall. There is still time to turn back. Enough, third brother. You lack the standing to critique me. Your enmity with the Spirit Hall is merely a quest for revenge on behalf of your family and friends, is it not? My allegiance to the Spirit Hall is similarly motivated by the desire to protect my loved ones. In truth, we are 2 sides of the same coin. Neither of us holds the moral high ground. Tang San shook his head. It is not the same. If the Spirit Hall were to incite war, countless innocents would be left homeless. Qian Xiaoyi remarked, do not speak so grandiloquently. If the Spirit Hall withdraws its forces, would you be able to forsake your vengeance? Certainly not. Thus, all this talk is in vain. Tang San sighed. Must you truly stand against me? The Spirit Hall embodies malevolence. You are playing with fire, risking self-immolation. Qian Xiaoyi glanced at Qian Rinxue beside her and remarked, there is truly no distinction between righteousness and wickedness. What defines righteousness and what constitutes wickedness? They are merely judgments made by people. I protect my friends and family, which I deem righteous. You seek vengeance for your family, and that is equally righteous. We are all the same. As Qian Rinxue observed Tang San, she interjected, enough. Since they are our adversaries, let us cease this verbal sparring. Uncles, please engage. They possess only one title Douluo, and they are not our match. Leave Tang San to me. Wait. Qian Xiaoyi called out to Qian Rinxue. Sister, do not underestimate anyone. Although that individual is merely a soul Douluo, his aura is formidable. While he may not rival the serpent spear Douluo, overcoming him will not be a simple task. A fierce battle may invite unwanted complications. Tang San, let us duel. If you emerge victorious, we shall depart. If I prevail, you must leave. During this engagement, all parties must refrain from interference. What do you say? We have yet to clash, and I have long wished for this opportunity. Tang San smiled, exuding confidence. Very well, I accept. Old monster, Yang Wudi, step back. Xiaoyi, my teacher once told me that if you choose to be my enemy, you will become my greatest foe. Initially, I did not believe it, but now I wish to witness your strengths. Teacher, you imparted similar wisdom to me. Come now, Brother San. Let us determine who truly is the strongest graduate of Shrek Academy. Chapter 93. The battle. Qian Xiaoyi and Tang Xin made their way towards the door, expressing, "Many believe that I am the weakest among this year's graduates of Shrek Academy. To be honest, I am eager to discover where our differences lie. Come on, Tang San. Whether the Snow Knight Emperor survives depends on you." Tang San replied with confidence, "This matter is of great significance, and I firmly believe that I will not be defeated. Moreover, I am curious to see what kind of challenges my greatest rival can present. Besides, aren't you yet a Soul Emperor?" Qian Xiaoyi nodded, acknowledging the progress. Indeed, only 2 levels remained, yet advancement was imminent. Enough with the delay, let us proceed. With this sentiment in mind, Tang Sen charged forward, simultaneously unleashing his martial soul and soul rings. 2 yellow, 1 blue, and 3 black, totaling 6 soul rings of blue-silver grass, unmistakably indicating his status as a Soul Emperor. However, Qian Xiaoyi discerned that Tang San's blue-silver grass appeared to have undergone a transformation, exhibiting enhanced strength. It seemed that the evolution of the martial soul was not solely his own. Rather than mere evolution, it was more accurate to describe Tang San's martial soul as having awakened. His original martial soul was indeed blue-silver grass. Yet it lacked the inherent flaws of that type. Following its awakening, it was now referred to as Blue-Silver Emperor, elevating its quality to an entirely new echelon. Furthermore, with Tang Sen already being a Soul Emperor, and although Qian Xiaoyi was not far behind, he still found himself at a disadvantage in terms of realm, which contributed to Tang San's unwavering confidence. It could be said that achieving victory would be quite the challenge. Suddenly, a black soul ring behind Tang Sen illuminated, and sharp spikes erupted from the ground beside Qian Xiaoyi, a manifestation of Tang San's 4th soul skill, the evolved blue-silver spike array. Qian Xiaoyi never anticipated that Tang San would come out swinging, unleashing a 10,000-year soul skill right from the onset. With a deft tip of his toes, he leaped into the air to evade the piercing strike of the blue-silver grass. "I mean, Brother San, is it really necessary to go all out from the very beginning?" he mused, slightly exasperated by the intensity of Tang San's opening move. Tang San chuckled softly. Despite his confidence, he was far from arrogant. He understood the peril of underestimating Qian Xiaoyi. "I cannot afford to be careless against you, Xiaoyi. Please, do not disappoint me." With that, a long spear materialized in Tang San's grasp, representing his 5th soul skill, the Blue-Silver Emperor Spear. As soon as the spear manifested, he hurled it with great force, aiming directly at Qian Xiaoyi. Tang San's timing was impeccable, striking at the very moment Qian Xiaoyi reached the pinnacle of his jump. With no means of leverage left, Qian Xiaoyi's gaze sharpened as he sensed the formidable power of the blue-silver tyrant spear, which posed a significant threat even to him. However, it was merely a threat, one that could be resolved. Before Qian Xiaoyi, a black circular barrier manifested, an invocation of the 4th soul skill, the Dustless Realm. This Dustless Realm serves as Qian Xiaoyi's omnidirectional defense technique, now refined through the training of the Ice Emperor to adapt to the innermost thoughts of Qian Xiaoyi, allowing it to selectively defend a single direction. After all, employing a comprehensive defense against a singular assault is rather excessive. Condensing it into a wall not only conserves soul power, but also enhances the defensive capabilities of the Dustless Realm. With a resounding clash, the Blue-Silver Emperor Spear struck against the Dustless Realm. The 2 soul skills locked in a stalemate for a moment. Ultimately, the Dustless Realm shattered, as Tang San's Blue-Silver Emperor Spear proved superior, being his 5th soul skill and the most formidable attack of his Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit. Chapter 94. A Decisive Blow. At this moment, Qian Xiaoyi had descended to the ground, exhibiting no astonishment at Tang San's ability to shatter his soul skill. If Tang San could not breach such a defense, he would not be worthy of being his opponent. His intention was merely to delay for a moment, not expecting the Wuqing realm to withstand such an assault. The instant he landed, the 1st and 2nd soul rings of Qian Xiaoyi shimmered. With the support of his 2nd soul skill, a swift blade of energy shot towards Tang San. Following the trajectory of the blade, Qian Xiaoyi surged forward, fully aware that his 1st soul skill would be ineffective against Tang San. Indeed, the truth unfolded as Tang San employed his ethereal and elusive footwork to evade the blade of energy. Simultaneously, Qian Xiaoyi found himself directly in front of him. As Tang San's right hand formed a phantom grip, Qian Xiaoyi felt his entire body succumb to a numbing paralysis, as if his flesh were overgrown with blue-silver grass. This was Tang San's second soul skill, parasitism. Concurrently, a wave of pressure surged within Qian Xiaoyi's heart, causing him to feel diminished while Tang San appeared to grow stronger. A singular term flashed through Qian Xiaoyi's mind: domain. Indeed, Tang San had activated his God of Death domain, designed to disrupt the enemy's state of mind, weaken them, and bolster his own strength. At this moment, Qian Xiaoyi maintained his forward momentum. Should he continue to surge ahead, he would undoubtedly lose his balance and fall. Even a mere second on the ground would allow Tang San to decisively ascertain victory. Just as Tang San believed the outcome was imminent, a flash of purple from Qian Xiaoyi's soul ring heralded the activation of his third soul skill, body enhancement. True to its name, this ability fortified his physique for a limited duration. With the strength of body enhancement, Qian Xiaoyi effortlessly disregarded the blue-silver grass and its paralyzing effects, even nullifying the influence of the God of Death's domain. Undeterred, he charged toward Tang San. After all, he was a melee-type soul master. The sword aura of the Judgment Sword was reined in, the soul energy flowing within it. Should it pierce his body, he would not merely be wounded but rather face near certain death. Realizing that Qian Xiaoyi had countered his second soul skill and that escape was futile, Tang San resolved to let Qian Xiaoyi's Judgment Sword strike him directly. As Qian Xiaoyi observed that Tang San showed no inclination to evade, a sense of gravity gradually enveloped him. The unusual circumstances hinted at something sinister. Tang San's refusal to dodge undoubtedly suggested he had a hidden strategy. With this thought in mind, Qian Xiaoyi remained vigilant, preparing his fourth soul skill, confident that he could withstand any unforeseen tactics Tang San might employ. Just as Qian Xiaoyi's strike connected with Tang San, the latter's form became ethereal, allowing Qian Xiaoyi to pass right through him. Before Qian Xiaoyi could fully comprehend the situation, a dark, ominous hammer descended upon him from above. Though Qian Xiaoyi was startled, she remained composed and unleashed her long-prepared fourth soul skill, the Land of Dustlessness. The Land of Dustlessness briefly held its ground before shattering into pieces, yet it afforded Qian Xiaoyi ample time to evade. Qian Xiaoyi gazed upon the hammer held by Tang San, fully aware that it was the esteemed Haotian hammer, a pinnacle martial soul of the continent. With an impassive expression, Tang San remarked, "Initially, I had no intention of employing my sixth soul skill. However, your strength is formidable, and I lack the confidence to evade your previous assault. Moreover, your combat awareness is not to be underestimated, as my attempt to catch you off guard proved utterly futile. Were you not my adversary, I could have spared myself a great deal of trouble." Qian Xiaoyi smiled gently. "It is not only you who are making progress, is it? Moreover, I could never stand in opposition to my mother, could I?" Tang nodded slightly. If his mother were to engage in a conflict with his friend, he too would find it impossible to side with his companion. At most, he would show mercy in the heat of the moment. Ultimately, he truly lacked the standing to judge others. "Xiaoyi, let this be settled with a single blow. Prolonging this will surely lead to your spiritual energy being depleted. After all, you are merely at the 58th rank." Qian Xiaoyi was acutely aware of his circumstances. He nodded and declared, "Indeed, let your most formidable techniques emerge, third brother." Chapter 95, Stalemate Come Forth. Third brother. Let us witness to whom the ultimate victory shall belong. Tang San nodded, gripping the Haotian hammer in his hand, swirling it through the air, conjuring a trail of dark energy, and unleashing a powerful wave of soul force. This was the initiating stance of the chaotic cloak hammer technique. The Death God domain was inscribed upon the Haotian hammer, and its potency could only be maximized when wielded in conjunction with the hammer. Thus, as the Haotian hammer materialized, the previously mitigated pressure from the Death God domain intensified remarkably. Although the Haotian hammer itself bore no soul rings, the inherent quality of the martial soul, combined with Tang San's 66th level soul power in the engraved Death God domain, produced an overwhelmingly formidable effect. The fierce killing intent of the Death God domain harmonized beautifully with the dominance exuded by the Haotian hammer. With every swing of the hammer, Qian Xiaoyi felt an increase in pressure. Was he harnessing momentum? Utilizing the strength of the preceding strike to amplify the subsequent one, an impressive self-created soul skill. He could not allow Tang San to continue, otherwise, trouble would ensue. Just as Qian Xiaoyi was about to make a move, a soul bone manifested on Tang San's right leg, propelling him into the air. Qian Xiaoyi was momentarily taken aback. Tang San soaring above diminished the threat he posed significantly. Only the first soul skill was ranged, yet its power was insufficient to disrupt Tang San. Naturally, Tang San did not relax his vigilance simply because he was airborne. Although Qian Xiaoyi had expended considerable soul power, Tang San did not underestimate him. He had witnessed Qian Xiaoyi defeat foes without relying on soul skills or soul bones. His strength lay in the flow of soul energy, yet thus far, Qian Xiaoyi had scarcely employed this ability. While his soul tremor had reached a certain proficiency, it still paled in comparison to the current situation. Qian Xiaoyi glanced at Tang San, who was positioned at a considerable distance, rendering it impossible for her to reach him. Reluctantly, she prepared to endure the impact of Tang San's self-created soul skill. This technique, known as the chaotic cloak hammer method, is a legacy skill passed down through generations of the Houghton sect. Its formidable power is matched only by the rarity of those who have successfully mastered it, underscoring its immense difficulty. Furthermore, the user must remain stationary while executing this skill, and Tang San, relying on his soul bone, barely managed to ascend into the air. During the execution, the user becomes a living target, which deters many from attempting its cultivation. Qian Xiaoyi was constantly attentive to Tang San, whose gaze never strayed from her. As Tang San prepared for his final strike, Qian Xiaoyi was also gathering her strength. When Tang San swung his hammer for the 80th time, he descended from the heavens, utilizing gravity in the technique of the hammer to deliver his ultimate blow. At this moment, Qian Xiaoyi was fully prepared, as the temperature around them rapidly plummeted. The sword of judgment emanated a blue luminescence, humming ominously. Tang San narrowed his eyes, feeling the sharp aura even in midair, as if it were cutting into his skin like a knife. Nevertheless, he remained confident. While the hammer was a blunt instrument, the sword was a keen weapon. In terms of destructive capability, the hammer surpassed the sword. Its advantage lay solely in its ability to penetrate defenses. When the two clashed, the hammer held a slight edge. However, at the very instant Tang San and Qian Xiaoyi made contact, the fifth spirit ring of Qian Xiaoyi glimmered momentarily, causing her to retreat a short distance. Yet, it was precisely this brief distance that caused Tang San's attack to miss its mark, resulting in a complete failure of his strike. Qian Xiaoyi's fifth soul skill, instantaneous movement, allows her to teleport to any desired location, enhancing her attack power upon arrival. Tang San, struggling to suppress the urge to vomit blood, found this sensation even more unbearable than crashing against a wall. However, Tang San was not one to be easily defeated. He summoned his remaining strength to deliver one final strike, albeit with considerably diminished power compared to before. Bang! As Qian Xiaoyi and Tang San collided, a tremendous sound erupted, stirring a cloud of dust that obscured everyone's vision. Xiaoyi, young master, sect leader, little monster, the four onlookers exclaimed in unison. Their eyes filled with anxiety as they gazed into the haze. Gradually, the dust settled, revealing Qian Xiaoyi, who had coughed up a mouthful of blood and lay unconscious on the ground. Tang San was not faring much better. His entire body was encased in ice, his skin marred by a multitude of wounds. The external spirit bone, the 8 spider lances on his back, was riddled with cracks, a testament to his desperate attempt to shield himself at the last moment. However, the sword energy had still penetrated the gaps, striking him down, and though he remained standing, he succumbed to unconsciousness shortly thereafter. This battle ended in a stalemate. Chapter 96. The sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Though the battle concluded in a draw, those with discerning eyes understood that, in truth, Tang San had lost. Qian Xiaoyi, both in age and soul power, was inferior to him. Thus, achieving a draw under such circumstances indicated that her effective combat strength surpassed his. However, in terms of the battle's outcome, Tang San emerged victorious. Shortly after the conflict ceased, the sword Douluo and bone Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School arrived, accompanied by Flender, Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang, and the 7 from Shrek Academy. Upon witnessing Tang San encased in ice and Qian Xiaoyi lying prostrate, they stood momentarily stunned. Realizing a battle had transpired, they hastened their steps, only to discover that it was merely a clash between the two. Observing the scene, one could only question, a draw? The young master of the stabbing porcupine Douluo murmured. Neither I nor the serpent spear can contend with Chen Xian and Gu Rong, especially with Dugobo involved. Qian Renxue waved her hand and stepped forward gracefully. At that moment, Ning Fingji and the others finally recognized her, though their gazes were tinged with unfamiliarity. Being in the company of those two, she must be affiliated with the Spirit Hall, Dai Mubai remarked. Yu Xiaojing nodded in agreement, affirming, You are indeed correct. She is certainly a member of the Spirit Hall, and her status is likely quite elevated. Xiao San's speculation was astute. She must be the one impersonating the Crown Prince. Despite their conjectures, a confirmation was still necessary. Excuse me, who are you? Qian Ruxue seemed oblivious to the arrival of a group of people as she lifted the unconscious Qian Xiaoyi. Murmuring to herself, you've truly grown. Even your sister is struggling to carry you. After several years apart, your strength has nearly matched mine. But what is the point of flaunting your abilities? Just look at you. You're already injured. Qian Ruxue observed the gathering of individuals before her and remarked, Tang San is indeed remarkable. He has cleverly exploited Xiao Yi's past affections for you all. They entered into a wager, wherein the victor would be free to pursue their plans without opposition from the defeated. Although he did not emerge triumphant, he has afforded you ample time. Nonetheless, it matters not. This scheme merely serves to embellish our endeavors, and a defeat would bear little consequence. Qian Ruxue smiled, though her smile was chilling, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. You have harmed my brother, and I shall not let this matter rest easily. Had it not been for Xiao Yi's restraint, that Tang San would have perished before your arrival. Take heed. We shall take our leave now. By the way, my name is Qian Ruxue. Remember it well. Qian Ruxue, cradling Qian Xiaoyi, turned to leave when a voice called out to them. From the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, you may go, but you must leave Qian Xiaoyi behind. Chen Xian sighed upon hearing this voice and shook his head. Ning Rongrong's voice was somewhat hoarse, and her eyes were red, indicating she had likely been weeping. After Ning Fengji's demise, with Chen Xian's support, Ning Rongrong ascended to the position of the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Though the process was brief, none could contest her authority. Ning Rongrong's martial soul power, and innate talent commanded the unwavering loyalty of her subordinates. Qian Ruxue furrowed her brows, expressing her disdain for this woman. Were it not for her, Qian Xiaoyi would not be enduring such hardship. Your threat to us is considerable. I truly wonder why Xiaoyi has not simply eliminated you. As she surveyed the encircling disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Qian Ruxue smiled faintly. Truly, the second sect of the continent is deserving of its reputation, for even after a war, so many remain. That conflict left an indelible scar on Ning Rongrong. It not only wrought devastation upon her family, but also claimed her beloved father and condemned her dearest companion to a death sentence. Reflecting on those events now is akin to a dagger piercing her heart. Qian Ruxue, you are quite the talker. Were it not for your Spirit Hall, would my Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School be in such disarray? Had your brother not slain my father, perhaps the situation would be different. Retain Qian Xiaoyi, and I shall agree to all your conditions. Qian Ruxue's expression remained unchanged as she stated, there is no need for that. The Spirit Hall will acquire what it desires on its own. However, you must allow my brother to go. It is rather inappropriate to make such a statement before his sister. Moreover, what gives you the confidence to believe you can stop us? Qian Ruxue spoke wisely. As a titled Douluo, it is exceedingly difficult to perish unless one engages in reckless behavior or faces an insurmountable gap in strength. If one cannot win, is it not possible to flee? Chapter 97, The Strength of Ning Rongrong. Qian Ruxue glanced at the young Qian Xiaoyi in her arms, let out a sigh, and said, Master Ning, although my brother and I seldom have the chance to meet, I am quite aware of the matters between you. You are indeed a pitiable soul. Even I did not anticipate that Xiaoyi would go to such lengths for the Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong, taken aback, inquired, What do you mean? Qian Ruxue smiled faintly. Do you understand why the Spirit Hall is reluctant to settle with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? After all, you are merely a transient presence in little Yi's life. Parting is beneficial for both you and him. Now, let us take our leave. Ning Rongrong gently extended her right hand, and a swirling vortex began to materialize, exuding an eerie aura as it spun in two directions, radiating a spectrum of colors. Under Ning Rongrong's command, the vortex transformed, expanding outward from its center, resembling a high-speed rotating drill. I have declared, leave little E. Today, he must perish. Oscar's mouth fell agape as he stammered, Is this the soul rotation? Rongrong has concealed her abilities well. This marked the very first occasion Ning Rongrong employed the soul rotation before an audience. Not only Oscar, but the other members of the Seven Shreks were equally astonished into silence. None among them had surpassed Ning Rongrong in the application of soul power. Yu Xiaojing smiled slightly. Oscar, while Ning Rongrong's innate soul power may not surpass yours, her comprehension is undoubtedly far superior. She can grasp the same principles with greater speed and depth. Furthermore, Due to the recent upheaval in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her dedication to cultivation now rivals that of Tang San. This is why her soul power level has surpassed yours. Qian Rinxue gazed at the soul power drill in Ning Rongrong's hand, a frown creasing her brow as she spoke. Soul rotation? It seems little he has imparted this knowledge to you as well. I have dabbled in it, but I cannot compare to your prowess. I now present you with an opportunity to pledge your allegiance to the Spirit Hall. What say you? Ning Rongrong replied with a sinister smile. It is too late. Back then, for the sake of Qian Xiaoyi, I would have done anything. Even subordinating the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to the Spirit Hall would not have been out of the question. However, now, the only thing I desire is to kill him. He has brought ruin upon my family, and until he is dead, my heart will not be at peace. Qian Rinxue smiled gently. Do not delude yourself. I merely speak in jest. If the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School truly required assistance, Xiaoyi would not have parted ways with you. Throughout history, your school has advocated for peace and would never ally with the Spirit Hall, which seeks to unify the continent. Even if such an alliance were to succeed, we would remain distrustful of you. Humph. No wonder you are siblings. Your words are as sharp as daggers. As she finished speaking, Ning Rongrong thrust the soul power drill forward. No one intervened in her assault. For both sides were eager to ascertain the formidable prowess of this exceptionally challenging soul rotation technique. Spirit Douluo of the Understood, young master. The Spirit Douluo took a couple of steps forward, extending his hand as a surge of dense soul power erupted, forming a protective barrier around him. Ning Rongrong remained undeterred, driving the drill directly into the barrier, producing a sizzling sound. After a prolonged moment, there was a resounding crash, and Ning Rongrong was sent flying. Chun Exine soared into the air to catch her, relieved to find that aside from her pale complexion, she bore no injuries. The Spirit Douluo of the appeared quite disheveled, his clothing riddled with holes, resembling a beggar's attire. All present were prodigies, most capable of utilizing soul power applications, yet none could rival Ning Rongrong's formidable might. Her mastery of the soul rotation had reached an unparalleled level, even surpassing that of the original Xiaoyi. Not only did Ning Rongrong employ the soul rotation, but she also utilized compression, narrowing the drill's point of contact to enhance its penetrating power. It was evident that she had expended significant effort to refine this skill. How careless of me. I never anticipated that a level 60 auxiliary soul emperor could unleash the destructive force of a soul sage. Without their martial spirit's true form, a soul sage's attack would pale in comparison to yours. Truly, one can only admire the prowess of the young master's former girlfriend. However, we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, they soared away, taking Qian Rinxue, Xiaoyi, and the serpent spear Douluo with them, leaving an indignant Ning Rongrong fuming in their wake. Chapter 98. At the abyss's depths in the Douluo continent, a palace looms within a deep abyss. Its exterior a somber crimson, imparting an oppressive ambience. Even from a distance, one can sense the ominous aura emanating from it. The palace is desolate, almost barren, as it resides in the depths of the abyss. Inside, 12 statues of human form stand tall, each approximately 9 meters high. These statues, kneeling in reverence, bear unique armors and visages, none identical to the other. They kneel in the direction of the individual seated upon the central throne. The 12 statues form a circle, enclosing the throne, which also features a humanoid effigy. Despite the absence of any obstruction in the air, the figure's features remain obscured, though one can discern a glimmer of defiance in its eyes. Beneath each of the 12 statues rests a 2-meter-high pedestal, upon which sits an individual clad in a black robe, their visage and form shrouded in mystery. Moreover, their presence was far from weak. One among them spoke. After many years, our Lord is finally on the verge of awakening. In anticipation of this momentous event, we must make all necessary preparations to honor our king. Another interjected. In the past, our king's ideals clashed with those of the deities, leading to the outbreak of war. Although our king was immensely powerful, he was ultimately overcome by the sheer numbers of adversaries, and the combined might of the 5 divine kings resulted in his defeat and demise. Yet, how could they possibly fathom the depths of our king's capabilities? Our Lord has discreetly channeled his strength and will into the Douluo continent. To safeguard our Lord, we have sealed our divine powers and come here, and through the passage of time, we have cultivated ourselves into titled Douluos. Now that our Lord has emerged and awakened, it is time for action. Monkey, you chatter too much. Rabbit, has our Lord been located? Queried the initial speaker, cloaked in black. At that moment, a melodious and delicate voice, presumably belonging to a woman, chimed in from one of the seats. Yes, we have found him. However, Mouse expressed some dissatisfaction. What is it? What has transpired? The woman hesitated before responding. However, our Lord's temperament is entirely different from before. It seems as though his will has been lost. Even without seeing their faces, one could sense their disbelief. Mouse spoke up. Enough. We are all aware of our Lord's strength. His will cannot simply vanish. It must be suppressed by some external force. Pig, I have a task for you. Brother, why must we all use code names? How can the great Lord be referred to by names of animals? And why am I designated as Pig? Ha ha ha. Brother, do not allow him to go. Pig. My swine companion, this is ill-fated. Monkey, silence yourself. Your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Why do you prattle on so? This is unlike you, consuming and sleeping. Sleeping and consuming. To call you a pig is to insult the pig itself. That is enough. Mouse's stern voice interrupted their quarrel. You two share the same origin. Yet your personalities are at odds. Neither can stand the sight of the other, and you bicker incessantly over trifles. Furthermore, Pig, can you not engage your mind? Is there no alternative to code names? Do you wish for the divine realm to uncover our identities? You, who are the most foolish and lethargic, are aptly named Pig. Brother, is it truly appropriate for you to admonish me with such righteous indignation? Surely, you are suppressing a chuckle, are you not? Cough, cough, by the way. Where is Dragon? Among our 12 siblings, why is he absent? Monkey replied, he has gone to the Douluo forest to seek the Silver Dragon King, that disobedient fellow. He was clearly instructed to await our Lord's awakening here. Mouse sighed. Well, if he chooses not to listen, then so be it. Dragon is also a pitiful soul. Though I am your elder brother, in terms of strength, it is the unassuming dragon who stands as the mightiest. Had it not been for the divine realm's targeting of his master, the dragon god, he would not be with us now. After the dragon god's demise, he split into the golden and silver dragon kings. The golden dragon king has been sealed by the divine realm, while the silver dragon king fled, gravely wounded. It is only natural for Dragon, as a disciple of the dragon god, to care for the injured silver dragon king. Pig, your task will be discussed with me later. Rabbit, you stay, I have matters to discuss with you. Chapter 99. Negotiation. The 12 of them convened here only for significant meetings, engaging in discussions. At other times, they retreated to their chambers for cultivation or personal endeavors. Once the others had departed, Rat turned to Rabbit and said, among us 12, the majority harbor a profound reverence for our Lord and are unwaveringly loyal. However, there are 2 exceptions, Dragon, a disciple of the dragon god, and yourself. Rat continued. The divine realm consistently ostracizes the divine beasts led by the dragon god, which has led to Dragon's dissatisfaction and ultimately his alliance with our adversaries. Although Dragon is one of us, our objectives diverge. He does not share our purpose. It can be said that the actions of the deities in the divine realm have compelled Dragon to stand in opposition to them. As for you, Rabbit, your goal is to resurrect our Lord, yet I remain uncertain of your true motivations. While I may not know the answer, I am confident that your intentions do not stem from mere admiration or ideological alignment with our Lord. Might you share your thoughts, daughter of the God King? At their level, they had mastered the art of concealing their inner turmoil, especially while cloaked in concealing black robes. Although Rabbit was internally astonished, she displayed no outward signs, maintaining an air of calm as if nothing had transpired. Brother, your prowess is merely average among us 12, yet your intellect is undeniably admirable. Seeing Rabbit's lack of a definitive response, Rat remained unperturbed. If I were indeed as formidable as you claim, I would not have suffered defeat in that battle. Rabbit nodded noncommittally. You speak true. I am indeed the daughter of the God King, though I prefer not to disclose which God King. I also choose not to reveal my reasons for following you, but rest assured, I shall not betray you. My goal aligns with yours, the resurrection of our Lord. For whatever reasons, I stand by your side. Rat nodded. Good. Your assurance brings me relief. You may take your leave. At their level, they deemed it beneath them to lie. If Rabbit wished to fabricate a reason, she could easily do so without reluctance. After Rabbit departed, Rat sat in contemplation, murmuring, what does she intend by resurrecting our Lord? Brother, I have come to undertake a mission, Pig announced, emerging with evident reluctance. Rat sighed with a smile. This was not ideal, for Pig was the laziest among them, indulging only in eating and sleeping, and his slovenly demeanor meant he was only close to Monkey. Although he could easily forego food without suffering hunger, He had chosen to make eating one of his life's aspirations, often venturing out in search of sustenance, which had endowed him with considerable knowledge of the continent, thus justifying his assignment. Pig, you are more familiar with the continent than we are. This task I assign you is crucial for our Lord's awakening. We must not take it lightly. You shall proceed. At the center of the starry forest lay a vast, crystalline lake, approximately 100 square kilometers in expanse, its depths unfathomable. The surface of the lake is shrouded in mist throughout the day, a veil that even the midday sun cannot disperse, bestowing upon this place a haunting beauty. As night falls, the fog thickens even further, yet, curiously, this dense haze fails to obscure the starlight. The lake reflects the shimmering expanse of the galaxy like a polished mirror. Towering trees, each over 100 meters high, encircle the waters. Their trunks so robust that it would require several individuals to encircle them. The only sounds that grace this ethereal realm are the calls of birds, the gentle flow of water, and the rustling of branches. It is a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. At this moment, a figure emerges from the woods, cloaked in a voluminous black robe that obscures their features. The individual stands by the lakeside for a while, seemingly attuning to something, before addressing the water. Emperor Tian, come forth. After some time, the lake remains undisturbed, showing no sign of response. A huff escapes the figure, betraying their impatience. Emperor Tian, show yourself. Do not feign absence. I know you are here. Are you, the esteemed beast god, truly afraid? A voice emanates from beneath the lake, resonating with authority. Human, your provocation is clever. Yet the dignity of the beast god cannot be tarnished. I have no choice but to appear. You have disturbed my tranquility. Do you seek death? After a prolonged silence, ripples spread across the surface, and a luminous shield envelopes a man, rising silently from the depths, even the sound of flowing water stilled. What a discreet entrance, remarks the figure in black, unperturbed by the presence of the continent's most formidable beast god, standing at 2 meters tall, dressed in dark attire. With raven hair interspersed with strands of gold, Emperor Tian spoke with a grave demeanor. Human, you have trespassed upon my peace, a grave offense. Provide me with a reason to spare your life, or you shall remain here forever. The figure in the black robe merely snorted, dismissing Emperor Tian's imposing attitude. Emperor Tian, the golden-eyed black dragon king, the strength of your spirit beasts is largely determined by their bloodline. Thus, your over 700,000 years of cultivation renders you unafraid even of a million-year-old spirit beast. You are formidable. It is a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Long. Emperor Tian smirked disdainfully. Long. Very well, you have earned the right to be addressed thus, given your ability to arrive here undetected by spirit beasts. However, I am curious as to how you came to know of my existence. I believe myself to have been dormant for millennia. Surely, the outside world has presumed me deceased? Long chuckled lightly, unflinching in the presence of the continent's mightiest being. As for the affairs of the outside world, I am unaware. Regarding how I know of you, it would be best to let your master reveal that. Even if she is gravely wounded, she should still be able to take a few steps. Emperor Tian's gaze sharpened, recognizing that only 2 types of individuals are aware of his master: the deities of the divine realm or the divine beasts and former allies of the dragon god. Is this figure before him friend or foe? In a low voice, Emperor Tian inquired. It seems you possess considerable knowledge. Who exactly are you? As he spoke, a surge of soul power emanated from Emperor Tian, dispersing the lingering mist above the lake's surface, while a formidable aura pressed down upon Long, suggesting an imminent confrontation. Long, however, remained unperturbed, responding with an air of nonchalance. Rest assured, I am a friend, not a foe. Summon your master, and the truth shall be revealed. Noting the lingering skepticism in Emperor Tian's gaze, Long continued, if I were your enemy, we would already be engaged in battle. Although I have sealed my divine power and significantly diminished my strength, I still possess the means to contend with you. Do you truly believe I would arrive here unprepared, knowing of your presence? Just as Emperor Tian was about to retort, another voice intervened. Emperor Tian, stand down. He is not an enemy. Upon hearing this voice, Emperor Tian gradually retracted his imposing presence and stepped back, while Long displayed palpable excitement. The voice belonged to a woman, melodious and clear, reminiscent of a lark's song. Master. A silvery light began to rise from the lake's surface, so bright that its contents were obscured. I never anticipated your arrival. Has the divine realm begun to ostracize you as well? As soon as the words escaped her lips, Long knelt before her, bowing deeply. Disciple, I humbly greet you, master. The response from within the silvery orb was tinged with reluctance. Alas, what right do I have to be your master now? I am but the embodiment of the dragon god's will and spiritual essence, while the other powers reside with the muscle-bound Golden Dragon King. To reclaim the title of Dragon God, I must first regain the Golden Dragon King's strength. Moreover, I am still gravely injured and cannot even leave this lake. Oh. The burden of sealing my divine power weighs heavily upon you. Long rose to his feet, declaring, once a disciple, forever a son. Besides, I was but an abandoned infant. And it was you who nurtured me to adulthood. Your life-saving grace, your nurturing love, your teachings, I owe you everything, Master. I would willingly sacrifice my life for you. Chapter 101. Secrets of the Divine Realm. Long was a child saved from the jaws of a tiger by the dragon god during his descent to the mortal realm. To save without nurturing would have been futile, and with ample time at his disposal, the dragon god chose to raise Long as his own. Soon after, the dragon god recognized Long's extraordinary talent for cultivation and, moved by compassion, imparted upon him all the abilities suited to his potential. It is fair to say that the dragon god was not only Long's savior, but also his parent and mentor, a figure of profound admiration. One of the reasons Long pursued cultivation was the majestic presence of the dragon god in battle. Long did not disappoint the dragon god. Through exceptional talent and relentless effort, he ascended to the divine realm at a young age. However, due to his rapid advancement and unstable strength, he immediately entered seclusion upon arriving in the divine realm. It was during this period of retreat that the dragon god, facing mental instability and the hostility of other deities, led a faction of divine beasts into battle. Despite his formidable strength, the dragon god was ultimately overwhelmed, torn asunder by the god of Azura. Thus, the Golden Dragon King, embodying the full might of the dragon god, and the Silver Dragon King, inheritor of the dragon god's thoughts and will, found themselves at the center of divine conflict. The deities sought to eradicate the dragon god entirely. However, the overwhelming power of the dragon god prior to his fragmentation had left them weakened, barely managing to seal the Golden Dragon King, while the severely injured Silver Dragon King escaped into the void. The whereabouts of his retreat remained a mystery to the gods. Subsequently, the evil god, at odds with the deities' ideologies, led his followers into battle against them. The gods, having suffered tremendous losses from the dragon god incident, narrowly avoided defeat and, through a special formation of the divine realm, vanquished the evil god. Nevertheless, the evil god's power rivaled that of the dragon god, and his will and strength clandestinely descended upon the Douluo continent. His followers, all first-level divine successors, extended an invitation to the dragon to join them. Discontent with the divine realm's treatment of the dragon god, the dragon acquiesced, but insisted that the evil god assist him in locating and healing the Silver Dragon King upon awakening. After sealing his divine power and descending to the Douluo continent, the dragon learned of a silver light that had fallen in the Douluo forest many years prior. Drawing upon his understanding of the dragon god, he deduced that the Silver Dragon King resided within the Douluo forest. However, having just arrived in the mortal realm, remnants of his divine power still leaked through his seal, making concealment difficult. To evade detection by the divine realm, he chose to delve into the depths of the abyss for cultivation. Now that he had mastered his power, he dared to make an appearance. Ah, the evil god. It is he. I have long suspected this fellow to be a source of unrest. His mischief was anticipated. Although not a god king, his strength is on par with mine, and the divine realm must be in disarray now. The dragon nodded and remarked, indeed, the divine realm has significantly diminished from its former glory, even to the extent that my master, the celestial master, your injuries. The Silver Dragon King's voice was somber and tinged with despondency. The Golden Dragon King, a manifestation of strength, represents the yang aspect, while the Silver Dragon King embodies spirit and will, representing the yin. Healing can only occur under the light of stars and moon at night. Fortunately, this lake of life is brimming with vitality, yet even so, complete recovery would take no less than 100,000 years. If only the Golden Dragon King. The dragon furrowed his brow. 100,000 years is far too long. Ah, master, this is for you. It should greatly aid in your recovery. With that, the dragon produced a large container from seemingly nowhere, using his sole power to levitate it before the Silver Dragon King. Upon sensing its contents, the Silver Dragon King expressed astonishment. Is this the blood of the Golden Dragon King? The dragon nodded and replied, this is some of the Golden Dragon King's essence, drawn out while he was preoccupied during his battle with the god of Azura, in collaboration with the evil god's subordinates. I thought it might be of use to you, master. Indeed, it is invaluable. Haha. Though scarce with this, I shall require merely 20,000 years for complete recovery. Splendid. Truly, you are the disciple of the dragon god. The Silver Dragon King laughed heartily, a smile of satisfaction gracing the face of Emperor Tian, who had not heard the master laugh in ages. The dragon remarked, as long as master is happy, it is my honor to alleviate your burdens. The Silver Dragon King was eager to absorb the essence. Dear disciple, remember that debts to the evil god must be repaid. Continue to assist in his awakening. It shall bring us no harm. Now, I must take my leave. You may continue your conversation. As the silver orb vanished, so too did the massive container akin to a bottle. Tian's expression was rigid, rendering any attempt at conversation uninviting. Tian, let us converse again another time. Long remarked, observing Tian's impassive demeanor. No sooner had the words left his lips than he disappeared from sight. Just as Tian was about to make a move, he seemed to perceive something astonishing, nodding slightly before soaring toward the outer perimeter of the starry forest. The words of the Silver Dragon King echoed in his ears. Tian, there resides a dual-winged white tiger in the outer circle of the forest. It is a descendant of the divine beast, the white tiger. Do not disturb it. However, you must ensure its safety. Otherwise, if that old fellow learns that his offspring has encountered trouble under my watch, he will undoubtedly seek retribution, while I harbor no fear. I have no desire to provoke him. Meanwhile, at the spirit hall, Qian Xiaoi observed the bustling spirit masters around him, feeling a tinge of boredom. Mom, could you please give me a task? Staying at home is so dull. Practicing feels utterly meaningless. No way, Bibi Dong firmly replied. Look at you. You're on the verge of becoming a soul emperor, yet lack any seriousness. How can I possibly let you go out? You must stay home and behave. Mom, I beg you. If you don't let me go out, I'll suffocate from boredom. No means no. Bibidong's stance was unwavering. Chapter 102, City of Heavenly Food. Mom, please, you're the best. I'm nearly dying of boredom. Just give me a task. Just as Bibi Dong was about to protest, a voice from outside interrupted. Bibi Dong, let Xiaoi go. It's perfect timing. Xuan also needs to venture out and see the world. They can look out for each other. Keeping Xiaoi tethered to you all the time isn't ideal. Qian Douluo entered with Qian Renxue. Initially, Qian Renxue was reluctant to embark on a mission. Yet she couldn't shake off her concern for her exuberant younger brother, especially during these tumultuous times on the continent. Qian Douluo's words were such that Bibi Dong had no choice but to heed them. Qian Renxue had already attained the rank of Soul Sage, and Qian Xiaoi was on the verge of becoming a Soul Emperor. Since they would inevitably venture out to absorb soul rings at level 60, it would be more prudent to allow them to embark on that journey directly. Moreover, in the realm of Douluo continent, a Soul Sage is considered a formidable power, and Qian Renxue is far from an ordinary Soul Sage. Under normal circumstances, she would be more than capable of self-preservation. Very well. As soon as Bibi Dong's words fell, Qian Xiaoi leaped into her embrace, exclaiming joyfully, "This is wonderful. I knew mother was the best." Qian Xiaoi is now in her teenage years, no longer a child. Her leap nearly toppled Bibi Dong to the ground. All right, but remember, while you may go out, do not stir up trouble. Above all, no matter what happens, safety is paramount, understood? After expressing her concern, Bibi Dong proceeded to outline the specifics of their mission. Your task this time is in Tianchi City. Located in the southern part of the continent, by the sea, abundant with seafood and livestock. The name of the city itself hints at its allure. On the bustling streets, a young man and woman walked together, their striking appearances captivating numerous youths around them. The young man was handsome, his gaze gentle, exuding an air of refinement, while the woman, with flowing golden hair cascading to her waist and clad in a white dress, resembled a celestial being descended to earth. Yet, despite the heroic spirit evident in her features, her expression betrayed her discontent. It is perplexing why she seems so displeased. Having brought us to such a remote location for our mission, we have been walking for quite some time now and are utterly exhausted. Qian Xiaoi chuckled. You actually dare to complain of fatigue? Sister, this is not at all your usual style. Qian Renxue's gaze shifted, fixing on Qian Xiaoi as she exclaimed. What is the matter? Do you have any objections? And which ear of yours heard me say I was tired? What I actually said was that I can't walk anymore. Do you understand? Under the weight of Qian Renxue's imposing presence, Qian Xiaoi nodded fervently, affirming, of course. Whatever my sister says is correct. I am entirely at your command. With that, he performed a respectful bow. What a declaration of allegiance. Humph. Let us go. The destination lies ahead. Seeing your dazed expression, I genuinely fear you might get lost. Though she spoke thus, Qian Rinxue showed no intention of waiting for Qian Xiaoyi. There was certainly no sign of fatigue in her demeanor. Qian Xiaoyi gazed at the receding figure of Qian Rinxue, murmuring to herself, "Why does it feel as though my sister has changed?" But then she dismissed the thought, calling out, "Sister, wait for me." Tianshi City truly lives up to its name. The streets are lined with vendors selling an array of delectable treats, seafood, barbecued meats, desserts, and a multitude of other delights. It echoes the saying, "There is nothing one cannot savor if one desires it." Sister. The name Tianshi City is quite fitting. Tianshi sounds like sweet food, and it also resonates with your martial soul, the angel. This place seems rather peaceful. I can't help but wonder if Mother has brought us here for a vacation. After Qian Xiaoyi finished speaking, she noticed that Qian Rinxue did not respond. Curiously, she turned to look at her and found Qian Rinxue intently gazing at something. Following her line of sight, they came upon a shop that specialized in confections. It was evident that the proprietor possessed exceptional skills, as the array of sweets displayed within was nothing short of exquisite. There were majestic dragons, soaring phoenixes, and a multitude of adorable creatures, whether they soared through the skies, scurried across the ground, or swam in the waters. Each confection was crafted with such lifelike detail that one felt reluctant to indulge. The shop was divided into 3 sections, each marked with labels: plants, animals, and precious. The section for plants boasted an assortment of flowers and herbs, such as reishi mushrooms, with relatively modest price tags. The animal section featured confections resembling cats, dogs, pigs, horses, cows, and sheep. Perhaps due to the intricate craftsmanship involved, these were priced slightly higher than those in the plant section. As for the mythical creatures like dragons and phoenixes, they were found in the precious section, and one could discern their considerable worth simply by observing the uniqueness of their scales. At the back of the shop stood a plump middle-aged man, diligently working on his next artistic creation, which appeared to be a flower based on the prototype he held. Observing Qian Rinxue's expression, which was a mix of longing and bashfulness, made Qian Xiaoyi chuckle softly. Soul masters often maintained a facade of superiority, seldom indulging in ordinary activities such as shopping, which lent them an air of aloofness. To them, engaging in such pursuits must be done with a sense of distinction. This tendency seemed to be a common trait among soul masters. Qian Rinxue was no exception, despite being drawn to the vibrant allure and delectable flavors of the sweets. She forced herself to look away and refrain from indulging, compelling herself to shift her focus and embody the proud demeanor of a soul master, determined to maintain her individuality in front of her brother. Qian Xiaoyi chuckled, disregarding Qian Rinxue's scolding, and seized one of her hands as they proceeded towards the shop. "Sir, how do you price your goods?" Chapter 103, Sweet World. The shop was aptly named Sweet World, offering a delightful array of desserts, as well as a comprehensive selection of flora and fauna, truly living up to its name. Qian Xiaoyi led Qian Rinxue to the Sweet World and inquired, "Sir, how are the desserts priced here?" The plump middle-aged man, upon noticing the arrival of customers, paused his work and turned to face the 2 newcomers. "Ah, young man, feel free to choose whatever you fancy. Each creation is marked with its respective price. Due to the intricate craftsmanship involved, they are somewhat costly, yet still within an acceptable range for most patrons." The middle-aged man, the proprietor of the establishment, possessed a well-defined visage, exuding a kind demeanor, and spoke in a calm tone, suggesting he was quite amiable. Indeed, his creations were as he described. They were slightly more expensive than typical desserts, yet the priciest among them was merely double that of the ordinary confections. Considering the labor involved, it could be said that the owner was operating at a loss. Qian Xiaoyi picked up a dragon-shaped dessert, priced at a single silver coin, and after examining it for a moment, remarked, "Sir, with your craftsmanship, you could certainly pursue other occupations or even double your prices. The value of these creations far surpasses their listed price. Why engage in such laborious and unrewarding endeavors?" Upon hearing Qian Xiaoyi's inquiry, Qian Rinxue couldn't help but perk up her ears, for this was a question that piqued her curiosity as well. The shopkeeper offered a wry smile and replied, "Do you think I wouldn't want that? Yet, life is challenging. No matter how exquisite the dessert may appear, it remains a dessert, not a mere ornament, and cannot be preserved for long. Thus, in the eyes of many, the cost-effectiveness diminishes, and if I raise the prices, no one would purchase them. Moreover, life is still manageable. Therefore, I have no desire to change my profession, as this is also my passion." I adore desserts and the art of sculpting. Fortunately, my spirit essence is sugar, which allows me to save on the cost of ingredients. Qian Shaoi nodded in acknowledgement and retrieved a delicately crafted dessert in the shape of a phoenix from the precious section, offering it to Qian Ringshu. Uncle, we purchased these too, she remarked, producing 2 gold soul coins. The desserts in the precious section were priced at 1 silver soul coin each. Hence her choice to present 2 gold coins was sufficient to astonish the proprietor. 1 gold soul coin equates to 100 silver soul coins, and 10 silver coins would suffice for an average person to sustain themselves for an entire month. Moreover, it is rare for ordinary families to possess gold soul coins. Even if they do, the amounts are minimal, typically reserved as savings. Thus, gold soul coins serve as the medium of exchange in the realm of soul masters. Young brother. This is quite unusual, the proprietor remarked with a hint of surprise. Qian Shaoi replied, Uncle, work is arduous, and life poses its challenges. Your creations, in my eyes, merit such compensation. Young brother, that simply cannot be, the proprietor interjected. A gentleman values wealth, but it must be acquired through righteous means. At this moment, Qian Rinxue interjected, saying, Do not refuse. This is neither obtained through theft nor deceit, but rather through rightful means. Furthermore, we hope that when I return, you will have created even more outstanding works. You are soul masters, are you not? It seems there are few soul masters who concern themselves with ordinary people like us these days. The boss's tone was one of profound reflection. Qian Shaoi replied with a heartfelt thank you, and then took Qian Ruxue by the hand, making their way outside. However, after just a few steps, they were halted in their tracks by the proprietor's words. Young man, your girlfriend is a wonderful person. You must cherish her dearly. I sincerely wish you both a lifetime of happiness and the blessing of children soon. Qian Shaoi swiftly released the hand he had been holding onto Qian Ruxue. He was uncertain about his own expression, yet he could distinctly feel the heat radiating from his face, unable to meet her gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Ruxue was even more flustered. Her entire body was rigid, her eyes devoid of focus, and her delicate face resembled a ripe apple, flushed with an intense crimson hue. Wisps of steam seemingly rising from her head. She was so engrossed in her own turmoil that she didn't even notice when Qian Shaoi let go of her hand. The proprietor observed the pair with a hint of curiosity. He believed his previous remarks had been quite innocuous, yet their reactions seemed decidedly unusual. Qian Shaoi turned her head mechanically, offering a stiff smile. Sir, she is not my girlfriend. She anticipated that her boss would react with an awkward apology or perhaps a hearty laugh, but Qian Shaoi's expectations were dashed. Unfazed, her boss casually patted her on the shoulder and remarked, Well, I never expected this. As a soul master, you actually feel shy. Your girlfriend seems to be quite wonderful. Do not let her down. Qian Shaoi scratched his head, feeling rather embarrassed as he spoke. Actually, she is not my girlfriend. She is my sister. To his surprise, the boss burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Oh, come now. What kind of siblings, both grown up, still hold hands? Furthermore, you just purchased a dragon-shaped dessert for yourself and a phoenix one for your girlfriend. Isn't that the very essence of dragon and phoenix harmony? No. It seems rather like a reversal of roles. Qian Shaoi found himself at a loss as his boss dismissed everything he said with skepticism. He then remarked, Young man, you don't harbor a crush on older women, do you? Upon hearing this, Qian Shaoi's lips curled into a smile, and a shiver coursed through him, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Was such a statement made in jest? Uncle, do you not know how to converse? Chapter 104, Ambiguity. Qian Shaoi had already realized that no matter how she explained herself, it would be futile. She cast a furtive glance at Qian Rinxue and, seeing that she did not exhibit any extreme reactions, she instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Shaoi made a final attempt to plead her case. Sir, we truly are siblings. Her name is Qian Rinxue, and I am Qian Shaoi. Surely, our surnames reveal our connection. The two were not particularly renowned. A common individual in this remote area would scarcely recognize their identities. You must be jesting. Just look at the two of you. What commonality do you share? The only resemblance lies in your striking appearances. Furthermore, what of it if we are siblings? Spirit masters and ordinary people are inherently different. Sibling relationships can indeed flourish. Moreover, love that transcends ethical boundaries is the truest form of affection. As she spoke, the proprietor struck a pose, commonly referred to as Piao Aic pos. Qian Shaoi had now relinquished the need for explanation, grasping the still figure of Qian Ruxue as they departed from that place. Qian Ruxue possessed a rather volatile temperament. Should she become enraged, the consequences could be dire. On the bustling street, Qian Shaoi and Qian Ruxue walked side by side, yet unlike before. Their hands were no longer intertwined, and both remained enveloped in silence. After a considerable time, unable to endure the quiet, Qian Shaoi broke the stillness, saying, "Sister, that man just now was merely speaking nonsense. Do not take his words to heart, haha." Qian Rinxue remained silent, her delicate face still flushed crimson. After all, she was merely a young girl in her teens who had just begun to experience the stirrings of love. Noticing her silence and the rosy hue of her cheeks, Qian Shaoi, mistakenly believing she was upset, inexplicably declared, "I do not have a sister complex." The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. Realizing that such a statement was nothing more than an exercise in self-deception, Qian Rinxue's delicate face flushed even deeper. After a moment of silence, she tremulously spoke, "Shaoi, I understand now." "Understand what?" Skipping over this sensitive topic, Qian Shaoi asked, "Sister, do you have any other places you'd like to visit? Or shall we proceed to complete our task?" "Very well. However, before we do, I must inquire, sister, you seemed so eager for dessert just now. Why didn't you go buy some directly? If I hadn't taken you along, you would surely have missed out, wouldn't you? Such a scenario would inevitably leave some regrets. Wouldn't it? Mind your own business. I am quite content," Qian Rinxue pouted. Perhaps it was just an illusion, but the usually strong-willed Qian Rinxue's tone now seemed somewhat playful. Qian Shaoi smiled softly. Regardless of Qian Ruxue's demeanor, he harbored no disdain, but rather a fondness for her. Just as he was about to speak, a voice resonated from behind him. "Oh, what a beautiful young lady. Someone, take her away from me." Following the sound, he beheld a rather unsightly young man, appearing to be in his 20s. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned that the man's soul power surpassed 40 levels, clearly identifying him as a soul master. Achieving this rank at such a young age marked him as a minor prodigy, albeit still an ordinary individual. The two figures accompanying him exuded a far more formidable aura. Both at the Soul Emperor level, Qian Shaoi instinctively shielded Qian Ruxue behind her, smiling as she said, "I apologize, but my sister prefers not to accompany you. She has a cleanliness obsession and fears becoming unclean." The young man's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth, retorting, "Are you implying that I am unclean?" With that, he gestured menacingly towards the two individuals behind him, exuding an unmistakable aura of threat. Qian Shaoi seemed oblivious to his actions, knowing your own shortcomings. "You should refrain from troubling my sister. Self-awareness is commendable, yet willful ignorance is unacceptable. Thus, fare thee well. Greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you. Do you know who I am? You are the first to speak to me in such a manner." The young man, lacking in talent, claimed to comprehend a modicum of canine language, which is why he considered himself the first to engage in such a conversation. Upon hearing Qian Shaoi's words, the youth was immediately consumed with rage. The implication of her statement was unmistakably that he was akin to a dog. The young man, whose true name was Tian Yi, was a direct descendant of the Tian family, a lineage that even the city lord regarded with trepidation. The Tian family held a stature in Tianshi City akin to that of the Wuhuan Hall throughout the continent, second only to the lord's estate. The family head, his grandfather Tianze, was a powerful soul Douluo and ranked among the top 3 experts in Tianshi City. In this remote locale, a soul Douluo represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. Had it not been for the bountiful resources available, it was likely that even such a powerful figure would be absent. Leveraging his grandfather's reputation and favor, Tian Yi frequently engaged in nefarious deeds, bullying both men and women alike. Anyone who encountered him would respectfully address him as young Master Tian. In this domain, his word was law. Today, with nothing better to do, he strolled through the streets. Fearing he might encounter some misfortune, Tianze had dispatched 2 soul emperors to guard him, a request he accepted without objection, as having servants accompany him added to his prestige. Not long after setting out, he spotted a graceful figure from a distance, her alluring silhouette unmistakable. Though he could not see her face, he surmised she must be equally captivating. When the woman turned around, he was utterly astonished and silently vowed to win her affection, disregarding the man accompanying her entirely. However, this very man, whom he had chosen to overlook, audaciously called him a dog in a tone that was infuriatingly insolent. Yet, in an effort to leave a favorable impression on the lovely lady, he suppressed his urge to retaliate. Ahem, esteemed ladies, I am Tian Yi, the grandson of Soul Doa Tianze, and the most gifted disciple of the Tian family in this generation. Might we become friends? I would rather not. Chapter 105. The Harasser. I would rather not. Qian Shaoyi offered no opportunity for Tian Yi to draw closer. Tian Yi, realizing that conversing with this insolent brat was futile, chose to ignore him and turned toward Qian Rushua, saying, "Might I have the honor of inviting you to my humble abode for a discussion?" Tian Yi's disregard for Qian Shaoyi was his own affair, but whether Qian Shaoyi reciprocated his attention was an entirely different matter. "You are aware that your home is humble, yet still invite my sister? Do you truly wish to make her uncomfortable? Scoundrel!" Tian Yi's lips twitched as he shot a fierce glare at Qian Shaoyi. Were it not for his desire to maintain a grand image in the eyes of the beautiful woman, he would have already resorted to force. At this moment, his restraint was wearing thin. Just as he was on the brink of losing control, he was interrupted by a soft chuckle. "Ha ha ha." Qian Rushua laughed heartily, tears of mirth glistening at the corners of her eyes. "Shaoyi, after all these years, I had no idea your eloquence was so sharp, your tongue so venomous." Qian Rinshua bowed to the fields once more and said, "Esteemed uncle, if my brother and I were not preoccupied with our responsibilities, we would not have intruded upon your humble abode. My apologies." Qian Shaoyi mused. "Sister, you were definitely about to laugh just now, weren't you? And your words are rather sharp, calling me uncle. Look, even his face has turned a shade of green." Tian Yi was now seething with rage. "Well, since you refuse to accept the toast, allow me to serve you a cup of punishment liquor. You too, come forth," he commanded. "Kill the man and bind the woman." As soon as the words left his mouth, the two individuals behind Tian Yi exchanged glances, reluctantly advancing towards Qian Shaoyi and her companion. To be frank, they harbored no fondness for this young master. His character was quite deplorable. "Kid, we truly do not wish to resort to violence. It would be in your best interest to comply with our young master," one of them remarked as both soul emperors activated their martial spirits. 12 vividly colored soul rings swirling in the air. The surrounding crowd, witnessing the impending clash between soul masters, retreated to a safe distance, fearing collateral damage. "What? Are you really going to fight? Let me assure you, I am not afraid," Qian Shaoyi began, but was abruptly interrupted as one of the soul emperors landed a punch to her abdomen, sending her hurtling backward into a nearby stall, shattering it into pieces. "Ah. Considering you are merely an ordinary person, I shall only teach you a minor lesson," he said nonchalantly. Among soul masters, the assessment of rank relies heavily on mental prowess. Mental strength increases alongside soul power, yet a high-ranking soul master does not necessarily possess superior mental strength. Some soul masters may have unique martial spirits or methods of cultivating their mental abilities, allowing them to surpass others in this regard. Mental strength is not only useful for detection, but can also conceal one's true capabilities. To those with inferior mental strength, one may appear as an ordinary individual. Due to the innate qualities of his martial soul, Qian Shaoyi's mental prowess rivals that of a soul sage, making it imperceptible to even a soul emperor when concealed. Hee. Opposing me will lead to such an outcome. Ha, fair maiden, come with me. Meanwhile, Tian Yi revels in the current situation. Recognizing that with the intention to engage in combat, there is no need for pretense, Qian Rinshue glanced at Qian Shaoyi, who had been sent flying by a single punch. At that moment, Qian Shaoyi appeared gravely injured, convulsing on the ground. Approaching him, she knelt beside him and said, "Hey, stop pretending. A mere punch from a soul emperor could not possibly send you flying. Do you think your sister is a fool? How long do you intend to lie there? If you do not get up soon, I might just follow him." As she spoke, Qian Rinshue pointed toward the fields. Seeing her yielding demeanor, Tian Yi became even more delighted. "Ha ha ha. Don't be ridiculous. If it weren't for my bodyguard showing mercy, he would have." At this point, he fell silent. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qian Shaoyi gradually rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his trousers. "Sister, can't you cooperate a little? Moreover, I absolutely do not wish for someone like that to be my brother-in-law. It would be utterly embarrassing." "Oh? Then what sort of person do you believe would be suitable as your brother-in-law?" Qian Rinshue, intrigued, inquired further. Qian Shaoyi pondered for a moment, considering the matter of appearance. It sufficed if it were somewhat akin to mine. As for talent, it must not be inferior to my own, and in terms of strength, it should not fall below yours. If necessary, I could lower my expectations slightly. Someone akin to myself would suffice. Now, dear sister, kindly keep your distance. How dare a mere soul emperor challenge me? I shall not hesitate to annihilate you." Tian Yi and the two bodyguards gazed in astonishment at the approaching Qian Shaoyi. bewildered as they murmured, "Is this person unwell?" "I am uncertain. It appears so." This marked the first occasion for the two to reach a consensus with the young master. With a chuckle, Qian Rinxue playfully tapped Qian Shaoi's forehead, saying, "Little E, since I am here, allow me to handle these trivial matters. Those who dare to strike my beloved younger brother shall surely face the consequences." Though Qian Rinxue wore a smile, everyone except Qian Shaoi could distinctly sense the palpable dryness in the air. Unlike Qian Shaoi, she had directly or indirectly caused the demise of numerous individuals. And as a soul sage, she harbored no fear of two ordinary soul emperors. Behind Qian Rinxue, 6 magnificent wings unfurled, rendering her akin to an angel bathed in divine light. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings floated ominously behind her. The terrifying aura she emanated rendered ordinary individuals breathless, while the 3 specially attended individuals were already on the brink of asphyxiation. Tian Yi was now filled with regret. The person he sought to confront could easily overpower 100 of them. She was actually a soul sage? First, she toyed with me. Then she bullied my younger brother. This is a grave offense. Come on, let us see if I can survive this encounter. Chapter 106. Nana, seeing that Qian Rinxue was about to make a move, Qian Shaoi casually sat down on the ground and smiled. It seems that after many years, my sister is eager to show her prowess. I suppose she will indulge for a while longer? Perhaps we should seek some other distraction in the meantime? At this moment, Qian Rinxue had already instilled a sense of dread in their hearts. At such a tender age, she had already attained the rank of soul sage. The two of them, now in their twilight years, had dedicated their lives to cultivation only to reach soul emperor status, and they were initially content. Yet, before them stood this girl, who appeared to be no older than 20, possessing 7 soul rings, and boasting an optimal soul ring configuration. Indeed, the disparity between individuals could be disheartening. They were acutely aware that they were no match for Qian Rinxue, but they dared not flee. Should Tian Yi perish, they would undoubtedly share his fate. At this moment, they had mentally cursed Tian Ye's ancestors for generations. Had he not been seduced by beauty and stirred up trouble, how could they have found themselves in such dire circumstances? Qian Rinxue flapped her wings a few times and said, "You two come together. Or perhaps, shall we add you as well?" She gestured towards Tian Yi. At that moment, Tian Yi was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Even the thought of fleeing seemed a distant luxury. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, he collapsed onto the ground, rendered speechless by fear. Although the Tian family possessed a few soul saints, they were all elder figures, and the aura of those soul saints was astonishingly weaker than that of a mere young girl. Tian Yi felt that only his grandfather could possibly contend with her. Dismissing Tian Yi's hesitation with disdain, Qian Rinxue addressed the 2 soul emperors, saying, "Come forth and see how long you can withstand my prowess. Sister, you may play first. I shall take a stroll and return shortly," Qian Shaoi remarked before turning away without waiting for Qian Rinxue's response. Qian Rinxue glanced at Qian Shaoi's retreating figure and muttered, "What a lack of manners." Qian Shaoi strolled along the bustling streets, which were far from desolate, predominantly filled with vendors offering delectable food. However, for him, having already satisfied his hunger, the culinary delights held no allure. "May I inquire, are you Master Qian Shaoi?" Qian Shaoi turned around and beheld a young woman clad in a maid's attire, her head bowed and her posture slightly hunched as she stood there. "I am Nana," she announced, "sent here to invite you to our residence. His Holiness the Pope must have informed you." "Where?" Qian Shaoi was not about to lower her guard. This was a particularly sensitive period, and a moment's carelessness would lead to dire consequences. Her inquiry about the location was merely to ascertain the accuracy of the task at hand. "The Lord Mayor's residence." "On what grounds should I trust you?" "This bears the Pope's personal seal." As she spoke, the maid produced an envelope from an unknown source. Upon inspection, it indeed bore the unmistakable handwriting of Bibi Dong. "Then, lead the way. I had intended to enjoy a few more days of leisure. Are you going to seek the young master? You possess quite an abundance of knowledge." "Wow." Puff. As Qian Shaoi returned, she chanced upon 2 soul emperors being sent flying. In that moment, Qian Rinxue held the angelic holy sword, her golden hair billowing in the wind, while her 6 wings gently fluttered, bestowing upon her an air of nobility. "Considering that you two still possess some semblance of conscience, I shall spare your lives. However, as for you, Qian Rinxue, who sought to flee and originally intended to insult me, and then harbored murderous intent towards my brother, you deserve death." With that, she unleashed a beam of sword light. Qian Rinxue stands as a paragon among the soul saints, effortlessly vanquishing a terrified soul master. Young master, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Tian Yi shall perish on the spot. However, aside from the two soul emperors, none perceive anything amiss with Qian Renxue. Tian Yi, having committed countless misdeeds, has even earned the displeasure of his two attendants. Yet, should he meet his demise, they too would not survive for long. Oh dear, sister has taken a life. This is my first time witnessing such an event. Hey, are you afraid? Qian Xiaoyi nudged the maid beside her. The maid offered no reply. Her gaze as tranquil as a still pond, resembling a mere piece of wood. Nevertheless, Qian Xiaoyi remained unconcerned by her demeanor. Qian Xiaoyi addressed the two soul emperors, saying, "You two, if you wish to avoid death, I suggest you go to the spirit hall. Surely the treatment of a soul emperor would be far superior to your current status as mere servants here." He anticipated their agreement. Considering their failure to protect Tian, Yi would not bode well for them upon their return. However, contrary to his expectations, they shook their heads and replied, "Young master, you are affiliated with the spirit hall, are you not? We appreciate your kind intentions, yet we cannot leave." It was Qian Renxue who inquired further, "Why is that?" They responded, "Although we harbor a disdain for this young master, our father has shown us kindness. Out of loyalty and reason, we cannot abandon our post, even if it means facing death upon our return." Qian Xiaoyi nodded slightly, relinquishing the attempt to recruit the two. Unfettered by the allure of personal gain and valuing righteousness over profit, such individuals have become increasingly rare. To persist in solicitation would be a disservice to them. It is no wonder that, despite holding the title of Soul Emperor, one would willingly assume the role of a bodyguard. "Sister, let us depart. The city lord has extended an invitation to us." Qian Renxue retracted her martial soul, which implies that my plans for a few days of enjoyment have been dashed. Well, it seems that way. However, it shouldn't take too long. How about I accompany you for a few days once I complete my task? You see, this young lady is still waiting. Qian Renxue glanced at the maid beside Qian Xiaoyi and said, "You accompany me?" "No need." Chapter 107. The red-striped spring fruit. The architecture of the city lord's mansion was not as extravagant as one might imagine. The entire residence was rather unremarkable. The only distinction from common dwellings was its expansive grounds. It appeared that this city lord was quite frugal, as this mansion paled in comparison to those of other Seoul Douluos. The maid patiently explained, "The city lord is quite decent and treats the common folk well. Most of his wealth is spent on supporting the populace or purchasing provisions. After all, the essence of Tianshi City lies in its culinary offerings." The maid led the two individuals to the city lord's mansion and directly ushered them into the great hall. Although modest, the hall was exceptionally spacious. At the secondary seat within the hall sat a portly gentleman who was savoring a cup of tea. "The city lord, the guests have arrived," the maid said softly, slightly bowing. Upon hearing her voice, the city lord turned to see Qian Renxue and her companion, his brow unfurling into a smile. "Ha, you two have traveled from afar. And I, Zhu, have failed to extend a proper welcome. I hope for your understanding. Please, take a seat." Zhu Xiaofeng invited them to the main seat and said, "Nana, you may begin." "Yes," the maid replied as she gracefully withdrew. After a while, a line of maids appeared in orderly fashion, each carrying a platter, and approached the table of the three, placing down the dishes before retreating. The platters contained delicacies unseen on the streets, with their enticing aromas wafting from afar. Once they had feasted, Zhu Xiaofeng remarked, "I am Zhu Xiaofeng, the lord of Tianshi City. I have also come to learn of your intentions through His Holiness the Pope." Qian Xiaoyi set down the wine cup from which he had taken a delicate sip, pondering the intentions of the city lord. Zhu Xiaofeng hesitated momentarily and remarked, "It is indeed an honor for me to be valued by the Spirit Hall. However, I cannot bear to part with this place, for it is my homeland. Furthermore, I harbor a deep aversion to war and yearn for a life of tranquility. Thus, you are declining the invitation from the Spirit Hall." As soon as Qian Renxue's words fell, the atmosphere in the grand hall turned palpably tense. Qian Xiaoyi said, "Sister, can't you temper your disposition a little? Be wary, or you may remain unmarried." The city lord replied, "Actually, you have misunderstood. The Spirit Hall means that as long as you do not become an adversary, it matters not whether you join us or remain a mere observer. However, we do require proof that you are not our enemy. I trust the city lord knows how to handle this matter." Qian Renxue shot a glance at Qian Xiaoyi, remaining silent, while Zhu Xiaofeng exhibited an extraordinary excitement. "Thank you both for your understanding. I, Zhu Xiaofeng, Vow in the name of my martial soul that I shall never become an adversary of the spirit hall. Indeed, that suffices. As the day wanes, and since our task is complete, we shall take our leave, they said. Wait. Zhu Xiaofeng called out to the departing Qian Rinxue and Qian Xiaoyi. Nana, please present the gift I have prepared for the esteemed guests. Nana nodded and shortly returned, carrying a brocade box adorned with golden edges, interspersed with gemstones, each adding to its considerable value. Upon opening the box, they discovered a fruit resembling an apple. Its surface a deep crimson hue embellished with peculiar patterns. Strangely, this fruit emanated a soft pink glow. This was acquired during the trials of our ancestors. Despite thorough examination of ancient texts, its origin remains elusive, hence it has been named the red-veined spring fruit. Its specific purpose is unknown, yet the spiritual energy it harbors suggests that it would be beneficial for soul masters. Our ancestors attempted to absorb it, but it repels foreign substances, remaining unabsorbed all these years. Qian Rinxue remarked, "Are you truly able to articulate such matters? No one can absorb what you possess." Zhu Xiaofeng, undeterred by any awkwardness, replied, "Indeed, in my presence, no one can harness this object. It is a divine fruit, one that we mere mortals cannot hope to attain. However, young Master Qian Xiaoyi is an exception. He is, after all, a celestial being. What we cannot achieve, he undoubtedly can. Truly, as the city lord. You possess a way with words," Zhu Xiaofeng continued, "and they are quite agreeable. If that is the case, I shall accept it." With a chuckle, he added, "I have prepared accommodations for both esteemed guests. You may reside here for the next few days and explore at your leisure." Qian Xiaoyi glanced at the darkened sky outside the window. "Then I shall thank the lord of the city, but I fear the darkness. Sharing a room with my sister will suffice." Zhu Xiaofeng's eyes twitched slightly. "Afraid of the dark? You, a soul master, fear the dark? What a jest. Clearly, you do not trust me. Moreover, this woman shows no reaction whatsoever. Oh well, siblings after all. We shall heed the young master's wishes. Nana, please escort the two to their quarters." "Certainly. Please follow me." Once the trio had ventured far enough, Zhu Xiaofeng revealed a wicked grin. "Young master, you must absorb it. Otherwise, my efforts would be in vain." Haha. Nana led them to a relatively secluded room that, while off the beaten path, was spacious enough and furnished with 2 beds, offering a pleasing view from the window. After signaling Nana to depart, Qian Rinxue said, "Xiaoyi, do not absorb that fruit. It gives me